Is that what's happening?
Somebody get rid of this fucking guy.
It's no, you're good. It's all different layers.
This is just a topic that I don't have any knowledge on at all.
Well, I'm into the whole restructuring water thing. I mean, I think it could be done with magnets, with frequencies, yeah, all types of stuff.
Oh, magnets as well, absolutely. Because like rocks and stones have magnetic materials in them. So when the water comes out of a spring and then it starts like going down the mountain or going to a lower elevation and it's splashing through, rocks and rivers and all of that, it's actually being magnetized by the natural charge of the earth, the actual earth charge, through the actual magnetic materials that the earth makes in that natural environment. So yeah, it's like a magnetic charge and it's like a vortex charge and a structuring and it kind of helps it to open up a little bit more, rather than in the spring, it's more compacted. Whereas after it comes, it lets it kind of filter through and actually kind of process a bit further.
Yeah, I think they fucked up our water when they took all the crystals and gold and silver out of there, because certain fields are created when water runs over silver, gold, crystalline structures. It creates certain energetic fields which purify the water. So I think we're actually taking the Earth's natural filtration system, and that's why all our water is shitty.
Well, yeah,
water.
exactly. Because I mean, I would say that nature seems to present water to us in an ideal way, but right now, because of so much like toxicity on the earth and all these different issues going on in the industry and just kind of just the runaway not caring for the earth in this whole paradigm and the money and the way that's all set up to where, yeah, it's becoming more out of balance, of course, but there's also more work being done to get it back into balance as well. So I think it's all part of a process. But
Yeah, I mean, I could just, I usually don't like, I don't like to pay attention to like some of that stuff, but I look at my refrigerator and I look at my cabinet and man, I fucking am like a landfill. Like how much everything's in a plastic bottle. And it's like, this stuff can't be, it just can't be good. Like it's the same kind of way I think about like, killing animals and eating them. I do it. I don't think I'm going to stop doing it, but it just doesn't seem right, like intuitively. And all of this plastic and metal I'm wrapping my food in just doesn't seem right.
yeah, I hear you.
Going back to sort of water, my personal opinion is that the water itself on the earth is like the lymphatic system of the earth, because water cleans, water flushes. So don't really have any major deep thoughts in it, but that's just what I believe. I believe that the water is the lymphatic system, and the actual oil that runs through the earth is like the blood of the earth. It seems like the earth just produces oil.
We're just burning Mother Earth's blood in our cars every day.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess it just keeps regenerating though, because I know there's been cases where they've said that they've completely drained oil fields, and then they've gone back 15 years later, and they're 100% full again. You know,
refilling, yeah.
So, yeah, so it just seems like the Earth just produces oil, like it's not a fossil fuel. I think that's retarded.
Wasn't that a thing like under Trump? He's like, he wanted to let them start digging in new places, and then there was a whole team of people saying, no, we're good, just keep digging in the same place, it keeps coming back. Right? Like it kind of went over everybody's head, like how does it just keep coming back? These companies just stick to this, or used to stick to like the same field for generations.
I mean, they're like the oil, like these oil bases they build out in the oceans. They're like permanent things. They don't like float around. Like you're gonna build all that for a one-time thing of getting oil, like Well,
yeah, I have like a somebody built me a Gatorade bottle from me drinking it in like 30 seconds, like a one-time thing. So yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think that structure. I don't know how much one of those oil platforms cost to build, but I'm guessing it's not cheap. I don't know if you would build that just for like a
I
temporary
know.
thing.
Yeah, that just goes back to like this Gatorade bottle with all this little design. It's got like a G imprinted into it. It's like, dude, it's fucking just like flavored water, right? Like, who would build me this entire contraption just to like drink some flavored water? It's kind of the same argument.
Are you just trying to be analogous to the building
Yeah,
the
trying to be
oil?
analogous. Like, yeah, I see them like they would wait. They would do it. Yeah.
Well, they
But
got to make money off it. That's what I'm saying. How much oil they pulling up, and how much is one of those oil rigs cost to build?
Yeah, they've been out there for
Do they ever?
decades.
Do they ever shut down, or are they ever just like, all right, this is abandoned because we're out of here? Or they demo it, or like what happens next?
As far as I'm aware,
They've been out for decades, haven't they?
yeah, they're there for a
Well-
long time. And then even if they do run out, I don't think they do anything with them. They just leave them there.
But the
Yeah,
gasoline
both
is
is
like a
part true.
synthetic. But gasoline is like a synthetic product made from the crude oil, right? So isn't it in terms of what it starts out as may not even be problematic, possibly okay. Who thinks that? Okay, is this naturally coming from the earth, or is it being pumped in by underground aliens?
Let's just go with the aliens.
Let's get that. That's a good start.
Let's start at the beginning.
yeah, it's
All right, well,
clearly
whatever
it's
it is,
coming from the moon.
whatever it is, it's a heavily controlled resource that they run through their whole system, and then they fractionate it and do some processes to it. And that's what ends up being, Shell, gas or whatever, mobile, whatever company, gas once they deliver it to the station. But that's like a heavily processed product, synthetically. I kind of see it as like a Monsanto monster. I kind of just, all those things, I kind of link them just right through Monsanto because it basically is. It's just the other part of the wing of their system. It's part of like the same Monsanto wing, I'm saying. It just has different names. Some of them are just called the Department of Defense. Happens to be the same. NASA, CIA, FBI, same dudes.
Yeah, sounds fair enough. Like, it's a little known fact that most people would obviously have no idea about, and I had no idea about it until someone mentioned it to me. Here in South Australia, we actually have a reserve of oil just outside of Cooper Pedy that is bigger than Saudi Arabia, and we've never touched it.
Oh, there's tons of oil at the American-Canadian border. Tons of oil.
Yeah. I mean, clearly there's deals going on to make sure that certain oil fields just aren't tapped. Like, why would our country not tap that? It's worth trillions of dollars. And they've known about it for decades.
Bro, every year is the biggest exchange of wealth because of the oil. Like nothing else moves more money than the oil.
yeah. So I mean, it's like the new standard of it's the new standard of currency.
I'm just saying, look at all the shit in plastic, all the cars, the airplanes, that shit all revolves on the oil pretty much, right? That's like our blood right there and Mother Earth's.
Well, these controllers definitely seem to set it up that way to favor that kind of control matrix structure because of how industry all runs on it. Unfortunately, yeah, the JP Morgan takeover that started definitely even before this, but I would say in the immediate times when the Titanic sunk, which JP Morgan was the financier to have it built, and he canceled his trip the morning of the one that sunk. And then the people who died on it were the ones that were opposing the Federal Reserve, the establishment. They were trying to establish it. After they died on the Titanic, a year later, they were able to create the Federal Reserve. And then it's kind of been a game over for us in a way since then, just because they've had basically, well, it took them World War I, the 1920s, running the whole Great Depression, financial reset from 1929 to 1933, and World War II, and everything after that for them to even get like the world banks and to go after the countries that they didn't control, so they could control them all basically. But they got, so it did take like that. World War I was major in terms of getting that world banking system set up. So they still had they did a lot there, but in those years.
Sorry, bro. It was all just a coincidence. I'm just a coincidence theorist. Everything you said was nothing but coincidence.
So we should have a currency that's backed by something that's
joking, of course.
a currency system that's backed by something that is finite, so we can establish like a value. If you're proposing that you can just that oil just keeps on recreating itself, then that kind of messes that up.
Yeah, well, I think they just try to keep us in that, you know. I mean, same as water. I mean, look at the way they're just destroying the water. Then you have the guys from Nestle, you know, quoted as saying water is not a basic human right. And you just look at these people, and how can you not just think they're just a whole bunch, like, you know, they've got to be all in on something, don't they? They all seem to be working towards one target, which is screwing us.
Is that water is not a basic human right, or me providing you water is not, like, you're not entitled to me providing you water?
Yeah, well, water should be either way.
Yeah, no, literally the guy from Nestle, the CEO from Nestle, when they were, they're buying up all the world's fresh water reserves, and he said that fresh water is not a human right. Like, basically saying like he has all the right in the world to take it as his, and
dude's gonna own the water. Dude wants to own the water.
He wants to own the water and determine whether or not you get any.
That Bill Burr comedian, he does a riff on that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, then like, what does that pose a problem? Like, let's say, like, then can we sell water at all? Is that the idea? You're not allowed to sell water at all?
Well, he was saying, I think that Bill Gates basically was trying to wants to own all the water and then sell it to people.
No, not Bill Gates. It was like the CEO from Nestle.
He was quoted as actually saying water is not a basic human right, and they're the guys going out trying to buy up the world's water. They're getting control of many different countries' water supplies.
Yeah, like, well, a basic human need is different than a right. I don't know. I mean, think about it.
Right. Well,
I think basic human needs should be everyone should be housed, everyone should be fed, and everyone should have water. You know, like, I don't think people should be paying for this.
Then who's going to house them and feed them? So now I'm responsible for housing, feeding you, and giving you water? Why?
Well, the government should be. Let's just take this as an example. Here in Australia, well, we'll put it this way. Here in Australia, right, we have absolute just trillions of dollars worth of minerals, and our government lets other private companies come in and take it out and make all the profits. Well, that's the profits of the Australian people. That's not the profits of a private company. They're taking Australia, they're taking parts of Australia and calling it their own, whereas it should be to the benefit of all the people of the country. And if the government was actually doing it, then the government could be supplying these things for people, just as the Sultan of Brunei does. You know, the Sultan of Brunei supplies people with homes, he supplies them with cars, he pays for so much of their stuff because he gets so much money from oil. He just says the oil's not mine, the oil is the people's. This is not my country, this is the people's country. So he helps his entire country, his people, because of what he makes on oil. And that's what every country should be doing.
Then why is he even mining the oil and water? Like, for what? For profit? Then that's what I'm saying. It's problematic, because then you can't mine it for profit.
No, dude, if you give it back to the people, you're talking about the guys in the Middle East, they're making big power moves. But if you're just giving it back to the people, it's like, okay, I don't see a problem with that. That's pretty good.
Well, here's one of the things that was happening, that it was been a few years since I heard about that Nestle quote and was looking into this a little bit, but so like Nestle Corporation or whatever, and they're not the only one. A bunch of these companies do this, where they're looking for vulnerable small countries, impoverished places, and things like that, like where they're economically in a bad place. They need some money for improvements to infrastructure or whatever else. They come in saying that they'll help them to fix some things or do some things, whatever. But in trade, since they have no money, in trade they want the rights to all of their natural resources. And so an already impoverished country, like let's say it's with water, they no longer then have the right to their own fresh water source. It might be their only natural resource that they actually have, or maybe they are able to farm. No, now Nestle owns that water and sells their own water that they've already relied on, the one thing that they had, sells it back to them to the people, the farmers, for a profit so that they can grow their crops so that they can eat.
Right. Versus where would these farmers be getting the water on their own
Straight
from?
out of the ground. They would be getting the water from the ground because it was theirs, it was free, it was right there. They no longer have the rights to it.
And I mean, is that what
That's what
they were
happened.
doing? They were getting it from the ground and then they stopped.
Yeah, they get it from a river or from a spring or whatever it is that they have, and it's now Nestle's river or Nestle's spring.
Sounds pretty delicious.
That's why capitalism is not good.
Well, I mean, I'm under I'm working under the truth that every law that you enact is a removal of freedom. So I'm just trying to base it on that. So any kind of law that's ever put into action is always going to remove freedom. It's never going to add it. So how would putting a law into action for in this situation become freedom? Trying to work it out.
Freedom is the right to buy all of your needs from a corporation.
No, I didn't say that. So like water being a natural human right. That's just a strange way to say it.
Well, he said that like in defense of basically their despicable behavior. He's saying, yeah, if I want to steal all the, if I want to buy ownership of all the fresh water, it's not yours. Like you have the right to buy it from me. It's mine. Like that's he's trying to say like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What's the
He's trying to say
alternative?
you should be me. Is it, like you should just be rich like me.
No, what's the alternative then? So then if it's not for profit, then nobody's allowed to buy the water. So then are we ever going to get the water we need?
It's free. Like once they take ownership of the rights, now it costs money.
Right. Okay. So like rewind it back to what? Like what to okay. So now nobody owns it. So who's getting it? Like who's actually gathering it? And are they being
So all you need to
successful?
do
Are they
is
thriving?
drill a well. You drill a well into the ground. Like now you've got water. You don't need to go buy it from anybody. There's parts of the world, however, where they can't do that. Like the water table is way too deep if there is any, or
Right.
so
Well, I mean,
they'll have
I'm pretty famous for making like a prediction 20 some odd years ago when I saw the first like bottle of water, and I said, "There's no fucking way any idiots are ever gonna buy this shit. This is retarded. Like, who's gonna buy bottled water? This is the most ridiculous shit ever." So.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't see how they
for
can.
convenience.
I pump my water from a deep well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you and I
don't think
live in a part of the world where we got a lot of water. There's plenty of parts of the world where that's just not possible for them.
My water table is 120. Well, it's 80 foot down, but my well is 120 foot well.
So now, aren't they obligated, these people, to move, to get their ass up and move? Or are we obligated, or you obligated, since you have a well, to dig them a well in your yard and bring it to them because it's a human right?
The truth is, in most places in the world, the water isn't no deeper than 300 foot down. You know, to go beyond 800 foot to go to 1,200 foot, you have to get a special government permit. You know that? You know why? Because it's the purest water on earth. Once you get so far down, it's been filtered by pressure and earth and the magnetic flow of water. Water creates a magnetic field when it flows underground, and it purifies itself.
When spring water comes up out of a spring, it's actually doing so in a vortex pattern.
Yeah,
It comes out of the earth, vortexing upwards.
The stuff from this spring right by me is said to be, it's estimated to be 2,500 feet deep.
So whose fault is it? Is it the purchaser? Like whoever's purchasing the water? Like they're only profitable. They're only profitable if you're purchasing the. Oh, geez. Mic check.
Yeah,
you can hear.
Yeah, we get it. They only make money if you buy.
I think someone was breaking up. It's
not really about fault. I was breaking up. I apologize. Go ahead, bro.
Right. So I mean, I don't have an answer if it's a human right or not. I'd probably say it's not a human right. Like probably not a human right to. You don't have the right to somebody's to water through the means that we're putting forth. Like you have the right to go and seek out water, right? But you don't have the right to my water. Yeah.
No, that's the thing is, however, though, like waterways, like what would have been the water resource for a community or for a small country or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what their entire country has been built on. It's the one thing that they had, and it's like it's what they've survived on. And now suddenly a corporation comes and said, "This is no longer your water. This is my water, and if you want any of it, you're gonna have to get it through me."
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying that the government should do it. It should be a government thing. Sorry, it should be a government thing. The government's meant to be looking after the people. Well, you know, that's what people think they're there for. They're meant to look after their people. They should build the infrastructure.
They're there for.
Yeah, but we all know that. But I'm just saying that this is what the the general consensus amongst the ordinary person
government to protect our civil liberties, not to tell us ask for us or to look out for us. That's personal. That's a personal thing. Your welfare is your personal problem.
Yeah, of course.
You don't put it in the hands of others cry when you're sick.
But when it comes to the natural resources of your country, your government selling those resources off to private companies is actually treason, because your government has no right to sell your country to someone else. It's treason.
You've got.
But that's
man. God damn it,
that's also though where like this Nestle is basically being predatory in the way that they're doing it. They're focusing on, they're like literally seeking out and trying to strong arm these small governments that don't have a lot of power, that are in a really rough place, and the government doesn't really have much options. Like they're in a really tough place. They need the help, and in trade, this is the one thing that they have.
They don't.
They think they do.
Every time your dollar fucking moves, it gets taxed, dude. They take 60% of your fucking money, and you think you need help? See, this is the problem. Not that they need help. The problem is that stupid people let the government do whatever the fuck they want. Oh, I'm sorry. Quiet.
Yeah, and when it comes to things like all the resources within the country, no, we heard you, bro. When it comes to the resources within any country, a government selling those resources off, like I said, is treason. And any single person within government who made those deals should be tried for treason. That we should be going actually after the individuals that did it, not the government as a whole. We should go after the individuals. Because once we start going after individuals, then people within government will pay more attention to what they're doing, because they know that they will be liable personally.
Yeah, they did that in like Iceland or Norway or something. I think they did.
Yeah, after the GFC.
There are some countries.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
I agree with him. 100%.
It's like with everything as well. Like technically, when if a cop's going to do something to you and you turn around and go, yeah, no worries, all right, well, this is what's going to go down, and you're now being unlawful. You're the one causing harm here. I'm not causing any harm. You're the one causing harm. And if you personally cause harm to me, you're the person I'm coming for. I'm not going for the government. I'm coming for you. You're the one who's going to be the name on the court case. Not as a police officer, but as a human being. Because any police officer that tries to enact unlawful things on you just because a bunch of dudes wrote it down on a piece of paper is a piece of shit.
Order followers. They
Yeah.
don't know better. They don't know. They don't know that. They just think they're just doing their job. Sorry, it's what I was told.
Yeah, but that excuse got taken away from them during the Nuremberg trials, didn't it? You know, you're not allowed to just follow
Reminded
orders.
of that.
Following orders is no excuse. But yeah, when it comes to all the water stuff, I mean, it's like from the Confessions of an Economic Hitman. That's pretty much what you were talking about with Nestle and that before, where they come into a country and go to do a bunch of stuff there and go, yeah, we'll give you the money. Oh no, you can't pay it back. Well, we'll just take all of this. Thanks for coming. You know, I think any organization or anything that's ever happened to any country in that way, those contracts should be considered null and void. It should be given back to the country, and whoever did that should be tried for deliberately manipulating a situation and ripping a country off. And they probably killed God knows how many people because of the decisions that they made. They should be tried for these things.
And then
Have
the
you guys
people,
seen
the people of those countries too. Like they should organize together and just take whatever, take the river back, take the spring back, take whatever it is, water source, freaking, fight, say fuck you to Nestle or whoever's in there. Like, no, this is ours, not yours. Get out by force.
Yeah, there's a lot. Have you seen the documentary Water Wars?
I don't think I've seen that one. No.
No, they show in that there was a group in not Mexico, but it was a South American country where Nestle had come in. Excuse me. Yeah, go on.
No, you brought up the Nuremberg trials, and I just wanted to say that a bunch of Nazi scientists were let off the hook, specifically because they were studying mind control, and the U.S. loved their mind control program, and a bunch of them were basically hired by the government in Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, it's great when our government's just everything that. So just think, it would take that as an example. We know for a fact that those people were supposedly involved and know about many different, you could call them murders of people throughout camps or whatever. Like we can argue the numbers all day long, but we know that some shit happened in there and they knew about it. So they just take those people and go, yeah, no worries, it's all good. But then we have someone who, murders out of passion, or they, someone raped their daughter, so they go and murder that person or whatever, and now you're a bad person. And you must go to jail for the rest of your life, The whole thing's topsy-turvy. But in Water Wars, in the South American country, in a local town where literally Nestle had a plant 200 meters away from this area of all these homes, and it would cost these people $500 to get Nestle to come and place a tap right by their house. Well, they were only earning something like $2 a day, so $500 is pretty major. But the actual police and the government, like the actual government, more mayors or whatever of the town, no one said anything if everyone just came and dug a well and just put their own tap in. Like they would actually just go to the pipes and just do it, and no one said anything. The cops didn't say anything. No one said anything. They just like, yeah, just do it. We don't care. Fuck them.
But so there's like a conscious effort, right? Going back to World War II and like the whole idea of adding fluoride to the water, like that's rooted in Nazism, bro. Like, and I'm whispering right now, not to sound cryptic, but it's late and there's people sleeping. But so like the whole idea that they would add fluoride to the water has to do with mind control. and the idea that fluoride makes people docile. Like, go read up on Nazi literature, right? And what and Nestle, like, who owns Nestle, and then how, like, Nestle is one of the biggest companies in the world, right? You know about the Illuminati pyramid, and then who controls the foods, who controls these companies and these umbrella companies that control the water and this rabbit hole. I mean, it all goes back to the evil guys that wear the yarmulkes and you know, that rabbit hole, man. You got PepsiCo, Mars, Coca-Cola.
Yeah, we're just looking in Africa. It's actually cheaper to buy Coca-Cola than what it is to buy a water bottle. You know, and you think to yourself, how on earth could it possibly be cheaper to buy a substance that you have to buy water, put it through, and put all your flavoring and everything into it, still bottle it, do everything that needs to be done to get that to people, and then that's cheaper than just bottled water. That happens in a lot of African countries, and you know, I think you could probably put a pretty strong argument about how they want those people to be unhealthy. They don't want them to have water; they want them to drink Coca-Cola.
No, yeah, the goy can't have fresh water. Absolutely not.
No, and especially if you're black. Let's make sure that, you know, these people.
Those get injected first.
Yeah, exactly. They're the ones that all the experiments are done on. You have to keep the third world because, you know, you need people to exploit. And then once you've exploited them and tested everything on them, you bring it to us.
So if there's like a reign of terror by some individuals for some amount of time, and we let's, you know, the idea that we've been in one for at least, let's say 150 years, that we can have some direct memories of what's been going on. Do you guys think that that reign of terror will inevitably come to an end? And if so, when do you think that will happen for these guys? What's your timeline on how much longer they keep this position they're in?
I think personally, I think it depends on how much more they push us. You know, like the whole sea thing that just happened. You know, that really pushed a lot of extra people that, you know, were just doing their day-to-day thing, and then all of a sudden they got locked down and, you know, told they had to do all these things and had it forced upon them, and a lot of people still went with it, but they didn't want to. And now they're starting to actually see that, you know, well, there's a lot of danger that actually put them in. So I think that woke up a hell of a lot of people. Not enough, but, you know, it sort of really swung the balance towards our favor. Well, more towards our favor. It's still higher in theirs, but, you know, they've only just got to pull off a couple of more of these sort of eye-opening events, and I think things will change. You know, like eventually people get the pitchforks and they go, "Screw you." You know, when you're downtrodden.
I wish I was more optimistic about it. It's just that these same people have done the controlling for all of our recorded history, it appears, and I highly doubt that that's going to change anytime in our lifetimes.
Yeah, I think they'll crash society themselves so they can be the ones that rebuild it under a newer, more controllable structure.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that we want society to crash, but it needs to crash in a way that we're the ones who fix it, and we get rid of these psychopaths.
Controlled demolition.
We can't keep going the way that we are with how these psychopaths are running the world. It's like, when it comes to the population, and we all know that the world isn't overpopulated. It's just poorly managed. And that's why I say things like, well, the water, your electricity, all of these things, these should be things that should be cheap or free. And they should be supplied by your government, and your government should be pulling the resources of your country out, and that's what should be funding it. Because those resources are the people's. The government doesn't own those resources. They have no right to sell your land off to another country.
I think deep down people know what is right, and if we actually had a system that actually was able to maintain that, then it could all be in much better condition than it is now. Because it's such a manipulated system by these few forces that have made it difficult for everyone who isn't them to basically be able to actually live freely on the land. But I was going to say this, like whoever like they are, whether they're human, whether they're non-human, whoever they are at that point, at some point they're obviously engaging with humans, because there's a blend over of the people who like work for the CIA or the FBI or these different, actual like agents or operatives versus just other people in the system. And then there's the whole military system. So there has to be some interplay between whoever they are and humanity. And the thing is, obviously, they have control over that interplay because of the Federal Reserve and many other factors will control over the militaries. Really, it was after World War II that they had the kind of militaristic control over the countries, and then started getting more and more of their people into these positions to do this whole thing. But again, at this point, they have a position which actually depends on a lot of other humans. So, like, for example, like, what if they could be like quarantined from within, basically, meaning that just within the actual humans, the ones that are in the military that actually are good people and are not going to go against the people, in that way, then could these people in power be actually in some way like safely disarmed? Because if they don't really have the brute force of the military, and people to obey what their commands are, then they kind of are left with nothing.
Yeah, we just need the people who are the order followers to not follow orders. Like here in Australia, and I don't know if they've done that over there in America, but they just passed. They passed not laws or whatever it was. I mean, whatever it was, they passed some laws. I'll just call it laws, where they would allow foreign soldiers to come into our country if called for by the government, and whatever those soldiers did, they would have zero liability for anything they did. If they were called to this country by our government, and let's just say it was a lockdown, they called them over here, and people revolted against the lockdown, and those soldiers killed people, they're not liable for any of that. They can just go home and everything's fine. So this is now law in this country that our government can bring over foreign combatants who can then legally kill us. This is what our government is doing.
You know how BlackRock keeps coming up in the news? And like how BlackRock, California got flooded, and that's the area where Burning Man is and all that. Well, it's been people have been digging into BlackRock and who owns BlackRock, and BlackRock is like a proxy company for George Soros. And George Soros is the biggest investor for BlackRock. And George Soros considers himself a god incarnate. Like he literally does. Like he has like the actual diagnosis for grandiosity or whatever it's called. Like he's like delusions of grandeur. He has that, and he owns like so much. He has so much money. Like this guy's filthy, and he controls governments. He's basically the emperor of America right now. Like he owns so much land, it's ridiculous.
If he's controlling BlackRock, he's one of the emperors of the world, really, isn't he?
Yes, he is, but he never. Nobody talks about him. Nobody talks about him. He's never. Everybody talks about Elon Musk and Bill Gates, but George Soros is in the background just chilling.
Oh no, they're all involved. I was just gonna say,
How and where did he get that power?
Just real quick, just to clarify, because I think.
Sorry.
Well, you had said that like the company BlackRock was connected to BlackRock of Burning Man, but I mean
Oh no, that the
that's
name just
BlackRock
keeps popping up. Synchronicities.
That's the BlackRock Desert is why it's called that, because it's in Nevada. It's in Nevada's the BlackRock Desert, and then when people do the Burning Man thing, they call it BlackRock City, which is just because it's in the BlackRock Desert, which I don't think is that I'm aware of is connected to the company BlackRock necessarily.
No, it's not
that desert.
It's more of it just synchronicities that are going on right now within like just the matrix, right? It's just things that keep popping up, but it's too much of a coincidence. You know, at the same time, BlackRock's like being highlighted, you know, by the truthers and exposed, and then you have like, you know, all these BlackRock connections, and then just happens to be like one of the biggest satanic festivals of the year, and you know, it's just weird, bro. It's just all weird.
What, Burning Man?
It's quite funny.
I wouldn't say Burning Man is satanic. No, that doesn't fit what it is.
All right, my bad. I mean,
if you're talking about Burning Man, it's not satanic.
It's all
basically are, dude. They're like setting. It's like Antiquitech Tartarian artwork and stuff, and people partying and having a whole like the whole thing that's involved with it. But it's not necessarily satanic. I mean, people are actually quite joyful and having like an amazing spiritual experience. Many of the people I know that have gone.
It's funny the synchronicity of how many more people know about BlackRock as a company now.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like just all of a sudden it's like you say, it's just something that's out there now, and it never was before. Even though, I mean, I'm sure, you know, many of you who were probably researching into conspiracies, etc., possibly knew about BlackRock earlier. But for me, even though I've been delving into this for the past 12 years, I only found out about BlackRock when the V happened, and people started posting stuff, and then it's just been everywhere since then. So I find that kind of interesting. Why is it all of a sudden now being talked about more?
I think because they started making bigger moves of like a lot. Well, one of the big reasons why companies like them and Vanguard started getting talked about was because of how they've been buying up all of the private property. Whereas normally they were into bigger like investments, they moved into kind of like our neighborhoods and shit. So like when houses go for sale, like they're buying because of the way the market is. They're buying them up sight unseen for cash, and it's driving up property, like sale prices and stuff. And so your regular average Joe, middle class family looking to buy a house is having to try to compete against BlackRock and Vanguard in order to get a home. You know, and I think that's where it got more into the public eye.
Yeah, you guys over there in America, though, yeah, I mean, maybe your wages are a little bit lower than here in Australia, but your opportunity for owning cheap houses is far greater than it is here in Australia. I mean, the average mean price of a house here in Australia would be $500,000. Well, that's the average. Where
same here. That's where we're at right now in America. Same thing. You can get a median, well, like a mediocre home for like $400,000.
You know, I've watched a lot of those house hunter shows, you know, just when I'm bored and I'm just sitting around and I've got nothing else going on, or I just have it playing in the background sometimes because something I don't really have to listen to, you know, while I'm doing other things. And yeah, like so many people buy amazing homes for like $300,000 or $250,000. And I'm like, that same house here in Australia, no matter almost where it would cost you $500,000 just because of the type of house it is. There's no way you'd pick up anything like that for a couple of $100,000 here in Australia.
Well, there's a lot of like variance there because like it depends on like how close you are to, you know, the city or whatever. Like you go further out into the sticks and you can you can probably get a big ass house relatively cheap, but then you're far from everything. As soon as you get near, near the cities or the metropolitan areas, all of a sudden, yeah, property within decent commute times to those places and stuff like that, just through the roof, especially over the last few years. It's been just bubbled up so much.
I heard in Chicago they're starting to open up government stores. Because the public sector right now, it's not looking too good after the pandemic. You know what I mean? Like a lot of businesses are suffering. A lot of mom and pop businesses, restaurants disappeared. But now, like Chicago, they're like implementing government stores, which is kind of like, do they not see like what's wrong with that? You know what I mean? Like that, it almost sounds like communism or socialism, like just starting out.
Chicago is so bad. It's a terrible fucking city. Actually,
Hey,
almost all of our cities are terrible.
Yeah, what's going on with like California? Like is it California? You see just so much just blatant homelessness. People just on the side of the road everywhere.
That's apparently happening. That's apparently happening all over the world, in a lot of cities, but specifically, I think in California, the homeless problems are getting. It almost seems like they're doing it purposefully or something to like. Well, I mean, there was the whole like scamdemic thing, so that definitely changed the financial situations for people, but they seem to be like in some way almost like purposefully not helping. Now, whether there's more as well, but yeah, I've been seeing like in certain cities now, it's becoming.
Well, wherever the
really
cost of the cost of living is highest, that's where you see the most of it. And I mean, Southern California living is just extremely expensive. Like, so yeah, you're gonna, and as it becomes less and less affordable, you get more homelessness. In fact, like I've heard in like say San Francisco area or whatever, like there's people who make over $100,000 a year who can't afford to have a place to live. Like there's homeless people that living out of their cars that make $100,000 a year. There's people that are like literally renting out their backyards as campsites for like $1,000 a month.
Yeah, man. One bedroom. You get a bedroom for $800 a month. Yeah, come on, move in with me. $800 a month. Like there's advertisements. I can screenshot them right now in my local area. Crazy.
There's like whole streets lined with RVs too, like because people are living in them.
Yeah, I've seen that. I know it looks crazy.
And during the pandemic, they set up like stations to help people do drugs.
Oh my goodness.
And then like they had like 700 overdoses in a year. I know a woman whose son was a drug addict, and like when he was in Texas, he went to jail and he was supposed to go to rehab. But instead of going to rehab, he came out to California, and then he's just on the street, and like they make it so easy to do drugs, like because they give them money, and so, like during the pandemic, they like seriously set up like safe drug use sites where they could get their drugs administered by doctors or like nurses.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if we could give them like some like really good nutrition and some herbal medicines and the real stuff that they really would need. Yeah, but yeah, there's no doubt that I think there's an agenda to keep a certain amount of the population homeless, and they do like inject drugs into these cities.
Yeah, they want to keep you malnourished as well, don't they? Just think throughout the entire pandemic that we've just had, the one thing that was never ever told to people was lose weight and eat better. And the one thing they knew that killed people more than anything was being overweight. If you were overweight, your chances of dying from what was just going on was supposedly a hell of a lot higher. But never once did they ever say to people, you know what, maybe you should go to the gym and eat better, Instead, what they did was they shut all the gyms. They kept all the places where you could buy alcohol and McDonald's and all these kind of places. They kept all them open and shut everything else. They literally promoted the opposite of what everyone needed.
Yeah, it was pretty ironic the way that they were just picking and choosing which things were what do they call what are the needed? What was the term they were using for like the places that needed to stay open and the ones that they could close? Essential.
Oh yeah, essential businesses.
The essential businesses, like all of the liquor stores were essential businesses.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
So
But
this
I
was
mean, that
sort of
makes sense in a way though too, because I mean, if you're gonna lock people into their house and shit, like without keeping them distracted with, drugs and alcohol or entertainment of some type, like that, they won't go for it. You got to get them inebriated.
If you guys want to stay on this topic, you definitely can. But this was something from before that we were talking about. And I wanted to just bring it up real quick. It was just but yeah, we don't have to completely go into this, but I just wanted to ask you guys real quick. I just posted a video. This was like a decent little documentary of this dude who's went to Burning Man. I don't know what year it is, but here's my question to you guys. Like, so there's the whole like everything connected, like the mud floods, that word Tartaria, etc. That there was like, an old world, maybe even much more recent than we're told, and there was some kind of reset, and all of these like castles and like the asylums and the hospitals and all these different things, the orphan trains going back, and all of the claims of like the Antiquitech, like things like Blackpool Tower that perhaps used to be like docking stations for airships, and the whole airships thing, and just that whole like Antiquitech style. And the idea is that maybe they even had like advanced like free energy systems or whatever like Tesla was coming out of. There's many different ideas when it comes to that, or even the idea that in as early as the 17 or 1800s, there was a major reset of sorts. Now, my question is simply this. There's that whole research, like whatever that could even be called, like alternative history research or true history or whatever terminology you would use. But that's been a whole thing in the recent years. But it's kind of more been in the communities related to, the shape of the earth, flat earth and other sort of communities as well, sharing these ideas kind of within the kind of truth community. Then you have this Burning Man thing, which like was started in the 80s and they've done it all these years. And like the artwork and the whole style, like in general, of this Burning Man thing seems to be very, very influenced by that Antiquitech style. Like just their whole, like, because like if you want to even call these like the modern day hippies, I'm not even sure that's even the right analysis, but I'm just saying the ones in the 60s were like the tie dye and the all of that, the bandana and the rock music. But this is like, it is like an in a sense like a socially, in an equal way, it's just socially unique in a way that there are like is probably a lot of people taking psychedelics, taking cannabis, I'm sure drinking. It's not really like a hard drug vibe. I don't think it's like heroin and cocaine stuff. I'm sure some people are doing those things. Who knows? But I'm just saying in general, I think it's more like people like having like spiritual experiences and like all of that. But my point is or at least a lot of it from what I've heard. My point is though, like, how does this whole Burning Man community thing have all this Antiquitech with the styles, and they have also like steampunk, like that term steampunk. How do they have this like steampunk Antiquitech thing that happens to correlate with this whole idea of a reset? Except probably for most of the people at Burning Man, they're probably not studying mud floods and Tartaria and true history type topics. I'm not saying some of them are not, but it's not like the whole thing is birthed from that knowledge whatsoever. Like it started in the 80s before any Tartaria things were even probably being discussed. So anyways, I just wondered how, like, what you guys' thoughts are on how that correlation exists so strongly and what that's all about. Like, how is that echoing like that?
Yeah, I don't know enough to say about that, but I mean, Burning Man is something that sure maybe in the 80s and 90s, early 90s, mid 90s was like kind of more of a free vibe like that, but it became very corporatized, and it's not like I don't think I would compare it to like hippies and stuff like that at all. It's rich people that go there, the tech owners and shit like that. It's all Silicon. It's a Silicon Valley party, is what it is, for a bunch of debauchery.
I wouldn't really say that's what it is in total, though. I'm not saying some of that hasn't taken it over in the coming recent years. I'm sure it has, because they Blaze just posted a video saying, or a site that was saying that Google owns like they bought more than 50%. It was like 51.5% or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Burning Man originally was a grassroots movement. Whether it had good intentions or not, who am I to judge, right? At the end of the day, I don't, there might have been good people there, relatively good people. In my opinion, no, philosophically, I still consider them lost spiritually, but that's just me. But for the most part, no, I'm serious. I'm serious. But I'm not trying to be like dogmatic, but just that's my honest opinion. Like I feel like these people are degenerates. They're there's a bunch of debauchery going on.
Wow, that's really rude.
I know, man. I know it sucks, man. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I almost don't even like want that like hate vibe at all.
I know, man. I'm sorry, bro. It's just
well, it's like if somebody came in and said they hated whatever. That's messed
I
up.
know, man. I know it's sexual freedom and drug use and frolicking around fires and stuff. Like I know it's primal in our nature, but it's just not right, bro. It's just not, in my opinion. But that's all good. If they want to do mushrooms and frolic and stuff and do this and that, that's their prerogative. Philosophically, we clash, and that's just the way it's gonna be. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be offensive, but society nowadays is heading towards that, that freedom-like mentality. Do what thou wilt. You know what I mean? And I have to stand in the way and be a vocal opponent of that ideology.
Well, how are you linking those together? It seems like you've linked a bunch of things together that are not necessarily linked.
But beside my philosophical
you're
ideas,
falsely linking things from a lack of information and knowledge while judging it in a very condescending, condemning type way.
I know it sounds like that, bro. It does.
But it is.
But that's the rock that I stand on. It has high standards.
That's not high standards. That would be a low standard.
I know.
That would be actually in my viewpoint, you're doing something that's actually spiritually wrong.
I know, but I don't want to have a philosophical debate right now. I just want to go back to the point. Well, I mean, we can have a philosophical debate, but let's just go back to the point. Let's just reel this back.
I'm just saying it's objectively wrong. That's what I'm saying.
All right, that's cool. But so Burning Man has been bought out by Google and other tech giants, and it's been infiltrated by the government. The government is using Burning Man as a propaganda tool, right? So they are using Burning Man to influence the culture, the youth, and so like this year they had different spectacles. They have different displays. Some of the displays have connections to even foreign governments like Russia and Israel. So like you have Mossad connected with Burning Man, and Mossad has actual public artistic sculptures that they presented at Burning Man this year. And Burning Man is such a polarizing festival that it's gaining worldwide attention, and it's being used to support the war in Ukraine. And it's so much deeper than that. But once you start realizing who's controlling the narrative and who's actually behind Burning Man, you'll realize that it's actually the world's elites that are encouraging this type of behavior.
Have you read that? I can't remember where I read it, but there was some information about like people who intentionally invited people in the tech, like Silicon Valley world, to these retreats where they would all do psychedelics and stuff. But it was like to open them up to certain influences, and it's kind of along the line of like in Laurel Hill Canyon. You know how the military was involved in that?
No, enlighten us, please.
Well, I have to research more, but there's just that there's a possibility that when you hear about big things like this, that they're not actually grassroots. They're started by military programs. So I'd have to like look into it again and get the details.
Yeah, well, I would say that even if things are started in the original thing, that they were started for all the right reasons. If they start to get too big, the powers that should not be are going to see what's happening because it's going to prick their ears up. While it's something small, they don't really care if it's just a few people doing it. Why would they care? But as soon as something starts getting bigger and getting more attention, now they will co-opt it. Obviously,
Yeah.
they've got to try to take over it. They can't just allow it to just get bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where too many people pay attention. They have to co-opt it. So even if it was started originally as, completely benevolent, or is it benevolent, the right word? But yeah, even if it was started for the best of intentions, then obviously you can't keep that. You can't let some
I think
roots get huge.
exactly. I think from my understanding with Burning Man, that it was a thing that started grassroots, like artists, and the thing is, there's some things about it that are actually really interesting, like spiritually. So, for example, like when you're there, you do have to pay for a ticket to get in, but once you're there, like people don't exchange any money. So people just offer everything to others freely. So there'll be people that just set up bars and have kegs, and you can just walk up and have as many beers as you want. It's all free. People just cook food. You want a burrito? You just walk. You just stand in line. You get a burrito. And so there's like they have like, I don't know what it's like if it's changed a little bit in the modern with that, but I know that that's like this. That's part of like the original spirit of it, is that there's no exchange. Everybody just shares what they have with others, and it all just works out. It just balances. Everybody's fed. Everybody has what they need. Everybody helps each other. So that's a pretty interesting principle in and of itself, and it does have that sense of like freedom and expression, and like kind of like a spirit quest kind of vibe to it. Because I know a lot of my friends that have gone, like the way that Lion, like you were just casting such like a condemning thing, because I know people that have gone and have had an amazingly good time, like and have had like very like positive like growth experiences for their own like spiritual journeys, and had like even like a very sacred set of experiences. And so but I'm sure there's other things that go on there that may be a little bit wild as well, because it is kind of, it has been this it's ended up being this like off the grid party. Basically, it ended up being just this massive, because once they started doing the Black Rock Desert, then it's just like way off the grid, like you're way out there where there's like no city lights and there's no power, there's no water, there's none of that. So people have to bring everything. I think that's kind of part of the Spirit Quest part of it, is you kind of bring everything and you camp and you go through the whole thing as well. But yeah, I don't doubt that it has gotten corporatized, and it looks like Google's probably bought a bunch of it up. So they're probably still monitoring it for sure. But I think it's a lot of people just wanting to experience
Did
art
you
and
see?
music.
Sorry.
There's a bunch of normal, regular people that do go, yes, but like it's become a huge party for these like uber rich Silicon Valley CEOs and shit. A lot of the people there are flying private jets into there. Like,
there's Rothschilds that brag about going there and saying that it's their favorite thing to do. That's all you have to know. If there's Rothschilds there, bro, come on, man.
It's not.
There's Google, Google engineers that go there, bro. All the tech giants are there. Their corporate workers are there. All the people that are getting all this money are there, bro. Like the place is a big, what do you call it? Like clique, bro. It's a big clique. And then you got like the laymen, the serfs that go up and act like they're cool, but really they're just like, heathen.
So,
oh
yeah. I mean, look, I understand where he's coming from, Lion. He's just protective of the God that he serves and people that he loves and stuff. And I can see where that would have been my scene before my biblical spiritual conversion. Totally. But did you see what I posted in the chat where Balenciaga, last year, October 3rd, I think it was, 2022, they had a mud flood fashion show. And it was like the summer 2023 collection. So, yeah, there's some weird things happening there now for sure. But, I would have made the best of it going if I would have. Like, I really didn't want to go. My best friend and I got into a huge fight this last year. You know, he's in recovery, drinking and drugs and stuff. And so we got into a huge fight because I researched the heck out of it. I thought it was like I was telling SC, I thought it was just like a music festival. No, 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 no. I mean, you have to really, really plan it and stuff. And he ended up not going because he did get a little like scared and all that stuff. But I was like praying. I was like, yeah, I do not want to go. But if I need to go to help, keep my buddy in line and so that I'm like his, his voice of reason, then I'll do it. But we didn't go. So like I said, but I mean, it's a little odd that Balenciaga of all people had a fashion show with mud in it, mud flood. Did you see it?
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it a little bit after when I get off this.
And I think Kanye was in it and stuff. I don't know. I just think that's a little odd.
I'm gonna find the information because there were like a lot of documentaries that had been like scrubbed, so I gotta go searching again.
Back in like I see the allure to it. I really do. The music and all that stuff. They even have a temple for people. So it's like no judgment. I see the allure. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's and they do have AA meetings too.
Well, like the friends of mine that went, they set up an astrology camp. So they all gave like free astrology readings to everybody who wanted them.
Yeah, you give gifts. It's all about gifts. You have to prepare and you exchange. It's a gift. And they have like the moot. You can't leave anything behind, but yet they burn those effigies. And, so the whole thing was just really, really wacky. I mean, the storm, right? The mud, the flood, and all that kind of stuff was just really strange.
Well, I brought up originally though more to say how like there's all this like Tartaria, mud flood, Antiquitech, like the idea of like basically it's like an advanced in sort of advanced categories of truth, like what really is our history. Like not only is the Earth not a globe, but okay, like now we know we're actually like on a stationary surface and all that. But then what's the real history? So I was just trying to say how like there's all of this, the Tartaria, Antiquitech, and the kind of that steampunk style with the airships and a lot of the architecture that seems to be left over that people are theorizing and talking about. And then it seems like somewhat not connected. You have this like the style at Burning Man, which in general does tend to have a lot of that like steampunk and Antiquitech kind of style, like that like antique style and the kind of old style mixed with the new. So I'm just wondering how, and I'm not saying some of those people involved in the Burning Man thing are not possibly also researching Tartaria or something, but it's like I said before, it's not like the whole thing was like birthed by that or anything like that. If anything, it would just be, so it's like an interesting correlation. I just found this picture. Look at that like toroidal building. It's pretty cool.
Oh wow. They made that there?
Yeah.
I have a friend that is he's a new friend. He's the one that actually told my best friend about the thing, and I just lost it. And he goes, he built the biggest. He helped build the biggest octagon kind of thing, and it was really open. And my buddy showed it to me, and I said, "Well, where are we supposed to sleep?" He goes, "In there." I go, "What? We're not prepared for this." Like it's that's the temple, isn't it? That's the temple.
Yeah.
That's the temple. Yeah. I mean, look, it looked really cool, but that's not
like right out of a Star Wars movie.
Yeah. I mean, look at that, how much money that took. And then I love the concept, but do you think, back to your point, do you think that they were trying to tell us something like either from the past or what's coming with with your document? I don't know, with your documentary. What do you think?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, is this whole Antiquitech and steampunk kind of style of Burning Man, the fact that it seems to correlate with like the Tartaria, the mud floods, and the idea that some of this architecture, that this used to be the way the world was, is it just like, it just happens to be the same? Like they're just tapped into the ether in a sense to where they're just re-expressing like the next age that's coming, which would, could be seen as integrating the old world with the current world after this whole last takeover thing that's gone on. So like from that perspective, is it just like a natural mirroring process that they just happen to have gone towards that style at the same time that, years later, people, because I mean, if Burning Man started in like the 1980s and 90s, then, it was around way before really. But I don't know if more of the Antiquitech stuff came later as well, like if it got more that way, or in terms of the art styles and stuff. But yeah.
Co-op everything. So they probably, like Lion said, they came in, infiltrated it. Ukraine had I think a bigwig from Ukraine was there, like in the military, and they burned a phoenix. And then they had some lady from Ukraine singing some kind of opera. Oh, they had some kind of thing over the speaker. What was it? I don't know if it was like bombs or something, or sirens that were going off when she began to sing. It's like, what? It's almost like it is like a ritual. It seems like.
I've never been there, but
they had a whole. I saw the thing about it this year. Also, the whole thing. There's a huge Ukraine ritual, is what it was. Yeah, they had raid sirens and bombs going off in the sound, like you said. That supposedly that opera singer just showed up unannounced. It was just an impromptu thing, right? And the whole thing was somehow a ritual about the war in Ukraine. It was they were celebrating supporting war, essentially.
Supporting the war in Ukraine. But the thing is, like, there was Mossad is Israeli intelligence. For those that don't know, there was connections to Mossad there. Clearly, like, I just posted a link that Google basically bought up Burning Man. Like, there's a lot of tech giants that control Burning Man. A lot of tech giants, oligarchs, the ones that are controlling politics in America today, is people like Mark Zuckerberg. These are the people that are controlling Burning Man. They're invested in it.
I mean,
Russians are invested in it. These are not our friends, bro.
But it has the spirit. Yeah, no one said they were anyone's friends, I don't think. But it has the spirit of what it originally has. And then they may be trying to control it in some way, but there's still just real people going and camping and setting up their stuff.
But hear me out. There's a very dystopian, futuristic, transhumanist, cybernetic feeling. Like, all these people are on board with, like, merging with AI and merging with machines. Like, this is the spirit that is coming from this place. It's a very dystopian future. Like, the nuclear family is no more. Like, drugs are
it's not
good.
My understanding of it. Where are you getting that from? Have you been?
That is the spirit that is coming from this place, bro. It's Tech Valley.
You're really not accurately describing it. So I'm saying, have you had friends that have gone, or have you gone?
Yeah, I have. Listen, I grew up with.
Because it's not necessarily like what it is. So you seem to be like adding a whole different.
No, man. I'm just giving you my perspective, bro. I know, man.
Yeah, like, look, there's over 70,000 people there. I think sometimes 83,000 or something. But you make it what it is. I mean, my buddy's not into paganism or anything, but like, everybody makes it their own. So I don't think that people go there for that, but you don't know what you're getting yourself into when you go there. That's for sure. And
Gio, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Gio, you seem to be like taking offense to it. Like, I think we're all saying, like, regular people do go without those kinds of intentions or worship or whatever, but it's
no, but that's what Lion was doing. He was trying to categorize it all into this specific kind of dark, like, he even said it's satanic. And I'm just saying, like, from everything I've seen of it and everyone I've known that has gone, like, satanic is not, I'm not saying there's not maybe some recent things where Google bought it up and now they're having some other ceremony there. I'm not saying, I don't know about that, but I'm just saying in general, like, people go and
for a long time.
They go and celebrate life. That's the overall thing.
I wouldn't say satanic as much as paganism. And that just simply means that you just worship any other god other than the God of the Bible. I mean, from my understanding. So, it's like a free spirit, people just go there, hippies, and, I'm sure people have some really great experiences there. I saw a documentary where this guy, raised some money with GoFundMe to take his parents. And his parents, his mom had broken her foot or something beforehand, so she was like in a little boot. And then the dad, he wanted to end up going back and everything. He really liked it, and it's a way where it's different from this society where you walk down the street and people don't want to look you in the eye. There, people are like, "Hi." It appears that they take the time to get to know you, not judge you, and you feel like you're just part of a community as opposed to what it is now. So I see the allure. I thought it was a music festival, but
Yeah, there's a lot of
In a way,
music and
it
there's a
is.
lot of
I
like
guess.
art,
it's way more than
art
that.
and music. But I was
Yeah.
gonna say the thing is, I wasn't being defensive, Lou. I was more just trying to like dispel the like direct like hate and misinformation that I felt like he was spreading, because that's a lot of things to be like linking and publishing and saying together. So if anything, I just felt defensive of the
kind of,
in terms of like not just soiling something that in a way that is not necessarily what it actually is, and then just trying to displace a bunch of shade upon that, and then categorize everyone in that as being in this lower.
No, I
than
don't
you
think.
kind
I
of
don't
thing.
think he's. I don't think he's categorizing everybody who goes that way, though. That's where I think you're taking offense. Like, because you've got friends who've gone and all of that, and you don't want
I'm
to
not
look
even
at
a
them.
fan of it myself. I've never gone and probably never will. So I'm not even really a fan of the whole thing. But yeah, but I understand generally like the like parts of what they're doing there and how they're. Yeah, it's like music festivals and dancing and
Back
But
in
it
the
has
day,
like a
back in the
facade.
day,
It has a
Yeah,
it
I
has an
kinda-
artificial facade, bro. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, they're burning a human effigy, dude. The same
Well, I
thing
think
that
we
they
can
do at
agree that
Bohemian
for
Grove, just in a state over.
like, dude, the modern concerts and festivals and stuff have gotten significantly more demonic, right? Like at this point now, they what was it, like the Travis Scott thing? It's literally called Astro World, right? So it's like, oh, cool, astral projection. But then all the people like drop dead. They go in there and it's like this crazy, like fiery eyes, demons, Taylor Swift concerts, giant snakes coming up. Like they're like kind of infiltrating all of the music festivals with like this new age, like dystopian, demonic type of vibe. I haven't researched this at all. I don't know anything about it, but it
Wait,
wouldn't
what is
surprise
that?
me at all that in this year or the previous couple years that it would be pushing a certain agenda, because it seems like almost every big festival at this point is kind of like that. Like I'm not going to say that they all are, but I don't know. I've seen some crazy stuff. Like the biggest concert in the world right now is Taylor Swift's, and just go look at it. This innocent little blonde chick singing love songs for children, and it's just this crazy giant snake with fiery eyes, and she's talking about being a witch, and it just seems like, I mean, they're using this at a pretty high level at this point. I don't know anything about this though. I'm just giving my 2 cents in general.
I mean,
Yeah,
back in
Max
the
Egan showed.
late '90s, early 2000s, like a lot of the friends that I was hanging out with were big into like the rave scene and shit, and like I never was that big into electronic music. Didn't really, in fact, never really liked it all that much. It's just not for me. But the party scene, all the drugs, all the people, the day, like that stuff was alluring, to say the least. Like I did go to a bunch of raves, and it was literally just to get fucked up. It was for all the drugs and everything else like that were just everywhere. And that Burning Man then was, that was like the ultimate rave party to go to. People talked about it all the time. It's essentially, at least in my view, it's not this hippie peace and love type thing at all. It's more of a chaos and just getting fucked up. That's like the vibe.
Well, I don't have I kind of have to side with Gio on this. Like, I've never been myself, but I had lots of friends that had been and been to similar festivals, and they definitely went there with the intention to to trip. So they'll take something like at least LSD or maybe some shroomies or whatever. But like their vibe is just like, oh, we go, we bring stuff, and we like kind of give it away, and we get stuff for free, and you meet all these new people, and it's just like this different world where there's no like judgment or expectations, and you just kind of get away from the world for a bit. and then you have this crazy experience where you come back, and frankly, almost all of them can't really remember their experience afterwards, other than like vaguely. But yeah, like
when you
my
look at
experience, all
it,
those people, they did not have any like ulterior demonic intention, right? And I don't think that's what anyone's saying, but if it is, I'm gonna have to disagree because like I know tons of people that used to go to this stuff, and none of them would
when
have consciously chose anything like that. I would also obviously agree that it may be deceptive, and you know, if a deception is gonna be like pretty on the outside, but I don't think any of these people are like going there like with this like crazy demonic chaotic intention at all. I think they're just like throwing on some lights and taking some rooms with their friends and like just going around meeting a bunch of random people listening to music. That I don't think it's much deeper than that.
yeah, when you think
Right.
about it,
Yeah, they're just
the best way to go into a brainwashing.
camping and partying.
Yeah, sorry, I was just
Yeah, it
going to
was.
say
Hey,
like
how about
the
this
best.
though? It was always a
Oh, mic
freaking.
working.
It was always the Jewish psyop. All that fucking Burning Man shit. Straight up.
Well, we were just talking about the roots of it back in the 80s and 90s.
Oh yeah, no. Even the fucking roots of it, brother. Even the roots of it, man. A lot of that psychedelic stuff all comes out of the fucking Israeli MK Ultra fucking projects, bro.
Somebody else was trying to jump in. We walked over him. What's up, bro? Your mic was working.
Yeah. Sorry, man. It was just me. I was just trying to say, like, there's no better way to co-opt something than to co-opt something and kind of slowly, subliminally message people who are on drugs. So
Yeah.
all the people going there can be going there for the best intentions, but if the people higher up start doing things like burning particular effigies and having a particular message that also intermixes within it, people are very suggestive because they're on magic mushrooms, they're on different drugs. So the suggestion can be much higher to those people subliminally, even if they don't realize that's what's going on.
And my stories were always like the people that brought the food, like it was kind of an inside joke that the people that brought the food like kind of brought the thing that no one wants. Like no one really eats a lot while they're there. You know what is very interesting though about that and what you just said is like if you read like the Nazis, they had like 4 primary bullet points for how to brainwash someone. And the first one was malnourishment. Malnourishment, and that's funny how they're taking all the nutrition out of all the food now. The first one's malnourishment, and psychedelic state is very I don't know if influenceable is a word, but so I mean, I would say in 2023, the popular music is flooded with predictive programming and subliminal messages, and so I find it hard to believe you could go to one of these things now, not eating, taking a whole bunch of hallucinogenics, and not being subconsciously programmed. Like I can't even name a popular song right now that isn't flooded with like predictive programming and stuff.
You know, what's interesting about Burning Man? It's located in District 9, according to FEMA. When they split up the country, they split up into different districts, and California is located in District 9. And when you apparently the whole place kind of seems like a Mad Max movie, like it's very dystopian, and the whole like the drug scene, and people do go to basically do Molly for days, and they roll for days. A lot of people overheat. There's a lot of horror stories that I've also heard. Now, granted, most people that go there, like you said, have good intentions. They're not worshiping the devil or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like they're literally just going to party. Like most kids are naive. They just go on a party and have fun with their friends. Probably get laid. You know what I'm saying? But I know for a fact that people go and have orgies and they roll for days. Like that's what people do. And it's whatever, you know, that's what people do. But you can't deny that the whole place is they're partying inside of a pentagram, right?
Yeah, it's like a big public cremation of care. It's a big
that's
public
crazy. It's set up
version
like
of it.
it's a giant pentagram.
Yeah, it's a giant pentagram. The whole
That's
place.
a trip.
And they burn an
section
effigy in the middle of it.
Where are you
District
getting that
4 is gonna
from?
District 4 is gonna be lit, dude. All I know is District 4 is the spot, dude. When it goes down, you better be in District 4. It's gonna get lit.
I posted a satellite image.
Really a pentagram. It's like a half-shaped moon kind of layout.
Nah, it's a legit pentagram.
Kind of looks like the AE map, actually.
There's better images of it too with the pentagram overlapped. You'll see it better. But
well, like I said, I'm not into Burning Man. I've never gone. I probably never will go. It's not really my thing at all these days to even like. It's not really my vibe to even go and kind of get all like just doing all of that. I wouldn't I'm not. It's not really even my. Like I've definitely been to festivals and to different concerts and shows and things, but the actual. So I'm not like in terms of what I'm saying about it, I'm not even trying to say that it's something I'm even like a fan of. But I just know friends that have gone, many of them, and when they go, yeah, they do take psychedelics, as it were. They either mushrooms or maybe MDMA or LSD, and they have like amazing spiritual experiences from their experiences, from what I've heard, in terms of like. They say it's like there's something different about it, like being kind of outside of the whole system and actually kind of just being free on the earth, kind of like our tribal ancestors used to be, just being like able just to live and just be on the earth and just walk around. And there's something, I don't know if you guys have ever been on, like if you've ever been like a retreat center or a place where everyone's on the same property. It's just awesome when no one has to like get into cars or do anything. If you want to eat, you just walk over to the place where the food is. Like so anyways, I think that they kind of, there's that part of it. And then there's being out in the desert. So like whatever the ether, like the charge of the ether kind of is out there, and that energy of kind of like a spirit quest, kind of going out and, either being solo, like going out, they call it the playa, like going out there and just meditating on your own for an hour, or being with other people or dancing or whatever it may be. So I know there's at least, I'm not saying that there's not other parts of it, but I just know that there is at least like, there's that part of it of people having like actual, like unitive experiences, like with nature and with themselves and spiritually, that were of very positive nature.
Yeah, so is that the road system outside of the half circle? Is that like the pentagram? I guess is like around the outside of it. Is that a road system outside of it? I have no idea anything about this.
It's some weird stuff, dude.
Well, I dropped the picture. There is like a pentagram thing around the outside. So like where everyone's hanging out is like a half moon little circle thing. But there is that like a road system built in around the outside. So this is legit like out in the middle of nowhere, I guess.
Yeah,
it's in the Black Rock Desert, which is they call it the playa. Yeah, in Nevada. It's like literally out there in the middle of nowhere. There's basically this huge, so there's like mountains and stuff, but it's this huge sandy flat AF surface. It's just this massive flat, almost like the salt flats, but for the sand, for the desert, as it were.
It's called Black Rock.
Black Rock Desert. Yeah.
Wow,
they call it Black Rock City.
Well, the name of the desert, which was, I think, came way before Burning Man, was already called Black Rock Desert, as far as I know. And then when they do the Burning Man thing there, they call it Black Rock City because they say it's like building a whole city or whatever. But I guess it's in the Black Rock Desert, yeah.
And we just know that name. That name is interesting. Right? It's just the name. It's the name of the company that owns like everything, and then of course we think it's in reference to potentially the Black Rock in the center. I don't know when this was made.
Not only that, but the Black Cube, right? The Kabbalah and the Black Cube, and then the Mecca and the Black Cube and Sat.
I think it's all about
connected, dude.
I think that's all about the mountain in the center.
Yeah.
Well, it's the and you were asking about the hexagon around it, which when you connect the points make the pentagram, right? So
yes.
That hexagon, no, it's not like an actual road that's there. They had to deliberately like draw that hexagon like around the city.
It says Black Rock Desert was officially established in 2000, so it had to be named way before that, right?
Is that when they called it that?
Well, it says this when it was officially established by legislation, quote unquote. I don't even know what that means,
but I know Burning Man started in the late 80s or something.
Yeah, but was it called the Black Rock Desert then? That's all. I'm just trying to figure out when it was named.
Did they
rename that picture?
Or did
was that picture like the
history of that?
Is that a picture of like the plot for like the campsites and shit like that?
What's that?
That was like the semicircle.
Yeah.
Is that like? Okay,
So-
I can see it close up now. Okay, so it's like it's like the campsites, like all the vehicles. Stuff.
In a good year, that could be 150,000 people camping out right there.
Well, this year wasn't a good year, was it?
No, this year was a
got
crappy
flooded.
year.
Yeah,
it was 70,000 people.
I think that's awesome that they got flooded out. By the way, fuck them.
No, as the creator. I'm just kidding. They tried to geo-engineer
I was
the
hyped,
rain
bro.
away, and
Honestly, I was
nah.
hyped. They got flooded, bro. I woke up hyped that
families
morning.
and stuff.
Dead ass.
It's not very nice.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
I know a lot of these people are just going there to legit just to have fun, bro. Like,
yeah.
Only
if
one
you
person
commit
died.
them with some of this, like, you come at them with some of this like dystopian transhumanism, like what they would consider conspiracy, they'd be like, I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. I met some cool people, and I was there were some really pretty lights. You know, like that's. I mean, they're not. It's not that deep for people.
Yeah, I have friends that
Ever
went.
been to
They set up a whole camp that they were giving like free astrology because a lot of them are astrologers. So they were like giving free astrology readings to people. And yeah, they like dress up basically in that like antiquitech, like these like leather, like all these different clothes and like goggles and stuff because it's all dusty. And they have like these bikes that have like all these like neon lights and stuff. Like everyone has a bike, and I guess you don't have to lock them up or whatever. And generally, I guess people don't steal them, so you just have because you kind of have to have a bike because it's like a huge thing. And yeah, I mean, they cruise around, listen to music, hang out. And
what's the radius of that thing?
They definitely.
It would take you hours from one side to the other if you're walking to get to the other side. It's massive.
I'll drop the Wikipedia. But someone asked me if I've ever been. No, I know many people that have been though. You know, like I've talked to many people about this very specific festival. Like, but they just go to lots of festivals. Like, that's what they do. You know.
Yeah,
You ever been to a
There's no
festival?
way, there's no way it could take.
there's like a lot of
No way.
different scenes, like you were mentioning earlier, was it like the different kind of types of scenes? Because yeah, there is like the whole like the rave scene, even back in the '90s, and then now there's like there's like these kind of more like psytrance festivals, and there's that scene. I think that blends over into the Burning Man scene a bit. That kind of trance stuff, like trance music and like the psytrance type festivals, where like there's also those things like Tomorrowland. Those are even kind of different, I think, than Burning Man. But there's like a blend over in that, you know, that kind of just like wearing crazy clothes, almost like a Halloween party or something. Everyone's like all dressed up and like has their own like style and stuff. It's like a whole thing they get into.
There's no
Tomorrowland
Blaze,
is
you said about it being hours across the thing walking. There's no way. I mean,
Oh yeah.
if you look at, I mean, looking down on that, like you can see. I mean, it's large. It might take hours if you were trying to walk through the crowd all the way like around the circle on the outside. But like, if you just wanted to do a stiff walk down one of those like straight paths, like each one of those little squares in there, like those are smaller than a city block. So you're talking about going like 20 city blocks or something from one side to the other.
Well, that's just what they say if you don't have a bike. And they actually name these the streets. They name the little sections as streets. They have like street signs up there too. It's massive.
Well,
It's
have you
massive.
seen those old maps? Those like that. What's the Monty map? You guys have
Urbana Monty.
Yeah. And you know how it's all split up into like different, it looks like every like family got their own land. So it would just say like they were all like squared off and like this, you know, you have this land, you have that land. And I think that's kind of the vibe of Burning Man too. Like just because the way we live now, we're all on these separate properties. We drive cars and roads and stuff. So I think there's something where when they set that up there, it's like everybody kind of has their own, you know, space, and then they kind of like interact from there. So I think it kind of, in a way, it like mirrors that kind of system. It just made me think of that Monty map because it's like on the Earth, it looks like everyone had their own, you know, area of land.
So I went to not Burning Man, but I did go to shit back in the day. We had a thing, weed stock. that was a trip. It was something that happened in Wisconsin here, in like Black River Falls area. It happened like maybe 5 years in a row before they eventually shut it down. But so it was a similar type of a vibe, though. It was, you know, peace and love, you know, whatever that hippie style for the most part. A lot of what your the drum circle just never stopped. Freaking just heard that for 4 days straight.
So it's a region of lava beds.
I don't know.
No, it is. It's literally a region of lava beds and alkali flats.
People say it's like this, like the energy there is very. It's like a vortex.
What I was getting to is like, so it was totally cool and chill during the day, but once it got into the wee hours of the night at this festival that I was at, it got freaking weird. There were some creepy people freaking running around that place, and like the girls that we went with, Like, they were scared to go anywhere without an escort. Like, if they had to go to find the bathrooms or whatever, you know, the porta johns and whatever, like, they weren't going anywhere. There was some freaking, there was some nasty shit going on. Like, it's complete anarchy. There are no cops. There's no this and that, and people are getting away with doing stuff to people. There's a dark side to it, like, to these types of festivals.
Yeah.
This
Well-
footage this footage that Blaze just posted is pretty good, just to kind of see, like, it is quite a different thing. It's like it's all dusty. They're all, and then there's all these art projects and setups, and then you're just like roaming on this massive desert. It's something that it is kind of a unique thing that
It does kind of feel dystopian, bro. Like, I'm not gonna like it really reminds me of the Hunger Games in a way. I don't know if there's another movie too, but like
Blade
it's
Runner.
interesting.
Those are like Blade Runner.
It looks a little bit Mad Maxy, doesn't it? Out there in the desert.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
just
It's like it's like the peasants go wander through the desert aimlessly with lawlessness. You know, like there's no like order. Like I don't know if that's on purpose. Like I really don't know, man. But I will say, like, I'm not a fan of deserts. I think I consider deserts like areas that have been judged. I mean, maybe I'm crazy though. I don't know.
And the
Like even
sand-
Antarctica is a desert, right? Antarctica is a desert, so I can. And then there's stories of crazy stuff being there. I feel like it may be places of judgment. Like when I flew over the West Coast, I was like, bro, this place. That's literally what I told Kai when I met her. I'm like, bro, it looks like this place got like judged. Like this place was like destroyed or something. I don't know. Maybe I sound crazy.
It maybe Gio, maybe you know because I was actually just watching on Jeopardy, and it was a Jeopardy question the other day, but it was like about the origins of Burning Man. And it said it was in the late '80s. But do you happen to know, Gio, like what was the whole story? Like wasn't it like a guy, like wasn't it just like a small thing, like a random dude did that, and then they actually went out there to burn the thing, and it was like a random thing that just picked
Random
up.
CIA argument. I'm just kidding.
I don't know about it, to be honest.
Put the CIA agent out there; they'll never know. Tell them it was just some random guy.
Supposedly, it started in
random
San
guy to me. I don't know who the
Francisco.
guy is.
Yeah, supposedly it started in San Francisco. A guy, like his girlfriend broke up with him, and then a year later he went down to the ocean or something and burnt like a little effigy. And then every year, him and his friends came back, and eventually it became what we see as Burning Man, which is this debaucherous shit show that we see.
He's waiting for the fences at the end. Yeah, I don't know.
You ever
man.
seen that movie?
Like, wait, do they actually
In the
call the
Wicker-
FEMA regions districts? Real fast, I'm trying to figure this out. Like, they actually call them districts.
I remember seeing that back in the day. That was like the whole Jade Elm thing.
That's literally what they call Hunger. That's the Hunger Games. Like they're calling the smart cities districts.
Yeah, bro.
Are they going to
look
actually
up,
just show
look up
us the
FEMA
Hunger
districts,
Games?
bro.
Yeah, they're going to show us the Hunger Games and then like literally try to do it.
Didn't we already have the FEMA districts before the Hunger Games movies? Like, wouldn't the movies have been influenced by this idea of districts instead of the other way around?
They just wanted everyone to get ready for their
Listen,
districts,
listen.
bro.
We got a taste of it during the elections when they had tent cities. You know, in Oregon, in Portland. You had that
yeah.
Dude, that was a taste of what is possible in the future if society degrades to an extent where you have like sections of city where the cops don't even go because it's just so depraved that people are so lawless that the cops just leave it to themselves. You know what I mean? They do that in Mexico.
And the only way that they control you is by not letting you leave a certain radius.
Yeah. Controlled by the
That would be
cartels
wild.
or whatever.
Are these people really that evil? I mean, like, just so wild.
I mean, like that whole thing about the radius, like, yeah, if you get a whole bunch of people together who want to, throw aside any kind of law and order, like, sure, just pen them in and they will consume themselves eventually.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's
the thing
John
is, as far as
Carpenter.
I know, the thing about the Burning Man event thing, as far as I know, is that like the spirit of it there's no doubt it's like a party at this point, where there's all kinds of people that dress up in all kinds of costumes and come from all over the world. Because there's people that want to go for the art. There's people that are just straight up partying. Who knows what? Yeah, so it's turned into kind of like that type of thing. But I do think, as far as I know, though, like the reason that I think a lot of people have had really powerful spiritual experiences there is because there is like a foundation of it that has certain positive components to it.
I agree with that. Yeah, like just the idea of giving and kind of trusting that the kindness of others will like provide for you while you're there. Like that idea alone is like pure, right?
Yeah, like this is a list of their 10 stated principles. It says on that page I just posted, the wiki one, the wiki page: radical inclusion, gifting, decommodification, radical self-reliance, radical self-expression, communal effort, civic responsibility, leaving no trace, participation, and immediacy.
Or radical self-alliance and communal effort. Like, which one is it?
Yeah, those would seem opposite, but perhaps could be expressed in different ways.
I mean, they literally have orgy, so that should be a red flag, I think.
I mean, if you're going to be using these crazy drugs, you know that you're going to be prone to suggestion, and your willpower is going out the window, dude. And people make a lot of mistakes, dude. There's all kinds of debauchery. I'm telling you, man. There's a guy that went on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he gave his testimony on Burning Man, and it was life-changing experience for him, because he was basically found himself naked in the middle of the desert. He had wandered away from the community, dude. He was like literally roaming the desert, dude, naked. He like woke up and he was like, oh crap. And like there's so many horror stories that I've heard over the years about Burning Man. But it's bound to happen if you're going to be doing LSD. Like anybody knows that. Anybody that's a psychonaut knows that.
A few years ago, there was a guy who freaking ran naked. A few years ago, there was a guy who ran naked into the fire pit and fucking died.
I think there's
that's wild.
That's happened multiple times.
Decommodification. What is that? Like a detachment from commodity, I guess. Decommodification.
From material shit or some shit like that, like
like a attachment from like material commodities. Like what's crazy, dude? I'm not gonna lie. Like what am I missing here? Like radical self-reliance, and then it says communal effort and civic responsibility. Like
I get your
what's
point.
The civic responsibility?
It's a mixture of both. I think that's like tribally how we're supposed to live. Like we actually it's like radical self-reliance, but then like supporting others in their processes as well. Like I think that those go together, and because instead of like sagging on the system, but actually like being radically self-reliant while also supporting the others in the community. Like I do think that comes from.
That's what you're saying.
At least that.
You have to remember the people who made this were probably high and on drugs when they made that, and because I get your point with it, but I also kind of put myself into perspective of people who made this and they're like on drugs, and both.
I think Gio just made it make sense. Gio made it make sense.
Yeah, well, both of them make sense in conjunction with each other, even though they're conflicting.
Like if you have a community effort and you're supposed to like help other people out where it's needed, but simultaneously everyone knows that they're supposed to like, take care of themselves. And so like those can coexist in that sense, right?
This whole leaving
as far as I know about it too, though, the thing is like it's also pretty. There's a lot of people that probably also do like ayahuasca ceremonies and other things like that, so they're familiar with that kind of spiritual usage of. So I probably more so at Burning Man. Like if you go to like Tomorrowland, it's probably just everyone for themselves, just people probably there. There's probably more like speed and other drugs, maybe hard drugs. I don't know, something like that. Those more like big, huge, like techno type festivals. Those are a little bit of a different, as far as I know with Burning Man. I'm sure some of that is at Burning Man because it is just like a huge festival. So you never know who's going to all of that. But I think it is more of a vibe where like, yeah, like if you're on mushrooms and you're tripping and you are having something come up that you want to talk to someone about, like it's like more likely, I think, at Burning Man that someone would actually be able, to talk with you or whatever it may be, having more like understanding of that kind of communal like support of each other. I think that's
there's a lot of
what in there.
There's a lot of hypocrisy about this thing, though. Like what Linda is pointing out about leaving no trace and ritual to the earth, which would support she would support all this. Like again, as I mentioned, like these elites are flying in private jets to go to their little party where they get to do drugs for a freaking weekend. while they burn hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of freaking good lumber that could be used to help people build houses.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not agree with you on that one.
well,
What?
Burning all that lumber.
Yeah, they're
So
literally
what?
building. Dude, it's
Talking about that. You can make that argument for anything, dude. Like, oh, people are making houses out of bricks. You could have made a pizza with a brick oven. Somebody's using that to make a house.
Dude, no,
Oh man.
if these people are for like saving the earth and carbon footprints and shit like that, which that's part of the theme there, by the way. Like,
honestly, dude.
Well, actually, it goes through all of their things on this page.
No, but the rules you said, Gio, the rules you said. I'm thinking of, okay, because I have a bias a little bit with the Ten Commandments and Moses and stuff. I think it was also similarly written where he's writing things that are very much pertain to the people he's immediately dealing with. And if you're making these rules or these like code of ethic or whatever you want to call it for the Burning Man, then you say leave no trace. They don't want to leave a fucking mess there. So it's like leave no trace, like, you know, let's clean up the party after we fucking leave, basically. Like, we don't just trash the place. I think it's just like a very like specific thing to that.
Let's be honest, though,
They trash the place. They trash the place. They leave all the trash behind, dude.
No, this year. Maybe this year, but not normally. No, they don't.
No,
but
yeah,
the burning's really bad for, you know, the
What if like Moses goes up to get the 10 Commandments and when he comes back down, they've started burning man?
That's
a little bit.
Basically what I was gonna say that, but
well, they kind of did, right? With the
there's scriptures that say that they were frolicking.
Wait, who made it? Who'd you say made it?
They made the calf, the golden calf, and they had they were having orgies down there too.
Yeah, no, that's what happened. Moses came down the mountain. He was so infuriated. He literally seen the Israelites frolicking around a burning effigy, which was a golden cat. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. And then in his fury running down the mountain, he dropped the tablets and broke them. Some say he dropped them on purpose in his anger.
I guess I have a bias towards it. Like I said, to me, it makes a lot of sense that those rules were very much needed for those people specifically. But regardless of that fact, I lost my train of thought now.
Well, there's like an underground. I mean, there's like an underlying kind of spirit. I guess it's these 10 things, and it kind of explains them. And
wait, they're 10.
I mean, it is. I just think it has some interesting components in terms of how to like live together. That even has more parts of it are even more evolved than our mainstream system the way it is today. That's what I'm saying. There's some noble parts of some of the kind of spirit of it. How that actually plays out with who's actually there and whatever's going on is its own thing. But
there's 10 of them as well. 10 of the Burning Man commandments, I guess.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with them. I just am seeing them here. Radical inclusion. Anyone may be a part of Burning Man. We welcome and respect the stranger. No prerequisites exist for participation in the community. Everyone is expected to provide for their own needs. Burning
what
Man,
about pedophiles?
Gamblers allowed.
Radical inclusion, man.
Or what about people like us, like where we do have a strong moral standpoint, or people like, I guess shouldn't just say us, but like, yeah, what if you are not inclusive about like, you know, the gender thing and all that stuff? Like, are you also welcome, or will you be cast out?
That's funny. You know what's funny is like Kai's from Nevada, and so I just asked her if she knew about Burning Man. She said, yeah, of course, and she immediately said it's just known for like people go there to have big orgies.
So wait, Burning Man's in Nevada? I thought it was in California. So it's in Nevada. Okay.
It's in the desert of Nevada. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying there's not probably people having sex there, but as far as I know, it's not just huge public displays of orgies or anything.
She says that it kind of changed and became this thing where that's like what it's known for there. I don't know.
But I bet you it's like a sort of anything with any place that has like an anything goes kind of thing. It's a lot of like us talking about it. We're going to talk about the extremes, of course. So I'm sure there's people that do that, and also lots of drugs and all that kind of stuff. But like when Geo talks about it, like I feel like there's a lot of dudes like Geo who are going there. Like he said, like his buddies, they're doing the astrology thing. There's probably a whole range of people, but obviously the ones we're going to talk about is going to be the orgy and that kind of stuff. But I mean, that's kind of expected if it's like an anything goes kind of thing. Like there's no
Right.
rules.
So am I included if I think orgies are depravity? Because it's radical inclusion.
Well,
So
let me tell you that.
inclusion,
I mean, if they were gonna stick by their thing, then yeah, like technically you could come and you could like. I mean, it depends on like if you're just gonna total like what. I'm not saying you particularly, but like if you just went up to someone that was dressed in some like whatever and just told them right like to their face, like yeah, would you be radically included that you have a strong, you have a strong distaste for their expression of what they're doing at the moment?
Can I pull my megaphone out and talk about abortion? No, I'm just kidding.
That's what I was going to ask, though.
You set up a booth. You set up a booth with like signs and flyers and shit that's saying about how what they're doing is wrong, and just see what happens. See what happens.
What he said about the megaphone,
He's going to get jumped, dude.
That's legit. That's a real thing. That's what I see. If anyone who's ever been there, if there's a dude there with a megaphone, because I was at spring break in South Padre in 2012, and there was multiple dudes. Like there was dudes on soapboxes with megaphones, like screaming. Like there's a lot of women with everything, and then they're there yelling at them and yelling at everybody. And so I imagine that they would probably. Well, I mean. Are those people at Burning Man as well? Because I would.
I don't know. You have to buy a ticket. Or every spring break I've ever been to, there's people there talking about the Bible on a megaphone. Every major concert you go to, same thing. But this is a little different. I don't would you just stand outside the desert? Like how close do you get to get to Burning Man without a ticket? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you can get very close at all. That's the thing. It's like because
they chase you out of there,
in the middle. It's way out there. So yeah, you have to, I think if you kind of pay for the ticket, you kind of get in. If not, I don't know if people sneak in or whatever, but I think it's pretty
I could sneak in.
That would be kind of hard if they've got like some type of boundary. I will say that there is a road system around it apparently. And dude, I cannot find who named Black Rock Desert or when it was named anywhere on the internet. I've been looking since we asked. I can't find it anywhere. Like where the name was created. So
but hey,
also let me just say real quick, I know with Burning Man too that like the general history of it, I think at the beginning they didn't go to Black Rock Desert. Like at the beginning of it, they just had the events like in and around San Francisco or wherever they had them. So that was added later as well. I wonder like what year they started doing it in Black Rock Desert, and then what year Black Rock was even called that, and then is there actually any connection to all that to actual Black Rock, the company, or something like that? Because I'm just saying Burning Man wasn't always held there. It was like at some point, I think when was it, in the 90s or something, they started doing it there, I think.
I'm just wondering, can I go there completely sober in some khakis and talk about the Bible since we're like radically included?
I mean, I would say that
I think you could. You could, yeah.
Talking about being all inclusive, right? Somebody asked, well, we had a taste of this because during the political unrest, when the Democrats were burning down their cities and we had the protests over George Floyd and all this stuff was going on, right? You had these tent cities, and you had all these riots and cops with riot shields, and these people, they were promoting. Black Lives Matter, but at the same time, all inclusivity regarding these, this transgender movement. You had BLM was involved in all that stuff, and for the most part, you could see the lawlessness, and it's the same spirit. It's the same in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, that whole area. It's all the same spirit. This whole sexual freedom and many genders and pink hair and blue hair, and the idea is that it's all inclusive except for Hebrews. And there were Jews that were being chased out of these places, like literally like Hasidic Jews. And I'm not, regardless of their philosophy, right? They were being chased. There was anti-Semitism in America that was being ignored. And simultaneously trying to support Black Lives Matter.
Oh, so you're saying they
Bro,
need base?
you could probably set up at Burning Man with your megaphone and just drop truth. I bet you'd get like a bunch of
I
people
don't think so,
surrounding
man.
you.
You get chased out of there.
If it was flat Earth, if you did
Dude.
flat Earth, maybe. Hey, flat Earth is probably pretty welcome there. Honestly, like, is this a saucer? Is this just like a UFO saucer in the middle here, or am I tripping? This looks like a UFO, right?
Both.
On what?
In the middle, and so I was watching the video that Blaze dropped. And you go just a few seconds in, and it shows the structure in the center that has some dude standing on it. It just looks like a UFO with a dude, like a weird looking dude standing on top of it.
Yeah, it's like a
I'll
huge
take a screen.
structure. Yeah, they like bring that stuff out. Yeah, you can like walk up inside of it. It's like a huge
I mean, it's a UFO. It looks like a UFO, right?
Yeah.
For real. Wait, so has anybody here been there before? Gia, have you been there before?
Nope, I've never gone.
I think Blaze was saying like she'd been there. I'm not sure, but
No. I almost went this year. Literally,
she almost went because her friend wanted to.
You lucked out.
You met him with it, my buddy Brent.
Yeah, I knew who you were talking about. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
right,
UFO, bro. That's a UFO, bro.
Yeah, that one looks like it. Yeah.
It's kind of cool though. There's like a little hut or whatever. It's like a little like chill spot. It's
They
kind of cool.
burned that. That's
It does look like a UFO though.
That one. That was from 2013, the video I posted. I posted it for Lou so he could get a grasp on the vast land there, like the walking. Because he was like, yeah, it's not going to take you that long.
Yeah, no,
That's why people
I
have
saw
bikes.
it.
Yeah, that's why
I
people
saw
have
it.
bikes.
It is large. It is large. It would take you some time, especially trying to move through a crowd. That would definitely take some time. But like, still, like if you say if it's 80,000 or on a good year 120,000 people, that's no bigger than some of the big I mean,
football
that's not much big. That's not much bigger than a Coliseum or like.
But they
but it's
stack
not a
on top of
Coliseum.
each other.
That's
Exactly, like
Yeah.
they stack on top of each other. So like you basically the seats go up at an angle, and you sit right beside someone else, and then you save way more space by having the angled seat. So you're basically sitting over top of people.
Yeah, but they have
It's
more
organized
room
and shit.
for their tents.
Totally different.
RVs and things like that.
The whole thing apparently is like the entire perimeter is 7 square miles.
Yeah.
Oh
so
wow!
it'll take you a
Wow!
lot of time to get there. Walk
Hey Lou,
around.
how about you go next year? Okay, you're gonna do some reconnaissance. All right, you stay sober and you count how long it takes you to walk.
You want me to
I'll
go
go
to
with Lou.
Burning
I'll go
Man
with
and
Lou.
stay
I'll go with
sober?
Lou. And
You want me? I didn't say sober.
Coach
if I
might
go
have to go
Burning Man.
just to keep Lou, keep him
In the hot
I'm
sun.
not gonna stay sober, dude. I'll drink Lou
Oh.
easily, and
No, we can rely on
he'll
his
still be
data.
drunker than
He's
me.
drinking, dude. Come on, man.
No, all of a sudden, dude, I'll be on mushrooms in the first fucking few minutes, and give me 45 minutes, dude. I'll just be naked dancing with the rest of them. Like that's
Dude,
just
Lou's
how
just
it's
going around. Lou's just going around with the Eeyore approach, telling everyone, this is all going to end, right? Enjoy it while it lasts.
And then
I'm
45
gonna be
minutes
giving you
later,
guys the feedback, letting you guys know what's going on, telling you that Lou's in the orgy. He's fucking completely.
I mean,
I think Lou switched sides, man.
If they have the radical inclusion thing and people really won't judge you to the best of, in that vibe, you probably could drop a lot of truth there. If you just went like a total truth evangelist and you just wanted to tell everyone everything you could, you probably could spread a lot of information. I bet a lot of those people would probably be a general.
Well, that sounds good. Check this. Check. I was in Portland, Oregon, okay? And it's like the cops just don't mess with Portland, Oregon anymore downtown. Legitimately. It's a free-for-all. It's like the Wild West. All right, so I'm down there, and just coincidentally, and it wasn't a coincidence, we just picked out a park because every business has just left downtown. It's just a bunch of boarded up buildings. All the businesses left. It's that bad. Portland, Oregon. And so I'm sitting there, and we're like, there's a park over there. Let's go set up there. We go over there, bro, and there just coincidentally is a giant bike meetup. And so you got a whole bunch of, frankly, liberal people, right? And people are dressed up or whatever. It's like a party, you can just do whatever drug you want to right out in the open, heroin, you name it, because it's just lawless there. And dude, those people were that's the one place out of the entire United States I literally thought that we were going to get jumped. And that we were in danger. They were circling us, threatening us, just talking about flat Earth. That was the one place that the super inclusive, open-minded, chill people, was the most dangerous. Also, the
Well, I
second
wouldn't think
second
of
most
them as the
dangerous
super
was
open-minded. I would think of them as the hard drug users that are there because they're dark and demonic, and they're there because they can do that. They're like, I'm just saying, I wouldn't really think of them as like inclusive. Like, if you're talking about the one I'm thinking of, where like that all happened, dude, that seemed like that was like a dangerous scene. Yeah, like I
that. Well, that was
was like
Salt Lake.
worried
It's
for your
also said.
safety a little bit because like it's like you're almost like you're out in no man's land or something. There, yeah, it looked
Well,
crazy.
that was so. I don't know if you saw. So the one in Portland was only on Facebook. Then the other one that was really dangerous was Salt Lake, but that was like a drum circle. And in fact, the flat earther that sent me my P900 was leading it. So it was like a drum circle. So people were supposed to go there and be chill or whatever. And that's when we got assaulted with the aluminum bat. And I don't know if it's because it's like, well, you're talking about some heavy stuff that's killing the vibe. Yeah, I think that's kind of why they get mad at me, you know? Because like I'm talking about like some nerdy, the radius of the Earth, you know, and like don't drink the Kool-Aid. And they're like, dude, we're trying to just like smoke weed and chill.
It was
So like
probably
they
the
get
mask
aggravated.
thing too. This back then.
Yeah,
It
I
was
would
I
probably
mean,
say
the mask,
also
wasn't
most
it?
of the people I know that have gone to Burning Man are diet woke, for lack of a better. They're going to say they've been to Burning Man to show how it's almost like going there to oh God, what's it called? Virtue signal about how inclusive and out there and truth minded they are. But then when you actually talk to them about stuff, half of them got the jab or whatever.
yeah.
It's like
No, I was
a
just saying, you may be
pseudo sort of
surprised that
openness.
some of the most physically aggressive people are in the group that claim to be open minded. Like that's my direct experience. Yeah, there were people that were doing drugs there. The vast majority of them weren't though. They were there to do a bike ride, and what they do is they just play music, and they all like dance and ride around on their bikes in circles and stuff until the ride started. There was just a couple people that were like came up on our table and just broke down some freaking like heroin or something. Like I'm like, what are you doing? But I'm just saying they were super aggressive with me, bro. And then like in Salt Lake, same thing. Like you may be surprised that sometimes if you're not going there with exactly the same intention as them, which is just to like party, like they get super triggered that you're like killing the vibe. And I feel like Burning Man would be a lot like that. Like everyone would turn on you so quickly. Like, but I mean, who knows?
Yeah, yes and no. I did this. Probably it would be divisive for sure.
Yeah, it's the spirit of the thing, and like Gio was saying earlier, it's like a spirit, and that's what it is. It's like a certain spirit, and it could be many spirits. One of the things I wanted to, ask Gio and many of you is, do you think there's any validity to like Charles Manson or some other person having much influence by using LSD and things of that nature with people? You think that gives them more of a power over those people?
I'm not familiar with any. What was Charles Manson with LSD? What is that link? What in terms of what? What are you referring to?
Well, I don't know if you've ever heard of Charles Manson and his crew and how they were involved in LSD among many other drugs, but I would just say, do you think that people are more receptive at these places because of the LSD and the rolling, the ecstasy and things of that nature?
Well, people
And
are provably more receptive on
and
LSD.
so
I mean, that
yeah,
like provably.
yeah, that's my point that I'm proving, and it matches what Geo says, and it's matching what you're saying. And if that's the case, if that really is the case, and people are having a lot of spiritual experiences in these places, of course they would have spiritual experiences because all the spirits are going to gather to a place where people are easily influenced. And so, being able to see into that realm or not be able to see into that realm, not only would the wicked spirits show up, but you would also have other messengers that would show up also, perhaps to protect someone in the crowd or a few people in the crowd or many people in the crowd from certain things and certain
Well,
entities.
I don't think it's necessarily like that. I mean, LSD is basically like a very quickly absorbable form of lysergic acid. Lysergic acid is found in many plant materials. So it's not just as simple to say that it just sort of makes you receptive or something in terms of like being more brainwashable necessarily. You mentioned Charles Manson and the CIA. As far as I know, with the whole history of LSD, they did try to use it for that. As like they experimented with it thoroughly in terms of the CIA and likely were using it in like MK Ultra and things because they were trying to see if they could like open people's minds up and then do
truth serum.
trauma-based mind control, or like a truth serum, yeah, or like to do trauma-based mind control. But from my understanding of it, what they found out is that people on LSD, although in some ways are more receptive, but at the same time, LSD has helped people to like deprogram their mind in a lot of ways too. It's like a very potent deprogram in terms of coming to truth or having, as well. So there is a component because your psyche is opened up. So yeah, there is some component of being more receptive in certain ways, but I don't think the CIA, as far as I know, had any success as using it as some kind of brainwashing thing. So if you talk about people like at Burning Man that are like tripping either on mushrooms or LSD, no, they're just, their senses are being enhanced. The sense of colors and sounds is enhanced. There's the elated feeling of it. I'm talking if they're doing like kind of somewhat lower doses, they're just taking some amount, whether they're having a stronger dose or not, that would be but no, I don't think it's like some big brainwashing thing at all. I think they're tripping. They're getting insights about their life. They're thinking about things. They're listening to music, and they're just basically kind of having a journey in that sense. It's not like some huge brainwashing thing where they're already probably brainwashed by the globe and stuff like that. But I'm just saying there's not like some message that's being pushed. I think they're just tripping and partying basically.
I don't know if you want to have a spiritual experience on psychedelics, you go out into the woods or you freaking go out into the jungle like you talk about with ayahuasca. You don't freaking, or you might do it out in the desert, sure, but you don't do it with 180 or 100,000 other people that are there just to fucking party. Like that's not there's no spirituality going on in a completely just chaotic, lawless place like this.
Well, I mean, I guess when I said provably, I was saying the government certainly did experiment with it, and actually their findings aren't completely declassified. So their specific findings, we actually don't know. And what they always do is they say, oh, well, this wasn't very effective. And then they just keep doing it. It's the same thing about remote viewing. But then a few years later, we found out, oh, they were implementing remote viewing for spies. But why did the initial document say it didn't work? But I guess more so it's anecdotal. I've taken LSD, and like, for me, I was very malleable. Like my mind was like, sure, there you could say it's a positive that like I was so open-minded that I would entertain literally anything. But at the same time, like I was so malleable because of that I was all over the place, bro. I'm like, and I mean, I have a really sensitive mind, so I was like half a tab, bro, like a double hit tab, maybe, like where I was just like all over the place. So I would say I was pretty influenced by any external information,
And it is
Scott beat his uncle. Go ahead, Mr. North.
Like Luga, like you were saying, there's no spiritual thing. It is a spiritual aspect because it's always a spiritual aspect. Just like when you were in high school, right? And you had the pep rally and you had the school spirit. You can have a spirit of sadness. I mean, there's many different meanings for this word spirit, but it all encompasses the same thing.
Yeah, I don't dispute even that people would maybe go.
When you're on like psychedelics, like I don't think you're meant to be in giant crowds of people like with all kinds of chaos around you. It should be more peaceful, serene, like small.
I agree with you, man.
Yeah, but people are generally doing somewhat like more moderate doses, in general. I mean, I've definitely been tripping at various different concerts and shows throughout my life. And in some cases, I mean, I've been on high dose of LSD, like 600 micrograms of pure liquid at a concert. So I've definitely had that experience, and it is amazing.
The Fish concert?
Yep, I have at Fish shows. Yep, and also.
Did you follow Fish? I bet you did. I bet you freaking spent a summer just following Fish everywhere.
No, never really toured with them necessarily, but I always saw shows when they came around. The one tour I did somewhat go on is the guitar player. His name is Trey Anastasio. So the Trey Anastasio band, Trey band, he did a big tour, and we did go that was the first time I drove out to California. So for that one summer tour, we did go on like something, like 10 or 15 shows that were all throughout the country.
So that you did.
How did me and Lou How did me and Lou both guess? We both made positive guesses, man. That was pretty good.
But we were like staying in. We weren't. I mean, we camped sometimes, but we were also like staying in hotels and just basically going city to city. And we went all the way out to California through Colorado, went to Red Rocks, and yeah, I've tripped many times at shows. I mean, it is a bit chaotic. I would agree with you, Lou. Like it can be, especially like trying to go to the bathroom. There's all these like, it's like all the lines for the bathroom. There's all that stuff. That's why like taking a high dose might be not necessarily advisable unless you're really, ready for that.
Well, Gio, I know you've had to hear crazy stories then, right? Because like I've heard crazy stories. Like, I think it might have a lot to do with your mindset. Like everyone's different, right? If you're like much more kind of going with the flow, then you maybe won't freak out. But I've heard many people like they get separated from their friends and they lose their phone and like they have no idea, like they freak out. They don't know where they are and then they just try to go with it and then they're like just lost and they're just like, I've heard that same story like many times where like they get separated from the people that they're with because they're kind of tripping and then they just like have no idea what's going on. They're kind of like lost and I feel like at that point you would have to really have some mental fortitude to like keep your cool and be like, oh well, this is like what it's supposed to be. I'm just enjoying myself, and like I don't dispute you can, but I know you've had to hear some like stories where people didn't have good experiences, right? Where they're tripping because like I have heard quite a few, and these are people that are like veteran festival goers. You know what I'm saying? Like they got it down pat. Like that's what they did in the summer. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it is a whole like anytime like if you're talking about LSD, I mean, mushrooms are they are natural and they have their own thing to them, their own kind of components to them, and they are natural, but they at the same time they don't quite have like full kind of ability to kind of guide the whole experience the way that some of the other plants can, I think. But nonetheless, like there's that. And then the thing with LSD is that LSD is very like it is semi-synthetic and it is pretty like intensely activating, and it does there is a component. So I mean, I guess what I'm saying is there's a couple of components to what you're saying. Like number one, somebody like either took too much or they're unfamiliar with what they took or something like that, like there's that, like if they're unfamiliar with LSD and if that's what they're taking, there's that. And then their psyche is being opened up. And in some cases, like they could even have like a quote unquote bad trip, which means they might be in like some kind of fearful state or a paranoid state or some kind of anxiety state or something like that. But the thing is, if they were like in like a therapeutic setting doing an LSD session with like in like with your eyes closed and lying down on a in a reclined position and with music playing and stuff, that anxiety or that fear or those feelings of paranoia would actually come up. And if the person actually goes faces that part of themselves, then it's able to be faced and resolved. But if somebody's like at a concert or something like that and they took a big dose and they go into that state, they don't know that it's coming from within them. Like they don't know that that's actually their psyche that's being activated. And so they might project it. Just classic projection. People always talk about projection. Well, this is like extreme projection where they're on, let's say LSD in this case, their mind is being, is amplified in that sense. And instead of having the right like setting and a good environment, they could get triggered into some part of their own psyche, that's being brought up, and then basically in a sense almost like be stuck in that or be projecting it. And if they project it instead of face it, then it's going to tend, generally linger more so, and it's going to get worse or whatever. It can kind of tailspin.
Right.
So there's that whole thing. And then like you're saying too, there could be like, if somebody gets disconnected, because there's like the practical things that like being at a concert. So there's those kinds of things that could happen too.
I've had good and bad experiences.
The big crowd is like that. They're gonna kind of feed off of the energy of the crowd, and if the crowd isn't like
for the negative or positive, because I've had both, like in experiences where sometimes the crowd is almost like, whoa, it's almost like a dark vibe in a sense, like where just like this. But then another vibe where it's like bliss and like connection.
In these types of situations, they're especially like I was talking about at Weedstock late in the night. All of a sudden, there was a very dark vibe going on around that place, and.
I mean, the fish scene is generally pretty good vibes. People are pretty much almost a little like that Burning Man vibe in general. I think like the fish shows back back in the 90s, and they're a little bit different now, the way that they are now. But yeah, back then, like that was one of the only, that was like, yeah, they were like holding the torch, like in terms of like being able to have like an actual like entheogenic type experience at a concert. Like, yeah, Fish was holding it through in that way, like in terms of like making like the crowd environment was generally like at times could just be incredibly like blissful and like and just uniting and have like a certain positive feel to it.
Well,
And
do you not think there's? I'm curious what you think about this, right? Because like, do you not think there's something to like consciousness somewhat connecting and like being contagious? And so, like when you're tripping, like my friends and I have basically group tripped, right? So like, I've telepathically. People are gonna think I'm crazy when I say something, but I've telepathically communicated with my friend for sure, for a fact,
yeah,
like 100%. And I know what he's thinking. We make eye contact and we actually go back and forth in combo. I can feel my friend thinks even like the room beside me or whatever. And I've had like really cool experiences with it, right? Like where my friend was like martial arts since like 3, crazy calisthenic dude or whatever. He walked in on me just randomly doing like martial art poses. And he was like, "Who taught you that?" And like I just somehow knew in my mind how to do that or whatever. I was doing the poses like perfect. I looked at light and made it flicker. And like thought about what light is, and the light flickered in my house for like the first time ever. And blah blah. I've had crazy experiences that I consider positive, but there is certainly something to this idea of it, like kind of melting this like material divide, where you kind of connect to the surrounding consciousness if they're on that same vibe, like that same like astral vibration, if you will. And I feel like that obviously opens up the door for a potential at like a giant concert or festival where all these people, so many people are in that same general astral realm, where if there was a specific subliminal influence being pumped to all those people, it could kind of guide a collective mindset. Right? Like it certainly isn't, it certainly could be used as some type of like propaganda method, right? Because like
but they
you
found
are
that it kind of
receptive.
couldn't be, though. I think like back like the CIA, like that's what they found is that because yeah, there was that idea like could they like use it as a brainwashing tool, and they would love to have it as that. But and they even tested it on like people in the military, and like when they give it to people, they're just like giggling and like pointing at the squirrels and like laughing. They're not like they're. Yeah,
No, they had
I'm
a
not denying that there's some level of susceptibility because you're in such an amplified state, but at the same time, like you're generally more like it's like more of a process. It seems of like generating some process within yourself rather than being able to necessarily like have some message drilled in, as far as I know, in terms of that.
they had
I
a
guess
lot of successes with it, and then and then when you stack it on with other types of uh your senses, like when you stack it on with the trance music that they play and all this like this droning type of hypnotic state type sounds and stuff like that, like you and a crowd mass hysteria or the mentality like of the crowd hysteria, like
yeah,
what's it saying? Like you can definitely put something into somebody's subconscious that way. Like
no, I would agree, actually, in a way. Yes, it's depending on the music. I mean, yeah, like if you're gonna take a psychedelic at some kind of concert where the vibes, yeah, where there's like, yeah, I hear what you're saying. There is going to be a certain like just kind of opening a susceptibility. I mean, I guess I'll say like with the band Fish that I'm mentioning, like their whole vibes, like a lot of their songs have like a lot of wisdom and knowledge in them, and in terms of like kind of coded in their lyrics, and they tend to have a very positive energy. So I think in general, like those vibes were quite positive in terms of that type thing that you're talking about. Like any messages are like that are in their music tend to be like either artistically, like the artistically kind of the wording and and everything, but also they tend to have like actual like wisdom in there, like actual like kind of poetry and different ideas that people actually even connect like a spiritual connection to with the band Fish in particular. In particular, they have this whole like lore, like there's this whole like all these songs, and it's almost like it's not really Lord of the Rings, but it's sort of there's this place
Jerry
like this whole
Garcia.
thing called Game Hen.
Fish is basically they're like they're like it's the same fans and the same. It's all like Deadhead, the Deadhead group, and it's basically the Grateful Dead fans and the Fish fans are the same people. Just for anybody
Somewhat.
who isn't
There's some,
really aware.
yeah, it is kind of in that similar category.
there's some connections between the music industry. There's some overlaps with the music industry and the psychedelic revolution, the CIA, MK Ultra and Charles Manson. Somebody earlier brought up Charles Manson because apparently Charles Manson got let out of prison like multiple times. Like he was just escorted out of prison because he was like a CIA op. And like the whole like Beatles movement and all this was catalyzed by the US government. It was like purpose, like the whole hippie movement, the whole like counterculture was catalyzed by the CIA. Like they're manipulating this, they're pushing that type of lifestyle, which is again my previous premise is that the governments, the elites of the world are pushing this behavior. They want this behavior.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with everything you laid out.
Yeah,
there.
no, I think he's right. I think he's right.
It's only like partially. I think they've tried to co-opt things, but I mean they've made these things illegal, so obviously they're not promoting it whatsoever.
No, dude, it's like saying don't push the red button. They know what they're doing. They know how reverse psychology works.
I mean, dude, if you're trying to make a link to like the counterculture stuff, yeah, there's no doubt that they were trying to.
Hey, Gio, look at all the money they make in the pills that goes in the black market that funds all their ops.
Yeah, Lion, you're 100% correct. That's what they did with the drugs in the 60s and the counterculture. That's what they did with prohibition, and that's what they did with marijuana, is they made it like counterculture and then all of a sudden brought it and made it acceptable, in my opinion.
Both Israel and Russia have been pushing this on the United States for decades, bro. It's part of the grand scheme to destroy us from the inside out, bro. They had famous Russian KGB. You guys all know the guys, bro. You guys all watch the videos. I don't know why I even have to bring it up.
No, it's just not my understanding of exactly the history of it. I mean, I hear what you're saying with that, but I mean, if you're talking about like if you're labeling it like the psychedelic movement, as it were, I mean, my understanding of it is that after World War II, they had people like locked down like pretty intensely, like the whole boomer generation and the whole like 50s lifestyle and like and then rolling out all of the different technologies and the moon landing, just everything that was going on that they did in the 60s and everything going on. I think that the original like rebellion of the youth, I do think was authentic. I think that there were people that were like, dude, there's like a man that's controlling us. Like people were actually waking up and realizing there's something going on. Like it's not just all 1950s, donuts and lollipops and everything's perfect. It's like, whoa, there's some nefarious shit here. And I think a lot of people started kind of rebelling and revolting. And then that came along with like, yeah, Jimi Hendrix and Led Zeppelin and all kinds of music and other things like that. And then the psychedelics, as it were, like mushrooms or LSD. I mean, LSD has its own whole history of how it was synthesized, but then mushrooms obviously come from nature, and then those were like kind of shut out around the World War II time, and like they had to go like Gordon Wasson went to Mary Sabina in Mexico to like actually kind of get a sample of the mushrooms, and then like because it wasn't even part of mainstream science at that time, so they definitely had suppressed these plants and these ways of people pretty severely in the modern day. And then it seems like the combination of those kind of naturally coming back into people's awareness, like mushrooms, and then the whole LSD thing as well, because that was the way that happened. And then people, obviously those kind of people were using cannabis. They were kind of rebelling. They were growing their hair out. They were listening to music, different types of music. They were rebelling against their parents, like the whole system, they were just rebelling against the system, basically.
Yeah, and then, that was what they wanted all along.
So I think that there was a certain organicness of that was natural, of people actually waking up. And then I think it got co-opted in various ways. And then, of course, they made all those plants and substances illegal. And then they did a whole like reactionary thing to it, like a whole shutdown thing. And then that kind of led into after the 60s ended into the 70s, then they crushed the actual like psychedelic revolution type thing that was occurring. If we're going to use those terms, they kind of like suppressed and stopped that, and then replaced it with hard drugs in the 70s, because that was in the 70s it was the speed and cocaine and heroin. Like the whole 70s went into that whole thing. Then ever since then, it seems like they've been continuing to try to suppress the kind of psychedelic thing, as it were, even though. Well, nowadays there's some research actually being done, but I also agree, like what they did with the Beatles and stuff. Like, there was some programming that they kind of tried to co-opt.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna throw in there. Also, like, dude, all the stuff that we got out of the '60s, like this so-called peace and love revolution, like we didn't really. That's just like the title they put on it. We didn't get that. We got Charles Manson and the Beatles and Aleister Crowley freaking like influence and like
No, that's not the hippies though. The hippies
there was a
were
very dark, very dark freaking aspect to that stuff that they tried to frame as peace and love.
So no, I think people actually were peace and love on the grassroots of it, but all that stuff you just, I mean, those are like, I mean, Charles Manson's a whole different thing. That was he's like a murderer, and he was connected to.
Hey yo, Gio.
Whatever went on with him. That's not people going to Woodstock and wanting to trip and listen to good music.
Yeah, think of it like you have flat Earth and the rich debate, and then you have like the flat Earth controlled opposition, psyop, fucking, that's all.
Wait, say it again.
Like you have like flat Earth is like this awesome conversation and how enriching and awesome it is, and then you have like the CIA flat Earth version that, like, you know what I mean, is set to destroy the population, divide the masses. You know what I mean? Like
the flood the
this is
ghettos
like,
with crack
so it's like
cocaine.
you're just arguing. You know what I mean? Like there's reasons for the psychedelic movement and blah 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 blah. But the point is that it's like it's been compromised. This is why, like, I'll tell you what, try to fucking fly a Palestinian flag at fucking Burning Man and see how long that fucking lasts.
Why? What's wrong?
Was there a movement for it? For the psychedelic?
No. My point is this, is that it becomes like, and I used to just be up in the city and like at really cool fucking places. And I just found that at the fucking root of these like awesome fucking parties and shit like that is fucking these like Mossad operatives, and you're like, wait, what? Like, wait, what?
Yeah,
This is the coolest party I've ever been to. Are you fucking kidding me? And it's like, yeah, like, you know what I mean?
Like,
yeah, go on.
well, and like the CIA has like long had its fingers like in the arts and culture world. Like they've been like pushing and starting it, and then with like the aid of like magazines and TV shows, they were able to like make people think that this stuff was cool, but it's like far from organic. Like arts wouldn't have developed the way it did and organically, because there's always been huge disconnects between like what people actually like and then like what's pushed at the higher.
No, dude, you know what it is? Is that everybody likes sitting around a campfire, zoning out on some mushrooms, listening to somebody play a killer guitar. You know what I mean? Like, and that's universal. It's ancient. It's like encoded in us to like we've forever sat around a fire at night times and shit like that. Like it's in us or something like that.
Consuming plants and playing music and dancing.
Sure, right. That's like, you know what I mean? So fucking organic. The point is that they know it's organic. They hijack it, and then they sell it to you. And then, like, you know, and that's the thing. It's like there's a great quote. I used to love, the whole world is Africa, but they divide it into continents and states is the idea, right? Like, and I just always like that. But it's like what they do is they just carve up what's already yours and sell it back to you. You know what I mean? So in the same sense, like instead of just going to your backyard with 15 of your favorite buddies and making a bonfire and doing whatever, it's like instead we're going to go to Burning Man and you better be there or else your Instagram ain't lit, dude. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? There's like a level that like they've taken it over. And I'm so disappointed in it because so much psychedelica, like, you know, I would just get to the root of it and you'd be like, oh my God, it's like pretty much a Mossad op.
Well,
like, fuck.
Well, have you heard about the Eleusinian mysteries?
The Elysian or whatever?
Well, I've heard it pronounced Illusion, Eleusinian. Yeah, there's a lot of different pronunciations.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, I guess, but I'm not into. Well, go on.
Well, I mean, as far as they claim, these like went on for thousands of years, and they would do like a yearly pilgrimage. Like this was in ancient Greece. In ancient Greece is the claim, and that basically all of like everyone, like, you know, Plato, Aristotle, all these guys apparently were involved in these kind of rites of passage, these Eleusinian mysteries, and they don't know exactly. There was like a potion that they drank, or a drink which was called kikaon, and they've speculated as to what was in the kikaon, the actual brew, and they think it may have been actually oliloquy seeds, which have LSA in them, lysergic acid, which is going to be in some way similar to LSD. But it also apparently was perhaps even had like a fermented part to it, like a fermented mushroom drink or maybe seeds. I guess it's been speculated what it was, but apparently it was like a visionary, you know, psychedelic type type plant material, as it were. And they would all have, like, they would just be having these experiences and like having all kinds of like insights. And I guess like the claim is that basically like all of their like art and music and philosophy, like everything actually like stemmed from those rites of passages and like the pilgrimages that they went through and like the experiences that
Well,
they
yeah,
had.
dude. How about this, man? It still is. You know, it still is. Those dudes are still running the show, and that's why, like, you better hope they are, because that's how the discharge comes. That's the recognition of the golden age, the recognition of the star system, the recognition of fucking all of it. Those guys. You know, and that's why I say, like, you know, the
I
Illuminati.
mean, that's
Like,
what they link it to, but see, the Eleusinian mysteries might have actually been something different. They may have like linked it to Greece, like, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure I like agree with everything I just shared there, because there may be actually something to what those mysteries were and what those actual things were, and I'm not necessarily convinced that it's even linked to their Greek story, to be honest. But it is.
well, no, I think it feeds right into the biblical system, the ecclesiastical system we have. Law. Remember, whenever you want to go back into history for real, look at law. Law is what actually connects you. Like the study of law is what connects you back to the history, like all the way back to the Hammurabi Code. You know what I mean? Like, but what's interesting is their philosophy is encoded in our system. That's what's wild. It's like these dudes not only were tripping balls out in the middle of the woods, but they also put together a system that works. You know what I mean? That's right. They're not as literal. They're more figurative than people give them credit for. You know, I think even like the Bible, where it says like, you know, the world is ruled by signs and symbols. You know, it's like apparent that they're in the background. You know, but whether for better or worse. But I think like psychedelics and shit like that is cool. But I also think that there's also they've had a takeover on it.
Hey guys, slightly different tangent, but you were just mentioning the stars and stuff then. And one thing I've been wondering for a while, and I'd really love to get some opinions on this, is to have worked out, as an example, the Saros cycle of the 18-year and 9 days, 11 hours, or whatever it is. How long were they observing to know that? Because they've known that for a few thousand years. And they would have had to have been observing for hundreds of years to regain a pattern of 18 years. And then the same with the stars. If the stars move 1 degree every 72 years, how many years did they have to observe that to even notice? How many lifetimes? And then also the constellations have been known about for supposedly 3,000 years. How many years did it take them to put the constellations together in the first place? Were they observing for hundreds of years before that? Who was collating the data? Where is that data? Sorry, it's just a thing because you mentioned the stars. It's just something I've been thinking of for a while. I know it's changing the subject a bit, so you don't have to go with it. But if, you know, at some stage people can make some comments on that, I'd like to hear some people's opinions.
I think they were like heavy into that astrotheology concept. You know, and like that's the stories of all the religions, in the sense that, like, you know, it's this allegorical way for them to talk to generations down the line. I
So what
think
I'm
it's
sort of
interesting to think that they've been around
yeah,
for longer than 28,000 years. Like, you know, I think that's pretty wild.
that's kind of what I'm getting at, because it would have taken hundreds to thousands of years for them to really map that stuff out. You don't just look up at the sky for 10 minutes and go, oh yeah, there's Taurus. Like, how did they map that stuff out? Sorry, I know I just changed the subject a little bit, so I apologise. You know, maybe I just killed the conversation a bit. So get back to I'm just listening while I'm doing work. So I apologise.
I think all good conversations lead to that story. You know what I mean? That's what I think.
When it comes to those things, I mean, in all of the stories that you hear from, you know, whatever people group, Do those constellations look like what they're describing? Obviously not, right?
Well,
Like
they've assigned it. They've assigned those things. Like, take like constellations. They've just assigned it. You know what I mean? And said that's what it looks like.
yeah.
Well, I
So
mean,
did it
there's
come from? Did it come from like an original story?
well,
Like
that's the question.
the original, and that's the whole thing about like plagiarism and forms of it. You have an original, and then you have many who try to counterfeit or copy the original, and they'll be slightly different, but the story will kind of stay the same, right?
Are you proposing a more literal interpretation of the Bible?
I mean, we're talking about like the stars and the constellations and the stories throughout time about such things, right?
Well, it seems
So
like there are like some overlaps with that as well, like the different names that they've called them in different traditions. Like we were just talking about the Greek, and like they claim that these like Greco-Roman gods are these, as it were, these like archetypal sort of beings that are connected to the main like planets, as it were, the wandering stars now, like Venus and Mars and all of that within that pantheon. But the thing is, like there has to be some kind of like linking that up, because like their understanding of what Mars is with the god of Mars, like the Greco-Roman god of Mars, but the Mars energy correlates with, like, let's say what the Vedas have in their astrological system, even though they don't, in the Vedas, they're not using like the god of Mars, like the god of the Greco-Roman kind of archetypal being in a sense. They're coming from, well, they call them gods in that lineage, even though they don't mean like the god. They're talking about these different kind of these pantheon of these kind of like energies in that sense. So the Vedas will describe Mars, the effect of Mars, and how Mars shows up in that way with similar characteristics. However, they don't label it with that Greco-Roman, kind of that sort of personification of it. So yeah, it does seem like there's like parallels and correlations between all these different systems.
Yeah, so like, how long do you think it would take someone to work out something like the summer cycle? Because if it's every 18 years plus a few days, that means you have to wait 18 years for that same thing to happen. And then eventually, after another 18 years, like you would have had to have marked down, okay, this particular one happened here, and then you'd have to mark it down again. So even just to notice that it happened 3 times is going to take 36 years. So you notice it one day, you notice it 18 years later, you notice it 18 years later. And then to turn around and go, well, okay, it must happen every 18 years, you would have to record that multiple times. So how long do you think it would have taken them to actually get to the idea that this actually does happen, and it happens religiously every 18 years, 9 days, 11 hours, whatever it is?
Yeah, just a lot of like recording and cyclical. I mean, you can, just by watching a celestial object move, even in a fairly short time, you can extrapolate its entire cycle from that as well. Even though you perhaps would want to double check it that it does align, in the future, as it were, that it doesn't change. But in the same way that if you just saw like 3 minutes worth of a minute hand, you would be able to extrapolate what would happen if it kept making more minutes, to make like a whole hour, let's say. Like you can extrapolate the part from the whole, or the whole from the part.
How you
In
guys
terms of,
doing?
we
Is
were
this thing
talking
on?
about, I wanted to ask the topic on the psychedelic stuff, or just using that term. I usually don't, not really my preferred term, but it is a sense that people kind of categorize some of those as. I was just gonna say, like, folks who like think that those are or they're like against the use of those or something. And then if they come from like a Christian perspective that like has a different perspective on it, how would they then say that like how would God have created mushrooms and not meant for them for us to consume them, especially when they seem to link with our, I guess that's my question. Like, do you guys see it that God created them? And if so, then how would they not then be sanctioned within, the world to be consumed?
That's a great question. That's a great question, man. Speaking of things being genetically modified to be this or that, we couldn't say really, but we could say that.
For real? Is he trying to do it?
But we could say, we are to have the seed-bearing plants and herbs, right? And are mushrooms seed-bearing?
Well, they're, the fruiting body, the mycelium. Yeah, they replicate through mycelium, not necessarily through seeds. Some plants do go through seeds, or can be grown through seeds. Like you could, for example,
any fungus,
like the plants,
are spores,
the plants that are used
Jesus.
and the plants that are used in ayahuasca, for example, like some of those are seed producing and so on. So yeah, there's different. Some are, some aren't. But yeah, mushrooms are mycelia.
Yeah. So again, it's a great question. I mean, what can we do to the existing creation to, change its chemical makeup or its structure or any of these things? Whether someone genetically modified mushrooms or whether the creator made the mushrooms for a specific purpose, maybe a dewormer for animals, maybe a food substance for animals, different kinds of animals, being that some animals can take in these substances and not have the same effects as people
maybe
other animals.
maybe aliens made us.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, the reason that
I know, man. Would you be, Gio? I have a quick question for you about the addictiveness of any of the psychedelics. Are any of them highly addictive?
No,
No.
none of them are even physically addictive. No.
That's why they would have to make a movement for it, right? And then these other fucking bullshit that they push, it's like they just want addiction machines on the people. When they say hard drug, is that what you mean? Like addictive things?
Well, those are addictive. Yeah, if you're talking about like
He's mostly
heroin
talking
and
about
Well, I mean,
opiates and stuff like
about
that.
heroin
Yeah.
or opiates.
okay,
Yeah.
but I'm saying, what do you mean hard? Because LSD is pretty fucking hard.
No, it's not considered a hard drug. I mean that when
Why?
that
Why? It fucks you up the most. It fucks you up the totally most.
Well, hold up. What I'm just saying is that it's not really okay. When I think of the term hard drug, I think of like heroin's. I guess cocaine.
Why? What is the attribute that makes you think of these one? I think, is it because they're addictive? Is that what we should recognize here? Like, what do you think you're categorizing?
They're very different. I mean, okay, so I would say this: like, there's this term entheogen, and that term has been used like because the word psychedelic basically means mind manifesting, and that was a term that was coined by Humphrey Osmond back in like the 1950s. Psychedelic, and then that term kind of was used in the 60s, and as associated with a lot of things, that term. But the word entheogen, that's why I was asking folks that like did God create these? Because the thing is in the perspective of from let's say perhaps from a more biblical or a Christian perspective, or at least the way that some folks hold that. That's why I was asking, because like so that term entheogen can be broken down as like N is within theo, Theo, because it's N theo. So theo basically means like God or the creator, like comes from theos, from Greek, from theos. Theos. That's why they say like theosophy or monotheist, because it all comes from theo in that sense. And then the gen, entheogen, so the gen at the end essentially means like to generate or generation. So it could be kind of seen as like, or it could be transcribed that term as like generating the divine within, or generating one's own divinity, or if one wants to use the term godlike, etc. So it does. I know that there's a whole thing with like the Illuminati kind of evil whatever dudes where they're trying to like be gods in some dark way, but that's not what this is referring to. Like entheogen is referring to, the reason they're named that is because a lot of people who like work with them in a way that is like in a spiritual, like a sacred spiritual type fashion, and they work with them with like reverence and respect, etc. And they use them for like, you know, spiritual healing and understanding, etc. Like in terms of that intention, they tend to take someone through experiences that they like in one way they tend to like heal certain traumas or certain blockages to them spiritually. They get insights about their life and about spirituality, the nature of creation, the nature of life, the nature of the creator, etc. And then a lot of people who regularly work with these tend to sort of come into what they describe as like essentially like an awakening into who they are on a much deeper level, in terms of the creation and their role in it, maybe even feeling more, you know, at one or united with kind of the totality of consciousness, sort of through like that spiritual journey, kind of generating their own awareness of who they are on that larger level. And so it's termed that entheogen because, yeah, a lot of people tend to feel like these kind of generate, you know, greater understandings of ways, which is essentially generating, you know, that within us. And so but that's like only specific, you know, plants and compounds that are in that category. So like heroin is not in that category, obviously, like any, you know, so I'm talking about a very specific category of compounds that have that effect. So that's why I was just linking it back.
Right. But
if God made these, it seems like he put them in the universe to help people find, you know, for some people, their journey, they're finding their own answers to creation and what it's all about through these plants that the nature seems to put in nature.
Okay, but I could give you like a struggle, and I could make a fucking positive God design thing for coke, heroin, any of that shit. I could be like, he put the struggle to you or whatever. And that's a whole nother topic about challenging the God thing. But I guess I'm just saying, when you say hard drug, I guess you're saying now not natural type of thing, like not like maybe put there by like, because hard just makes it sound like it's gonna fuck you up really hard, you know?
Well, that term is generally used for like heroin, opiates, you know, certain like fentanyl, things like that. No, I'm talking about like the entheogens are a unique class of compounds. I mean, most of them are like, I mean, the only one that's, well, LSD is like semi-synthetic. So that one is semi-synthetic, although it uses lysergic acid. But in terms of all the others, like ayahuasca, peyote, etc., those are all plants, obviously. So they completely come from nature. And they've, as far as we know, they've been around for millennia. Like as long as humans been on Earth, there's been recorded and there's been usage. Like the pygmies, like they use iboga, which is a root bark, a visionary root bark, and it goes back as early as far as anyone can even track. They've been using it.
I mean, isn't cocaine kind of natural too, though? You know. And North, I didn't mean to take this from me. I think I had tried to say something. I don't know if he had heard me, but I know y'all was going from earlier. Whatever. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Cocaine does come from the coca leaf, which cocaine does come from the coca leaf, which is actually a medicine. It's not like a visionary medicine exactly, but it is actually very medicinal. But they extract it with a chemical thing, turn it into a white powder, and then people make other drugs with it. So it's like an alkaloid that they pull from the coca leaf originally. But yeah, it's a different one.
Well, just the thing with psychedelics, though, just as far as hard drugs go, when it comes to like your normies, the mainstream public, anybody who's doing acid or mushrooms or ayahuasca even or DMT or freaking any of these things, they do consider them to be hard drugs. Like if you're on them, you're willing to do all kinds of other like very hard things in their opinion. Like they don't differentiate. They don't say like the only difference is pretty much the public says like marijuana is like a soft drug and it leads to all of these other hard drugs.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about like the propaganda that was pumped in the 50s, in the 60s and 70s, like against psychedelics, yeah, I guess if you're talking about some kind of like a mainstream perspective of them, maybe, but I think most people at this point know. I mean, there's been a lot more research that they've been doing on mushrooms, like for people that have PTSD and all this stuff. I think that I think people do at least have a bit more knowledge about what they are, but there was so much propaganda in the 60s. But I mean, the reason that those are specifically referred to as entheogens is because they tend to, for people who use them, like if you took for example, if you took an atheist, somebody that is a hard, staunch atheist, that's just who they are, and that's it. And that if you took that person to the jungle and you drank ayahuasca for a month or 2 months or whatever it may be, if that person decided to go on, like if that's what they were called to do, and they decided to work with a lot of ayahuasca. Like the chances of them being atheists through that is like virtually zero. Like they're going to come to some understanding of a creator. It just seems like I've never seen atheism last in someone who's actually working, with these medicines in this way. So it's like if the atheism is leaving, then they're coming to some form of a creator, and it's different for everybody. Some people feel drawn to Christianity or Buddhism or shamanism. There's a lot of different, ranges that people may be. But I'm just saying, like, it tends to like generate for people. I'm just talking about from like an outside perspective. Like if you were just to do like a case study, in that sense, like so it has that effect. So that's why I was asking originally, like in some people's views of God, like did God put these things in nature? And then what is the implications for that? If
God gave
put
you
something
all the
in
seed
nature
bearing plants. God gave you all the seed bearing plants on earth for you to use. Like you get to choose how you want to use them. Like that's the way it's kind of written. That's the way it's written, right? Like these things are all derived from natural things. Like whatever it is that we have at our capacity to play with, like it was all given to us. How we differentiate what is a hard drug and what is natural, like it's kind of ridiculous actually. Like everything is derived from nature, no
I
matter
think of
what.
hard drugs as chemicals that are derived that are very toxic for the body is what I think of them. Like something that has like no real medicinal benefit at all and just basically causes harm ultimately. That's what I think of when I think of the term hard drug. It's like like shooting
But
heroin.
it's a shady line. Like what makes it natural and what makes it synthetic? Like it's all. Excuse me. It all comes from nature. Like it all comes from the stuff that was given to us, that was here for us.
Well, but you could take like
use.
But you could take like poppy seeds from like the poppy plant and you could make like a tea and get a nice little sedative kind of little buzz. But that's just like the natural poppies. But the minute they take it and they extract it and they turn it into all these
and
other
opium, now it's not good.
Well, if it's a natural extract, perhaps if it's just turned into opium in that sense, and then you could smoke it, but that would be like a natural way of doing it if you're taking it from the actual plant. But that's why, some people that have hard drug type addictions to like heroin, things like that, end up looking into things like iboga or ayahuasca to actually like heal their addiction to that other drug, So like so it's the entheogens are seem to be in like a category in and of themselves, and in terms of like the kind of like the self-transformative, ego transformative, and healing type experiences that they tend to generate. Like you're not going to necessarily get that on.
So what I think when people are differentiating between hard and soft drugs, they're saying like, can this do you harm? Like, is this a harmful drug? Okay, like that's kind of what they mean. Like marijuana is not necessarily doing any harm, but that's why they call it like a gateway drug and all that stuff. They think that it's going to open you up to trying other things that might harm you.
Coffee's a gateway drug.
Yeah, it probably is, right. But
to be honest, if I could get back
so when it comes to things like hallucinogens, do you think that they cannot do harm?
No, he already was asked that earlier. Which asked him that a minute ago.
My quick answer to that would be if you're talking about the plant ones like ayahuasca, peyote, iboga, etc. I would say that those are 100% that they don't do harm. Now you still have to know how to use them in the right set and setting and all of those different factors, and they need to be used correctly, of course. And if you're on a high dose of peyote driving your car, you don't want to be driving your car when you're on peyote. So in that way, I guess you could say, you have to know what you're doing and use them correctly. However, LSD being semi-synthetic, I think can actually be somewhat jolting, to say the least, for people because it's stirring up their psyche in a way that's a bit like kind of forced almost in a way, because LSD is semi-synthetic and it's very just amplifying. So in that way, there are some like concerns that could be, unless you really know what you're doing to use it correctly. That's why people have had like bad trips, because they're like projecting, they're like triggered into some trauma they have or some fear, and then they're projecting it and having some projection. So yeah, that could be problematic in that sense. And then yeah, using them in the correct kind of setting. But
yeah, that should have poisoned your brain, man. I mean, they call anything loony. They call anything a poison when you take like enough of it to fuck you up, and that shit is like borderline when you're tripping like that. But Gio, I just wanted to know, man. Of course, I want to, hear what you meant, make your distinction when you say hard drug. There's always a mix, right? Of course, I want to challenge things. I want to learn. At the same time, I didn't know if you had a distinction. Maybe I could challenge it if you didn't. That is a term. I know that's a buzzword that we use, like with this gateway and hard drugs. So I want to like be careful, like make sure my man Gio isn't indoctrinated by buzzwords, blah blah blah, all that. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate your insight and your distinction that you were making. Thank you.
Well, I guess when I use hard drugs, yeah, I guess I just think of like opiates and chemical type, yeah, like fentanyl, things like that is what I kind of think of that as. But I was just gonna say real briefly, just like, for example, just in terms of like spirituality and coming to the creator, because like people have their viewpoints on, certain, of course, all their viewpoints on that. And just to give like an example, like, so for example, like there's people in Africa that use the iboga, which is this root bark, and it's like their main sacrament that they use for like physical healing and spiritual. It's their like one of their main kind of allies that they use. And it's like they all have a deep spirituality in connection with the creator and all of that, and they have a their own spirituality, and it's not in any way like it's not any of the mainstream religions. Like it's not Christianity or Buddhism, it's not Veda, it's not Muslim, it's none of those. It's basically like connected to the plant, the sacrament of the plant, but it is also like their own spirituality in that sense, or a spirituality that's kind of opened up or in some ways engendered or strengthened in a sense by the plant medicine in that way. And so that's why I was saying, like, somebody who feels like the Christian perspective that like everybody has to go that way, how do they like put that in context, that it seems like there's plants in nature that God, as it were, if they believe God created everything, that God created, and then it's these specific plants seem to have that entheogenic kind of quality to them, where they seem to kind of engender or kind of generate a connection to the creator in their own unique kind of context, in their cultural, social context, and there's no like dogma, there's no scripts, there's no books, there's no, it's not really it's like it's totally different spirituality in that sense compared to some of the like more modern day kind of Christian perspective. So I just was wondering how, if anyone had thought, originally that's kind of why I brought it up, like how that could kind of sit in the whole system in terms of how that plays out, and just the observational from seeing humans having that from the outside, as it were, as well.
So I wanted to elaborate on ibogaine, and the active ingredient in ibogaine is mescaline, right?
No, ibogaine is an alkaloid in and of itself. It's an indole alkaloid. It's found in the iboga plant, in the root bark. Mescaline is the active alkaloid that is found in peyote and also the San Pedro cactus. It's a different alkaloid, yeah.
Yeah, I got them confused. But anyways, so the Africans and the tribal Africans, the ones that do this, they worship their ancestors, and a lot of people that do ibogaine, they do experience encounters with what they believe is their ancestors or ancestral spirits, familial spirits. They do manifest as familial spirits. Even Graham Hancock, in one of his books, documented his experience that he had with ibogaine, and he also encountered his family and his relatives, his dead relatives, who tried to communicate with him. So it's a very interesting plant, and it's a 12-hour trip up to 1-2 days, and it's insane. The word entheogen, I looked it up in the dictionary, Merriam's dictionary. It means in the Greek, entheos, possessed by God or inspired by God. Pretty interesting. There's another word called endogenous. And ayahuasca specifically, out of all the psychedelics that you mentioned, is endogenous to the system. Kind of like cannabinoids. Cannabinoids are also endogenous to the system. That means they're naturally produced within the human body. That's what makes DMT specifically unique and ayahuasca unique, because unlike ibogaine and these other molecules, these other psychedelics, ayahuasca seems to be naturally produced within the human system, so the human system is already used to processing it. But just like everything else, like just because it's naturally produced within the human body itself does not mean that you can't overdo it. Because just like testosterone and these other molecules, even endorphins and other hormones, if you take these things in different levels, they could be very harmful. So just because something is natural and comes from the earth does not make it healthy.
Well, there's definitely different plants. Yeah, there's certain mushrooms that could kill you. So yeah, there's definitely toxic plants in the environment, and then there's a wide range. I mean, ayahuasca is very different than, let's say, datura. Datura is a whole different plant with a whole different thing, and datura does
Come
have
on.
alkaloids in it, but it's a whole different deal in that sense. Yeah, just in terms just totally different plants that have totally different focuses and different like dynamics. But yeah, like in ayahuasca, DMT. Well, DMT is naturally in our brain and in our bodies, so yeah, it's like a human neurotransmitter. DMT is. So yeah, that the fact that if consumed in a plant form seems to have like a direct natural like connection, like all of the actual alkaloids are found naturally in our body to begin with. Yeah.
Gio, you okay?
You can overdo anything. You can overdo water. Thing I wanted to say about like the concentration of like say take the cocaine for instance. It's like that stuff is mass produced and concentrated into an unnatural, an unnatural form, unnatural amount. If you were to just the plant and consume the plant, and it wouldn't be considered such a harsh, heavy drug. And I've always thought that Ezra, the story of Ezra, and the Christian religion, Ezra was told to go into the wilderness and fast first for a week, and he had what I would call like a mild vision, and then after the first week, I don't know if he was told to do it for 2 weeks or for the next following week. Then he was told to he was told to go into a specific field in the mountains, and he went into this specific field where wildflowers were growing, and he was told to eat nothing but those wildflowers for either 1 to 2 weeks after he had already fasted for a week. Then that's when he had the profound vision. So like I kind of think that when he was eating those wildflowers that he was consuming some sort of psychedelic, and how would anybody know if he's not? Like there was something specific.
What story was that?
In Ezra.
Okay.
Yeah, I think also the burning bush is connected to the acacia tree, so it's likely. And acacia tree is one of the most common sources for DMT, so it's possible that he was actually having visions as well. The burning bush, possibly influenced by DMT.
I have a question about Holden, man. I mean, it's probably not totally on topic, but it's that y'all keep making me think about it when we're talking about spiritual experiences and all this, that the psychedelics, what we're supposed to do with them, who gave them to us, whatever. There's just been something I can't get out of my head for a little while though, and if y'all don't mind, can somebody help me with one of the theological logics real quick? So it's about the people who talk about a kind creator or whatever, and like I heard the the barber and the priest story earlier from Wissit, man, and I was like sharing it with my kid and all this, and then he challenged me, man, and like I don't know how to respond, like like that's such a good analogy, but then people still try to talk about like, oh well, what about about bad stuff? Like what do you say about some bad stuff that just seems to be out of anybody's hands, like, and it's just gonna persisting pain? Like, do we just say it's not our place to know the greater picture? Like we trust the picture, and I've always trusted the picture of the creator is what I'm saying. And then you know, sometimes I have a hard time passing it on. You know, I don't know how to give the analogies to my kid. You know what I mean? Like when they get so challenging. So I needed a little insight on that. If anybody gave a fuck or caught what I was saying.
You have a specific question?
Yes. Yes. Like the specific challenge would be like, okay, how can there be like,
Just say it.
how can there be like deformed babies or whatever, like babies that are going to die when they're like 2 without ever having a chance to live or to live in pain, or you know what I mean, like stuff like the terrible, the things that we make us sad inside, you know what I mean?
You're saying, how could a creator that's all good and loving create that? Is that what you're does that sum it up, or no? Or is it different?
I don't like when the people do the all good and loving thing, but yeah, that seems to be the like the talking points. But it's like my kid basically, he just asked me, he's like, why would it? And I guess that means like, yeah, like why would it, do something like that, like make something like that. I'm like, it's not for me to know or care, you know what I mean? Like,
I'll give you my interpretation, and then I'm sure other people will have theirs. God gives us free will, right? So what are those people putting in their bodies?
Are you blaming the parents though?
Well, I
Is
mean,
that's
like,
fair?
I think we have to accept some responsibility. Some people have really poor diets. What did they eat? I mean, don't you think that we're given free will?
So I do. It just gets it. Well, it seems like, yeah. I've had a couple discussions about this. About I've summed it down to a few axes actually: the free will, the random versus the temporal. Two axes, not versus, but the intertwining of random. Anyway,
Well, we could get
regardless.
to this too, like
Yeah, my bad.
why do
But
children
I was gonna
get
say, listen. They gave me an analogy. It was a great analogy I heard earlier. It's about like the barber and the priest, and the moral of the story is like you have to come see God to get the help from God, right? But what about people that can't, or they're gonna die before they do, or you know what I mean? Like, what about the things that were the sins from the parents? Like, that's a
No, I'm not
great
saying sins. I'm saying
answer.
simply I'm not talking about sins. I'm talking about actually what they put in their food, right? Are they just, going to eat fast food all the time? Are they smoking? Are they and listen, I think what the bigger thing is you're trying to say is like, why do bad things happen to good people? Um
Yeah, I guess,
and
yeah.
yeah, well, there's some scripture that gives me comfort when people pass or die really early. I think it's in like Isaiah 57, 1 and 2, and it talks about how nobody takes into account um, when God takes people like the righteous or like the young, because he is taking them to protect them from the future that's coming. And, sometimes we don't know what happens after death, right? We're told in the Bible that, you go and you rest. And
Respect, yes.
yeah, and you go and you rest until, one place, if it depends how you led your life, could be like peaceful and, you know, just calm, and then the other one's really chaotic and, I don't know. And so sometimes bad things happen to me. I mean, to people, in my opinion, that for the other people to go through, for their lives to change, like when things happen to your friends or family,
Right.
someone it really makes you stop and pause sometimes. And so, like,
Uh-huh.
you know, we are given free will a lot, Uh, and it sucks
I
because,
think so.
yeah, like, this whole child stuff that's going on right now, kidnapping and all the other stuff, like, it broke me. It broke me so much that I was mad and crying out. I wasn't like a believer, right? I wasn't raised as a believer, nothing. My mom was like a little hippie and just free love and like more new age. And like I cried out, how can I live in a world where nobody cares about these children? I would talk to people in 2016 and late, after the voting, after the election, and nobody cared, man. And I was just like, what kind of a world am I living in?
It's like
And
NIMBY, man. NIMBY everywhere.
yeah,
Or
and
not
so
my problem. I'm sorry, not my problem. Not NIMBY. Not my problem.
no, it's so you know what it is? It's so horrific. It's so hard for people to be with that because it's in your mind. You have no way of helping necessarily, and it's so
Right.
hard to be with. I've finally come to the conclusion that it really is. And now, and I was talking on here, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, a month ago or something, and because my best friend, we ended our relationship, and I said to her, I was talking to her about this a lot, and she was like, "Get over it. Everybody's been molested." I was like, "What?" So then,
Damn.
people brought it up to my attention, like, maybe people can't handle it because that happened to them, and it brings up so many, because I guess it's quite common for this kind of abuse to happen to children.
Oh
Like
yeah.
Ryan said earlier.
People are just so efficient. They just if it don't affect their direct little circle, they ain't gonna do nothing about it. You said so much. I want to agree with like all of it. Had a couple cool like you made me. Yes, like free will. I think we're like a computer. You know what I mean? Your point about protecting the people. That's a great point. That's how I always look. It's like it's not for me to judge like the creators what say he's nice or not nice. That's not for me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, for all we don't know what happens afterwards. Like you said, that's a great point. I mean, all that, everything you said is awesome. And yeah, but we should care more about other. If we say this is the world we want, people should stop being hypocrites and do some inaction. Is what do you call it? You can't just sit by and you're guilty by association if you do nothing.
Well, and then
Something like
here's
that.
another thing. It's okay to have these questions, right? But if you want to get to know God, for me, what I do is I just read the word. Do I understand everything that I'm reading? No, but I'm a truth seeker. And so I'll go to YouTube and I'll say, okay, Isaiah, 47, explained a couple different versions. I'll read it again, pray about it. I want the truth. I think a lot of us in here, we don't really care about being attached to it. We just want the truth, whether it's painful or not. We just give us the truth. I think as truth seekers, in my opinion, we just don't want to be lied to. Like, I think that's the common thread that we all have, at least for me. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but it's been my
It's so
observation.
weird. Is the Matrix a lie? You know what I mean? Like that's the weird.
Matrix in the King James version, you know what that means? You know what it is in
What?
Hebrew? The womb.
Tell me.
The womb.
Interesting. So you're in the womb and then you come out.
Well, and see what they're trying to do is they're trying to create, don't you think, a new womb that they are trying to create their own man and maybe woman, but that they're phasing us out because like in the Matrix of the movie, didn't they have those fake wombs with those babies and everything all hooked up to everything? The wire.
Right.
So,
Right.
they're trying to
And
create
that's like the robots are like middlemen though. They're not like God, they're like the middleman.
robots are nothing. They're
I
electricity.
mean in the Matrix. I mean in the Matrix. They had yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Don, you had mentioned.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, does anybody else want to give him your opinion on this
I
topic?
mean, what are you saying when you say is the Matrix a lie? Are you talking about the movie? Like, yeah, it's a movie. Of course it's a
No, it's
fucking
not the
lie.
movie a lie. I'm saying like if you're in the program, right? And you're in it, like you're deceived, but are you really lied to? Like, you know what I mean? Like is ignorance a lie? Is
The
being
Matrix,
ignorant.
the whole idea of the Matrix. Nobody ever called this the Matrix until the Matrix movie. Like, what do you mean by the Matrix?
Well, I mean,
Is it a lie?
Well, that term
I'm saying
Matrix.
if God, yeah, go ahead, peel back the layers.
Well, I agree that. Well, you can go ahead, but I was just gonna say I agree that I was gonna also I wanted to respond to your question too, Don, when we get at some point because I had some thoughts on it as well. But in terms of I mean the using the Matrix thing has because of the movie, it seems like it's kind of the red pill, blue pill, all that stuff. But I mean, I think the word Matrix, even though before that, still has its meaning, like the Matrix of life or like the web of life. Like it could still be seen as like it could be used as like a way that things are intertwined within like a system of humans in that sense.
Yeah, fine. I'm just trying to
Matrix
figure
of
out what he means. But when he's asking if it's a lie, I want to know what he means by it.
If you're asleep in the Matrix, like if we were in one right now, but it wasn't no middleman, if it was direct
Are you
from
talking
the
again?
point
It
origin, if
sounds.
we were in a
Hold on, hold on.
Matrix, would you say God's lying to you? You get what I'm saying? That's kind of the point.
You're saying if God made the whole Matrix and there's lies in the Matrix and you were lied to, then therefore God's lying to you. Is that kind of the link you're making?
Yeah, it's just so weird. Yeah, it's like if we're in some other dream and there's another spiritual realm that we got to transcend into, and there's all this other dimensions that we don't know. Like, it's not really a lie, in my opinion. It
But
would just be like yet to be
I think
discovered.
this
Like,
actually takes a
Would you rather be
breakdown.
a
Like,
robot though? I mean, that's what I've never
I don't know.
understood.
This is a hard question. I don't know if I would want to wake up and see the fucking robot war going on. I don't know if I'd want to.
no,
Like,
but
would
just
you
let
rather
me.
have
Please,
free?
give
Would
me a
you rather
minute.
live a
Please give me a
life where
minute.
you have to discover truth and freely, or be a robot? That's what I'm asking.
No, please give me a minute here. So, like, if
So there's
God
truth in this
created
realm, and
everything,
then there's
if
the
God
angel and
created
demon
everything,
wars. Go ahead, Louis.
The Matrix is not God's creation. The Matrix is the hijacking of God's creation. Okay, so like the Matrix is made by either man or machine or some other alien species or something like that, but it's not the God that created the alien or us. You know what I
But
mean?
it's not really a lie. They're really, I mean, they have a
I'm talking
type
about
of
within the
soul
movie.
in there. They have a
Please
type
give
of
me a minute. You
a
gave me
piece.
10 seconds. You gave me 2 sentences.
Oh, sorry, man. Come on.
What I'm
Come on.
saying is like the lie. Yes, the lie is the Matrix is the lie, and it was always written to you that way. Like the movie was highlighting that. I don't know. Maybe you got to watch it again. But the
I
Matrix
understand
is
they
the
were being.
lie.
I get it. I get it. Yes, they.
Yeah,
But
with that
if we
movie, yeah.
want, I've seen the movie, but the point is this: is like, like it's still real. The program that they're in, it's a real program. They just don't know. Like, for instance, like if you apply it to the thing about having like a soul or you know what I mean, something bigger, it's just weird. Like if there was always another level bigger, but I don't know. I appreciate your insight. I
But
appreciate
think
your
about this,
insight.
bro. Think about this, right? So this goes back to what I always say about how like God can't win or whatever. So it's like, say there are angels and they're in immortal forms, and so they get to see like all these other dimensions that we can't see unless we astral project, or some people take psychedelics, or some people get taken, even in my opinion, by the creator, say whatever. Blah, blah, blah. We know that there's a metaphysical realm we can't see other quote unquote dimensions. It would say that angels, they see all that and they see our dimension. And they don't age, they don't die, they're immortal, they know how it all goes down, they can change state, blah, blah. So that's all they know. So they're like, how is it fair that these men and women over here, like they get to learn throughout life, they get to make mistakes, they get to cut them, like they get cut and bleed, and like they feel pain, and then they die after making babies, and many of them, and then they die, and then they get to come experience what we do. Whereas the people are like, how's it fair that they already get to be in the presence of the creator and live immortal, and I have to go through pain and do all the blah, blah, blah. So really you can look at it like we have the better end of the deal because we have free will, we get to experience all that here, and then we also have the opportunity to experience the totality of dimensions and immortality afterwards. So it's like an additional bonus round. It's like we get to experience something that we wouldn't get to if we weren't put here with limitations. So it's like actually a blessing, and so but the creator can't win because both sides would be like, oh, the grass is greener on the other side, right? And so that's how I view the whole thing. I think that it's easy for us to sit from within this limited view and like complain, but in reality, the alternative would be like to be a robot or to not get to experience all this process of learning
I
and
get
not
your
knowing
point.
stuff. Yeah.
It does bring us back to the original point I was making, and you did inspire me to ask the question earlier with your barber and priest analogy. Do you agree with some of the responses that we've had? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what about the
Yeah, I
challenging?
agree with Blaze's. I agree with Blaze's comments, which is like the parents have free will. So when everyone wants to bring up children, like the same people that will promote abortion, all of a sudden they care so much about children. But anyway, it's just a tactic, you know. But anyway, it's maybe a genuine question sometimes. But like, if the parents do something, it can affect their children. Like the alternative would be to intervene and not let the parents have free will in order to make bad decisions that can affect the children. And then secondly, just like she said, maybe there's something we don't know where that child doesn't truly feel pain the way that we think they do. Or they do for a second, but it gives them some metaphysical benefit or advantage afterward. Or maybe they're there to teach someone else a lesson, but then they go be in beautiful peace and harmony and a blissful state that we can't even fathom afterwards. And maybe they're being protected from what else they would experience. And there's all
Right.
like when you're trying to like question the creator, you have to put on the shoes of like omnipotence. So like none of
Right,
us
I
could
would never.
possibly
Yeah,
understand.
I would never. I don't know why people. It's like I get caught in the middle, wanting to be like, let's iron out logic because like just learning or whatever. But it's so weird. Like, there's definitely what looks like to be innocent bystanders. Someone just caught in the crossfire. Maybe they die. Okay, blessing in disguise. They're up in heaven. Maybe they don't die. Whatever, blessing in disguise. They learn some other lesson, or they, save 1 million people or start gardens or whatever.
Yeah, so like
But
some
like
person gets
blessings in
shot by a
disguise.
stray bullet. Some person gets shot by a stray bullet. Some woman gets hit with a stray bullet in a gang war. And everyone's like, oh man, what if that girl drowned a kid last year and didn't get caught? Like, bro, we don't know what goes on when it comes to
Ooh.
children. Children are like the best argument, right? But well, how could children have done anything wrong? Well, I'm not really of the train of thought that children are entirely innocent. Like even my beautiful 9-month-old, who's like the most amazing baby ever. She's like super chill. Like she's clearly very smart, and she's like, I can like tactically whine to get what I want, and she's 9 months old.
devious, but you're kind of semi-making 2 points. One is 2 points I want to make is well, we're told from the Bible that like even when you don't sin, you have original sin, which means that you could be in a position of not sinning, therefore being clean, other than this original sin. And then the second point I was to say is like, well, are you just are you saying there's no innocent bystander? I guess
The
undeserved.
only
Yeah,
innocent
there's no
people would
innocent
be
people. Yeah, I guess that's your point. Okay.
the only argument of innocent people that could even exist would be like really small children. But like I said, imagine like a woman's pregnant and she decides to drink and do meth and eat a bunch of synthetic corn and like nothing but all kinds of crazy grains. And is the creator supposed to change what that does to her body? Is the creator supposed to stop her and not let her eat what she wants? Is the creator supposed to not let her have a drink if she wants? Because inevitably, if she does, it's going to affect that baby. Or what if she did something? She's passing on generational curse. Like there are things like we never think about the alternative. That's why I always ask in response to this question, like, what's the alternative? The alternative is that the creator doesn't let bad things. So if the question is, why would God let bad things happen? Then the question is back, what's the alternative? And the answer is God doesn't let bad things happen. Okay, in order for God to not let bad things happen, he has to intervene and remove free will from people. Like that is the only way. So
Well,
now
in
you ask, okay,
Christianity,
would you rather have free will or would you rather be like a robot?
in Christianity, they teach it like that. That's the reason why Jesus had to die for our sins and stuff, was because, like, the moment you're born innocent, but the moment you're born, like, essentially, the moment you're born, you become a sinner. Like, you're gonna start, I don't know. I don't know how specific
I don't
that
think it's
is,
for
but
you to
like maybe
judge,
not at
man.
the moment you're born, maybe not the moment you're born, but as a baby, as an infant, that's the only time. That's the only time where you are innocent. After that, you become a sinner. And
Actually, hey, the doctrine of
fact that
original sin states that you're
you're
born with the nature
your
of
mom and
sin
dad,
already inherent in your body.
You're conceived through your mom and dad having sex. There's your original sin.
Well, not if they're married. It's not a sin if they're married. But this is what's
It's
so
actually not
like what's
original sin doctrine.
well, okay, yeah, we have the propensity to commit sin, right?
Get a
So,
gang.
but like, does maybe I'm wrong? Does my answer not answer the question? Like, why does God let bad things happen? Okay, what's the alternative? God doesn't let bad things happen. That means he has to tactically intervene to prevent bad things from happening, which means he would have to remove free will from people because it's other people's decisions and actions that causes bad things to happen.
Bad is
It's not
subjective.
always, and it's not always something someone does. It could be something that someone knows good to do, and they fail to do that good thing.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
fail to do the right thing.
Should he
And
come in and make them do the good thing? Right? I mean, because then they're not free anymore.
However, he
You're
does
right.
he does intervene though in an individual's life, but it's only after they recognize that he is. And see, that's where the beginning of knowledge starts. Once they recognize he is, and that's what I was going to tell you, Era. And a lot of these things, deformities and so forth, you got to think about man's contribution to this. I mean, think about things like growth inhibitors. You look at some of the chemicals and how they work. Like there's a flea chemical, and it makes the fleas be born without mouths, so they can't eat, so they die, right? So there's all of these kind of chemicals going on also, and it's man's doing. So it's
Well, how do you know that? Okay, I mean, it's going to get way too deep with this, but like, and probably a lot of contention too. But like, but what?
I was gonna say,
what
let's
if,
go, Lou. Crank it up.
Let's get it on.
But how do
Do
you
you
know
know
you
who's in this
actually
room,
have free
buddy?
will? How do you know why is it that we think the good things come from God and the bad things are the doings of ourselves and our free will? Why wouldn't what if God intended for everything that fucking happens? All the good, all the bad.
that's what
Like
I wanted to speak
what if
on.
it's
We're the computer. He's seeing it.
Dude, he made you free, bro, and therefore it's inevitable that the good and the bad happen. I have never understood why this question is such a big hiccup for people. Like, I don't know if I'm missing something here, but like, for example, say I have a baby, and then I decide to start injecting them with poisonous shots, and then they have autism. Is that God's fault? Is it God's fault?
No. The gift
Okay,
of life,
right.
the gift of life, the gift of God is life. It's up to you what the fuck to do with it.
Okay, let me say something with it real quick, guys. And I appreciate y'all for going with me. I want you to know about me, sir. That I agree with you. I don't think it's hard. What the point of it? I needed help responding to was like with the specific priest and barber analogy, like
No,
that.
I
I
get
would
it.
like come see
Yeah.
me. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because I will say the analogy is not perfect because the punchline is he's like, well, it brings in the homeless guy, it's all scruffy, and he's like, look, barbers don't exist, and he's like, it's not that I don't exist, he never came to see me so I could help him, right? But then it's like, well, what about the children, right? Like, what about the like innocently born children, blah blah blah. Well, like, okay, the parents never came to see him. Okay, the parents didn't submit to it, or the parents didn't prioritize truth and protection of their children, right? They didn't follow the Creator's way, which is like selfless love and protecting children above all things, and like literally dying for them, much less injecting them with poisonous shots. So like that's the answer. It's like the alternative is that the Creator doesn't let the parents be free, doesn't let the parents decide to fall for the pharmakia trick and give them poisonous chemicals. Right, like that's almost what all of these diseases come from, by the way. Very rare is it that a child is born with a deformity, but when that does happen, if you look at what the mother was injecting while she was pregnant, or right before she was pregnant, or what she was consuming when she was pregnant, you almost always get the answer, almost every time, because like it's a direct consequence of the mother's actions.
Our
So-
children's failures our children's faults are our failures. So if the child is left out, it's because the parent failed to teach the child properly.
Let
God
me ask
gives
this
you a
from the
blessing.
Yeah, they say the child pays 10 times for the sin of the parent, right? 10x.
Yeah, generational curse. You got to break the curse. Gio, what was that?
Well, yeah. Let me ask this. this is a really good convo. I think as long as no one monologues, it'll stay interesting because we're letting each other go, and I think that's good. Because so I'm just throwing that out there because it's just awesome right now because we're all able to jump in. But I was just going to ask real quick. So with that, okay, so from the perspective that there's a creator that's separate from the individuals that have free will. Okay, from that idea, Mike, I have this question. It might sound like it's a sidetrack, but it's not really. Okay, if you see it that way, the actual material world that we're living within, like is someone's perspective with that God created the material stuff somehow out of its own being, or somehow it created all this stuff and then created the humans and everything and then just left, kind of like it is like up on the throne or somewhere else, and then all the physical matter is just here because, like, is that how you see it? It created like all the physical matter and then just bounced, kind of?
No.
Because I guess the reason I ask that is if someone's like doing something in the physical world, or there's like a car accident or a children dies, something like these things we're talking about, it's like in my mind, like the entire material world has to be like created and creating, like the sun and the moon and the star and the air and the wind and the like, it all, like something has to actually be creating that car accident. And if it's creating it at the level of like the physical world, then how could it be separate from a free will and not having complete control over the whole thing if it's making the whole material reality with its consciousness and with its light and sound and all that?
The material world is created by your perception.
Well, I've got on that Geo. I've got
just like the world in your dream is created by your perception. The whole thing that you think
the creator
perception
made the world, right? The creator made the world.
The way that I see it is like with an all-knowing creator. Now, if he created the devil too. He created all of creation, all the good, all the bad. Now, the question becomes about free will. Do you actually have it or not? An all-knowing creator could have literally set it up like when you're setting up a string of dominoes that has many twists and turns and splits and so on and so forth. And he knew the overall outcome from the very beginning. He just had to knock over that first domino.
Okay, but I may know that if you go to the casino, you're gonna lose all your money. I may know you're gonna lose all your money, but I can still sit back and watch you go to the casino, or I could intervene and stop you, and then now allow you to make the free decision to go to the casino. Right? Like it's not like a dichotomy. But like Gio's question's answered by the barber analogy. Like that story answers the question, which is, does he just walk away and let whatever happen? Well, he goes to his barber shop, and if you need a haircut, you can go to the barber shop. But if you don't, you got people walking around homeless with really long hair and beards that need a haircut, but they've chosen not to get one, right? Like the alternative is everyone's stood in line and forced to get a haircut. So it's like he's there for help, but he doesn't force you to receive the help. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I've been waiting for a minute. I just want to say, like, people who, and I guess I'm directing this toward because you're the one who actually said it, and it's not saying anything bad. I'm not saying anything bad. What I'm saying is, consider yourself blessed if you haven't really dealt with any major atrocities or injustices or traumas or things that just didn't make sense in your life, because like most of the time the people who have that question are confused by the question, by other people having the question about how can God let this happen and let that happen. Usually the ones who don't understand that question haven't really dealt with like some real major severe traumas or like injustices or atrocities.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And if you haven't, then like just watch what you say and do, and maybe I guess expect good karma from it, and consider yourself blessed if you haven't.
I think injustice is a very subjective term in this conversation, bro. Like my mom left my sister at a bar when she was 3, and then tried to give me up for adoption when I was like just born, and like left me stranded. Right? Like I mean, like. Is it the creator's fault? I'm saying, is it the creator's fault that my mom like tried to like left me on like some random steps? Like, no, dude, it's my mom's fault. Like she did that.
He's got a bigger plan. He's got a bigger plan. Maybe it made you stronger. You don't know like what you benefited from that or what you were meant to learn or know. Like like I had a friend who was just a beautiful person. He loved everybody. He was very selfless. He would help anybody, but he ended up committing fucking suicide, and it was detrimental to the whole clique of friends and so on and so forth. But also at the same time, like this was a party group of people that were headed down the wrong path, and myself included, but a number of people kind of like reevaluated their life and the path that they were headed down and made changes. Like, you don't know the overall outcome of those terrible things. Some people have to be the martyrs. Some people have to frickin', like, be the example. Like, and it's for the bigger scheme.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I understand the motivation for the question. I don't understand the hiccup in grasping the answer to the question. That's what I'm saying. Like same thing with like my cousin, my first cousin committed suicide, right? And he had went to the military, got all the way to the end, didn't finish. Was kind of like staying with his mom, didn't want to. He had reached out to me like a week before and was like kind of venting about how he had to get out of his house with his mom. And I'm like, you can crash with me. You can come here. I was a few cities over, like a couple hours away. I'm like, you can crash with me. I'll help you get a job, whatever, help you get on your feet, right? And then I didn't think anything about it. And then he committed suicide like a week later. So like for me, for a while, and I like suppressed it and then faced it, and it was really rough for me. Like I was like freaking out about that. And to this very moment, I still don't fully understand like why that would happen, or like why would I be put in a situation where I didn't realize the severity of it, that I maybe could have prevented it from happening, And he was like real young, you know what I'm saying? He was like 19.
Yeah, no,
So
no,
it
no.
was like a
You're
really rough,
never gonna
but
fully
that
understand it,
doesn't.
but it probably made you a stronger person.
But
It
he
made you
didn't die just
stronger
for me.
somehow.
Like what I'm saying is I don't fully understand it, maybe, but what I do know though is that doesn't change the answer to the question, which is that he would have had to not let my cousin be free. You know what I'm saying? So I understand the motivation for the question, and it's like frustration, and you don't understand it, and it's sad, and it's like where you reach that point where you just can't understand it, something traumatic that you truly can't rationalize, and you think it's unfair. But I still don't understand why, when it's laid out that, like, well, think about it logically. What's the alternative? The alternative is not being free. Like, I don't get why people don't consider that a satisfactory answer, and I'm saying that sincerely. Now, like, I'm saying, like, if someone can explain to me why that isn't a satisfactory answer, like, I would like to hear it, because it, I don't know how else to answer it. Like, to me, it satisfies the question.
I think it does
understand.
too.
I understand
I'm
the
with you.
bonding.
Listen, bro. I mean, it's been said, if you don't come to me, I can't help you. So why is it people don't understand that?
Well, yeah, I mean, just like the creator knows so much more than I do about that whole situation with my cousin. Like, I can't pretend to be in some position to judge the creator, no matter how sad or mad or frustrated I am about that. Like, I'm not in a position to pretend like somehow I have a moral superiority, or a position to morally judge a creator. That's like incredibly naive, Like I'm way more limited than a creator, bro. Like if I am not careful cutting my steak, then I bleed. Like, why would I think that I know I have a bit better grasp on what fairness is or what justice is than like the creator of all things? You see what I'm saying?
As sad as it is, it's possible that was his role in life. Like, literally, that was what he was destined to do, and you don't know how it influenced other people or yourself, like, and how it changed, like the butterfly effect. Just stepping on a butterfly can change so many things. Like the loss of one person might really help a whole bunch of others to advance.
I don't think it's stepping on a butterfly. It's supposed to be the butterfly is flapping its wings, and then the reverberation goes out.
No, the idea is like if you kill a butterfly, like, you don't know the effects that'll have. It seems meaningless. It seems like nothing. Like, what could just stepping on a butterfly literally do to the world?
Yeah.
But in the long run of things, it could change everything. Like, and that was just a simple analogy too. Don't take it too deep. Like, I'm just saying that his role, as sad as the outcome is for us, it might have been for the so-called greater good, or the bigger outcome. Like, it was something that was meant to be.
Just so you know, though, the butterfly effect is actually about the flapping of the wings. Like, I don't know where this sadistic take came from, where you step on
It might have been from the movie. It might have been from the movie The Butterfly Effect or something like that. But
No, it's about the fact that the little insignificant
Nah,
flapping of the
I
wings of a
think
butterfly create like a
yeah,
typhoon that cascades
a
into everything
vibration.
else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lou seen that one where they travel back in time and the dude stepped on a cockroach and it changed the entire fucking future. Yeah, the
That's probably what
butterfly
I'm
effect is different. It's so the wings of a butterfly, you think it's so small that it shouldn't affect the environment, but it does. It sends microscopic vibrations
Yeah,
through the entirety of the ether as the butterfly flies.
Yeah.
the
So
same idea applies either way, even though it might be
We get you. Yeah, we get you.
more or less.
but you're it's all action and reaction. Yeah.
Yeah, like one small little change can have a. Well, dude. I grew to the point where I accepted it, and I know that I became stronger from it. And what I took from it is like, kind of like always go out of your way, because you have to understand that like there's pride, and sometimes people's way of opening up to you and crying out for help is not always the same as other people, right? And like some people can't just be so transparently honest, and you have to look at everything on a deeper level. Like you may need to really read into stuff and like go out of your way to really be there for people, because you don't really know like how much they're crying out for help. Like that's how I grew through that and interpreted it, and that was like the lesson I learned from it, which was I thought, well, I did immediately offer up my house, let him stay in my room, my extra room, like gonna give him a job, all that, right? But like in retrospect, that just like real concise, straight to the point response in text is not what he needed. I should have known, like, well, I don't talk to him very often, and he's not really the kind of person to ask for help or open up. And the fact that he's reaching out, kind of venting to me about what's going on with his mom and how he wants to move out and all, and like asking for help is so out of left field. I should have known it was like more severe, right? And like situational awareness and empathy and stuff like that, I was lacking on my bad. Like I learned something from it, and I'm sure his mom did, and I'm sure my mom did, and like there's no doubt that I was at one point so mad. I mean, frankly, bro, I like compartmentalized it, and then went one day, like finally went to his and I was, it was like really crazy for me because I had just got a new job, and I couldn't accept the job unless I was in person in another state. And I had to be there, and it was like right at the time of his funeral, so I had to miss his funeral, and it was like just like this crazy whirlwind of emotions for me. And then I finally went and visited his grave, and I was like drinking and just like bawling after I had not like tried to suppress it and all this stuff, right? But like I went through a period where like I just didn't understand it, and I was super mad, and I couldn't comprehend it, and I was like angry. But now I realize like that doesn't make sense. Like I don't have a position to be angry at the creator for that. I don't. I just don't in any way. There's no justification. Like I'm not in a position to morally judge the creator. And when I examined my role in it, I could have done better myself. There's no way for me to pretend like I can say, this is how I know God's not real. My cousin, who was super fun-loving and selfless and nice, was so depressed and no one would help him that he thought there was no way out other than to kill himself. How is that fair? Life's not fair. The creator's not fair. He's unjust. He must be a sadist or whatever. You know, it's like, or there must be no creator, blah, blah, blah. Like, none of that makes sense to me. Like, I don't understand that line of reasoning.
I think it's okay to be temporarily angry about it, and at the creator even. Like he's in a place of all knowing, you're in a place of ignorance. Like you don't understand the bigger scheme, and so anger is just like a natural mechanism, and I think he would understand that as well. You know, like, but yeah, you should never hold a grudge, and you should try to see the bigger picture and see the light, you know, all of that stuff. Like, look at the positives, like, look at, maybe try to find out, you know, how that changed you, and how that like led you to like, just repetitively change your life and it for the better, you know?
Yeah, I'm not trying to make anybody feel awkward or like get sympathy. It makes a therapy session about me. I only brought that up to point out like I truly, on a deep level, understand the motivation of the question. The part that I don't understand is like the lack of satisfaction with the answer of free will. I mean, I don't know.
I just think. Let me ask you this. So, like free will is just when I think about all this stuff and a bigger plan and all of that, or prophecy. Look at how do you explain prophecy? You know, like how can you throw free will into that if things seem to be following a path? How can you have free will?
That's a good question.
Oh,
That
that is a good question. That's a good question. Like prophecy does seem to be, yeah. It's like some of them are like, well, someone's going to choose to follow the will of the creator, and then therefore they're going to fulfill a prophecy. Some of it's like they're going to choose defensively not to follow the will of the creator, therefore he knows what's going to happen. Because there's a difference in him knowing what's going to happen and him forcing something to happen. Like they're different things.
I have an
Visiting things
example.
upon
Oh, go ahead, Truth.
just the visiting things upon for generations, 3 generations, 7 generations, 10 generations. Isn't that kind of negating free will for those people?
That was
No,
big.
I don't think so. I think that like, I guess that's also a good question, right? Like if you're born into like some type of a generational curse, but those people all have individual abilities to submit to the creator, like, but yeah, is them having to suffer consequences generationally counter to free will? I mean, that's a good question. I wouldn't say so again. I would say that it's kind of just known. Like he just knows what's going to happen. He knows the consequences of certain moral actions, and then he can tell us what's going to happen. But like it's all based on what we choose. Like he knew the Nephilim were going to keep on rebelling, but they didn't have to in theory, right? So I don't know.
I've got more to say on that, but I want to hear Blaze's your example, Blaze, that you had.
So I was dating this guy. I lived across the bridge in Sarasota, and we got into a fight, and we hadn't talked in like 2 weeks. I was supposed to go on a motorcycle ride, and I didn't go. I ended up getting a call the next morning that he died, and so with that, I moved back to where I live now. I was closer to my family. And I found a couple of properties. I made the most money that I ever made in my entire life. I was able to build my house cash. And, I learned that you really shouldn't argue with people and leave it like that, because that is like such a lesson. Because I know if I would have seen him, we would have probably got back together and all that kind of stuff. But that, we can sit here and say all that stuff all day long, but it was what was supposed to happen. But I learned that, you really should try to end things at least amicably with people so that you're not left with that, I wish I would have, we would have talked and not ended the way that it did. So but, like it worked out for me, in the end, but it was really tough. So, like I said earlier, bad things happen to good people and it spiders out to everybody else. And sometimes people change their lives too, so it's just one of those things.
Ruth, I got an answer for you. So there is a time when the prophet, like in Ezekiel, but you can also get it in Deuteronomy, where the children will no longer pay for the sins of the father. But we also have other angles to look at also. For instance, like, things happening to the children, whether it be from some chemical like I've suggested earlier, or whether it be by some demonic entity that is grown possessive of the family, right, and follows the family. And so that would be one way in which, the child could be cursed due to what his father and mother did and how they raised the child. There's so many different angles to look at why things happen the way they do. There's even a positive aspect, right? Even in the scriptures, it's like, why is this man lame? Is it his fault for his sin or his mother and father's sin? And Messiah says neither. It's for the glory of God, and he healed the man. And so it's so some of those things are maybe for the glory of God, so that they could be healed in the presence of many people. Um, but there's so many angles to look at and so many things to say. But that would be how I would start to answer that question.
Yeah, there's just so much written that um, I would say 35 plus. I wouldn't say 40 plus years because it's been. I quit following the Bible, following doctrine, or any doctrine as far as that goes. Probably, I don't know, probably about 7 to 10 years ago, something like that. And been trying to just there's some aspect to it where no matter how much you look back in at yourself and try to fix things about yourself, even with the doctor following the doctrine, like I had an issue with a lot of things because there's like, okay, I could go through each one of them, but it's like so many stories I remember because I did read the Bible, I did study it vigorously, and I do know it very well. So I can reflect back on all of these. Like once I walked away from it and then started reflecting, and I didn't have like this like cultural construct, like how I should interpret things, and I just take them for what they say, take the word for what it is, and then like every time something comes up, it's like I can reflect back on some scripture. It's like with this free will idea, it doesn't seem to go very well with it because it's like, okay, it's written so many times, like he will put it on his heart to have a fondness for this person, or he'll put it on his heart to not find fondness in this person. Like it's like not natural. It's like these people aren't having the free will to either like the person or don't like the person because there's like an influence of a fondness that's placed on their heart. And again, I'm going back to the thing with the things visited upon the children for generations to come. It's like okay, so with my example, I have issues with things, and I know I have issues with things, and I'm much better now than what I was 7 to 10 years ago, because I was doing more looking at myself, changing ways of thinking, changing ways of dealing with things. I just sometimes I totally avoid negative situations if I don't see any solution or any positive outcome that could come of it. Just totally avoid it. Before, it's like with my arrogance and my being very adamant and strong-minded, because I am very strong-minded and I'm not one to back down from things. So I would just meet them head on with aggression because it was the only way I knew. So it's like changing just ways of thinking. But in my case, it's like before I was born. Okay. So I didn't, my father wasn't around, right? So I'm being right. I'm going to be born to a mother who doesn't want children. She didn't want to get pregnant. Okay. She tried like 3 different ways to abort me. Thank goodness, thank goodness, maybe it would have been better. Who knows? I mean, I've got 3 children that I love very much who wouldn't be here. That there wasn't abortion clinics on every corner, or I probably wouldn't be here. And I don't know. And this is not, it's just like with you. This is not a pity thing. This is just an example. This is like a direct experiential example. And 3 different ways she tried, and she wasn't able to. Then when she had me, she tried to sell me. She left me with a family, had like a lot of kids. I remember a lot of kids. I was so young. I remember one kid's ear was like so huge. It was bigger than his head. So he must have got hit in the ear or something. There was like little gates on the doorways, and the room was so packed full of kids. I don't even know. And most of them were black. I had never seen a black, and I'm not racist at all. Like I have, just let me tell the story, and don't be judgmental thinking that I'm racist, because I'm not. This is the only way I know to tell the story, because I remembered all the children were black, and I'd never seen one before, and they were so like so many bad things happened with all of us kids in that one little small place. My grandma had found out, so she came and got me. But after that, I was scared to death of black people. I didn't want them to touch me. I was scared to death of black people, and I'm not anymore. Right? My daughter's dating. Like I've got plenty. It's like they're great people, and it had nothing to do with being racist. It's not. It's just this is what I do. So after my grandmother started raising me, it's like no men around in the household whatsoever, raised by women. My great grandma, on the other hand, when they started raising me, she was the most righteous person I ever knew. And she took me to church with her, prayed over me. So at that point, but see, I'm already, at that point, I'm being taught, according to this religious doctrine, being taught to do right, to not do wrong. And I'm being raised by someone who prays over me every night.
Well,
Because of
one
the
thing.
things that happened in the womb, coming into the world, and all the the issues with rejection and abandonment and all that, that's already like that damage is already done. And where's the free will in just being able to come into the world and choose to choose a path that you choose to, not to be set and thrust onto a path.
One
It's
thing
not
to
free will to me.
one thing I'll respond to a couple of things that you said. Um, one of them is, you know how when you were saying he put it on this one's heart or he put it on that one's heart, so he's intervening, and where's the free will in that, right? So there were those who were his people, which were willing participants for him to interact with them and have that relationship with them and help them through that spiritual journey. And then there were those who were the enemies, who he could intervene and he could harden their heart, such as Pharaoh, or he could soften their heart according to his will to carry his will out. He can do those things. And there's nothing wrong with that because you have a willing participant that is the righteous one, and then you have like the the rebel, the NPCs, I guess you would call them, or whatever you want to call them, the enemy. But this doesn't negate free will to choose to participate or not to choose to participate. This doesn't negate that in a complete sense, as some would think. Um, when it comes to parents and other men and what they do to their children um, to cause them bodily harm, these are things that stem from the fall of man and from man not wanting to do right. So there is a choice there, right? And so this is how we understand that free will isn't completely negated by the intervening of the creator. There's so many
Free
things.
will.
I'll shut up for a minute.
Free will is such an interesting. Like I've been intrigued by this idea of free will for well over a decade. Like probably almost 2 decades. Honestly, like it's just like, do I have it or do I not? And I'm back and forth on it. It's amazing. It's astounding to me, like how many people, especially from a religious background, like they take offense to this, even the notion that you might not have free will. Typically, not all, but typically. Um, but then they also will talk about like the bigger picture, God's plan, and so on and so forth. Well, like if there's a plan, like where's the free will? And like, so I've already mentioned that stuff. But then at the same time, I also understand the criticism of it. Like, well, if you think that you have no free will, then you think that all of your choices, nihilism, all of your so-called what you think are to be choices are ordained by God. Like you could make the worst decision in every time where you think you're making a decision, you could you could decide to do what you think is best, which is what most people do. But you might say, yeah, I can do whatever the fuck I want and do harm to as many people as I want, and if God allows it, then it was part of His plan. You know, like and there's that negative aspect of it. But I think in the long run, whether either which path you take, you know, you're probably going to like. It's kind of weird. Like, so it's not exactly free will, but it's not exactly
like ordained either. It's like you are given choice, but your choices don't really matter in the long run of things. Like the plan will still play out with your choices, but you'll still be allowed to make choices, and maybe you pay for those choices.
Well, it
You know,
doesn't seem to me.
maybe there's an ascension thing going on, or you'll be doomed to repeat it, or you'll be going to hell or heaven. You know, like I don't know, but
I'm
either
not.
way, it's like there's the correct path and there's the wrong path, and maybe you're allowed to choose the wrong path, but God's path will be the one that will actually happen in the long run.
I'm not buying the free will thing because we really don't. I don't see it, and I never experienced free will until I became an adult and could have free will to do as I please. But there's already like this structure and these things that you carry with you that you have to deal with, and then there's the the path that you're put on at that moment. Like you have to work through all that. I'm not buying the free will thing because like that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's like a ton more.
I mostly agree with you. I think that most choices are not really choices. You're kind of stuck making the choice that you make. You know, it appears like a choice, but it's not really a choice.
Well, Truth, I would like to just say really quickly, I'm sorry that you've had so much to overcome. That's
don't
be
like.
No, I know.
I appreciate your heart, but it's like I wasn't saying it for
No,
that.
I know.
And
Yeah, we all know that. You were just sharing. And the thing is, you know, we all have our little issues from our childhood, right? Because I did this work with Landmark Education a long time ago, and I think it was called EST before that. And it was really powerful because until you really pinpoint a couple of things, first one I think is like, you know, you're separate from your mom. You realize that at like 5 or 6 or maybe like 3 or 4, you're like, whoa, my mom's over there and I'm over here. I'm separate from her because I guess you think so. There's like different stages. I forget what the middle one is, but the last one is like you're in your teenage years and it's something like, oh my gosh, I'm on my own. Like there's a defining moment when you have these 3 things. Sorry, I can't remember the second one. But the thing is, when you distinguish that, that's when you get to choose freely not to have those abandonment issues anymore, right? So, you know, that's when you take control and not let that little child run your life anymore. And we all can do it, but it's like we have to pinpoint it in these times when something really stuck out. And then there's also something that really powerful that they had, and it's called the advanced course. And they had you partner up with somebody. They had you write down your story, right? So you're really getting into it. They did this and they did that, and I felt this way, and da da da. Da. Then they have you read it to your partner. So, like, after 20 minutes, you're like, oh my gosh, this is the story that I've been living and bringing in. It's like carrying this luggage with you into every relationship that you have. And so they make you do it for hours of sharing your story, and then the other person shares their story as well, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, that's just simply a story. I can change it. Oh my gosh, it's so freeing." So, you
yeah, but
know,
is it free will that like would someone freely choose like a life where they would have to be in those like
oh, I see. Yeah, yeah,
have
yeah.
those like
Well,
like couldn't because when you're a child you really don't have that free. And I'm gonna stop using myself for an example. I'm just gonna use just a random Joe for an example. But like when a child is say 2 years old, you know, and they get molested,
yeah.
like they what free will, and they have to deal with that. Like, did they come into the world and choose that life? I don't see where anybody would
No, but see,
Yeah,
they
ever
or
choose
you're
that
born into
life.
poverty in Somalia. You know, you
right.
got flies eating at your eyes. Like,
Or
Did you choose that?
even worse. Like
No,
it could
no.
even be worse. And I
No, but hold on a
understand that.
second. Really quick, I understand. We can't. I get you there. I totally understand that. I totally understand what you're saying there from like birth, right? But what if we were given that path to become the people that we are? We needed to go through these life experiences. So just because you're born into poverty doesn't mean you're going to be poor the whole rest of your life. Just because you were, I don't even know how to. I don't want to say it like
It does. It does mean that you will struggle for the majority of your life.
right.
I think I know what you're saying.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Go ahead.
It just means that we have these experiences that that can lock us into certain patterns in life, right? But we do have the freedom to break those patterns. That's where the free will comes in for us that we're talking about. Whitson and I stepped away for a few minutes, probably some other people, about what we put into our bodies, who we date, what car we buy. I mean, come on, you guys, we do have free will.
White people problems, Western people problems, like when we're
Oh,
worried about like
okay,
the
well,
luxuries of
let me
life,
say
when we're
this.
worried about the luxuries of life, that has nothing to do with like
Well,
being
This dude just
born
said
into
white
less of
people
a young
problem, bro.
age, or
yeah,
like being born into poverty in a third world country, or like
Look,
somebody who
bro.
doesn't have
okay,
all
I
of the
have an answer.
luxuries of life.
I
Did
have
you
an
just say
answer.
white
I got
people
like it.
problems? Or am
He
I
did.
tripping?
Yeah, just for the
Bro,
fun
you've
of
been
it.
watching CNN or
Right.
nothing, bro?
But okay, so Lou, in the Bible, it's really kind of clear, and you should see the people that are right now in poverty and all those things. In the Bible, it talks about the curses and the blessings. And I think that, these people that are in dire straits now and everything like that, I think that those are some of the tribes that will later be magnified and glorified, because I think there's some curses going on. I think it's biblical, if you ask me. Because go ahead. No, I've talked enough.
Well, like where I thought you were going with it, I'm not sure if this was where you were going with it, but this is like where I thought you were going with it, and this is, and I may have just thought that because this is what I've considered before. Okay, so when I stepped away from trying, because there's an issue for me when I was studying. Okay, and I'm not trying to make it all about religion. It's just why I transitioned from it and started to try to take a different approach and focus solely on trying to keep my thoughts and intent as righteous as I can. Because why? Because I'm experimenting. I am literally experimenting with life to see how it turns out. Because the first half, right, didn't. No matter. Even though now I could reflect back and I can admit that there's more that I could have done. There were some things that I was still justifying, and some things that I just didn't know yet. So that may have played a role in it. Like I think, okay, so when we're spirits, like maybe we did choose the life that we chose. We just don't look at the entirety of it and each experience that we have and say, yeah, I want to have that experience, and yeah, I want to go through this, and yes, I want to deal with this. Maybe there is like that greater purpose, right? That you see. Well, in the whole picture of things, you don't see all those little minor details. You see, like, but before coming into this world, this is what I've considered recently. I've started considering that maybe we saw a purpose that needed to be filled, and like we resonated with it so much as a spirit that we're like, okay, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to feel. That's the purpose that is so deep within. I vibrate on the same wavelength as that, so that's where I need to go. But you don't realize that to get to that point, to serve that purpose, there's all these finer details that you have to go through to prepare you for that. I've considered that may be the thing. Just I don't know. It's like if that's not the case, it's the only way that I could see free will playing into it. If we don't see that and see the purpose and choose that before we even enter into this world, if we don't do that, then there is no free will. It's like,
yeah, I don't think I don't think that we chose necessarily the life that we're dealt. I think we might have signed up, kind of agreed for like enlightenment, for knowledge, for improvement, to be put on a almost impossible task, a very difficult task, to come here to this realm and to face all the struggles that we needed, that God or whoever would be right would say, like, this is where you're lacking, these are the things you need to improve upon, and we're going to give you all of the challenges that you need to try to improve on that. And maybe it is almost like a video game, like maybe like if you don't pass that level, you're going to be doomed to repeat it. You're going to keep facing the same struggles over and over and over again until you learn your lesson.
So then, do you think there's reincarnation, Lou?
I don't discount it. Like in that sense, like yeah, maybe you were sent here to learn a lesson, but
well, because wouldn't that kind of be required at that point? If the whole thing is to go through all the lessons, like you couldn't do it all in one lifetime.
No, I kind of think of it more like it is within a lifetime. Like these are lessons you're going to learn in this lifetime, and not that you'll be come back after dying to come and repeat it. Like you might be given the choice again. Do you want to go? Do you want another go? I don't know, but like, yeah, it's like I think most people make their way out. It's just the lessons that are given to them.
What
They
if
do.
we
I
get
think the
addicted to the video
lessons
game?
they're meant to learn are probably dealt to them within that lifetime. And then they can choose if they want to go to the next level, or so to speak. You know what I mean? Like and this is figurative. I'm not saying like it's all like
Hey,
like playing levels of
I
a
kind of
video
agree
game.
with you. Listen, I kind of agree with you, but I don't think there's a specific thing that anybody needs to learn. I just think that we're infinite beings getting a break from infinity.
Yeah, I think you chose that you wanted to learn more, or for self improvement. You wanted to like or understand what it means to be mortal. You know, like something about your soul says, "I welcome a challenge." You know, and you wanted to be thrown into that challenge, no matter how freaking how awful or rigorous it might seem.
That reminds me of like a little mantra you could say to yourself, like, I'm good at taking on challenges. I don't know why it made me think of that. Like something you would like tell yourself, or you like compliment, or you would tell someone else like that. Like so, like you would almost say like that person's a hard worker, something like that. But I was just replacing it with like you're
Yeah, I
willing
mean,
to take on challenges because I mean, think about what we take on as humans. It's unbelievable.
Apparently, there's an actual. So apparently, there's a scripture that was speculatively removed or whatever, and it says something to this effect. It actually says that we chose to come here, and we basically have our memory wiped in a way, and we were actually warned against it because it's a risk, but that some of us chose to do it. Now that's maybe not as comforting as an idea of there is no risk and we just chose to come and to experience, but still an interesting idea. And the warning being that, well, since you wiped your memory, you may not find your way back. But that some of us chose to do it anyway.
Yeah.
To weigh the choice, like, oh, well, we get to experience a spectrum of human emotion and etc.
Yeah, no, I feel like there is like you just said. I think I completely agree with that. Like, I don't know, I had a weird dream one night that literally was this. That's why I was talking about it. Like I had a weird dream when like I had like nameless, faceless people or entities or whatever around me, like almost like a council of people, like talking above me about me, and like eventually like one spoke and was like offered like a scenario, like, well, do you want to, you know, you like this, do you want to learn more, do you want to challenge, do you want to do better yourself, do you want to do this, and like we can help you, and it will be it'll feel like a very long time, but really it'll be like no time at all. Like this was kind of the idea. Like it's just that, like once you've learned your lessons that you've set out, maybe I was even able to document, here's what I want to learn. Like like it was explained, like it might take multiple lifetimes even, so the reincarnation thing, in order to do it. But don't worry, we'll be here overseeing, watching, and you'll be fine. No time will actually pass.
It sounds like how people describe spirit guides, like when they tap into the memories of, like, essentially like life between life, where like the life that we live when we're not incarnated. It sounds like what you're describing is the way that they describe like spirit guides. These spirit guides like kind of help you to like plan your life and figure out what you need to learn, and like help you orchestrate everything so that you can like have the whole experience of the life that you're. But that those guides are there to kind of assist in the process and help like transport you into the body, like when the mother's pregnant, help guide that process as well. And that they're like always kind of looking over you. Like, yeah, I know there's like the idea of guardian angels and stuff, but the way people describe spirit guides, like when they is that they're like always with you even in the life, and they're always kind of there, but they don't like give you the answers. They're like a real kind of teacher in that sense. Like they don't just say, oh yeah, do this, do
the
that,
best teacher
but
will
they also
challenge you
kind of
the hardest.
help when they help at sometimes too, though.
Yeah, they don't necessarily, like, they don't really want to intervene unless it's direly necessary, right? Like, the hardest lessons are met through, like, learned through strife. Like it's only if things are going completely wrong that maybe anybody would jump in, but maybe that lesson needs to be learned. Maybe tough love is the best way sometimes. You have to learn your lesson the hard way. And they're not like, they're not there to make sure you have a comfortable life, not by any means.
I was just going to say that when I went through my terrible suffering, I realized very clearly that this suffering had a place as a teacher to me. And regardless of what you believe, whether you pray, whether you don't, you do quickly become aware of a karmic realization here. Like there's a cause and effect to your actions, and I've thought about that a lot, like getting completely in line with that. And would I even want to? I'd say yes. Because
would you take on the suffering to learn the lesson, you're saying, or to evolve?
Well, the terrible pain turns out drinking yourself to death is actually really painful. I didn't realize that. I thought I was just going to party my way out of this place. That was the plan. And so through that suffering, though, it sort of cracks a shell or something. So something, you know what I mean? You sort of, I became very aware of this realization that even that has its place. When it hit me like a fucking lightning bolt. And that's why, I've said before that there was the Buddhist words, the snow falls, every flake in its appropriate place. When I heard those words, it brought me like amazing peace and realization, very comfort deep inside, because I knew, it's okay, everything's okay, even though it can seem terrible. And perhaps you look back in something in your life and you go, oh my God, that was awful. And all the things we've talked about children suffering. I know it's awful, but there's a higher thing, and I'm not going to pretend that I know what it is. I don't know. Perhaps whatever creative force made this place, perhaps that does have an overall plan.
a poignancy and a beauty to everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Joe.
Yeah, it's pretty deep to consider that on that level. That like nothing is actually out of place. For
Made more
exactly what is wanting to be created, or what the impetus is behind that particular expression. That there's always like an intention behind everything that's created in that idea. Which goes back to what goes back to what Don
Mic check.
originally.
I want to respond to North, actually, the thing that he sent to me. It's funny. I understand exactly what you're saying there. So, like, it was just a dream, or so it seemed. It was after I was kind of diving into a lot of this kind of type of metaphysical thought and stuff. But so, like, I don't know how it could be very strange. But when you say only make deals under the condition, like I felt like I was deceived. Like I felt like I made a deal with somebody without being given like full understanding of what the deal meant. After long after I woke up, that dream has clearly like sat in my conscious. Like, if what that was anything more than a dream, then it wasn't really fair the way it was played out. It was like I was in a stressful situation with like a crowd of people talking over me, like about me, without. It was like they didn't even know I was listening, like I was there, conscious to it. And then given an option, and they framed it like a salesman, like, yeah, we can do this and this and this for you, and don't worry about it. Like eventually you'll wake up and no time will have passed. Like, but there was not a lot of detail about like how, the
I think that's what it's like when we die.
how
I think that's
treacherous it might be.
part of the
and-
death experience. That after you die, you're like, oh, like I was here all the time.
Well, but it's like the moment, like they framed it.
The place you go feels like you've been there for eternity. That's what I'm saying.
They framed it
It's
in
not
a
like
way
a
because
new
at the
thing.
time I was
It's
playing a
not
lot
like
of
a
video
different
games. They
thing.
framed it like you like video games, you like a challenge, right? Like, well, how would you like to play like the most realistic video game ever? How would you like to? How would you like to? Have the biggest challenge ever possible, and beat it. Like, and I was just like, my cocky attitude. I was like, yeah, I would do it. And they were like, boom, flash of lightning, frickin'. They disappeared. I woke up. Boom, here I was back in the world again. Well, I just said yeah, and then that was it. Frickin', there was nothing more. Like, okay, here you go. Like, get ready. Like, there was no training or preparation. It's like, all right, you agreed.
Oh
Boom,
man,
flash of lightning.
how easy was that, right? So even think about this, man. Even when you're dreaming, right? You make conscious decisions. You're making decisions in your dream state. So I would say you have to hold every thought captive, right? That's what we're taught, to hold every thought captive. And I would just be aware, man. Just be self-aware. Just stay alert, stay alive, man. And yeah, be careful. Have that condition that those ones you're making a deal with are truly the ones you want to be making a deal with.
Yeah, they didn't seem good or bad or anything. They didn't, you know what I mean? They were just like, it was, like I said, I never saw anybody. It was like more like they seemed innocent enough, but they were talking about me like a subject, like I was on a table, and
You
I
abducted,
don't
Lou?
know. It was very strange that way.
There's lots of I mean, from a lot of experiences that people that I've read and also have been had some myself in certain experiences. But when people talk about, because there's like basically past life regression, which allows you to like go deep into the memories within your psyche to connect with a previous lifetime. But what they found out they can do is when you're in the memories of that past lifetime, if you kind of fast forward to the end of the life when you die in that lifetime. So let's say somebody's accessing memories of a particular lifetime, maybe wherever it is, they're either a woman, they're a man, they're a woman, whatever age they're at, in that lifetime, and they're kind of getting insights and understanding what the lifetime was about and how the issues that they had in that lifetime are related to this lifetime issues that they're dealing with now, etc. But one way to do it is to kind of fast forward the memories of that previous lifetime to when you died. And then when you died, go through that process and kind of reliving that process. And then actually going through the whole like reliving of like the death process and like the ascension process and everything that occurs. And then basically entering into the spirit world. And then people can begin accessing memories of basically their memory as a soul, as it were, before they incarnated. So it reminds me a little bit of the way you're describing it. I mean, although the way that a lot of people who access those memories, like there's some similarities to the way you're describing it, like the idea of kind of having like spirit guides that you're kind of like planning lifetimes with and kind of reviewing your other lifetimes and kind of trying to figure out, and then they talk about where when the souls are a little bit younger, they don't really have as much kind of planning, and like they don't have as much contribution to planning the lifetime. Whereas as they become more like capable, then they actually might help in some of the designing of it or some of like the things that might take place, things like that. So, but yeah, I mean, people have like, had those types of experiences where they've like accessed the kind of, but the way you described it, one way it's different. You described it almost more like signing a contract. I think when people talk about it with a spirit guide,
it felt more like signing a contract.
Hold on. Let me just finish real quick just by saying what I think when people generally talk about like the kind of relations with their spirit guides before they incarnate, it's not like a signing on the line or a contract or it's everything that is happening is like the person wants to have happen, basically. Like that they have control the whole way. Like they're not just being like,
I felt like I was sold something, and then like the moment I put my signature on the line, they were like, ha ha ha, good luck with fucking that.
Wow.
That's gonna be fun.
Wow.
You
Okay.
know,
so do you think this was linked to incarnating or no? Is this not linked? Is this something different?
I remember even waking up and being like, wait, hold on. Like all I said was like, yeah, I'd be interested in that. Like, but it's like the fact, it was like kind of like, tell me more. There was no tell me more. I had already said yeah. And they were like, all right, yeah, boom, here you go.
Is there anything in your life right after, during the time that you had that or immediately after the dream where you were entering into some kind of contract or making some kind of like large purchase or like
No.
someone was trying to sell you something?
Well, have you heard like when like souls make contracts, like that idea too, and how that could be linked in with karma, and that there's even like interdimensional contracts? Have you heard about things like that?
No, but like how would one know? No, tell me more about it instead of me asking.
Yeah, no, I wanted to know more, but I wasn't even able to say like, tell me more. Like the moment I said, yeah, I would be interested in something like that, it was like, okay, you're in, freaking done. We're done here.
What is that?
Like
in Total Recall when he just like scans his
in a way,
yeah,
in a way,
like,
yeah,
scans in.
Not exactly like that, but in a way, yeah.
Well, I was linking it to incarnating, but now that you're describing it more, it doesn't necessarily sound like it's quite the same. Like you're not really talking about taking on your human life as a soul, right? You're kind of talking about almost like some other energy of like a contract thing, and then some kind of exchange that was happening.
No, like it was like my soul was gonna be my soul was in this other metaphysical place, right? Like being watched over. It was almost like if I was gonna relate it to something in reality and you knowing how drugs work and shit, like You know how like if you take ketamine or if you take freaking DMT, like it might feel like many hours, but really only a few minutes have passed. Like
Yeah.
it was something like
It's
that. Whereas
basically
like
time.
the real
Time.
me, the real me is actually there, but I'm going to have a fucking completely realistic experience, like one of which was meant to teach me something. That was the whole goal. Like it was meant to teach me something. Like I was gonna come out of this a better person.
Well, then that
But
does
it was
sound kind of like.
but it was going to take at least a lifetime to do it.
By the way, I was
Do you
going to
have
say a time dilation. Like, is that what we're in right now? Are we in a human life? Are we actually just in a time dilated state? Meaning that eternity is, like Michael said earlier, like taking a break from eternity. It's like eternity is like temporarily shifted into this like dilated time zone that we experience from the eternity.
I mean, and also don't get me wrong. Like, see, I don't want to frame it like this is like some actual thing that happened. Like, it could have just been one of my many weird dreams that I fucking have. Like it could have been from outside influence, not internal. You know what I mean? It's a very unique one, and it still sticks with me. And this was, God, 7 years ago or something like that. Like it is just very strange, because I'm aware, like I have a lot of very vivid dreams, and like the things I do in the day to day life, like they will kind of work their way into the dreams, and I'll have very strange like takes on it and stuff like that. So like it wasn't that out of the ordinary in that way. Like I'd been researching like this type of stuff, and like all of a sudden I had this type of dream. But at the same time, it was like something you can't forget. you know, I
Did you have any other dreams accompanying that one, like back to back? Like you had that dream either before or after that dream, you had another dream, like either the next day or.
no, nothing really related to that one that rings a bell. No, like that was like a very unique standout dream. Like nothing like it ever. And I think that's one of the things that make it so unique is that because I do have like reoccurring type dreams and stuff like that. Always have since a young age. Some might be separated by 10 years or more, and all of a sudden I'm back in the same place of what I remembered having these nightmares of as a child and shit like that. But like this is one that has never happened before and never happened since.
Wasn't someone referring to like reoccurring dreams? Like if you had another one in close proximity to that one, it doesn't necessarily need to like have some kind of and I don't know. I'm still trying to understand all this as I go too, because I had like 3 dreams were grouped up together within a week, and the reason I'm asking is because if you had that dream and then you had another one like it within close proximity, but it didn't seem related, maybe it was some, it could have been maybe some indication of what the contract could have been about, or what kind of situation you'd be entering.
But what I'm saying is that the fact that this was a standalone one kind of points more towards it being something special, actually, with me. Like, if it was reoccurring, then that might point towards something else going on in my life. Like that's causing me to have these dreams. The fact that it stood alone and didn't happen again, or have a similar dreams like it, like that makes it stand out even more.
I mean, it does sound like I said, there may be some differences, but in the experiences that people have connected with these memories of like basically their process of like choosing a life and kind of deciding to incarnate, being willing to kind of take on all of the like lessons that they're going to go through in that life. Some even describe it a little bit like if they know it's going to be a really tough life, like a really hard life, like where maybe you're going to be poor or you're going to have some mental.
This one my life could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse with the contract that supposedly I signed. You know what I mean? Like they didn't they were nice on me. Like I'm not rich, but I'm not poor. I grew up with you know, a good family and stuff like that. Like I've been given plenty of opportunity, so they kind of put me at least middle of the road. You know, but still, there's a lot of life lessons that can be learned, and I think, you know, um, yeah, when they said it would be tough, you know, it I think anybody's life is tough. Like some people have it worse than others, but even rich people get depressed and commit suicide and shit like that. Like they face plenty of challenges and have different challenges. Like it just depends on what lessons it is that like how it is that they're gonna drive it to you. You know, maybe they don't want to make it. Like maybe it's not like with reincarnation. Like I don't think, like if it was reincarnation, I don't think I was bad in the last life because they gave me a pretty decent starting point. You know what I mean? I'm all right.
Well, the way that people describe it, it's interesting. They often refer to like like let's say like they'll refer to it like in this, for example. Let's say they have a reservoir of a lot of like bad karma from previous lifetimes that they know they have to take on. But even amongst all of that, like they may have a life that doesn't actually take all of that karma on. So maybe they only take 20% of it or 10% of it or whatever it may be. So that's interesting too, that like they describe it that like souls like kind of like it's like they decide kind of how they want to work through these different things. And so it doesn't all necessarily have to come in one lifetime, but they might also choose one. Like they might really be like, all right, I want to really take this on. I want to take this and this and this, all these things on, you know? So then, yeah, then then that could be seen as like a taking more on basically. And that could potentially also describe why some people seem to have like pretty easy lives, like pretty chill lives, you know. Now, whether that means that they don't have much karma to work out or they don't have a lot of like reap what you sow stuff, whether it's that or whether it's just because the idea that in that lifetime they may not be taking all of it on. Like the other stuff might just be on pause, you know, and then they're only going maybe working on
Yeah, no, I
certain things.
agree. Like that could be that could be a possibility. Like maybe I am gonna relive this world many times and never remember one before it. But there's just one lesson here in this lifetime that I'm supposed to learn. You know, and maybe this was the place I was supposed to be put to get to learn that lesson. You know, maybe the next one wouldn't necessarily be better. It might be worse, you know, like as a starting point. You know, like maybe it would include more strife. Maybe, you know, like even if I beat this challenge, maybe the next level would be harder.
And you don't always see the karma playing out either. Not even when you're looking at it from within. And sometimes something that could see now. I have a very positive outlook, so don't think that I'm negative. I don't. It's like even amidst all the negativity that could go on, I still have a positive look on it all because what one person, what someone might see as bad karma, like say for instance, like if you're going out to get in your car and you don't know why someone did it, but someone just and they're going to reap karma for whatever they do, but they're going to do something that was going to reap the karma anyway. It was just like used for a purpose. What if like when they walk by your vehicle, they just slash your tires? You get up and you go out, or you just have a flat tire and no one did it. Like it doesn't necessarily mean that someone else has to do it. You could just have a flat tire. You change the tire and then you start going down the road and then a rod starts knocking. Like you might look at that as, okay, well, this is bad karma and what did I do to bring this karma on? Perhaps you did something actually to bring on good karma. You know, maybe you did the right thing days prior leading up to that. And maybe that is the good karma. You just don't see it as good karma. Because if the rod hadn't started knocking, or if and if you weren't held up also by the flat tire, you could have gotten your car and driven down the road and had an accident to where you'd still be alive. You would have to live a life as a vegetable because you're paralyzed. You
Or
really
maybe,
don't.
maybe when your rod starts knocking, you know, you're a lonely woman on the side of the road, and you meet the love of your life who comes to the rescue.
Yeah, or
You
that.
never know.
Yeah,
Well,
I was kind of.
I think of it too that. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say kind of the same thing. Is like I think we get it misconstrued a little bit, where we think like everything bad is the result of bad karma. Where, in my understanding of the Buddhist perspective, it's actually a blessing, for instance, to be born as a human, opposed to like in like a heavenly realm, or in like a lower realm where there's lots of suffering, or a blissful heavenly realm. Because we have just the right amount of suffering where we can like ascend in some manner. So like I think it's not the right way to think of it as, oh, something bad happened to me, so I have bad karma. Like it's not just like, oh, I did bad, so I get something bad happening to me. It's more about like mitigating the cravings and aversions to things, and that's how, at least in my understanding of the Buddhist perspective, we ascend up the ladder is by doling down our like constant cravings and aversions. And kind of what you were saying, Lou, about like you didn't have a choice. Like as soon as you were offered the option in your dream, you just took it. It's because like in that Buddhist perspective, we're constantly craving existence. So as soon as it's offered to us, we take it, and that's what perpetuates the wheel of samsara and karma, etc. That's just my take, anyways.
Interesting. And then as well, to elaborate kind of on what you're saying, like what we call bad karma or bad luck, right? Like, oh, I've had a bad luck streak, whatever. Like, you need to see past that and look at what misfortune can bring you. Like always, it helps to teach an optimistic point of view, which I'm honestly like, that's kind of like my downfall is through all this. Like most people view me as being pessimistic, but it's just I don't even know if that's really true, a valid evaluation. Like it's just that I know I readily accept that bad things will happen, and you got to just kind of like not let them. The bad things, you got to put them behind you. You got to, and you got to be able to adjust. You got to be able to make of it like the best that you can make.
Well, yeah, we have no way of like actually comprehending the like counterfactuals, So like a lot of people like, get to a point in their life, where they're happy or satisfied or rich or successful, and they sort of credit the hard times in their lives for getting them to that point. Like there was a famous story that Alan Watts used to tell about like this peasant Chinese farmer, 1,000 years ago, and he had one prized possession. It was a horse, and one day his horse got out, and his neighbors came to him and said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You lost like your entire like essentially life's worth." And he just sort of shrugged his shoulders and said, "Maybe." And then the next day, the horse came back and it brought with it 4 horses. And then his neighbors came and said, "Oh my God, what a blessing. You have 4 horses. You're like, your wealth is, multiplied times 4. What a blessing." And he said, "I don't know, maybe." And so the next day, his son was out there trying to train the horses, and his son fell off and broke his shoulder. It was incapacitated, so he couldn't farm his lawn. And his neighbors came and said, "Oh my God, what a tragedy. I can't believe this horrible thing happened to you." And he shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't know, maybe." And the next day, the army inscription guy came and said, like, "Hey, we're looking for people to join the army. Do you have a son?" And he said, "Yeah, but his shoulder's broken." And he said, "Well, we can't take him." And his neighbor said, "Oh my God, what a blessing." And he just shrugged his shoulders and said, "Maybe." And I think life's kind of like that. We don't know if the bad's going to lead to good or the good's going to lead to bad. So like the important thing is to just sort of take it with equanimity and like not get too attached to the results of it. That's how
I really, really, really like that story. Like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's
good.
the Taoist horse story. He actually coins a good term to go along with that, which is go withness.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that brilliant? Go withness. It's very 60s as well, isn't it? Go
Well, then there's the
withness.
thing like, do all bad things somehow turn into something good eventually? Is there like an entropy in that way? Is there always something positive that comes out of everything negative? Do you guys think?
You can always view. There will always be both. I mean, 2 points of view about a bad event. Like somebody will be something bad happens to somebody. Like I can't say that something positive will always happen from it. But
well, if you wanted to learn as a soul, if you wanted to learn what it was like to be, let's say, a blind person, and all the challenges that go along with being blind, all of them, that go being human, being blind. If you wanted to learn that lesson, as it were, as a soul, and then if you incarnated in a life that either you were blind or you became blind in that life, then if that's what you wanted to experience, to actually like learn what it's like to be a blind human and go through that and be on that side of it, then even if it was a tragedy or something that led to that, or even if it's viewed as like a handicap or something, if it actually had a positive like result of the soul that was wanting to learn that, then would it then be seen as a positive? I guess that
yeah,
could go
no,
with anything.
I'm with you there. I think for the most part, you can always look for the lighter side of things, like the greener side, like this. Even though this was a terrible thing that happened to me, here's what I learned from it, and I'm going to focus on that. Like you can pretty much always do that, but at the same time, there are some things that are so bad. Like it's hard to see like a positive outlook on it. You know what I mean? Like it's.
Well, I've heard people talk about when they're in these like life between life regressions or past life type regressions, where they often also say that they tend to incarnate in like soul groups. So there's like usually like an immediate soul group of like certain souls that they tend to reincarnate with repeatedly, like either be their husband or their wife or their child, like they tend to incarnate in a lot of lives together. Then they talk about like a secondary soul group, and those are souls that maybe they have a relationship with someone in a life for maybe just a year or two, or people that are kind of like secondary in your life kind of thing, and like that goes in layers like that. And then they refer to like for example, let's say a woman has a child who dies in childbirth. That would be seen in a sense as a tragedy. I mean, the woman got pregnant, she went through the whole pregnancy and then lost the child. But they've like people when accessing these memories, when they're like talking to the other soul that is in their soul group, they have like an agreement with that other soul that other soul is going to be the soul that's going to incarnate as the child that's going to die, and it's already known in that sense. And the woman is like appreciative that soul is willing to play the role of that child that's going to die, and that there's actually like in a sense like a contract, like a contract and a connection in a way that the woman who lost the child, that soul, her soul is wanting to actually learn that process or go through that. And so the other soul is almost like playing a favor in that idea, in that sense, where, and people have kind of like tapped into the memories of like having these kinds of actual like interactions and memories and connecting to that being the case, to where that other soul, like think about like your soul partner, like in your soul group actually incarnated as that child, to kind of help you to learn that lesson, even though they knew that child was not going to make it, but that there was like some kind of connection there that soul wanted to go through. I know it sounds intense. Like, well, why would you want to take on, having a child that dies in childbirth? But it could be said that of all the different types of human experiences, that is one of them. Like being a woman and losing a child in childbirth, it's like one of the most kind of.
It happens all the time. Like it's and so this idea that maybe the soul that was going to be that child, maybe that soul will just take care of will be in the next shell, the one that is successful. Like that's an interesting thought. It's just when you're talking about people having memories of this and talking stories of this, like I don't know, something in me is very skeptical about that. Like the mind wipe when it comes to like coming into the world and leaving the world, or coming into a dream and leaving a dream. Like, like most of your dreams, like it's a complete mind wipe. You don't remember being alive when you're in the dream, and you don't remember being asleep when you're in the world. Like when people say that they have these, sure, there could be instances kind of like if my instance that I was talking about, it like if it was anything more than just a wild imagination, maybe it was a little bit, maybe it was based in some type of a metaphysical reality. Like that would be like a freak occurrence that.
No, I hear you, and
I wouldn't blame anybody for disregarding it. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I do hear you on that. And at the end of the day, it could almost just sound like somebody's memories of heaven or dreams of the spirit world, things like that. So I hear what you're saying, like how to even validate that. One thing that's interesting about it though is that when there's been like these like thousands of case studies of people that have had these experiences, what is interesting is that there's a lot of overlap, and there's overlap in ways that like those individual people like have never even met, like they were coming from different parts of the world kind of thing. And then when they're having these experiences, there's a lot of overlap in terms of how they describe it, like the death process, being in the spirit world, like what that's like. Like I said, the spirit guides, the spirit kind of groups essentially, and how that works, and a lot of these different components. So like if it is just like you said, kind of like fantasies of heaven or fantasies of the life that we live, or consciousness beyond
I
the human life,
kind of think it
basically.
is more of a
I know
wild
what you mean. Yeah,
imagination.
it's
I really do. Unfortunately, I think that most of these things tend to be people's imaginations.
yeah, but then how would you explain the overlap? Like that there's like consistency and overlap in terms of how they describe it, even though they come from totally different parts, different traditions, different backgrounds, different parts of the earth, like these are not like friends that are meeting in a back room being like, hey, let's make up this whole thing. These are like different people, like independently having these types of regressions and
I don't
tapping
know.
into these.
I've seen plenty of chat room, like even way back in the day, like in the late '90s, like ghost forums, and these people just play on each other. They come up with wild stories, and they even like they can be very convincing.
Well, I'm saying there was overlap in the way they describe it, though, even though they never met each other. So they're having totally so that.
Have you guys have you guys heard of Dolores Cannon?
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah. She's the one who named the Mandela effect. Yeah.
Oh, she named the Mandela effect, did she? Oh, I didn't know that part. But she talks of a spirit that she always had that would come out of people that she was post-regressing. And then that told her all about previous lives and how we all come here as souls looking for, whichever experience, and going back into what Gio was saying, that we're all connected. And that, like, maybe this time you come in as the dad, but before you were the daughter, and now it's flipped. And her message was that basically at the end of the day, all it was generally what we're here to come back to do as well, is to release our karma, was pretty much to forgive. For us to have actual pure and utter forgiveness for everything that has ever happened to us or that we've ever done to anyone else. And it doesn't matter whether or not they forgive us. What matters is whether we have pure forgiveness in our heart. That's from what I remember. It's been many years since I've looked into her.
That is how people describe it. Yeah, that you really judge yourself in a sense. Like there's no outer judge that's going to do anything to you. That it's really like your own judging yourself to either be to improve or to like build compassion and understanding for others and all of those. Yeah, that's often how like it.
Don't mind if I ask
in that way.
Y'all mind? I didn't see who you were, and I'm sorry, but the one that was talking about the dreams, like being a wild imagination, things of that nature.
That was lunatic to me. Yeah.
Well, maybe you can help me out a little bit. How would you describe what? Well, basically, what took place with me. I had a vision, which it wasn't exactly a dream, but it was like a dream, but I was awake during it. I don't know if that
daydream. Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, I knew that it was this vision. I wanted to test it with the scriptures, right? So I looked and I looked and I looked, and I would find little bits and pieces here and there. Nothing was really fitting. Now, a few years later, somebody was basically telling my vision to me.
Oh, I've had a lot of experiences like that, like prophecy type dreams or daydreams. Yeah,
well, they were literally pointing it out in the scriptures, like
like literally laying it out like a book to read or a movie to watch, using nothing but scripture.
I don't know what you're looking for here, but I would almost say like things are almost on like a continuum loop or something. Like it's weird. It's like deja vu, right? You're sort of almost talking about like a deja vu type of a situation. Like you've already seen this, you've already dreamed it, and then it happens many years down the road, right?
I see where you're coming from, but and again, this wasn't exactly a dream per se, but it was pretty much the same thing, except I was awake
Yeah, and
instead of
that's
asleep.
fine. It's just what you're describing still is the same, whether you be awake or sleeping at the initial time that it happened. It's like, in fact, in a deja vu type situation, those are usually more understood because it was more of like a waking thing. Like, wait a minute, this feels like it's happened before. You know, like
Right. Well, I mean, I've experienced deja vu quite a few times too, and I can almost say what's fixing to happen next. I've gotten so used to it, but anyway, I was just kind of wondering what your thoughts about that was, and see if that might, I don't know, strike your attention to something like that, to maybe look into it or something like that.
It's
Because
definitely
I mean, the
interesting
scriptures
topic to
do
me. I
talk
don't know
about.
how much I can offer you though.
Oh no. It's just I don't think I really have my answer, but I just kind of wanted to hear your point of view about it. I really do believe that it was the Holy Spirit that did all that in my life. And
So I guess I'd have to ask more questions about it then. So like, I need a lot more detail. Like what happened in the past that was repeated in the future, essentially. Like what did you dream about, daydream about? That ended up happening.
well, the thing is, it hasn't happened yet.
I guess I'm a little bit confused then. So like, how was it repeated then?
No. It wasn't repeated. I'm saying I had a vision, and
Yeah.
before I ever even described what the vision was, somebody described it to me.
Oh,
By
okay. So
pointing it out
before
in the
you had the
script,
vision, it
by
was
pointing it
described
out
to you.
where, right? They pointed it out in the Bible where it says, where it's basically showing, talking about nothing but the vision that I had. And see, I had
See,
looked for it
that
for
could that
years,
could that
but I
could
couldn't
easily
find it.
be like said that then in that case that basically them talking to you, it's something that hit with you, right? And then mentally you're trying to make some sense of it, and then you had like a little bit more of a lucid type of an imagination of it, something that strikes truth with you, something that seems to explain something to you. It doesn't mean that it doesn't make it necessarily true. It's just an idea that you're like deeply working on.
So check this out. Probably, I've always been a super skeptical person, especially of people saying, "Hey, this dream or this vision I had represents this, or it's a past life." I'm just generally a skeptical person. But so years ago, I was in Kathmandu, Nepal, and I was at a meditation retreat, and I was sort of like deep in this like sort of trance state, and I was realizing that I wasn't really breathing correctly. I don't know how to describe it except for like maybe I wasn't diaphragm breathing or something like that. and I sort of sunk into a vision of me dying, like falling in a shipwreck, and I could see my hands, and they were my hands, but they weren't my hands. And like when I snapped out of it, I was completely convinced, oh my God, this was like I just like saw a past life of me dying in a past life, or I just experienced me dying in a past life. But then I sort of wrote it off retrospectively, just thinking, okay, this was just like my brain catching up to like this problem I was having breathing and yada, yada, yada. I was just sort of justifying it. And some months later, across the world in Ecuador, I run into this lady randomly at a coffee shop or like at a cafe in Ecuador. And within minutes of seeing her, she just starts crying to me. And she's like a 70-some-year-old lady. She's crying to me and says, I know this sounds so weird, but I believe that you're the reincarnation of my godfather. And it was her grandfather's best friend, and she's completely convinced of it. And I'm talking to her for a while, and she later goes on to tell me, yeah, he was on a sailing trip around the world and he drowned during it. And that just struck me as the most bizarre thing ever, that I just had an experience of dying drowning, and then some random lady comes up to me and tells me I'm the reincarnation of her godfather who died drowning. So
Well,
I
that's
don't know.
especially bizarre because most likely
Wow,
you were
dude, that's
alive.
wow. Thanks for
Most
sharing
likely
that.
you were alive while he was alive as well. So
I
that's especially bizarre.
I had
Well,
like
I don't know if
tingles. I had like tingles through my whole body when you said that, dude. That was like the way you said that.
honestly, it blew my mind because I just meet this lady and she starts crying to me like almost instantly, telling me this. And I don't know if I would have been alive during that or not, because she was like 70 some years old, and it was her grandfather's best friend. But nonetheless, I just thought this is the most bizarre thing that I can even possibly imagine, because I had that experience, but I wrote it off. And then just some random person in another country starts telling me this. It was very far out, and it made me believe, yeah, maybe I actually did experience that. I don't know.
Well, yeah, God, so much of these stories, these things, sort of like, oh my God, I really hate talking about it because like I don't really believe it necessarily, but like they point towards this idea of like almost like simulation theory or something like that. Like when you look at things like doppelgangers and like why is it that we see the same patterns repeating? Where you see people who like, dude, you look exactly like that person, or you act exactly like that person, or you resemble, like is there just like a few molds that we like all follow? Like,
Dude, that's what I think. I think that there's
so
models of
strange.
humans.
That'd be
It's
the
so strange.
archetypes, like the different archetypes.
I think within that as well, the craziest thing is that normally when you find someone where you go, wow, you look just like my friend, but then they talk like your friend, they act like your friend, they move like your friend, and just almost everything about them reminds you of the person you know or someone you've met in the past or something along the lines. It's like, no, it's not just that they look like them. It's almost like everything about them reminds you of that person. That's what
Yeah,
I've seen with many people.
Yeah, or they're
there's a
like a 2.0
bartender.
version
There's
of your other friend. They're like a 2.0 almost, like a second. Maybe if that other person you haven't talked to in a while and this other person is in your life later, then it's like all like a mirror reflection in a sense of like a. Have you ever had that experience where it's like a somebody who's almost like picking up the torch in a sense of that other
It's
person?
like the same person's come back into your life again.
Yeah, or that there's some like some kind of echo effect like that.
There's this bar that it serves good food like around here that I go to maybe once every couple of weeks or whatever and get something. But like she looks exactly like my friend Aaron, his wife. Like she looks exactly like her, just like a foot shorter. She's like a midget version. Like she's like probably like 5 foot tall, whereas the other girl's like 5'8" or something like that. But otherwise, facially looks exactly the same. The way that they talk, like their voice are similar, but their speech mannerisms and stuff are almost exactly the same. Like everything about this girl is like exactly the same as this other girl, to the point where when I first saw her, I was like, oh my god, that looks exactly like Lori, just shorter. Like, and I was like, I had to ask her. I was like, look, this might sound weird, but I'm like, you look exactly like somebody I know. Like maybe you're related or something, but you know, do you have anybody in your family named Lori? You know, she's like, no, and I'm like, you know, like it was just kind of a weird, awkward thing to ask somebody. But I was so convinced. I'm like, you guys are like fucking twins. You're just shorter than the other one.
And then actually one of the most bizarre things I find about that as well is that I've had experiences where I've met someone and they're Asian, and I'm like, you look just like this friend of mine, like a white friend of mine, and they're Asian and they still have all those same traits. It's like they're the Asian version of my white friend, and they look really similar in that way. You see all those same characteristics. Or I've had it where I've met someone who's black, and I'm just like, wow, you remind me so much of this person who's white, and you have similar sort of features. So it just kind of seems to me like it transcends races as well. It's not like it's just, you know, if it's a white person, it's going to be a white person. Seems like it transcends races.
Yep.
Experience
Yeah,
that like state to state. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I've experienced that too. Well, I think of it as like, well, with that, I mean, we're talking about the past lives and all that as well. And it is interesting, like in people's experiences, there do seem to be different types of experiences. Like some of them are like, they feel like when they come out of the experience, they feel like that was my past life. Like that was me. That's how they feel. Like it feels like identity to them. Then there's other types of experience where they're just reliving like a life. Sometimes it's like another life that's like in their family line, like from their ancestry. That's another one, like within the memories of their grandmother or their great grandmother, or even some like trauma that happened in the family line long ago. That's another type where they don't necessarily feel like it's their past life, but it's more like in the family, like a past life in the family system. There's that. And then there's people that have like racial type experiences, like that they're connecting to some kind of memory within their race, like either a trauma or some kind of, you know, whatever it may be, slavery or whatever it may be, that they're connecting with that within their race. And they're like either healing it or you know, in some way kind of accessing it. But anyway, so yeah, it's interesting. Like there's others as well that are connected to these kind of memories of either other lives or something to that extent. And then, well, because one of the other ones is like, which is what I was going to link it to. I was going to say that another one is where people experience certain things that seem to be like of an archetypal nature. Like it's not necessarily their past life. It's not necessarily their family line. It's not necessarily racial, but they're just but there is some kind of a connection to another lifetime or some kind of memory from that. And then it just makes me think about how you were talking about how people like can have similar voices and things as well. It just makes me think about on that level, like people could have like certain archetypal components of their personalities that like overlap. Yeah, kind of like that, like, almost like the idea that it comes from like a base model or some kind of base form that particular either like way of talking or way of laughing or that particular style, whatever it may be, is like coming from some kind of universal archetypal level. And there's like almost like that there's these like primal forms that then become manifest and expressed in all these myriad of ways.
I think
Which kind of
that's
makes me
what
think about lifetimes too. Like other lifetimes are kind of in a sense that too, like these different myriad ways of expressing life.
I think it's what the 12 apostles, well, 13, I guess you could say, are an allegory for. I think it's a description of 12 or 13 different archetypes, like different personalities, different characters. That each one of them embodies a certain archetype. And you're going to fall into the category of one of the 12 or 13 if you consider 13.
Yeah, like the 12 signs in the zodiac, like that.
Yeah, and what if there were 12 real people that like existed and followed him around because the creator wrote the story in the sky?
I feel like 12 isn't enough though. Like 12 or 13, like that's like There'd have to be more archetypes than that. But
No, just base archetypes, bro. Just base archetypes.
It could have been that each one of those really that the people truly existed, but each one of them embodied, that archetype.
Yeah, yeah. I don't disagree with you. The only thing I ever disagree with is the assumption of dichotomy, meaning like, it's like, oh well, since there are correlations between the story and the sky, then it must have just been an allegorical story about the sky. But of course, it could both be true, right? Like it could be the creator made the sky, and then it tells the story of a thing that ended up really happening, right? I mean, technically, it could both be true.
Yeah, he declares the end from the beginning.
But I do think the sky is very deep. I think that the very powerful people, they use the sky. That's one of the biggest reasons for the globe deception, in my opinion, is to detach us from the calendar, the clock that is the sky, and the signs and wonders within it, and true connection to understanding how it affects us, because they make huge financial decisions based off of it and stuff like that. Have the peasants not paying attention, thinking that it's like a quadrillion miles away and it's nothingness.
It's like they say millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. That's probably true.
Yeah, I know millionaires that literally do. I know millionaires that literally, like, if you talk to them about business investments or anything, they'll be like, well, I need to know your first, middle, and last name and your birth date and your time. I need you to send it to me. I need to look up your and it's not just a typical like website. Like, no, it's nothing like that. It's like many hundreds of dollar software they run it through, and it will tell you your epicycles, your 9-year period epicycles. It'll tell you like the months and the years, and then based on who you are, it'll tell you the time period of your life that where you're going to be the most financially successful, and the time periods within that year. Blah blah blah, and then they'll actually make their business arrangements based on that.
Well,
Like,
I think what he was pointing
multiple
out is
people.
that even being a millionaire, like these days, being a millionaire doesn't really mean all that much. Like, multi-millionaire, like, depends on how many millions you're talking about before you get to billionaire. But like,
No, it's just
being worth
he's just quoting an
being
old
worth $1
saying.
million isn't that strange. Like, if you can be middle class and have $1 million home, like today.
I think he was just quoting the really famous saying about astrology. Right. I was just saying I know very successful people that actually do make business decisions based on the sky. It's like a very real thing. So I can only imagine what the like trillionaires do. You know what I'm saying? Because there are families worth trillions. So.
Well, I mean, there's also a whole bunch of athletes that are pretty convinced that washing their socks will bring them bad luck. Like.
Well, no, I think the millionaires that use it, like they're anomalies. I'm just pointing out that I know a few anomalies. Whatever. I'm just letting you know. I mean, for that framing that was interesting. I know some pretty successful people. I mean, as in they are worth millions of dollars. I think we can all agree that's pretty successful, right? And they actually do have certain programs that they use that are pretty expensive, and they run your information through it before they make a business deal with you. And it has to be a certain moment in your epicycles, which are 9-year cycles.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes. I mean, you can say what you want about astrology, but it makes sense that, like, if everything is connected, which I believe it is, that the bodies in the sky would affect us in some way. And it makes sense that, folks could have figured it out over thousands of years how that affects us.
Especially if there's a medium connecting us and them, and they're much more local than they told us. And so energy sources that close with a connecting medium would certainly affect us, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty obvious to anyone who wakes up in the morning because the sun comes over the fucking thing and goes out in the daytime and doesn't just stay in the AC and feels the heat of the sun, and then at nighttime they feel the cool, and there's no, like, I don't know, dude, the sun kind of gives it away, to be honest with you. It really does. Like, it really has a large effect on everything.
Yeah, so does the moon. But like the stars, even. No, I think there's a lot to it. I think it's been watered down on purpose. You have like kind of the mainstream cliche, like you meet a girl and she wants to know what your sign is type of astrology, and then you have like the deeper understanding of it.
Yeah, the newspaper horoscope. But even like, I'm not like a big Bible guy, but it's in the first book, or the first chapter, I believe. It says the stars are for signs and for seasons. So that's kind
Did you know about Enoch, where it says that in the end, that basically the order of the stars will be hidden from the sinners?
I didn't know about that. No, I've read it, but I don't remember that.
Yeah, it basically says in the end, the sinners will not, they won't know how to read the sky clock, which is pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
We've been so far removed from that understanding. Does anyone really understand?
Well, I think true earthers have a much better understanding. Yeah, right. Like we understand it's a cyclical pattern. You can map it out over a stationary plane and get like geometric patterns, and I think we have a better understanding.
Yeah, I mean, people go their entire lives without even seeing the stars. Like, if you live in New York, like, you maybe don't even see the stars, which is insane to me. Like, I literally became a flat earther without researching flat Earth, without anything, by literally just staring at the stars during a fast. And I became a flat earther without even hearing about flat Earth. It's like, a very profound thing that can impact you deeply, but most people don't pay any attention to it.
Have you guys ever had experiences with like?
Never been in New York, but I would imagine they see some of the stars at least.
Yeah,
right?
but not like when you're out in nature with no light pollution,
I
right?
bet they don't. Yeah, I bet they don't see them like I do in the country, dude.
No,
There's,
dude,
like,
not even close.
My
Not even
closest
close.
neighbor is a fucking couple hundred acres. There's no light pollution out here.
Dude, when you get out in
imagine
the
life
country, yeah,
without seeing the stars.
dude, you see more stars than you can even fathom. Like when you go out where it's really really dark, dude, it's like you've never seen the stars before. It literally makes you like want to cry.
Yeah, you know something? When I was in the desert, man, in '90 in Desert Shield, I was amazed at what the stars look like there. And I'm a country boy who's seen the Milky Way, the whole picture, the whole image. You can see it clearly in the country, especially on a real clear day. That's the fun of a bonfire. It's under the light of the midnight sky.
Yeah, man. Like, Battle Mod, like where you are and where I'm at, like we see more of that than on big cities like New York and shit. But we're still in a very industrialized part of the world too. So like we're not getting the full view by any means.
The best view of the stars I like is fishing on a boat at night or in the morning, sunrise and sunset, and the stars at night on the Great Lakes. They're fucking awesome.
I mean, I went camping in some places like on rivers, and at night it's like insane. Dude, here's the quote in case anyone's interested.
It's enchanting.
It says,
really, it is.
Yeah, it says, and the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them, and they shall be altered from all their ways. Yeah, they shall err and take them to be gods.
Yeah.
Well, after I shared my view of what I think that what the sun appears to be doing, I don't think that I should have any apprehensions about sharing this, but I know that everyone in here has seen, like, if more than likely everyone in here has been looking at the stars and they've seen them move, like kind of move around. Some of them will. If you can look deep into them, and it's not like washed out like in the city where you only see the brightest ones. If you look,
shooting stars, more moving stars, yeah.
Yeah, if you look up, like, and you can see them in the depths, you can see them moving around. And I'm not talking about shooting stars. This is a different type of movement. And
I'm with you.
So I had to go pick my son, he was managing a store, and his workers did, like 3 of his workers didn't have transportation, but 2 of them lived together and 1 lived down the street from the other. So I had to pick him up and take him to work and go pick his friends up, his workers up, to take them to work with him. And I was on top of a ridge. I was on top of a mountain, and it's like I was at the highest point of the mountain, like the highest point of the ridge, and I could see out and see the ridges, and it was just before sunrise, and daylight hadn't approached yet either. This was like maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours before sunrise, and we were sitting there in the driveway waiting on them to come out. And I'd been doing a lot of sky watching, a lot of stargazing, and watching the sun and the moon. And this is nothing that I was not expecting to see this. When I looked kind of like out to the left, and it was across from me, and I looked down the hill, I saw like at the top of these trees, and that you can be fooled sometimes, and there can be like some illusions can play tricks on you. And you have certain ways and certain things that you'll do, like move yourself around and see like if there's parallax, see if there's any like if it moves in relation to something close or if it moves in relation to something far or whatever. So but there's like a group of 5, I call them stars because they looked like stars, and there was a group of 5. It was just barely above the tree line. It wasn't even that far above the tree line. They were hovering over his house. And I told my son, I had my son to look at him. I said, look at those stars right there. Do they not look like extremely close? Like they're just right there above the trees. And he got out and he's like, yeah, Mom, they do. So we got out and we looked, and the more we started looking at them, they started rising up. They started moving up in the sky and got further away from the house. So it's almost like our awareness of them caused them to move or something. Like this was a group of 5 stars, and they were hovering right above the tree, not even that far above the tree. And then after that got me watching the stars more closely, and there's like a bright one and I'll try to say this really fast, but there's a bright one that you'll see in the morning right before the sun comes up that precedes sun. And this is what I thought I was looking at on a different morning just directly after this, was that bright one. And I was like, that star looks so close that it seems like I should be able to drive, get beneath it. So I drove to the other side of town, and which was on the side of the town that I lived at, and like within walking distance to the dollar store. I lived like if I walked, it could take me 5 minutes. Driving, like just a minute to get from there to the house. And where I saw this star, it was really bright, and I kept trying to drive under it. I was like going right to the house. And I went to the dollar store, and it was still hovering over to the house, over my house. Went in, grabbed what I needed, came right back out, and when I came out, it was like it was already getting daylight, but this star was even lower. So when I went over to the house and I looked, the more daylight it got, the lower it got, but it wasn't like bright white. It was like, and these 5 also that I saw hovering over this one person's house. I don't even know who the people were, but there was like amber golden color, almost like they were like plasminoids or something, like liquid. Looked like liquid light is what it looked like to me. This bright star had ascended, and it was hovering over top of the person's house across the street from me. I took my phone, and I went over, and I'm like, I'm going to get a picture of it. I'm going to go over there, and even though I have to walk up into their yard, in between these 2 houses, I walked up on top of the hill, and the star had dipped down behind the house, and as it got closer, it was like 2 pillars. There were 2 pillars, looked like, those icy things that you can, icy pops that are round, whatever, that's what it looked like. It looked like a cylinder of liquid, like golden color, and there were 2 of them right together. And I was watching them, and I thought that they were getting ready to go into the ground. Actually, the closer they got to the ground, when they were about like 3 feet away from the ground, started fading out and getting transparent until they disappeared. They didn't disappear like into the ground. They just disappeared. There were 2 of them. 2 pillars. It was like 2 plasmoid liquid pillars of light. When it got down close enough to where I could see them, that's what they looked like.
Yo, that's so funny that you said that because, like, dude, I was literally about to ask, and I thought maybe I shouldn't. I was going to ask if any of you guys had an experience where, like, it seemed like your thoughts correlated to the movement of stars, like, like, specifically my experiences have been like shooting stars, but like, literally as I had an epiphany of thought simultaneously, like as if when the thought was arriving, like traveling to arrive to my mind, that's when I saw the shooting star. And that's happened to me like 3 times.
It's a long story. I'll try to make it brief, but like I mentioned earlier about my friend who committed suicide and blah blah blah. What was weird is there was a lot of detail, a lot of prophecy going on. It's how I left from being an atheist to believing in a creator. But after his funeral, there was something that him and I, like, he probably didn't even know about it, but like I was at the time, like I was kind of like hitting on his girl, like, and I felt guilty about it. And after his funeral, there was like the party house that we all chilled at. There's a trampoline in the backyard that I used to like do a lot of bouncing around on and shit like that. And like we all went back to that place after the funeral. And I didn't feel like partying, which everybody else was doing. I went up back there and started bouncing around, and didn't feel like doing that either. And I ended up laying down on my back. And the amazing part about the story is during the funeral, like you know how you get like oftentimes you might get like a photo of the person on the backside. It'll have either a scripture or maybe some type of quote or something like that. In his
Is
case,
this connected to having shooting stars come from your thoughts? Is this connected? to
no, yeah, it's connected. Hold on. So in this case, it was called Shooting Star, and it was about a time like that his father wrote it down about a time when he was a child and he was sitting on his father's shoulders and they were looking at the sky, and Brandon, which was my friend, like he said to his dad that the stars looked close and that he felt like he could just reach up and grab one, and something about how a shooting star had just like at that moment like passed over. Now what's funny is I went back to the trampoline after the funeral, and I had some like unresolved stuff going on, and I just started talking to him, to the sky, and like I just wanted to know that he heard me, and like I apologized, and I said I just want if you can hear me, just give me a sign. And the moment that I said just give me a sign, a shooting star went right overhead. Like it was like, and it sent shivers down my spine. And in that moment, like I literally knew that there was something more to life than like what is presented.
Nice, dude. Wow, that is awesome. Because they talk about like in ancient times, like if like a baby is born and at that time like a bird flies over, like everything has meaning, like symbolically within nature, like a synchronistic system. Whereas in the modern day, that's been like isolated to where like somebody might tell you, if you were to say that, be like, oh, it's just a coincidence. Just coincidence. But if you're like, it sounds like that was like a synchronicity that actually had like an activating experience for you to like in terms of like meaning and connection with the earth and nature and how that's connected. The way you said it, like it's like that like landed for you at that moment. It sounds like.
Yeah, no, like there was, I mean, it could have been just a wild coincidence. I could write it off that way, but no, like my body, like everything, like literally, like the timing of it was impeccable. It literally sent like like a numb feeling from my toes to my fingertips and through my fucking body. Like I just knew like that was the sign that I had just asked for. I was like that, a shiver went through me. I was like, I was like, no, that cannot be just coincidence. Like, you know, there was too many coincidences that would have had to have happened, especially considering, like I said, like the shooting star quote at his funeral, like, and I asked for a sign while looking up at the sky, and then there one was, boom, like, it's like, dude, it's too much.
I wished I had known those people though, to where I could have the ones that had the group of stars hovering over their house. I wished I had known them because a part of me wished that I'd known what was going on in their life. Like maybe someone, I don't know. I wonder if, like, who knows? Were they being, like, someone being healed? Was someone getting ready to pass away? Was someone being born? Was someone pregnant? Like, I just wonder all of these different things. If there was something going on that there was actually some sort of intervening in or watching over. I mean, I don't know. It's that, like, I just wished I could have known that. Like, what are you gonna do? You just gonna go knock on their door and say, hey, you know, live, down on this such and such. I mean, what are you gonna do? I don't know. I'm not gonna say, hey, I saw some stars hovering over your house, and just curious, what have you got going on in your life right now? Yeah, that
Have
would
you
have
guys
been
ever heard that
interesting.
people that get struck by lightning, like that after they're struck by lightning, they have like some kind of psychic skill or ability? And some of these people have been struck by lightning multiple times, like 2 or 3 times. Have you ever heard of that?
I was never struck by lightning, but when I was about 2 years old, I was electrocuted. I had electricity run through me. Whatever runs through refrigerators. I don't know if that means anything or not. It's not lightning, but still electricity.
Like there's people that have been like actually physically struck by lightning, and then after that event, like they have like either like a healing ability or like a psychic ability, or have like easier access to the spirit world, like through. And it was like after the actual lightning, the actual physical lightning. Just saying, it's kind of wild because you would think that like in the modern day kind of system, oh, if you get struck by lightning, that's just a high volt of electricity and it's just damaging to you, it could kill you, kind of thing. But if there's like actual like metaphysical, as it were, like metaphysical things that actually happen to that person, that's actually connected to the, like, indicates that there's something beyond just it being an electrical, physical in that way, and having to do maybe with something bigger going on, like within the ether or within their own like relationship with the larger whole.
I've heard of it, but I don't know. I don't personally know anyone that's been struck by lightning. Does anyone in here know anyone personally that's been struck by lightning? Did they experience anything like that?
I got a funny story about that too. So my dad, I don't think he was actually struck. Maybe he was. I don't know. All right, my dad's an asshole. He's a freaking terrible person. Um, and a couple of years ago, he literally got chased across the yard by lightning. It struck behind him at least twice. He ran into the pool, like the pump house, like for his pool and shit. And like when he got into there, it struck the fucking house and it slammed him against the fucking wall.
Oh my
Like,
gosh.
but like more, like 3 strikes. Freaking boom, 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 chasing him as he ran from it. The first one sent him running, and he got chased like he got struck right on his ass tails like 2 or 3 more fucking times. Like, literally, it's something out of a fucking cartoon. It's and literally everybody who knows him, for the most part, just laughs. Like, yeah, that sounds like Joe. That's my dad. Like, yeah, that sounds like him. Like, he deserves it. God's just striking his ass.
Remind me, like, never to stand in a crowd with next year, which I wouldn't be anyway, because I don't know your dad, but
No, my
it's
dad totally
crazy.
does
Like,
it, dude.
chased him
It's
across the yard.
hilarious. I'm sorry.
No, I was just thinking about it, chasing him across the yard, like for it to strike that close to him once. And then
Yeah, but
again,
it did it like 3 or 4 times. Like literally chased him across the yard 3 or 4 times.
is he carrying something? Like some kind of device? I don't know.
Yeah, he's carrying a whole burden of guilt. Yes, he's carrying something.
Maybe he was just a well-grounded motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But negative does attract positive, you know. You positive flows through negative. You know how battery and electricity work.
No, it was hilarious. It was
That'd be some
hilarious
funny
watching him
shit to
tell the
see, though.
story because he's telling the story looking for sympathy, and like literally everybody was like, "Yeah, that makes sense." Like nobody gave him any sympathy whatsoever. They're like, "Yeah, okay,
Dude,
I get
there's
it."
a tree out here on the farm that's been struck by lightning 3 times, and it's the weirdest looking apple tree I got, but it still produces. It got, I can't, I pruned it and I was going to take it out and put a new one in, and I was like, that some bitch is living after it got struck twice. So I couldn't do it, you know? The first time I was just lazy. The third time I was like, okay, somebody saying get rid of the tree, you know? Seriously. This is a cursed tree or something. I was like, what the fuck? 3 times the tree gets, the motherfucker didn't move. They say lightning never strikes the same place twice. I say they're full of shit. They need to change their probability factors or something. Hey, to be honest, though,
So
man,
anyway,
the
the
conversation
question was
about
if they knew
spiritual
anybody
went
who was
on
struck
for
by
a long
lightning. I would say
time.
my dad was actually struck by lightning. Like he was chased by lightning, and then when it hit the pump house, indirectly it struck him because he literally got slammed against the fucking wall by it. So like, yeah, he still took the charge from. Dude, God was chasing his ass across the yard and literally eventually struck him down.
Hyper attractive, super conductive.
Do you guys think
Was
it's
he an
real,
attractive
the
man?
idea of like making it rain, like doing like rain dances and actually making it rain, or like the idea of being able to, have a thought and have a shooting star happen at the same time, like those types of things. But do you guys think it's possible to actually change the environment with your mind,
Yeah,
essentially, with your mind state?
with your energy. I literally think it's energy. There's a different energy at a rain dance or a powwow, Gio. You guys have to go. All people are welcome. They don't shut no people out. Most reservations that I know, white people or, non-natives are welcome at a powwow. It's about harmony with the creation.
And then fire, they
Balance.
usually do it around a fire, and a fire, that's plasma.
Yeah.
So, and then you've got like
Yeah,
a
there's a
circle of
different
people,
energy. I can feel it in the air.
and so it's flowing up, and you've got like a circle of people, doing these different, like whether they're doing drums or whether they're doing stomping on the ground or vibrating the ground, and you've got the fire in the middle going up, and then when they do these chants, like
There's a lot of emotion in those dances too, Them men really get, they're real prideful in it, and they deliver as much emotion as they can, and they're like the warriors dance. They're really trying to act like a warrior's taking somebody's life,
Only way we'll know is if if we can, through thought and intent, uh, like be able to, whatever you want to call it, telepathically, psychically, metaphysically, like intuitively. I just like to use that. That's a good word. But be able to like combine their focus intuitively and be able to change environments and change things is to try. That's what I've been
Yeah,
Talking
we
about
have
wanting
to
to do
try
that
first.
for a few
We
years, couple
we
years
got to
now.
play with it. It's like anything. If we play with it long enough, we'll be masters of it. Right? Like a toy or a bow. I don't mean that sexual, Oscar, laughing. So I mean, like if I give you a tool set, a ratchet set, you play with it long enough, it's almost guaranteed. Just like Daddy, you will be a gearhead. So,
Well, I
but
definitely
the
think that
more
we can impact the environment in some way. How exactly? Who knows? I kind of have a crazy story, Gio, that you might find interesting if you guys will indulge me for a minute. My flat Earth origin story was, so I'm in Ecuador. I'm kind of at this point a quote unquote spiritual seeker for like a decade, just wandering around, having a like constant existential crisis. And I'm going on this vision quest. And so I go visit this guy, Taita Alejo, this elder in the middle of Ecuador. So, like in Ecuador, if you wanted to see him, you would have to fly into Quito, which is the capital, take a flight to Cuenca, which is the second biggest city, and then take a 4-hour bus ride, and then get the bus to stop on the highway in the middle of nowhere, and then just walk towards his house and walk like 3 or 4 hours, and I get to his house. And he has like 300 or 400 acres, something like that, hundreds of acres. Essentially, he owns an entire mountain, and they have wild horses, wild boars, all of this sort of stuff. And I'm going there to do a vision quest. And so, in this vision quest, I'm going to fast for 7 days up on this mountaintop. And like, you go there and you prepare your prayers. So you make 365 little tobacco pouches and tie them on this string, and each one is a prayer. And this elder will take you up to a tree and set you under this tree, and essentially just leave you there. And he'll leave you there for 7 days, no food, no water, no nothing like that. And so we start with the sweat lodge. I haven't eaten and I won't eat, and he takes me up to the mountaintop, and he just leaves me there. And so I'm sitting on this mountain for days without anything, naked, with just the sheet around me. And this guy's down there making his prayers for me, so on and so forth. And he's been keeping this fire. This fire has been going for like almost 20 years nonstop. It's essentially his life's work, is just keeping this fire going down at his house. And during the first 4 days, I am having a very, very deep existential crisis. Like, what do you call it when someone thinks everything's meaningless? There's a word for it. I can't think of what it is, but I'm like that. And in this valley, yeah, I'm very nihilistic, and I'm just thinking nothing matters. Why am I here? It doesn't matter if I live or if I die.
Disenchantment.
Yeah, I'm not exactly suicidal, but I'm kind of on the verge because I'm thinking nothing matters. And the whole time, there's this family of condors flying in the Andes Mountains. There's like 14 or 15 of these big condors that would fly above me every day. And I'm just praying, like, to God, to the stars, to whatever. If I'm meant to be here, if anything matters, one of these condors should drop a feather in my circle. Like, I'm in like essentially like a 7-foot circle around this tree, and you can't leave this circle. You're wrapped around with your prayers. And I'm just praying every day. I'm begging. I'm pleading. I'm like thinking like life is meaningless. Should I kill myself? Whatever. And on the 5th day, so the way that this vision quest works is you go 4 days without food and water, and on the 5th day, Alejo will bring you 4 fruits and a jug of San Pedro, the cactus, the brew. And then you'll stay the 3 remainder days. And so I'm at like my absolute wit's end, thinking like nothing matters. Who cares? Why am I here? Like, just praying to these condors to drop a feather in my circle. And on the 5th morning, Alejo shows up and he delivers me the 4 fruits and the jug of San Pedro, and wrapped around the jug of San Pedro is a condor feather. And he just places it in it and then just smiles at me and then walks away. And like, I just, of course, break down. I'm thinking like, oh my God, like, how could he know, like, out of all the things to put a condor feather in my circle? And it was just a very profound a moment for me. And it just makes me think like, yeah, like, the universe does communicate to us in mysterious ways, either via the stars or the moon or from some guy dropping a feather in your lap, you know?
That was a good story, man.
Yeah, your call was answered.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, that's incredible, man. You did a whole full quest like that. Wow, that's So, like, what was the coming out of it? Like, what was your like mind state or transformation state coming out of that? That sounds very, very powerful.
The part I guess I didn't say is that like I had said before, like I had never even really heard of flat Earth or anything like that, but I had an experience similar to what Truth was saying about these stars being very close. And I just had this moment of realization in my mind, like, oh my God, we live on a flat Earth. And so that was a very profound thing for me because it's something I hadn't even entertained or thought of or even considered. But the biggest thing that I brought from it was how close to death we always are, you know, and how much we rely on food and water and nutrients to sustain our lives. And like, you know, because you go 4 days without water, you think you're dying, you know, and so it becomes like just how reliant we are on this earth and like how important it is to sort of sustain ourselves in a healthy way. That's what was most, you know, impactful to me.
Yeah. Wow, that is very deep. You were able to have that experience. So you came to the shape of the earth while you were actually on that vision quest? Like that even though it wasn't even something that you had been super focused on, it just downloaded to you during that?
It wasn't even something I had ever even considered. Like, you know, like I had been backpacking like around the world for like since 2012 or 2013. And so I hadn't even like prior to backpacking, I was just a partier, you know, and then I'm backpacking. So it's like, I'm not like on the computer or even considering conspiracy theorists. Like, I think I met one guy along the way who was a flat earther, but like, I didn't even like think it was a real thing, you know, but it was just the complete, like, I guess what you would call a download or whatever. Like, I just realized, oh my God, the earth is flat, and then thought nothing of it beyond that. So.
Wow. Wow.
But that's why I don't question it or argue it. Like people are constantly arguing, like, is the earth flat? Here's the proof. And for me, it's like, I don't need proof. It doesn't really matter, you know?
Yeah, once you come to the understanding that the earth is flat, you don't really need the argument or any more proof. That's where I realized quite a while ago now that most of the people that are in this conversation literally are just in it for the entertainment value of it. They like the conflict. They like the shit talking. They like the trolling. They like the drama, the hysteria, like the attention that it brings.
Some of them get an ego boost because they think that they're smarter than other people that are wrong, and they have the whole mainstream,
Yeah.
you know, thing on their back or whatever. Well, Oscar,
Exactly.
did you have with the shape of the earth? Was that while you were on the San Pedro, or was that just during? Like, were you on the San Pedro at that time, or was that before? Or
Yeah.
after?
It was like on the 5th or 6th day. Like the first 4 days, I had noticed like for the first time that like the sun sets a little bit farther over each night, and I was just like kind of thinking about you know, there's a lot of time in the day when you have nothing to do but like, you know, stare at the sky baking under the sun. And I was noticing there was 3 trees up on the mountain that like it was setting a little bit further each night, and I thought, oh, that's kind of weird. And then like the 5th or 6th night, like I had an experience. I'm almost embarrassed to say it, but like where I felt as if I was communicating to the stars, or kind of like Blitzwit was saying, like they were sort of emulating your thoughts or something was happening. And it just like sort of clicked into place for me. It wasn't like, oh, like I wonder if I did like a laser beam test, like if I could falsify the curve or something like that. It was just like, oh, the earth is flat. I get it now. But yes, it was on San Pedro. So like he brings the San Pedro on the 5th day, and I think it was either the 5th night or the 6th night.
Yeah, it's something that, like with these entheogens, like I'm wondering how many people have had or will have the experience of like, being, in the midst of an actual experience, like with like an entheogen, like you're referring to, like San Pedro, and just like you're describing, like have no previous thought about even necessarily questioning the globe or like very little, and then just having that as part of their experience, like as a download of truth. Just be like, oh wow, the Earth's not a globe. Like, I've wondered how many people are going to have that, in the future, especially like now with everything on the table as it is. So yeah, interesting that you had that
Well,
experience. Yeah,
about it, I had said this to you the other day. I think it was you. I can't remember exactly, but like the people I was like drinking these medicines with definitely were not flat earthers. They were all about the Pleiades and all of that shit, and like we came from other planets and yada yada yada. And so like the whole like environment of me coming to these medicines and getting introduced to this guy who like hosted me on his land for the Vision Quest was not at all related to flat Earth. So like my whole mindset was this sort of like cosmic mindset, yet it still clicked into place for me somehow. I'm not sure.
well, that's even more interesting. Yeah, that it's not like you were necessarily even influenced by, the others, or yeah, that it even implies more that it was like a very, like just using that term download, like an authentic download in that sense, meaning that if someone even wanted to make the argument, oh, well, you were around a bunch of people and they were all saying it, you were in a suggestive state or whatever, and you just went along with it. But it sounds like, yeah, if none of them were even on that, then yeah, like it was like, it sounds to me like in that sense, like an authentic insight or process that
Realization, like
with
I want to say
integration.
real realization, but that would be, redundant. Like, yeah, like actually realizing something on your own. It has to be real in that
It's
moment to
called an
you. Yeah.
epiphany.
Yeah, what was crazy about it is like
Epiphany.
it didn't even seem like a big deal to me. It was just like, oh, that's how it is, like okay, cool, next.
Just like a matter of fact, yeah, like, oh, that's that.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how it is when you realize something. It's like, oh, now I get it. All right, cool, I got it.
Almost like a remembering in some way, in
Yeah.
some time.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
usually don't tell people that because they just say, well, you were on drugs, so what do you expect? So
Yeah, but that term drug, I mean, I know how you're using it, but yeah, I would think more just plants. Yeah, that you're communing with nature. Well, that's the thing, the plants come from nature. Well, I know with a lot of like, even within like groups doing ayahuasca and things like this, like you said, many of them, they're not like flat earth groups and things. A lot of them, I'm saying. Now there might be people within the doing the ceremony that either might know about flat earth or they might even already know it's flat, etc., things like that. But I'm just saying in general, like there's even amongst those kind of communities, it's not like they're all just totally becoming aware of this, like, that I'm aware of. Like a lot of them are still in the globe stuff and the globe programming. So it's interesting, like how I guess different people kind of get different information maybe for that time in their life or what they need at that, like different realizations for that moment. But I think there's like an interesting potential of like how many people basically having a similar experience that you had that could just come to the truth about the earth or just know it's not a globe just in that way. But so at the same time, it's like, it certainly seems possible, like with the plant experiences like you're talking about. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like it's like just a standard that everybody. I mean, for example, a friend of mine who, I mean, he's done ayahuasca hundreds of times, and he definitely, he's pretty open in a sense to the Earth not being a globe, but at the same time, like he has not had that experience you have, and he's done San Pedro many times and so on. So I mean, he's had many experiences, but for him, he generally still does think it's a globe, and he hasn't had in any of his experiences, he hasn't had what you had basically, But at the same time, I think it's always possible to have an experience like you had as well. So it'd be interesting, like in the future, especially if these plants and medicines are more available for people in the future, like how many will, come to that realization, in an experience like that and just have that direct knowing or like direct realization.
yeah, and I kind of think like and this is maybe controversial to say in this room, but I don't think it matters that much if the Earth is flat or not for most people. It's like it's not even something that they're considering. And I was sort of in that camp, like, yeah, I believed in the globe, but I didn't care. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, okay, like that's what it is, so that's enough. And I think most people who aren't like consciously contemplating stuff like that, and are taking plant medicines or something like that, they're concerned with other things besides like the shape of the earth or something.
Yeah, like, I mean, do you think of it as like a unique path? Like those of us that know this are like on a specific path, like a spiritual path of sorts? Like, do you see it that way? Or, I mean, I certainly like, I mean, I definitely do think that like the truth is available for everyone. So I'm not trying to say like selectively like that people are special, but I'm just saying like, do you think of it as like that it's like a particular part of some people's path to know this or to be a part of it in that way, and others it's just not, maybe not at this moment immediately like, on their plate to look into?
Well, yeah, maybe, but I also think like the most important part about realizing flat Earth is realizing it is if you realize we're lied to about the shape of the Earth, that everything else could be a lie. Like, how much does it actually matter on a practical or pragmatic level to a normal person, whether or not it's a ball or flat? Not very much. But if realizing that it actually is flat and not a ball floating in space helps you realize, like, oh, the government's a lie, or, diseases of some sorts are a lie, and maybe, shots and jabs and stuff like that are a scam, and like maybe you shouldn't believe everything you're told on TV, and maybe even like on a deeper level, like, the fundamental nature of reality isn't physical, like it's actually conscious or spiritual or something like that. I think it helps you down that path, more than it actually matters that it's flat, in my personal
That could
opinion.
actually be the danger too. Is like for when you realize the Earth is flat, and you do realize that so much of what we've been told is a lie. Like, there's no doubt about that. The more you look into it, the more you realize, like, how much of it is a lie. Now, the danger becomes of, like, when the truths pop up, you don't believe them either. Like, what if there is a truth told and you just don't believe it because you're so scorned, you're turned off. You've already realized that almost everything is a lie, like, or maybe you think everything is a lie. Well, if that's true, then you won't believe the truth when it's told to you.
You think that might be like, well, do you think that might be the role that passion plays? Maybe we're guided by our passions, and
I would think that would be
we have certain passions to guide us, and if you stay true to yourself, you'll stay true to your passions, and you'll be on the path that you chose. Something to that effect. Like passions play that role.
Well, it makes me think of discernment too, like passion along with
I
discernment.
think Lou has a good point, though. You
Yeah.
get a sensory overload, too much info, you don't know what's true, what's not, and then you give up. And that in itself might be part of the scam.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's important, at least for me, anyways, not to get caught in the weeds on everything. Like once you wake up to conspiracies in general, like all of a sudden you just want to go down every possible rabbit hole, and you think it's very important to proselytize to
Yeah.
convince them that, like, oh, it's all a lie, it's all fake, and it's like, yes, but also, okay, like how much is that affecting my day-to-day life or my spiritual development? Probably not that much. Like, it's fun and interesting to talk about, but like, how much time do I need to spend talking about the Maui
But
fires?
Oscar, there's reptilian politicians in DC, man.
And there very well could be, but
They're
like, for
eating
me,
babies,
it's like,
man. No, I'm with you.
I guess,
I agree.
Oscar, until everyone is aware of what's going on and why it's going on and how to stop it, maybe, or maybe, I don't know. Like I feel like when something happens somewhere that, like one day, it's like I see it in the future, or I know within myself that if that were happening to me, if it were happening in my town, I would want someone else to care about it. And I would be thinking, like, how can other people see this going on and not care enough to stand with us? Or but what can you do to stand with them? It's like I said, the only way
If they're
to
not
stop that
scaring,
is to get rid of the emergency proclamations, and that's what the people should be. I think that's what the people should be doing.
oh
Now,
yeah,
I don't even know how to go about starting
we
something
we
like that,
took
but that's what we should do. As far as the
we
Maui
took
fires,
Gretchen Granholm's right to mandate anything away from her in court. We won. Michigan sued her.
Well, don't they get away with stuff because people don't know? Like
That's right.
ultimately,
They
it's
don't
the
stand.
deception. Yeah, like they get
Or
away
they
with
don't
stuff.
know.
They
That's
don't even
exactly what
know.
I was going to say. Where it's like if you know, you now have knowledge, and it's almost your duty to actually tell people. Now, if they choose not to believe you, well, then that's on them. That's perfectly fine. You just need to move on to the people who will, because if we don't rally up enough people and get the people behind, knowing that there's certain things that are going on in this world, if people aren't awake to that, how do we deal with it? We don't know any way to deal with it, because at the end of the day, we can only deal with it within numbers.
You can
When
only
they
offer
say,
the pill. They gotta choose. Like Morpheus, a motherfucker. If they
yeah,
don't
exactly. I
like the
mean,
red pill, give them the blue pill. Fuck it.
yeah, exactly. But if once you have the knowledge, if you don't at least offer that knowledge to someone else, I mean, if they, if you get the reaction where
I
you
agree.
go, oh, have you heard, like, some people think the Earth is flat, and if someone goes, oh, what a bunch of fucking retards, well, you go, okay, step back. No point talking to this guy. You know what I mean? But
Well,
if
the
someone
thing
goes,
about
yeah,
it,
like some of my friends were talking to me about that, but I really wasn't sure, but it seems interesting. Well, there's someone you can have a conversation with.
yeah, my
You know?
grandfather used to shorten it to evil things happen when good men fail to act, or bad things. Bad things happen
Exactly.
when good men fail to act. You're good.
Exactly.
You see the problem, but you didn't act. So you actually enabled the evildoers in your non-action. You allowed them to do it. You gave them authority because you were the one that seen they did it without authority. God created men and women in his image. He didn't create citizens, peoples, man and woman. You were free when you were born. They've imprisoned you since. The law is a scam, so is economics. There you go. I let you all know. You're free men.
Amen.
You
Exactly.
can choose to say fuck their system, non-participation, and be the
Exactly.
arbiter of what is good for you, so long as you harm no other people. If you do that, then you invoke my right to protect my life, and you know where it goes from there. We're just back at the natural state of man. War.
so before we get too far away from the spiritual conversation that we were having,
Oh,
I
I think
consider,
that's all spiritual because the law is God.
yeah, I mean, it is. It's a spiritual war. Like it all begins and ends in the spirit. It just plays out in between here, and we get to experience it and see it. It seems. Before we get too far away from that into talking about something else, like, so I have a question, and I'm curious, like, who would anyone want to, or who would want to? I guess is what I'm wondering. Like, is it something that we could do where we could experiment around with it and test it and see, like, if like picked an hour each day, and during that same hour, like, all of us put our thoughts together and put our minds together and our intent together, like on an agreed upon change that we would like to see, an agreed upon outcome, or something, like, be it, I don't know, deception being exposed, or whether it be in some exposure of truth to, like, say, attacks on mankind, or whatever it is that everybody would like.
Are you
It would,
talking about your group testing of will or intent. See if we could just focus on a problem and fix it with our minds.
Yeah, bring some positive change into it. Like if we could do it, just focusing on
I've told
intent.
you before, I'm already down. I'll bring the weed. So we just need more people. I will feed you and get you high. It's all good.
You talking about Burmese?
I'm serious. We farm fresh. I'll go get you Amish if you got to be picky. I have Rebecca. I'll barter with her. I'll give her more apples. She'll feed us all. That's my neighbor's
Sounds good.
wife. But she's Amish. Oh, yeah. This time of year it is. We're enjoying the harvest right now. Believe me, you pie and cobbler galore.
Well, have you heard of those studies that they've done where people have all meditated, like
Yeah.
focused on a particular city, and the crime actually went down? Like when they did these, like they actually were able to reduce crime, like statistically significant, by all meditating and focusing on that city
I
having less
wondered
crime.
once if all of us could focus on the power, divinity, and authority of a guy, if we could create a Christ consciousness ourselves by all of us focus in that one guy, our faith and belief in him that he's going to solve all our problems. If maybe it'd give him Superman abilities just through our energy.
What about if like knowing the Earth's
Well, I might find out.
What about if knowing the Earth's not a globe gives you like a superpower and you can tap into the ether more just by having, since like Earth is what we're actually living in, that if you think Earth is something different, then it like won't open up to you as much perhaps, or like
Yeah.
it could, so like it could, I know it's got to say that like we're special. So I'm not trying to really say that. I'm just saying like, could there be a thing that there could be more potency to like connect with the system if you're like
I think
aligned with it?
connections are made when you believe in things or you have faith in things, Gio. So like spirits, I think spirits are there, and those people who are aware of them are hyper aware of them because they're in their belief system, And if a thing isn't real to you, you can't see it, and it doesn't have any authority over you, So literally, I think, yeah, if Earth is alive and it's divine, I think all is connected to the creator and it would have a divine spark. I think you would connect with that when you had the epiphany or the sudden realization that it too had a soul or a living energy. So if you were aware of it, if it was a belief of yours, faith, like the faith of a mustard seed can move a mountain. And that's for any idiot that's willing to pick up a shovel and say, we're going to move that fucking mountain and just keep reproducing and eventually the mountain will be gone. But I think it goes deeper than that too.
Well, yeah, and even like there's the idea. So like when they do some of these like plant medicine ceremonies, like doing an ayahuasca ceremony or something, that they're actually like tapping into the ether and like actually, potentially even healing some part of the larger ether. And many of the ceremonies I've been to, I'm sure you've had that, Michael, with some of the Native American ones too. Like it really does. Like you're tapping into some deep, just creating that space and that energy. Like it's often experienced as transcending far beyond just those individual people, getting together.
Yeah, that's why part of
it. And then just real quick, just makes me think of the flip side of that when they do these like possible like demonic ceremonies, where they're trying to like program the ether with some psyops or
separation. They would separate you from what is real and true and you're connected to. Yeah, because we believe in connection. And so part of that is listening to other people and how powerfully they believe in the medicine they're going to give you, whether it's spiritual or physical, and the awakening, whether it awakes you to a physical aspect or a spiritual aspect, in their belief. So that's what I mean, like connections. These people already fully 100% believe in it. So they exist in the fact that this is a reality. And that energy and connection can be passed on to you through their words, because our words are our thoughts, and our thoughts are our demons. This is Native American religion. You're plagued by your own demons, which are your thoughts. Your mind is your worst enemy. That's where fear and doubt come from. But it's also where love comes from. So
yeah, people discount like how important your beliefs are. Like for me, the fundamental nature of reality is consciousness. And people say like in a clinical trial, oh, that's just placebo effect, or that's not, or that's placebo effect. And it's like, no, placebo and nocebo is the real medicine. That shows that consciousness affects your reality. And so like what Truth was saying, or what you were saying too, Gio, is like, if a collective consciousness exists like around something, it probably actually can alter what we call physical reality. I believe that. To me, that's undeniable, in some sense. Like,
Yeah.
can
I
four
think
people
it,
meditate on something and, like, change a tree into like a house? Maybe not, but like
No, I
I
think
think
you could. You can turn a tree into a house. We can do that right now. See, that's my next point. Perception, altered perception through belief. Perception creates reality because it is consciousness. You're conscious, you view it, and this is how you perceive it, and that's your reality.
you trying to get in there, Ricky? I think Ricky was trying to say something.
Oh, I was just saying, I'm throwing my 2 cents in. That's all.
Okay, well, I think it
I was
does
going to
follow.
suggest that Geo shouldn't worry about what other people think about him. If he really believes something wholeheartedly in his heart, then he should go with it. I mean, I wouldn't be, like I've been doing that a lot. Is where I'm afraid, I fear like that if I tell people the truth about what I believe in, that they're going to disown me or something because it's happened to me. And so, but you shouldn't fear that because you know what? I think to me, it tells me that I'm doing the right things. People come after me, or when trolls, come after me, or anything like that. People come after you. It's usually because you're doing the right thing. You know what I mean? Or maybe you're doing the wrong thing, but sometimes you're doing the wrong thing because you're trying to get attention and trying to get, trying to get people to hear you.
I think it does follow, and I do think, Gio, that lots of the people hold in their mind whether they're a deception, like if they believe in the globe and a bunch of other lies, versus someone who believes in, or not believes, but like has knowledge and if you want to say believe, like believes that the earth is flat. Like whichever one is closest to the truth. Doesn't necessarily mean globe versus flat. It could be anything. Right? But whichever one is the closest to the truth, I believe that you'll resonate with that wavelength. It seems like if you look at it from like the united one, that when it divides out, if everything moving inward is moving back towards that united one, that would be like the female energy, inward moving energy. If you speak truth, this is this how it seems like it should be anyway. Like if I'm wrong, I'm just wrong. Like if you're resonating with truth and you're on that wavelength, and that's what you seek after, that your passions are on, and if you reject all lies thing and you seek out a thing trying to determine what the truth is, you'll resonate on a path going back in towards the creator. And the disharmony, anything that causes the disharmony, which would be lies, deception, hate, and all that, would be the outward movement, because it would have to be, because that's what's creating the disharmony. And if you follow like that logic of the cosmic pendulum, according to vibratory physics and Rudolf Steiner and Walter Russell and like all these people came before that had these philosophies and this framework of such. That's what it is. The disharmony moves outward. The male energy moves outward. Female energy moves inward. So essentially, whoever is like seeking after truth and resonating on that wavelength is moving back towards the center of the unified mind of the creator, and those who are causing discourse and causing disharmony and spreading lies and hatred and things like that be doing the opposite, be moving outward. So it would stay like I would think that it would be so, and it would follow, that if whatever energy you're gonna draw off of, if you want it to be, the energy, that's going to give you the power to truth, then you would have to be actually resonating on that wavelength already. So it seems like it would matter. There's someone believed a lie, where they sought out, the truth.
So if everyone on Earth that knows the Earth's not a globe and that we're not spinning, if everybody meditated all at once, could we actually create change?
No.
I think everybody already knows that.
Matthew's already
Matthew never learns, but that's beside that.
Matthew's just instantly reacting to that one. He's like, no, don't do it.
Easy question. Easy answer.
Come on.
You're afraid we'll change the world?
No, I'm not afraid. I'm not worried.
Interesting.
The only way we would know is
still,
to start
still with it, huh, buddy?
start giving it a shot, right? Like we wouldn't be able to like get the entire world to know that it's not a globe, but we could like
I
get
like
small.
this idea, bro. What you said
We could
about
get like
bringing our ideas together. I think we should try that. See effects we get.
small groups, or and sometimes even larger groups, and
Yeah, if we did like group blessings or group prayers to not necessarily just to like tell people something like, oh, the earth isn't a globe, not that necessarily, but like maybe even like sending them prayers and blessings for them, for all people to, come to the truth on their own, whatever the truth may be. I was just thinking like some way to make it very like it wouldn't have to be some like that we're all just focusing on everybody seeing it our way or something, but more just like, doing actual like blessing work that whatever the truth is, that
that's like a
more
forced
folks
awakening.
will come through it.
Like a forced awakening. Yeah.
Or like just like a spark, like initiating a spark.
Yeah.
I heard somebody talking today, and they said something about that. I wonder if we all just put our minds together. I think it was Smurf. He said it. He was over on Earth Awakenings. He goes, dude, or here. He goes, dude, if we all just put our minds together and made everyone else rich instead of ourselves, we would all end up rich, and then we would all be happy in this world. And I thought to myself, you know what? That sounds silly, but I think he has a point. I think I know what he means, and I think he's right. Actually, I thought that was pretty interesting today. No one really commented on it much after he said it, but I thought it was kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's like that idea of like be the change you want to see in the world, but yeah, in that way, like just giving freely and then that coming back around. Yeah, I remember when he said that too. That I like that. It's a good way to see it.
Yeah, kind of like pay it forward almost, but he kind of put it in his own words. It sounded kind of odd and weird, but like I said, it got through to me, and I thought about it all day. And I thought I got to mention that, because I thought it was pretty killer.
and I don't mean like everybody trying to focus on something and like they sit back and decide, what should happen in a situation. Like if it's something simple, just to have like the, truth amplified, or like the good energy or the righteous energy to just be amplified and strengthened.
Yeah, exactly. Because like I think they do the opposite, and whatever the sort of evil controller dudes, like whatever like ceremonies they're doing, or they're sacrificing Lord knows whatever they're doing, like, but they're doing it to like implant psyops and like implant fear, like around like when 9/11 happened or stuff like that. Like they're trying to kind of manipulate the ether, I think, and use it to their benefit, especially like the alignments of the stars, like the astrology part of it, like they line those up to kind of benefit their agendas. But yeah, like if you could, in a sense, like you were saying, like just like, amplify the truth vibes, and just put that out there without even saying what the truth is, but just to actually amplify or like send blessings for the truth to be more present or more like stronger in that sense. Like if they're using it in a dark way, like dark magic to get an effect, then why couldn't we actually use it in a positive way?
Oh yeah, we all get tired of seeing, the evil overcome in these situations, like the mass attacks against people and so forth. And so yeah, like if just focus on that. And the only reason I specify it in that way is because that I know that there is, some danger, allegedly, and it's nothing that I would want to do anyway. To like go, if someone has a certain, we don't know what people's intentions are, and what their intentions are for themselves, and we might think that, like, so if someone were to ask for, or you knew, because they shared what their intentions were, that would be different. Like maybe, focus on trying to help that the right thing or the just thing or positive thing or however you want to put it outcome to happen in that situation. Like you said though, the ones who sit back and try to conjure up all this negativity and evil crimes against people, like they literally don't care about intention, although they try to avoid it because I think they know to try to get us to consent because I think they know ramifications of going against someone's superseding their own intentions. I think there's some karmic reflex for that, and I think they're aware of it, which is why they need the consent.
You know how people say like light workers, like people like, oh, like, that to be like a light worker or to do some kind of healing. I was just thinking of the term like a truth worker.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just extremely naive. I'm willing to admit this could be a possibility, but like, I just don't see what it matters to wake people up to flat Earth, and even what like evil people are doing in the world. Like, I just don't feel like it affects me. Like the lockdowns or something like that. It just like it doesn't really affect me, and it's like, why worry about it so much? It's like worrying about it seems to affect me more negatively than actually doing something about it. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's just like I just sort of have
saying to worry.
I guess there's the idea if more people were aware, then perhaps we could be sooner to be liberated by whatever is going on by these entities. Like the idea that the truth sets you free, like in that idea that if more people were aware, then perhaps they couldn't continue doing all these terrible things eventually.
I'm not saying to worry because.
So I was just going to say, and also if like a storm's coming, if you know a terrible storm is coming, and you just leave yourself and you don't tell people the storm's coming, and you rock up back 4 days after the storm to find 30 of your friends dead, would you think that it would have been important to tell people the storm was coming?
Bro, I think it was your fault, but hey, I'm a deep thinker.
Like, I mean, if you didn't go and let anyone know the storm was coming, then in a way, it's your fault they died.
Right.
And if we have these people out there, trying to do bad things and forcing people still made their own choice, but forcing people to do particular things, and many die and get injured and so forth, and you haven't at least tried to say something, I don't know, I feel like in a way you're complicit.
Right. You could have gave them the choice to say, no, I don't think a storm's coming.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you haven't at least gone to tell them, if I go and say to you, hey man, like, there's a big demon coming, we need to get out of here, and you go, demons don't exist, you're a retard, and I run off and you don't, and a demon comes and kills you, well, that's your problem, right?
If people knew and were aware of the weather manipulation tactics that they do, and that they're all actually active in doing them, and they can see evidence of it, like these things, there's no transparency in any of that either. It's just like they pretty much have free reign to do whatever. But these people who go out here and like they're deceived into thinking that we are causing the earth to warm, and so they're passionate and they're into this climate change. But after every disaster, if they were aware how much manipulation was going on with the weather, like they would be protesting against weather manipulation rather than whether someone's using green energy or not.
Yeah, I agree.
That would be what they.
And I have a lot of respect for people who are like advocating for these topics, but in my experience, you can't really wake people up. It's like some people have the eyes to see and some people don't. And so like,
yeah,
100%. 100% agree with you, but the thing is that you're trying to get to the people who do see. That's all. By just mentioning something, you'll have someone go, hey, that's interesting, tell me more. And that's what I said, like if you mention something to them and they just straight up, you see that almost anger in their eyes of like, why are you bringing this to me? And it's like, okay, well, you're in Plato's cave and I'm sorry that I just pointed you towards the light. And maybe, just go back to looking at the wall. I'm sorry, turn around, I'll leave you alone. You
He
know,
went to
you
the
can stay in
cave
Plato's
on us.
cave.
He took us to the cave.
But Oscar, I know what you mean. It's like people, it does seem like people come to, if you're talking about like with truth in general, like it seems like people really come to it on their own ultimately. Although there may be some people that do have that kind of following energy where they will just kind of follow the crowd. But I do think that the shape of the earth is kind of like a litmus test for that. Just in a lot of ways, because it seems like there's maybe compared to some other sort of things in life, like it does seem like, I don't know whether you guys would agree or disagree with this, but like when it comes to the shape of the earth, there might be some that are kind of followers or just clinging on or something. But at the same time, it seems like a great majority of people are like came to it on their own, had their own like journey, had to research, go look into it themselves. Yeah, maybe a friend turned them on to some information or something like that. But there's usually not like the idea of like someone being like converted or something, like meaning the idea that they are just kind of going with it because you told them to, rather than coming to it on their own. I mean, it's probably a mixed bag in some ways, but I was just commenting on what you were saying, Osco, just that idea, like, can you really wake someone up, or can you really, can you actually wake them up in a sense, or can you just offer information in which they may be assisted by, and then they really will come to their own conclusion? It does seem like the shape of the earth is kind of like almost like a litmus test, or like it has kind of a unique way in which that interplay.
Yeah, I think you find that with a lot of people, like maybe if I tell them, they'll completely dismiss me, but then they see something else online and they look at it and they go, yeah, it's still stupid. But then you come along and tell them, and they start to think like, oh, it's still stupid, but they're making sense. And then someone else tells them, and they're going, it's making more sense. And then they go, stuff it, and they start looking, and they go, holy shit. But it took them those 5 or 10 or 15 times of different people. They had to go tell that person that that person was an idiot. And they had to tell that person that that person was an idiot. But eventually they started to go, shit, now it's starting to get into my brain and it's making sense. It
Yeah,
never
well,
made sense to me before.
Like a perfect example is so I've been a flat earther since like 2018. And of course, everyone who knows me knows I'm a flat earther. I don't preach it to anyone. Like, I've told my brothers and my family, hey, the earth is flat, but I'm not like saying, check out this test, do this. And like a couple weeks ago, my younger brother texted me out of the blue and said, hey, can you send me some videos on flat earth? So I just linked him a bunch of videos. And then the next day he told me, yeah, the earth is pretty much flat. Like, it wasn't from me preaching it to him. Like, he just had heard about it, and that was enough to spark the interest in it. And that's how I think it is with most people. It's like, if you're capable of waking up to it, like, you will hear about it, and at some point you will research it and go down the rabbit hole if you're capable of waking up to it. It's not going to be like, oh, I'm capable of waking up to it, so I need to argue about it for months and months and months, and then finally I'm going to realize it after arguing about it. It's like, I don't think that's how it works. I think some people can see it, and those who see it, like, as soon as they hear about it, that's enough to spark the interest that'll eventually wake them up to it. Not like.
I agree. I'm completely agreeing with you. But think of the case of that, like, so you say that your family and everyone knew that that's what you think and how your thought pattern is. But if they didn't even know that, maybe your brother wouldn't have even been considering of it. And then maybe if your brother did sort of look at it, he wouldn't have come to you. But the sheer fact that he knew that that's where your thought pattern is gave him the confidence to then maybe look into it and come to you in the first place. So you get what I'm saying? By even just knowing that that was something that was in your mind gave him the ability to have the confidence to look into it himself. Whereas if he didn't know that you were thinking that way, maybe he wouldn't have had that confidence.
Yeah, exactly. I think we agree completely. It's just sort of like, in my mind, I don't want to push it on people. Like, I think like it's important to say, hey, I think the earth is flat. Like, hey, I think this or that is a hoax. Here's a few reasons why, and that's that. And like, if they can see, like, that will come around in their mind down the line at some point, because like, well, just real quick, I think that if you're capable of waking up to it, like, just hearing about it, that's all. Just hearing about it is enough to spark the interest. That's just my view.
Yeah, that's kind of how it was for me too. But I was just going to ask you, like, I'd say still yet when a situation arises and you're in a situation where, like, you know, how you feel the room, like you still mention it or talk about it in certain situations, right? Like you
Yeah,
don't.
I talk about
It's
it all.
not like a off limit. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what
as soon as someone says NASA, I talk about how it's all fake and stupid, but like, and people bring up
Yeah.
that sort of stuff all the time. But I'm not like getting into big arguments at the dog park about it. You know, it's just like, hey, I just want you to know that there's real people out there that believe the Earth is flat, and I'm one of them, basically. You know.
Yeah,
I
and it's
think
kind of a.
kinda.
Go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say it's like a fine line between kind of just like you're saying, just like speaking, truth and just basically, but also not being like overly like pushy or evangelical or preachy about it. Yeah, it's like an interesting kind of fine line. Like it's even like that idea of like attraction versus promotion, meaning kind of like the way you're talking about it, almost like, yeah, you told your brother, he kind of knows, but instead of you promoting it, like calling him every day and being like, dude, you got to get this and you got to, agree with me or whatever it may be, which would kind of be more the promotion style where like, if someone was like preaching or constantly haggling someone about it versus the idea of just attraction. Like you kind of threw the seeds out there and then he basically came to you and was like, yo, could you send me more info on that? And then, so yeah, like just that difference between attraction versus promotion. But the other thing, just before I pass the mic real quick, I was just going to ask too, like you were saying, if you want to respond to that, but then also you were saying like if they're capable of waking up to it. I thought that was interesting. And I've thought a lot about that too. Like, what is it that makes someone capable versus non-capable? That was the second part that I was going to ask, because that's an interesting way to put it. Like that they're capable of it, and then all they need is just the spark. They're not going to need necessarily tons of convincing for that, but like if they have the capability. I just thought that was interesting.
Well, I kind of have admittedly crazy beliefs on this, but like I literally believe a lot of people are just essentially NPCs and not like in some fun way. Like they're just not capable of contemplative thoughts or something like that. Like you just say something to them and they're essentially operating on a hive mind. Like they're just like have microwavable beliefs, and whatever like the news or NPR tells them, they just subscribe to it and move on. And I think that's how most people are. Most people aren't sitting around thinking, is this true? Could that be true? Could I be wrong about everything? And so, like, that's just my experience. Maybe that's an egotistical belief, but I don't think most people are capable of most truth, if that makes sense.
I can see that. I agree with you I agree with you with that. And I think that's why it sort of comes down to that if you just you can see it straight away almost. If you mention something, you can tell whether someone's receptive to the idea or not receptive to the idea. And then the difference is like in where we are, where we're having these discussions with people who are against it, but they want to debate it, or they want to, like, I think sometimes that helps to get other people to see things. You're never going to change that person's mind. Their mind's already made up. Just as in, if like for them, if you're so convicted within your belief or knowing, they're not going to change your mind either. It's not like, let's say within this conversation of flat earth versus globe earth, we've all heard each other's arguments. There is one big difference though, is that you generally find that most flat earthers can actually tell the globe earther what he believes. But the other way around, they'll still tell you that everything that you believe is stupid, but they don't even know what you believe because they can't even repeat what you believe. But yeah, so we're never going to convince that person. But let's just say, as an example, in say of Whitsett's debates that he's had with many of these people, and then him having people contact him later, going, "Hey, I never really thought that the Earth is flat, but the way these guys treat you, like maybe there's more to it. Like, tell me some more information." So sometimes it wakes other people up to see that the reaction of some of these other people is just so bad that they're just wondering themselves, like, what's going on?
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, obviously all of these debates that Whitsett has, he dominates the other person, like every single time. But that's affecting like 1% of the audience. And the 1% of the audience it's affecting is someone who's just clicking around on YouTube thinking like, hey, like this looks like something funny to watch. And then they hear truth, and then truth just resonates with them because some people are capable of digesting truth, you know? And so it's like, that's why I think like it has more to do with the person receiving the truth than how well the truth is articulated.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, 100%. But I guess if people weren't out there saying the truth, then none of us would even know about it. Like at the end of the day, if back in 2015 there weren't the videos on Flat Earth on YouTube, then this movement probably wouldn't have even happened. Like none of us would have even probably considered it. I don't think I would have.
Hang on a
Just,
second.
in your little bubble, doing your little
Do you
thing, not
guys really
worrying about
think
it.
that Flat Earth started in 2015?
No, I'm not saying that it
Are you really
started in
that sure?
2015.
Oh, okay.
It's just that's
So
when there was
damn.
so much more information coming out about it.
Oh yeah, I agree with you there. There was definitely a rise.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
I remember there's been a few times in history. I'm old. I'm an old man. I'm 50 now. But I'm saying, in 50 years, it's come across the table a few times, and usually it was slight stuff. It was like going against Darwin and all this kind of stuff, and against the phony sciences and things like that. Hovind and there's a bunch of other people involved in that too. But I mean, I think it was proposed to me when I was 8 years old by some neighbors of ours when we went to church with, and I always thought it was interesting because I believed him right off the bat because they showed me in the Bible and they said this is why we believe that. I was like, wow, I never even thought about that. I went home and I got yelled at my dad, and then of course I just kept my mouth shut. That how it is, right? It's like, what are you gonna do? Are you with your father and your mom? Like no. I just kept it to myself, and it was always like like a parlor thing. Like I remember where I was hanging around, getting drunk, getting high. I would bring that up, and then people would laugh, of course. And but I don't remember anybody ever getting mad at me for it until like 2000 something. So there was definitely a shift. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, like probably 90% of flat earthers today can trace their origin back to Eric Dubé's 200 proofs, So it is very important that people are out there spreading the truth, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
And, just like with anything, you're going to have duality. So if there's people out there saying one thing, there's always going to be people out there saying the opposite with every single situation that there is. Same as like, I could point to science in one avenue, and then you can point to science in the exact same avenue that says the exact same opposite thing of what I'm pointing at.
We can debate it.
And we can debate it. Yeah, we certainly can.
You mean they can lose that debate?
I love them guys that naysay just for the purpose of the debate. They don't really care who's right or wrong. They just want to debate.
That happens though most times. One is science and the other is pseudoscience.
Oh, we've had so much fun over Flat Space channel.
I
The last
feel
couple
worse
weeks
for
just
God.
messing with the tunes. It's been so much.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. I feel worse for God's people who do not believe they're living on God's creation than I do for people who don't know good morals, principles, or
You know what I'm mad about? I'm mad about people that go on TikTok and they talk a whole bunch about the truth and they get you and they suck you in and they get you agreeing with them in the chat. And then after 10 minutes of agreeing with you, you're thinking, wow, this guy's smart. I'm going to get this guy's phone number. I can't wait to get to know this guy. And then all of a sudden out of nowhere, he goes, but by the way, we don't need Jesus. We don't need salvation. We just need to suffer. And I'm like, what the hell? Oh my God. That's what's pissing me off this week.
you got trolled. That's what happens to old people on the internet, bro. They
Give me
get
a
us
break.
first,
Yeah,
at
maybe
the
I
end,
was
they
trolled,
call
but
us
man, it pissed me off.
boomer. You're like, I'm Gen X, but you get called boomer. Yeah. Yeah.
It's been crazy, bro. It really is. And I've actually gotten attacked by trolls. Like, I've never had a troll attack
It's
before
a
until
good
I
troll.
started going
Yeah,
over there. No, I mean
act
one
like
that
you're
just won't leave you alone. That goes and starts leaving comments on your videos too. I was like, what? Where did you guys come from? Like, don't you guys have anything better to do?
right. That's my first thought. Don't you have a life? Because I mean,
Well, at
after
first I always think that they're genuine, right? And I try to actually build a relationship with them. And then of course it's sad because I always find out that they have no intention. Every once in a while I'll get through to somebody, at least get them to listen to what I have to say. It's not easy though.
I think even the trolls, while they're trolling, they're actually picking up and learning things that they're not even aware they're doing. That's gonna click later on or something.
yeah,
I guess that
that's how I
depends
like
on
to
whether
think.
you think that troll really well, okay. There's
That's
flat
how.
earther, then there's a glober, but a glober to me is just a person who just hasn't realized it's happening.
Well, truth is right. Think about this. All right, I'm not a child anymore, and when I was, I thought my parents were full of shit. They told me a bunch of things that I didn't believe. And throughout life, in my own experience, I came to a point where I just had an epiphany and said, damn, my mom was right about that, or oh my God, my father was right. And those people, one day, they'll slow down and they'll have a different perspective of life after they worked their back in the ground and suffered for their children or their woman or their marriage. And they'll end up in a place where, certain things start to change and perspectives become, you understand you can't trust all people. So why would you think there's a group of people on Capitol Hill that give a fuck about your best welfare, So things
There you go.
become plausible, and all of a sudden they have these epiphanies, and they realize you have to realize you're wrong. I can't tell you or teach you you're wrong. It's more powerful when you bear the fruit yourself. When you come to that conclusion, then it'll stick with you forever.
Yeah, but I'm learning that there's people that's not possible because they're not really speaking the truth. I think they're either phony or they're just, I don't know if they're getting paid or what. But it seems like they'd be getting paid, right? As passionate as they are. But I can't believe they're real because they deny reality. It's like, how can you deny reality and then stand here and say, oh yeah, I'm normal. I just believe in this and this. It's like, but no, you don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like within this argument that the flattened globe, it's like I've said before, when I first started finding out about it, I made this one comment. Oh, well, why can't I see the the west coast of America from the east coast of Australia? And then it just took me the one person to comment and say, well, you can't see infinitely far. There's too much atmos. There could be haze in the way. And for me, that was just like instantly I just went, okay, that's fair enough. That's a good answer. I can't argue with that answer. But you give that answer to someone
Bingo.
else
Right.
and they just go, oh, it's just stupid, blah, blah, blah. And then you go, but no, that's completely sensible. It's like 100% sensible. You could still say, okay, yeah, fair enough, but I believe it's a globe still. At least that's honest. But it's
Yeah.
completely dishonest to
Exactly.
just
Yeah.
go, no, all of those
Right.
things are
Yeah.
wrong.
And that's what frustrates me is when you just, at least it doesn't appear like you are. Like you're not giving me that. Yeah. Why do you do this? But then you say
Yeah,
that.
I
Right.
feel
Exactly.
like those guys are
It's so frustrating.
disingenuous that nobody actually believes you can see for infinity, that they know that they see stars no matter how far they are away, not because they can see that far, but because the lights travel to their eyes. We know as humans that we have a limit to our eyesight, and people, I think they're just refusing to be honest when they say, no, I should be able to see that. On a flat earth, it's flat. What's in the way?
Well, I
It's
believe in demonstrating. And like if somebody comes to me and they ask me why I believe it, provided that I've mentioned it, and I will show them what I've seen. I'll show them. I'll take them to near the ocean. We'll go to a dusty area. We'll go to different places, and we'll look at the way it looks from different ways. And I'll let you decide what you want to believe. I can't make you do it. Yeah, it's like it's funny though, but it always seems like that's the attitude they give me. It's like, well, you're just trying to force your beliefs down my throat. I'm like, no, not really. I'm here to preach the truth of what I think the truth is. If I'm wrong, show me where I'm wrong. Show it to me. But don't just tell me I'm wrong because you say so or because you think that this is what somebody else says or that's what they thought or it's somebody that lived 5,000 years ago told you so. You know, like, don't do that to me because it's logical for me to say that I can stand by the ocean and look at it and tell myself that it looks flat to me. So unless you can show me some way that light bends perfectly, which we all know light doesn't bend, reflects, or it gets absorbed, right? But I mean, once you get down to like physics and science, and then they start telling you that you're a science denier, it's like, what the? Wait a minute, what happened here? Like now, I'm just wondering, are you insane, or am I losing my mind? Because I'm trying to like. I remember when I was a kid, and I was being told what reason was, and I didn't always understand why I was in trouble. But like you said, Mike, you said something that's very important. Is as you grew up, you started to see these situations that you were in and how you were wrong about it. Even though you might have been right at the point when you said it, you just wanted to be stubborn and didn't want to get told what to do. That's the way we all are. But yeah, eventually we see the light. We see the bad things. We see the reason why our parents gave a crap and to tell us not to do something. And I have that same problem with my daughter. She doesn't want to. But I have to keep trying because if I don't, then she'll blame me later that I didn't, And she'll figure it out eventually.
Right. And
Yeah,
some
it's
shit
just
you learn quick, like when they tell you don't climb a tree, you might fall out, safety first. And then you got a broken leg for the summer,
or you burn your hands on the burner on the stove,
Yeah, don't
or
play
you
with
fall off your
fire.
bike and you crack your skull open and you gotta go to the hospital and get stitches. Yeah, yeah.
But and it's
Sometimes
just
you'll learn
it's
quick and
it's
sometimes it takes
human
time.
nature when we're young, we like to rebel, And I think
But we
it's
want to test
because
it out for
as
ourselves. We want to
kids,
see if it's
listen,
possible to do it another way.
you know why I think children rebel? They look around and they know damn well at 12 years old the world's unfair. And their life's going to be unfair and it's going to suck. And they're going to work and suffer. And they look at you like you brought them here. This is the shit you brought me into. And I'm going to suffer. Once they start to realize it, then they're like, yeah, I'm going to do it my way. Honestly, because they're better people than us. They're more innocent and they know that, man, when you were a child, did you not ever teenager look around? When I was 15, I could smoke weed and look around. And my first thought was, man was not meant to live like this when I was in the city. Because I'm a country boy, And I felt sorry for all these people who are crammed up in these tight spaces with cops busting their heads and always fucking with them. Well, and I go play on 300 acres, and if a cop comes out there, he might disappear if he ain't got no damn warrant. Better have a warrant, but so they do try to control the people in the city, and the people in the city are more disconnected from what reality really is. They have no relationship with their food or their water or their land, their neighbors. My neighbor's like my uncle. He knew my father, man. He's 80 years old. I go over there. He's drunk in the front yard, fell over in his 32 Harley. I picked the Harley up, put it in the garage. I get the Harley first because I'm a gearhead just like him, and I don't want him to get mad at me. Get the Harley first, Mike. I put him in the house. I notice his roof leaks and shit, right? So I roof his house. Fuck it. My friend's like, why do you do that? Well, this guy's the last connection to my father. He's the last one of my father's friends. Plus, he's a good guy. He treated me with respect his whole life. And
And
I
if my
can.
father was here right now, he would show respect for me. Right, exactly.
Right. So, what's a good reason to not do it is a better question. But
Mike, how much do you think that like them trying to move us into cities is trying to disconnect us from nature?
It is, and it puts you guys at each other's throat where you got to compete for jobs and women's and competitions where it's more secluded in a rural environment. You got groups, like we might go to the same school, but you're at your own goddamn bonfire on Friday night because you're hanging out with my clique. That's not happening. You drive a beat up car, we're gearheads. The beat up car guys go over here to Charlie's house, But you know what I mean. So, and in the city, you got kids who end up feeling like they don't fit in because they can't find their group, and their group's probably out here in the country hanging out at the bonfire because they care more about people and real life. Some of you people feel lost, and it's just because you're in the city and you're not with your own people. You're a country boy at heart. You're supposed to be hanging out with me, fishing and shooting guns. It's just
So
all
hanging out with me.
listen, when they got rich, somebody eventually had to work and save every penny, and they passed their penny to their kids, and this is how the first motherfucker got rich. Now, they don't want you to do all those things that'll make you rich in an economy where you can get richer. Because the minute you got money, you don't have to have services. You don't have to sell a service no more. I got fucking $1 million or $2 million. So what I do is service money. I make money off having money. I invest money in something that's going to rapidly sell or something. So now I don't need a service. I just exchange hands and increase my dollars. So they don't want you to save up enough to where you can have generational wealth. Because, I mean, if you listen to these people, they'll tell you, if you want to change the world, first thing you got to do is get some coin in your pocket. My dad used to tell me this when I was a kid, and these men walked around with silver dollars and gold dollar pieces in their pocket, not legal tender or dollar bills. They had real shit. Like, if the world blew up today, I still got 4 pounds of gold in my pocket. You know what I mean? So they're straight. But they don't want you to have that or know that or have anything precious. And they want you, if you get something precious, to be easily conned out of it. And they don't want your grandpa there to let you know, hey, hold up, grandpa sold a bunch of that for 20 million in the 60s. Don't sell that for that cheap, boy. So they separate the family so it can't exist like their family. Their family is educated in all the systems that work on economics and law and economics. So lawyer firms and business accountants and people who run businesses. This is what they do. They learn to make money off money. They don't offer a service. Their service is taking your money and making money off of it, or buying something. You gave everything to make your company. You need to sell it now, or your company's going to dump. I give you less than what it's worth because I think your stuff's going to sell, and I got time to sell it. I don't need my money back right away. I can wait for it. So now I take advantage of you and my money increases. So that's what they do. And the only thing you got to do is work a couple generations, own some land. The land itself has to make money. The family itself has to be a business and an estate. Now you're taking advantage of the legal part of it, and you're back to more of a natural family where all knowledge, all crafts, all monies, all riches are piled in, and they go to the bloodline to keep our bloodline straight throughout time. This is what they don't want you to do, because then you'd be in their fucking club, and you'd have money to motivate people to change things the way you want it, rather than them pushing $1 trillion over here to change an entire nation. You might do it, and you might be a good person. And you might make it easier for the little guy to start saving some coin so he can bury it in the backyard for his kids. That's what they don't want. They just want you accepting it, going to work, breaking your back, treating your kids like shit, drinking every night, divorcing your wife. That's all more money for them. Drunk drivings, divorces, court
And the whole
system.
time thinking it's just the American way.
Yeah, and it's just the American way, but your taxes are keeping fat people who never fucking work a day in their life. All they do is shift money, and they enjoy the best of life. The best.
Yeah, boy.
While you get the shitter. You're trying to spend 15 minutes in a shitter before lunch, so your lunch is a little longer.
Change the form of value.
Huh?
Change the form of value.
Yeah. What people value. Yeah, exactly. So all it would take is a good family to get up in there and do things. Because, like I said earlier, bad things happen when good people fail to act. A good family, a righteous family, produces righteous family members, and that sends ripples out into the community, the world, the population, everybody who ever interacts with us.
Yep. And it takes kicking our kids' ass and showing them the right way to do that, not just letting them.
Yep. But that's just it. They don't want you to work for yourself and get rich and have coin. They want you poor, begging them for mercy in the courts. Enslaved, indentured, economic tax slaves, preferred stock, goyim. I don't know. Call it what you want. We're definitely not free men. Listen, there was a generation that was born on Earth that food was free, shelter was free, and water was free, and land was free for any motherfucker that wanted to get up and carve it in his image or his dream and make it whatever he wanted to make it. And that time that you have the right to do that, it still exists. But it's been clouded over with so many laws, you think you got to buy that right back from these men who run nations. But nations are fictions, not reality. They're fiction. It's a fiction. Think about it. This is why ODD says cartoon ball.
It's a corporation or an LLC.
Every nation on the cartoon ball is a fiction. And a cartoon's a fiction. And their authorities are illusions. It's what you believe. As you believe, so shall it be unto you. If you believe you're a servant of the state and you're ruled over by laws, who can free you? You were born free. You didn't accept no contracts just because some con guy told you did. You don't owe any respect to dead men who wrote words on paper. Their time passed. Earth is yours now. You're free man.
Right.
You were born that way. I think people just have to start living that way, you know? You send the tax collector the fuck on. Hey, this is my land. God gave it to me. Evolution gave it to me. Fuck, you can take any view of it you want, but it's ours. You can't own this. You're going to die one day. If you owned it, you could take it with you wherever you go. You taking this to the grave with you? No? Get the fuck on then.
Just
real quick, do you think of it as like sovereignty? Like getting sovereignty of the earth
That's
back?
their word. I just say I'm free. None of you are the judge.
Yeah, be careful with all those silly titles. They're ways of confusing you so that you get in trouble in court.
That's legalese. I don't play legalese. I speak like a man. If you want to say sovereign, I say I don't belong to a nation. I don't exist in legalese. So I don't speak legalese. To me, that's Chinese. Are you saying I'm free? Because we all know what us freedom is. You know, all men
What were you
are
going to say, Truth
equal
Prevails?
and free.
Oh, I was just thinking that I was just going to say that's too deep to start with. A society where most of them don't even understand the Constitution. They think they get their rights from the Constitution.
I know. No, and see if they knew the truth, they'd know. They're just free.
The truth is, I was the same way. It wasn't that long ago. I didn't know it, and I just did my own homework, and I found out that
as a man, I could also say if a bunch of people choose their master and they enjoy their life, then what right is it of mine to tell that master's slaves something different? If they accept him and that's their master, let them live by their master's rules. Now we're getting to the red words of the Bible. No man can serve two masters. Right? Either you're your master and you have a creator and he gave you all your rights, or, well, somebody else is your master and you need to worry about all them legal words. They can take your freedom. They can take your body. They can't take your soul. That's why men who built this nation said, give me liberty or give me death. What is liberty? Who here can define for me what this thing is that we call liberty and we defend with our life and our children and our young men? Liberty. The ability, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
They tell us it's a bell.
I know. No, it's being free, being at the liberty to choose what's best for you, so long as you
Right now
harm
they're
no other
right
person.
now they're putting out that it's all crap and that it's not true and that you're going to get
No,
in
they're
trouble if
trying
you try
to
to fight the
switch the
courts. It's
words.
funny.
Listen, they're trying to switch the words. They're telling you you're not owed liberty, but you are due democracy. You should get a democratic something. But liberty isn't your essential right. Well, the hell it's not. Democracy is where 5 other men tell me what my rights are. But here I am my own master, knowing full well what's best for me. So that becomes a conflict, a natural conflict. I can't have 5 masters. The math doesn't add up. How many masters do we got in America? Corporations got presidents. Why the hell's America got a president? Each state is supposed to be sovereign. When you bring up that word, they're supposed to remain their own state. And so it's a union and a republic built of multiple nations. Each state was a nation. We are the United Nations, we just have a charter to live by. That God created us all equal and gave us all a bunch of rights. And we shouldn't allow people to be tyrannistical. And if we do, it's our duty, like Dude said earlier, to stand up and do something about it and fix it. And if we don't, well, then here we are. Somebody else tells us what good medicine is and good health and good food and good water. It's our fault when the water's tainted. They blamed all the damn pollution on the last generation, but the truth is it's the politicians that make the law that allow the pollution. And the common people of the state, well, they got nothing to do with all that pollution or debt. But they'll have your kids mad at my dad left me all this debt and our nation's fucked. It's like, if my kid said that, man, I would literally just say, fuck it, don't go to work no more. We need to talk. We're just going to hang out for the next 30 days because you need to learn shit. Your dad didn't fuck you. I didn't make the laws of my time. Laws allow people to pollute. Now, as an average person, you'd say, what is that? A byproduct of some automotive manufacturing shit? Hell no, you ain't dumping that in my swamp. Get the fuck out of here. Don't dump it in my state. As a man, you wouldn't let them dump it nowhere. And if they had to produce that crap that's going to taint the earth to make that, then you might tell them not to manufacture because it's fucking with your ecosystem. Your ecosystem. That's where your food comes from. This is our stuff. We evolved here. We were created here with it. It's ours. We're a part of it as much as it's a part of us. You can't sever that tie. We're responsible for the state of this because we're conscious. The ants and the bees, they do work every day for the ecosystem. What does man do for the ecosystem? We're supposed to do work for the ecosystem.
What does man do? That's a good question.
Yeah, he strives to keep up with the Joneses. That was the best advertisement ever made. Keep up with the Joneses. You guys are hooked on keeping up with the Joneses. And the Joneses are kind of like, they're like, what's his name? Forrest Gump. Like, oh, we got a bunch of money now. That's a good thing. We don't have to worry about money no more.
Run, Forrest, run!
They don't want good people with money. They want people, once they get money, to think they're better than the rest of the world and they're a god. That perpetuates their system. But I'm here to tell you that a piece of paper made from a tree that fucked up our ecosystem when you took it down could never make you a god. Maybe if you replaced all the trees that are gone, you might be worthy of some recognition, but you're never going to be a god. And if you are a god, what do you create? Because our notion of a god is based on, our notion of a god is based on creation. Like a creation requires a creator, so a creator requires a creation. Where's your creation? Then you're no creator. So, or the shit you create is not positive but negative. Personally, I think if we fixed the fucked up family unit and just got people to marry out of love and don't pay the state, don't enter in no contracts, we could change the world. Become state nationalist. Declare you belong to this land, not to this government. Become a living life claimant. Robert Lee tries to tell people about that, but he drinks a little too much, so he doesn't have the greatest presentation. But you can become an international. I mean, to me, it's like declaring that you're an Earthling, you're part of Earth. It's, I mean, it's pretty much what it is. I'm a living being on Earth. Live life, claim it. Instead of a dead entity of a fiction, which is a citizen. A citizen, you're dead. You're not living. You're not your own master. The state is your master. You're property of the corporation as a citizen. And you agree with all their contracts. It's like a bad game of Monopoly that nobody can quit. Because this fucker, he wrote a bunch of words down on paper and everybody's got to follow him, That's the banker. The banker, he wrote some real poetic shit. It sounded good when we read it. We thought, yeah, we were all drinking and high, and now we're just fucked. Yeah, I wish I wouldn't have signed that contract. My grandpa used to drink scotch and tell it to me like that. They got together and drank good scotch, boy, and they just figured out how they could fuck you all with some words. And they did it. People honor those papers because they got words written on them by big men, big men, giants. We stand on the shoulders of these giants. Think about it. It's the entire system. They glorify these people, so you glorify them people, and all along it keeps their pyramid scheme going. When was the last time you had your own personal army pick you up in 6 SUVs, with snipers circling your ass to make sure nobody touched you? You ain't living your best life. I mean, there's people on the planet that got small armies or on the flat Earth, whichever you believe it is. You got to understand that there are people here that got so much money they own towns and militias. You come to their town, they stop you at the border and like, hey, motherfucker, why are you coming to Pedro's town? You got permission to be here? And a part of the fucking land. The government, the law is basically there's no way for you to win. By the letter of the law, you're guilty, period. As soon as they get you in court, you better start making your plea. A few win, so what? They get most of the money. Most people can't afford a good lawyer, so they just go in there and get in debt for a long time. They give up their freedom plus debt. Now the government that takes your taxes and gives you a portion back every year is going to keep your taxes every year because you owe them for incarceration. Get to work, slave. You could be in prison getting 35 cents an hour. It's a good scam. I mean, anybody who couldn't see the beauty in the pyramid scheme and the amount of time it would took to actually pull this off, well, those are the people that don't believe they're in a pyramid scheme. Because it's crazy. How much
I just
energy.
rejoined back in, but yeah, you're right. You're talking about how the government is basically a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, the entire world. So you got to
Yeah.
think these royal bloodlines have been tripping on fear blood for how long? We don't know. They could have been doing this in in the damn Garden of Eden, we don't know. The Garden of Eden could be their story. Every system could lead back to, well, this is all going to fall apart. And when it does, we got all the gold and silver and we'll rebuild it when we come off and underground. It could just be a cycle of things.
Yeah, it's just basically a big Ponzi scheme, and the government acts like mafia.
Well, they are. Look at the Pope. He's the godfather. El Bordorini. Tell me another name that sounds more mafia than that. El Bordorini. Bow down and kiss the ring, punk. Yeah, the Pope will let you live for another day. That was a good kiss. Well, our nation follows papal degrees. You know that, right? If a papal decree,
Hope I never meet the man.
The Pope decrees something, it gets entered into law all around the world, one way or another. Because he's the vicar of Christ. Christ owns this. He's the king of this realm, and the Pope speaks for Christ.
Well, that's interesting that you say that, because think about, what was it, a few years ago, the church, through the Pope, basically said that they were going to start accepting homosexuals and transsexuals.
Yep. Got to keep.
And then now look where they're at.
God loves you all. Just pay your tithe.
Yeah, so you by saying how, like, the Pope says it's all right, and then the world seems to say it's all right. Well, when you look at the coinciding of the gender stuff and with the Pope accepting this, it kind of makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't personally, since I was like 17, I believe that the Pope is okayed every war or assassination that happens around the world. But my uncle was kind of crazy, but he was a special skills operator in the Marine Corps, and he was in intel and recon, and he had some crazy fucking stories. So that's where a lot of my distrust comes from, and service, of course. The people tell you things, and I said this earlier, and then later on down the road, you realize there's truth in them. So, like, your parents tell you something, and you see it 30 years later, or your crazy uncle told you something about service. You didn't believe that shit because it sounded too far fetched, but you got to the service, and you found that nature of control was set exactly the way he said it. And everything in his story was actually true and checked out as far as the control portions of everything. So it makes all things that he said more plausible, because you see the truth. You wonder why there would be 98% of truth in your uncle's statement when he's warning you. But some of his shit was crazy. Like, they do the test and all this crazy shit. Don't let them get you, boy. In the military, they like to say sign here and not give you time to read it. And they do. They're like, sign that shit. Sign it now. I ain't got all day. And, I'm a motherfucker. I don't care. In boot camp, I'll break military bearing and tell you, hey, dude, I got a legal right to read this. So you can just chill out for this one. That fucking drill instructor bullshit.
Yeah, it's almost like being in the military is almost as bad as being in prison. It's like you have no rights. Like you just signed all your rights away, and you got to do whatever you get told.
No, it's not like
That's
that.
right, maggot. Get back to
It's not like that. That's what
What
it
the
is.
hell is that?
Maybe it should be.
To say it's like that would mean it's similar to that, but that's exactly what it is. Sam owed your ass. If you don't like it, you can go to Sing Sing. Well, federal prison anyway. So, but still, you can go to prison. You follow direct orders. You don't, you're going to get a court martial. So yeah. See a military tribunal.
Yeah, but the funny thing with that is, like at the end of the day, we had the Nuremberg trials to make sure that we didn't just have order followers, but then it didn't do anything. We just still have order followers. They just do what they're told, and I'm sure maybe some do question it, but it's very rare, isn't it? On the grand scheme of things.
I don't know.
I'd be dead right now.
No, I think in the grand, some things, like most people do question orders. You know, but there'll be a discussion about them. But then they still end up following through with the order. Somehow, like I've seen people take crazy orders that they're not supposed to because they are war crimes, but took them anyway because it put us in a winning position. So I guess it's more that they just put it on the man now some days, and that's just with actual, soldiers, not special skills or intel officers or I don't know spies or nothing. But with the Marine, if he sees the value tactically in doing something that he shouldn't do, and they're going to let him do it, he might do it because he feels like he's defending his nation. He'd be given that option, but you still really don't have the option. You can choose to not follow an order based on whatever, and like I said, you'll be court-martialed and you'll see in a military tribunal. If you can actually build through witnesses that you were asked to do something that was against, war laws and decrees, national decrees, they got a lot of war treaties, war crimes. If you got to prove that was the reason, but the whole time they're just going to get another motherfucker to follow the order you didn't do. So, you could blow the whistle in there, but it might take you 20 years to get out of prison and tell somebody about it.
So when were you in service?
In the 90s, I went Desert Shield.
So you were part of the first Iraq.
Yeah, Shield, Storm, Iraqi Freedom.
So what are your thoughts on all that nowadays?
I like to share them because a lot of military dudes that are in here and that were proud of service, really proud, so proud they wouldn't admit nothing was wrong with any of it, get offended. You know what I mean? But I ain't seen no weapons of mass destruction. I seen a lot of oil wells get burned up and shit. But people who weren't wearing military uniforms got killed every day.
But Mike, you're not supposed to be a keeper of forces. You're supposed to be truth.
Oh, I know. The truth is, I don't think we should have been there. I think we're insurgents there still to this day for no valid reason. They're no threat to us. They're not on our shores, but that's just my opinion. They're
Well, I
not
think
right
that's
here. They're
it's
no
a pretty
threat to my
accurate opinion.
family. They're no threat to. Listen, I went to service to be a hero and to defend my nation and my family and my community. And me and my community we're not threatened at all by those people. They're not bringing anything over here to the U.S. that anybody can prove to me that is a grave threat to our nation or our people.
Yeah, I find the most interesting thing about it is we have something going on now, and Putin steps into Ukraine and the entire world goes crazy. But when America had decided to go into Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria and God knows where else they decide to go, like nobody even bats an eyelid.
Yep.
And it's like, well, I don't care if we want to say that, America's meant to be on my side. I look at it and go, well, if that one's wrong, then that one's wrong. If that one's right, then that one's right. Like you can't just
funny who
chop
the
and choose.
United Nations co-signs with America. So the UN will be sanctioned, but they won't.
Yeah. I mean, look at everything that's happened now because of what happened to Libya. You have Gaddafi, who at that time just sat there and said, "If you guys ever take me out, within 5 years, you're going to have a like immigration problem like you've never seen before because I'm the one holding back all of Africa from flooding into Europe." And then what happened? Now, within 5 years of him being dead, everything he said has come true.
Yep.
It was Hillary Clinton. What did she say? We came. Oh, we came. We saw he died, or something like that.
Yeah, she was trying to make a play on Vinnie Vincent Vichy.
Yeah,
and she laughed.
Yeah,
I hope that rumor's true that she's dead.
She had that fucking satanic cackle, evil. Yeah, we came. we saw he died. Like literal shit from a witch movie. Like an act, like they had to hire a witch, like somehow. Like
We need to vote
no,
in. We need to vote back in public execution so we can see that one go.
yeah, I'm not gonna like. Should we be like, no matter how evil the guy is, should you be fucking laughing about a human being dying? You can say like, okay, good, like we killed a
Yeah,
fucking.
we should have tarred and
If
feathered.
if the thought of him dying saving so many other people, then yes, I think it's good to laugh at. That's
It's
just
hard
my
to
opinion.
live through a good tar and
That's something
feathering.
to laugh about.
If we're really good at tarring and feathering, they're not going to live anyway. So you know.
Yeah, we could debate on whether or not he was anywhere near as bad as what they say he was. We only know what we got told, and we only know we got told by the media about the entire V thing that went on for the past few years as well. We all know that they lie to us constantly about everything. So why would we think that we were told the truth about someone they determined to paint as an enemy?
Who's
you
that?
know, someone like Gaddafi. I'm not saying he was a good guy. I'm just saying I
honestly
don't. He was probably
I
as bad
think
as what
every
they.
story on television is bullshit. I really do. I think it's
Touche.
all bullshit. Every
Whoever
single
said
bit of it. I think it's all made up. People, everything. The wars, all that. Whatever they need to do to make that true, make it look true, then they'll do it.
Do you remember? Do you remember Syrian Danny? Did you ever guys hear about Syrian Danny? The people that or the guy that CNN had reporting for him in Syria. Did you see that?
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay. So CNN had this guy. They called him Syrian Danny. He was in Syria apparently, reporting from Syria, and they'd been talking to this guy for months. And then a video came out one day, and there he is, just sitting there. He's got his little earpiece in, and he's like, "Okay, yep." And they're like, "Yeah, we'll be on in 5 minutes or whatever." And he's like, "All right, cool, no worries." And he's just chatting with his mate. And then they're like, "Okay, no worries, yeah, 30 seconds." And he's like, "All right, cool." And then I guess they're like 10 seconds, right? And then they go, "Okay, well, man, oh yeah, we're here with Syrian Danny." All of a sudden, you start hearing, and he's like, "Yeah, it's gone crazy here in Syria," and blah blah blah. He wasn't even in Syria. The whole thing, the entire months of stories, were all lies. He was not even in Syria.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of
You know,
stuff. Maybe not that particular one.
yeah. So I mean, like, how can you believe anything that comes from these people? If they're going to go to the point of literally lying for months about having a guy in a particular spot, like he's their authority, and now you find out that everything that person said was clearly a lie, how could you trust anything that comes out of their mouths? You know, and if you keep believing liars, you're an idiot.
That's why I always argue with people. I say, well, how do you know that's true? How do you know that's true?
Yeah. Even with everything that
Like
we know.
if you saw it on TV, it was probably set up just to look a certain way, even though there might be some truth to the story. What they're telling you is not true. It's always that way.
What
if
if I
look at
told
Paradise? Look at Santa Rosa. Now we've got Maui. It's like, whose town's going to be next? You know, are you going to be living in the town that's next? You know, like it's scary.
What if I told you they already had the news planned out 5 years ahead of time in the 70s?
I tell you, you're off by 5 or 10 years.
They already had the script ready 5 years ahead of time.
They same scripts over and over and over.
I think they've planned
back when the TV was black and white. They already had the shit planned out ahead of time.
Yep, 100%. Have you guys ever seen the thing Iron Mountain? It was about a document called Iron. I'm pretty sure it was called Iron Mountain.
Yes.
And,
yes.
You,
Yeah, go.
You have seen that one? Yeah, that's pretty interesting. It's been a long time since I saw that. It was a small part of the when I was first looking into everything, and just seeing that guy go on about the document from the 50s or 60s, saying how they were going to be using the weather and everything, and all the different ways they were going to use to manipulate people and get to the point that they wanted to be, of where they wanted to be.
Wait till you read. What is it?
I can tell you something. I'm not military. I don't have any degrees or anything, but I can tell you.
And wait till you read Elder Ion, the tenets of what is it, like the goals of communism and the goals of the Illuminati, and how all three are the just exact same goals. Just the
Just the Elders of Zion, the Illuminati, and communism just happen to have the exact same matching goals. No biggie. Just exactly the same goals. Just kind of a coincidence.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like it's just a full coincidence that everything the conspiracy theorists said was going to be happening just happens to be happening. You know, and it's not that any of us
I know, right? Even Richie Impossible, right?
we're not future predictors. We don't just predict the future. We just look at everything that they say at the time and what's going on, and we can go, well, this is where they want to be. And then 3 years later, we go, well, look, we're here where we said that where we're going to be 3 years ago, and here we
I
are.
want to know what's going to happen. I want to know what's going to happen next week.
Well,
Just watch this. It's about 3 or 4 seconds.
it's not hard to predict that a guy is gonna start shooting in your car when he's yelling from a block away, "I'm coming down the street to shoot into your car," and
Yeah,
you're like,
exactly.
"Let's all get out of the car. I think that guy's serious. Like, he looks like he has a gun. And he's gonna shoot into the car." And then your friends are like, "Nah, bro, you're crazy. No way he's gonna."
Yep. Yep. No, I think it's a pretty good analogy.
That grizzly bear hasn't eaten for 6 weeks, but he's not going to eat you. No problem. Just go over there and shake it.
Yeah, it's just the fact that the guy with the gun coming to shoot y'all in the car is actually in a clown suit, and so your friends are saying like, "He's just a clown. Look, he's wearing a clown suit. How could a guy in a clown suit shoot anybody?" That's what they're saying.
Yeah, yeah. And then you say, "What? You haven't seen it?" But yeah, you're right. And the unfortunate thing is, like the other gentleman who was talking, I'm not too sure what his name was, but before when he was saying, you just can't wake people up, and that's the problem. Is it's the classic of Plato's cave, isn't it? At the moment, you try to wake people up, if they're not ready for it, they attack you.
Yeah, the cave shadows is a bitch. It really is.
And it's funny how we can say that now, and it was clearly something that was going on, thousands of years ago, because otherwise it's where Plato's cave came from, isn't it? So clearly the same stuff was going on back then. He already saw that if you try to give someone information,
There's a book that tells you what's going to happen.
all they're going to do is attack you. It's funny how it's just like that too, where if you can tell straight away, if you say something to someone and they're not ready, you just see like it's like as if you just shone a bright light in their eye and blinded them. They're just looking at you like, what the fuck are you doing? Get that light out of my eyes. So it was a perfect, Plato's cave is a perfect analogy.
Yeah, when they come out swinging.
Yeah, that's right. They're like, stop telling me this shit. Just let me go back to my life. It's an interesting world we live in.
I just hope the after party is as good as this.
Sorry, whoever that is. So I'm not too sure what your name is, but I don't know if you are for everyone else, but for me, you're kind of sort of muffled, and I don't quite get what you're saying. What's the time over there for you guys?
It's shit. It's 2:40 in Michigan.
2:40 a.m.
Yeah, AM. Yeah. I'm
Oh
drinking
shit.
hot cider. It's that time of year. I got gallons of cider. I make hard cider too. I give that away for Christmas presents. Applejack whiskey. When you grow up in a apple orchard, you learn to make good whiskey and good hard cider. And cider vinegar, apple vinegar, apple cider vinegar. That's good for your heart health. A lot of people don't know that. Take that by the teaspoon daily.
Yeah, someone posted in the text chat earlier today a little video on how apple cider vinegar was bad for you. So I watched it, and then I'm like, well, the person giving you this information is being completely biased. She's gone and picked out a story of someone who took between 10 to 20 times the dose you're meant to take every day for 6 years. And then she had problems. And you're like, I mean, well, of course, if you take 20 times the dose of virtually anything, you're going to have problems. But then also that same person in that same video just cherry picked a bunch of things to say and like, oh yeah, look at this study or whatever, just like a couple of things pointing things out.
When you look at this
And
study, you see that when used properly, it can adjust pH and a lot of other things. So
yeah, well, that's it's like I said to the person, I'm going, this is a completely biased video. They've cherry picked information. I'm like, I could do the same thing and cherry pick information and tell you that apple cider vinegar is the best thing you could ever have. But clearly, the truth is, yeah, like the truth is that okay, it can be bad. Just don't be an idiot,
Yeah,
And there's evidence that shows it can cure certain cancers, and then there's evidence that shows that it may actually, sort of make some cancers worse. So that's what I was saying before. Like you can always find contradictive evidence for everything.
yeah, but if you look to the alternative for what the health benefits to apple cider vinegar, if you look at the medical alternatives, those come with side effects, and then weigh the side effects against the possibility if you improperly use it. You know what I mean? You have to use food is just like medicine. You eat certain minerals when you need those minerals, not when you don't need them. So, I mean, properly used, I would say if you don't have a full panel blood work done, once a month or every other month, then you shouldn't be adjusting your minerals anyway, because you can kill your ass. Too much anything can kill you or make you sick or shut down systems in your body. It can help promote it, but only at good levels. You got bad low levels and bad high levels. So you want nominal, You want a good medium in between too low and too high. I've been watching a lot of Dr. Sebi and this other lady's teachings on his belief on minerals. There's a lady that like mastered all that, all his teachings, and she teaches on the internet.
Yeah, it's an interesting subject in the sense of that, like when they tell you, oh, okay, yeah, you fall into the range of like, yeah, this is okay, you're in the good range. The way I look at it is that if you're telling me that I'm falling into the good range against the average, and the average person is certainly not healthy, am I really in the right range?
Yeah, you're right, because with vitamin B, vitamin C, and magnesium are concerned, what they say the range is the average range. And this lady, that's funny that you say that. This lady, one of her pushing points that got me is, well, most people, the average person, is deficient in fucking minerals because your food has no nutrient minerals that you could be getting from spices. By minerals, I mean calcium, magnesium, These are things you need in your body to properly function. Your blood has to be healthy. Your cells got to be healthy, or they can't take in nutrient. You have to have good water. And the thing is, the national average reflects a bunch of people who don't eat healthy and are probably mineral deficient, 98% of them. So, and that's what, dude, you picked the logic up right away, but that's why I'm really getting so into listening to her. You know, I'm older. I want to know shit. How do I build up my testosterone to an on average level? What's up? Without adding toxicity, of course.
Yeah, well, have you heard of the product Tribulus testers, which they say helps boost your testosterone level?
Oh
If you
yeah,
look into
yeah.
it, all it actually is, and I don't know what you guys would call them over there, but it's actually a plant that we have here, and it's called a three-corner jack. That's what we call them. I don't. And it's basically just like a burr type thing, you know, like if you step on them, you've got three long spikes that can just jam straight into your feet. You know about them if you get them, and
Yeah, yeah.
that's what the actual plant is. It's just that, and I was like, oh wow, how about that? These things just grow everywhere.
Yeah,
I
I
know how to
know.
improve your
I know.
testosterone. Stop fucking jacking off to your gay shit. Go outside in the fucking sun and do some fucking work. And stop being a fucking liar. Every time you lie to try and fit in, that lowers your testosterone. So there you go. Become a man of integrity. Go outside and stop jacking off.
What
I'll
if
give you another way to boost your testosterone.
No, I
Hang
think
around
that was
beautiful
an
women.
attempt to take a personal attack on me, but hey, fuck him. You
Oh,
know,
was it?
yeah, it is. But
Oh,
You
okay.
say,
Oh,
someone
I
take
don't
that
care.
personally? Did you just say that felt like a personal attack, Michael? Is that what you said?
A little bit.
That's fucking hilarious, dude.
It is because we still don't know who you're talking about.
I'm just ranting and raving. Don't mind me.
Oh,
I'm
just people in general, huh?
I'm just here to rate. I'm just here to rant, dude. I don't even know what I'm saying.
So you think the average man jacks off, is what you're saying?
You know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
90% of men admit to it, and the other 10% are liars. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah. Hey, he made me feel funny. I had to question him a little. Fuck it. I was like, damn, is he saying I'm a wanker? I know I'm high, but damn it, I'm really not a boomer. Gen X, baby.
Fuck, I'm about to meet you in that high state. Give me a couple minutes.
Fuck, I'm so high, I forgot where I put the joint.
Hello?
Has anyone been interested in the
Yo.
Vril? 5 on it.
The what?
I got 5 on it.
I actually met one of the was it Yuckmouth? Yuckmouth, who's one of the singers on that, one of the rappers on that. I actually met him here in Australia one time. He came and did a concert here, and then the club that I was working at doing security, the guy, that was just a small one, but the guy there was like really into him, so he got him to come there for an after party.
You're a bouncer?
I used to be.
Say it with some respect. I'm a bouncer. You got to be a bad motherfucker to be a bouncer in Michigan. So
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it just all depends on where you work. Down here, it depends on where you work. You know, I mean, I've worked in
Yeah.
places where
Well,
you know, like,
hard work makes tough men. Shit.
yeah, it's an interesting job. You know, I mean, back in the day, it's kind of like you could almost say 90% of your job is just chilling, not doing much, talking with the boys, chatting with girls, and then 10% of the job can be some of the most dangerous shit you've ever done in your life.
Oh yeah. Depends on who's drunk at your bar starting shit or the club, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, or it just depends on who's there. You know, I remember one time we were like, we had this guy. He was probably about 6'7" and maybe about 140 kilos. Come up and he was being a bit of a dick. And I'm on the door, and I'm just like going, "Oh fuck, what am I going to do with this guy?" You know, like I'm 90 kilos at the time. I'm 5'11". The guy outweighs me by 50 kilos at least. You know, and got 10 inches
242
on me.
pounds. Nice.
Yeah,
$1.80?
so
It's not too bad.
yeah, so I'm
Listen.
sitting there thinking, okay, what's going on? So as we're talking, I'm just kind of like slowly etching my way to his side, and then I just launched into a chokehold and literally just dragged him down, choked him out, and dragged him off. I went, okay, boom,
Yeah,
see
they're
you
not
later.
quick. The bigger guys
Yeah.
aren't better than us. I'm only 5'10",
Yeah.
maybe $165, but I'm not scared of a big guy because they don't move as quick as me, and I work pretty fucking hard. So
Yeah, I'm still not going to mess with someone like that, though. You know, you don't play
seriously
games
though,
with.
like we have a fight club in town, so we do tapology right here in town, and then so like one of our bars, man, there's bikers, you know, bunch of bikers like to hang out there, so they hired an ex-UFC guy, my cousin Patrick Frazee. He fought in the UFC for like 3 years, but he's a pretty big guy, you know, he's pretty ripped up, and it still don't matter. This is Michigan. They'll get up and 2 or 3 of them will try to whoop his ass, you know. So
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
yeah, well, you know, 50-year-old power drinking adolescents, 40-year-old. You got the young guy with him. He's trying to make his name. Everybody's drunk. We know the scene.
Yeah, alcohol is a really bad drug. I
Liquid
think alcohol is one of the
courage.
worst.
It's courage in a
It's
bottle.
one of the worst. You know, I mean, I'd worked in raves where there were 10,000 people in a rave, just all on what you guys are called Molly. You know, and you
Yeah.
don't get one piece of trouble. You get nothing. But you can be in a bar with 4 people that are drunk, and you got a fight on your
I've
hands.
seen that in Europe. I was in service, and they actually talked me into that, Molly, but I didn't like it because the uniform people kept touching me, you know, and I was fucking high and everybody was touching me. I was like, oh, but there weren't no fights there. And I was amazed at the amount. I'm a Michigan boy. There's a fight. There's 3 or 4 fights at the bar every night. You know, if you go to the bar, you're going to see a fight. And I thought, damn, they got a lot of people in this building. Ain't one person got knocked out yet. That's crazy. For me, though, you know, just for me.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, dude, it's always like this. Nice uniform. And I'm like, please, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Yeah, it's just kind of how it is, you know, when people are on something like Molly, all they want to do is go, oh, man, you're awesome. We should catch up, you know. Fucking, I love you, man. You're awesome. You know, you bump past someone and they don't go, what's your problem? They go, oh, sorry, man. Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
you're right. Next thing you know, you're in a conversation for 20 minutes with someone, you know.
Yeah, well, people in Europe are way more talkative. you can still have a conversation with a person over here, and that is a little taken back when in America, I see in my small town, I know everybody. So yeah, if I go to the store, I'm going to talk to people I see at the store and at the gas pump and all that. But out of town, once you get out of your little town, it's not like that. So when we go to other nations, we're in service. You might be protecting an official or somebody, or it depends on whatever duty you're on. It takes you out of place. People just want to talk to you. In America, they just walk by and look at you. They don't say shit. So it's a different environment. But the Molly, too, I'd never done that. I think I did ecstasy. And it was just, I don't know if they're the same or not.
Yeah, they're the same thing.
I'm not in, just my buddy said, we could do this, I listened to my Marine Corps buddy. He was kind of a dumbass, but hey, I had fun. Didn't get caught
Yeah.
so it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I did my fair share of it when I was younger, I should say, in my late
Yeah, I
20s.
sweated my ass off though, man. My fucking uniform was stained and shit. I had to buy a new shirt. That's how much I sweated. I was like, man, this shit makes me sweat. And he just kept laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd done it before. He's a good guy. I actually write him letters. I used to write him letters all the time, but now we email, I seen email come into existence. I mean, when I was a teenager, you'd had to write a letter,
Am I hot micing?
No, not really. Your sensitivity's
Oh.
pretty good. I try to keep mine low so people don't hear my fan and my dog snoring.
Just moving around, changing the guinea pig cage over, doing some stuff.
I got a big pit, and he's gonna follow me. He sleeps at my feet, but the boy snores, man. I know if somebody's on the property because his snoring gets interrupted. That boy got ESP. I'm telling you. There's a coyote out back. He'll quit snoring. I know he's gonna wake up in a minute and then want outside. Farm dog got a job. They keep track of the livestock. So they don't sleep well. I have to let him out so he can go around the horse barn and around all the cages and make sure nothing's trying to eat his animals. He's a beast. He's a good boy. I got his son. I like that about dogs. I had a lot of dogs in my life. They always come and go, but for like 15 years, it's always been the same bloodline for me. So I feel like me and that bloodline are tied together. When the first one I got, I loved her, so I bred her. And I've been sharing life with her bloodline ever since. They're good dogs. My dog literally is sit here and play with the baby, but if you get up and get violent, he might kill you to defend the baby and then go back to playing with it. He's a beast, but he's not dumb, I think animals would be more responsive to people when people notice their language that they speak. Gestures, movements, eye movements. Animals speak, they just don't have vocal cords. I mean, you ever seen a deer stop in a field and stare at you, eye to eye? Been so high you heard him saying, "What's up, dude? You hunting today? No gun? I mean, every time I go out to my front yards, I hear the wild turkey saying, "Bitch, this is our yard. You're in our forest, bitch. Fuck out of our way." Tom turkeys are a prick, man.
That's some good 420 you got there, my friend.
Oh yeah, Gorilla Glue, man. I'm serious though, man. The wild tom turkeys out here, they own them fucking pine trees. I don't. They don't. It ain't my land. They ain't hearing that shit. Like fuck you. This is our land. The swan. We got these swans and ducks that go down by the fucking river. They kicked the shit out of my dog. Them swans are mean. Mother. I take the dog, say, let's go fishing. He'll spot one of them, dude, from like 50 yards away, and he just turns around and goes back to the house. He don't even try to warn me. He's like, because they'll bite my ass too, you know. They don't give a fuck. They're like, you're not fishing here today, dude. Swans are, things are stronger than people would think. Just a big fucking ball of muscle with wings. The dog, he's a traitor. When it comes in birds, he gets a fuck on. He's like, yeah, fuck you. There's
Yeah, I
one
mean
of them big birds.
those black swans like destroying the globe.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
My boy Choco rapped it. Black Swan murdered the ball with simplicity.
Yep. Except for the fact that a black swan's not really a black swan, is it? It's just an every old day swan.
Glover's always making claims but no specificity. Get with me. Get the geometry your model needs.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when I'm out filming, a black swan is just a daily occurrence almost, you know?
I think so.
Yeah, not every day, because obviously there's different conditions that happen. But
Yeah, depends on what time of year it is for me, because I see Chicago often from Michigan, and
oh yeah,
Illinois and Wisconsin. Illinois. What the fuck?
have you got yourself a good camera?
No, I haven't got into buying a good camera yet. But
Yeah, I mean, if you're living down that way, it would be great to just,
yeah,
every
I'm
time you
up that
see it.
way. I live in
Yeah,
Michigan, so yeah, Chicago's just Illinois, Wisconsin. That's the other side of the lake, you know. I got a
yeah,
Great Lakes boat. I got a cabin cruiser too.
yeah.
So
I saw something online that's convinced me.
I was gonna pick
I
up
don't think
Lou
anyone.
one
Roboting,
day
bro.
and buy him a 12-pack and get a camera and take his ass out on the boat. Say, let's make some videos. Lunatic. He's over in
So,
Wisconsin. You just drive the boat over there. I can dock it on that side of the lake. All you gotta do is meet me at the dock, you know. Bring some cheese. Wisconsin got good cheese. I'll bring the venison jerky. We got a lot of deer here too. We're overpopulated with deer. They act like there's a food shortage, but in my neighborhood, you can drive down in a mile, you can see 3 dead deers on the side of the road. And every time I see them, I'm like, yeah, that's food. Why are they just leaving it there? Take it, butcher it, and take it to the homeless shelter, right? And literally, if I see somebody hit a deer, I'll do that. I'll get the deer because you can get a permit from the cops when you hit a deer, and then you can go have it butchered. And if you don't like venison, you could just donate it to the homeless shelter. Waste not, want not.
yeah, well, if it's dead, then yeah, what can you do?
And
Aren't the
nice.
innards generally like
Oh my
rupture?
god.
Huh? In a
Go
car wreck?
ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
are you saying
I
does
didn't
it
realize
strip?
someone was trying to talk. I think Snacks is trying to say something.
Crazy. I'm just trying to cut in a joke here. It's like you just happen to talk at the same time. That's so funny.
You do have to worry about the innards being ruptured, truth, yes. You don't want the bowels spilled out and all the meat you're going to eat. But generally, the butcher will tell you that, depending on who your butcher is, or if you have one, or if you butcher it yourself, you know. But yeah, there can be unusable meat from a roadkill. Depends on if you ran it over or just hit it. Most times that you just hit a deer, you don't really run them over, because when the front end, they bounce off the front end. A lot of times they'll skip up over the front end, hit the windshield, and you know, kill the driver and all those people. That happens often. That's why people in around my area, we put brush guards on the front of our trucks with a special angle. It pushes outward away from the front end, so that if you hit a deer, it'll either knock it back down to the road or throw it so far up in the air that you drive under it, so it don't hit your windshield. I hit a deer when I was 18, man. The thing landed right inside my car, went through my windshield. It was fucking crazy.
Freak the shit out of you, wouldn't it?
Oh, it did. I didn't like to drive. I ain't gonna lie. I was nervous to drive after that for a minute, bro.
Yeah, that's just natural.
Just wondering, like, how many out of every, I don't know, say, in deer that's hit is okay to eat? Is it often? Is it a common thing? They're still
Oh,
good
no.
enough to eat.
Yeah, most commonly it's good enough to eat. Roadkill, you get it right when it was killed. If it's winter here and they freeze, it could be a week later on the side of the road. If it's frozen, I mean, when we went to deer camp, we just the first deer that got shot. There's a law in Michigan that you can take a certain amount of meat if it's in season for a campsite. So, you know, we go up north for a week, and the first deer we hang from a tree, you know, and we start skinning it ourselves. We'll cook some the first day, but it freezes, you know. Then you got to cut chunks off with either electric knife or, you know, a chainsaw, to be honest. Get it close to a fire and then hack it up. I grew up with some men that go right out in the damn woods with their camper and not even bring groceries. Bring fishing poles, hunting gear. I used to like that. We go to deer camp with, you know, a couple days worth of food. Certain things they like to add with the meat, you know, potatoes, beans. But they take all their meat from the wood. The first day we got there, we'd do salmon runs. Take salmon up there. But we get salmon up there too. So you go from the salmon run to the turkey hunt to black powder season for venison. I eat a lot of game meat. It's good for you. I mean, the creator, he gave you everything you needed here. We really don't have to farm it either. You can forage for better food than you get from a farm. And I'm a farmer. But every year I go out and get morel mushrooms. I get all kinds of mushrooms. Lion's mane, chicken of the woods. Personally,
Well, if you know the foods to get from the forest, then they're plentiful.
Yeah.
You know, it's like there's a story here in Australia. There was a couple of guys called Burke and Wills back in the 1800s or whatever, and they went on a exploration, and they died. And when they got found with some Aboriginal trackers and some white people there as well. And the Aboriginals are like, why did they die? Like, if they just went to that tree, they can get water. And if they dig right there, there's food. And if they dig over there, there's more food. And if they dig over there, there's more food. And they're like, what's wrong with these people? Are they stupid? It's just a matter of just knowing where the food is and what you can and can't eat. Food's everywhere in nature.
Yeah, as a U.S. boy, I wouldn't go to Australia without knowing the animals there and the food I could get. I wouldn't go do a walkabout anyway. I might go to the beach. You know?
It depends on where you are. I mean, there can be dangerous snakes anywhere when you go out into like the bush or something, but apart from that, you're pretty well all right. If you're in the territory, in the Northern Territory, well then, if they say don't swim here, then you don't swim there. If you do, you're an idiot, because you're probably going to get eaten by a crocodile.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got gators over here. Y'all got crocs and shit. I ain't just gonna walk about. Fuck that.
Yeah, but the crocs are only in the north end,
I gotta
so
know
it
what
depends on
can
where you are.
eat me, what can eat me, and what can I eat.
Yeah, crocodiles are sneaky little buggers too. They just sit there waiting. And what crocodiles will actually do, if you're at a campsite for 4 or 5 days and you go down to the water, the crocodiles will watch you the whole time. And then they'll just go wait at the time when they know you're about to come to the water. They'll watch you for like 3 days, 4 days straight, and then they'll pick your pattern and they'll go to the water right by the edge, right where you go. And when you get there, bam, they're waiting. Pretty clever.
Yeah, they do that to them South Africans, don't they? Them tribes that live way out there where they're still fetching water with the whole fucking tundra.
Yeah.
Damn hippo in the place. If there's a hippo, you know damn well there's crocs. Shit.
Yeah, I remember seeing this funny thing one time on it was on a documentary. This baby hippo literally walks up to the biggest crocodile. There's a whole bunch of crocodiles around. The baby hippo just kind of walks up and just starts mouthing at the crocodile. It's just a baby, little fella, and the crocodile just kind of like looks at it and just walks off. And the commentator or whatever you call them, he lets you know, he's like, look, the crocodiles don't attack the babies, because if they do, the big hippos will come over and like literally destroy them, and they know that.
Yeah. Hippo.
So even if it's a baby just sitting there, even if it's a baby that comes to them, they don't attack it because they know that means death.
Right.
Hippos don't move around.
I watched some of that shit, Hippo versus Croc, and the commentator said, look, they let him take the gazelle. He starts fucking with the hippo baby, and then the whole, like all of them go over there and hold the croc down underwater, sit on top of him, and then just start mashing him with their jaws. I was like, damn.
Yeah, and I think the hippo is actually the resultant of more deaths in there than any other animal, more than lions, everything.
Oh, yeah, I think that hippo is the king of the tundra over there myself. I know, listen, I know the wildlife over there in Africa, and I'll tell you what, them people are way harder than we are. They still live with the entire food chain. They ain't top of the food chain over there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that always made me laugh when people go, we're the top of the food chain. I'm like, are we really?
Fuck, we are.
Really? If you don't have a gun in your hand and you come up against a 120 kilogram lion, you'll see pretty fast that you're not the top of the food chain.
I know. I know. These motherfuckers never been hunted by a lion. That was my first thought. I got sent there in service. And when we got there, I said, wait a minute, there's fucking lions here. We're going where? That was my first thought. Like, I don't want to be humping through the woods, and how do we know where the fucking lions are? You know, that's my first question. They taught me how to kill men in the military, not a fucking lion. I'm a country boy from Michigan. We shoot deer. Fuck. You know?
Yeah. Remember, a friend of mine used to look at a internet site called ogrish.com, and it was just all people posting videos of people dying in really fucked up ways. And I never went to it myself because it's not something that I'm interested in watching. But he was like, there was one video.
I seen a dude parachute. parachuting into a bunch of crocs on that site.
Oh shit! Damn. Yeah, he was saying there was one where this lady or guy gets out of a car and there's a whole bunch of lions feeding. So he just goes up and he's filming it and he just keeps walking up and gets closer and closer and closer. And then all of a sudden you see in the camera this lion just stops. Like the guy's only 10 feet from
I
them.
think I seen that.
These lions eating and he reckons the lion just stopped, looked at him, and then just
Took him.
pounced. That's
Yeah,
it.
and his wife
What is
watched.
wrong with you?
Yeah, that's the video. Wife watches man get eaten by lion. I seen that.
Yeah,
And
right.
it's
That's
from
nice.
that same dude showed the video. I seen the video of the guy the parachuter who accidentally went into a place full of fucking crocs. Like literally, they ate him quick.
Could you imagine being that guy going down, going, "Oh shit, fuck, that's messed up."
You
Oh
can
Jesus.
imagine being that dude's wife. Like, oh fuck, they just
Oh
ate
yeah,
my husband.
Jesus.
Bitch, you
Oh
got
yeah.
the keys. What if he's got the keys? That'd suck.
Yeah. What about there was another one where there was an Asian lady, her and the guy she was with obviously got into an argument at some park or whatever where there were like
Baboons.
tigers and shit around. No,
Oh,
tigers
yeah.
and stuff. You seen that one? They got into an argument. She just jumped out the car, storming, and then and like, what is wrong with people?
Yeah, I
I don't
wondered
care
that.
how big
Like,
an argument I'm having with someone right now. I'm not getting out of the car where there's tigers.
yeah, they were on a fucking safari, dude. I was like, why did he get out the car? The petting zoo we got a zoo here where you drive through and there's just llamas, and fucking buffalo and shit, bison. But if there was a goddamn lion there, I won't get out with the bison. Why the hell would I get out with the lion? Let's feed the lions. You know what the fuck they eat? You, bitch. That's a big cat and you're the mouse.
That's it.
How stupid have people gotten today to not envision that in your mind? Who here hasn't seen a cat that caught a mouse and just played with its dead body for hours before it ate it? You want to be the mouse? What the fuck?
Pretty amazing though. You seen that one with the guy who reared those lionesses, and then he hadn't seen them for like a decade or something, and then when he came back, they just jumped all over him and just like licked him and hugged him, and
Yeah, I did see
pretty
that, and I
amazing.
wondered. I thought to myself, that guy's got bigger balls than I'll ever have.
Oh, for
Because
sure.
I mess with dogs, and I know if you show an animal fear, you're gonna, trigger an instinct. They're either gonna defend themselves or you become predator or prey. And you're prey if you're showing a lion fear. But when they were charging at me, there's no way I couldn't be scared.
Oh, for sure. Of course, that's what I'm thinking. And can just imagine that guy parachuting, and he's like 100 foot above them, and for all that time, he's just looking and thinking to himself, "Oh shit, I'm fucked."
I would hope that motherfucker didn't realize it till he seen the water start moving. I would hope that. I don't. Yeah, I don't want to imagine that all the way down. He's like, oh fuck, what
Oh
the fuck is
shit.
that? Could you
Oh
imagine
no.
seeing a 20-foot croc? You're like, oh fuck, I'm gonna land there. There's a croc. Holy shit, there's 20 crocs. I'm not making it.
That's horrific.
Yeah, that's. He
They
just
do that
blew
death roll
off
thing when they
course.
grab you as well. So if you had two of them grab you and then they death rolled, they would just rip you to shreds. They'd just tear you in half. That's
Yeah,
horrific.
they fucked him up. They quartered him out. I think he only fed like 2 crocs or 3 crocs, man, but that's fucked up.
Jesus. Yeah.
That's got to be, one of the most horrific deaths it is. It'd be over quick, but contemplating it for 15 or 30 seconds would suck more than death. The last shit you see a mud
the old
puddle full of
saying, isn't it?
fucking right, a mud puddle full of Crocs, and you're gonna fall in it. That's the last fucking thing you seen. Fuck. That motherfucker popped up at the pearly gate screaming. St. Peter said, "It's over, son. It's over. Calm down."
Yeah.
I had to watch that twice. The first time it grossed me out. The second time I was thinking about shit like that. Like you can see when he realizes it, you know. And my first thought is like, why are you not doing anything? How come you're filming? But after the second time, I thought, yeah, there was nothing the guy with the camera could fucking do, you know? He'd be fucking dinner too, you know?
Yeah.
What the fuck? What was he gonna do? Try to fill him up before he got there? Here, eat meat. I wonder why people live over in there. Like, bitch, why the fuck you live where you know a croc can get like 30 foot, right? It's a fucking school bus where I come from. Shit.
Yeah. But I guess I would say the same thing about people who live somewhere like Tornado Alley. I'd be like, why
Well,
the
yeah.
fuck are you living? You know?
I say we drop the Crocs off in Tornado Alley and we move all them motherfuckers where the Crocs was. Yeah, I don't like gators either. That's why I don't like Florida. I'm like, you dudes are just down here living in the swamp. They put a bunch of sand in. That's all. One day this shit's gonna sink because
The gators aren't aggressive though, are they? They're not. The alligators aren't that aggressive though, are they?
No, if they get close
I'm
to
not saying
you.
they can't be, but you know.
I mean, if you get their attention and start fucking with them, you feeding them. Eventually, you're gonna be out of food, and they're not gonna like that. But they're still the. I mean, when you look at them, it's a possibility. I go to Florida, and there's little lizards everywhere, man. The damn grass moves when you walk in it from the lizards. I
Yeah.
caught a. I went to my aunt's house and they had them palmetto bugs. They say that's a cockroach. I'm like, that ain't no fucking cockroach. That bitch is it's big as a fucking cat, you know. So I pick it up and I throw it outside on the sidewalk. Shut the screen door and I see the lawn move. So I turn back to look. It's like Jurassic Park out there with these little mini fucking lizards just tore this fucking cockroach in 5 pieces. I was like, that's fucking crazy. If they were bigger, we'd be lunch. You know?
Yeah, for sure. You know. Same as
who's to
I just
say? Yeah,
thank the Lord that spiders aren't bigger.
Right. Well, reptiles are supposed to be able to live for a long time and grow as big as the environment will allow them. So, what if we weren't in Florida? Then would the lizards be a lot bigger? You know, if we weren't down there beating down their environment and not giving them room to grow.
You know, I think octopus actually grow every day of their life until they die.
Yeah.
I think every time they eat, they take on about 50% of whatever they just ate's body weight. Something ridiculous like that. They actually absorb a certain amount of the animal's body weight or the food that they just ate.
You know, I think I heard that before, and I used to watch
Yeah,
a
I
lot
can't
of.
remember exactly what it is, but yeah, it's something like.
You remember the Jacques Cousteau show? Jacques Cousteau.
Yeah, vaguely.
The Oceans with Jacques Cousteau. Yeah, I used to watch that.
Yeah. I remember I saw a documentary one time, which was it was the very first time that people had ever kind of swam with killer whales. It was a bunch of guys who were down diving, and they weren't meaning to swim with killer whales. They were just down diving, and then this pod of killer whales came in. So they freaked out and they went down because, you know, as far as we're concerned, they're just crazy animals, crazy killer sharks. So these guys went down, they hid under some coral or whatever, and then their tanks started running out, and they're like, well, we got two choices. We either drown here or we swim up there and try and get out. Well, they decided to obviously to go up, And then next thing you know, the killer whales just came up and checked them out, and just had a look at them and let them pat them, the whole bit. And you can see these guys looking at each other with the cameras, going like, "What the fuck's going on right now?" They're patting killer whales. Yeah, they get up and they're like, "Oh my god," freaking out. Yeah, that'd be a pretty intimidating thing if you'd never experienced it before. No one else out there?
You mean in the VC?
Huh? Yeah, voice. Yep.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay, who's that?
You.
That story about the killer whales. My cousin actually worked on the tuna nets over off Port Lincoln, where they farm the tuna sort of 50, 60 miles out to sea. And his job was to stitch up the net when it got a hole in it, or when they get sharks in the net, his job was to get the sharks out of the net. And one day he said he was down there stitching the net up after getting the shark out, and a killer whale swam right up next to him. He thought he was dead. And the thing looked at him and then swam away, just gently swam away. And a couple of minutes later, it came back with a calf, and they both looked at him and then swam away. So he had the same experience, where the thing had no interest in being aggressive to him at all.
Yes, I think I'm beeping. Sorry if you can hear that. Yeah, they seem pretty chilled in general, unless you piss them off for whatever reason.
There's just this weird affinity, isn't there, between, because I think they're technically a dolphin, aren't they? There's a weird affinity, like humans have with dogs, and we seem to have with that family of sea creatures as well. I don't even know. You can't explain it, obviously, but
Yeah, have you ever seen the guys that swim with sharks, like the great whites? Those guys are nuts.
yeah, absolutely nuts.
Oh my god! I remember seeing.
The question is, why would you? That really is the question. Why would you?
Yeah, well, that is the ultimate question, really, isn't it? But I remember seeing one where this guy, he's sort of like he's following a great white with the camera, and then something happened, and he turned and he looked away and he looked back, and then he's like looking for it, and he's like, "Oh Jesus, where did it go?" And he's looking around. He turns around, and when he turns around, literally, the shark comes right up above his head, hits his camera as it goes above him. And just like, oh my god, he totally lost it, and before he even knew, it was right on him. It didn't attack him, but it just came right above him to the point it actually hit his camera.
It didn't attack him, but you know what? It could have.
Oh yeah,
But why
for sure.
would you put yourself? Why would you put yourself in that position?
Oh yeah, you're just asking to be eaten.
Yeah, that's right. The only dumber thing would be to swim with crocodile, but that is the second dumbest thing. In all the thrill-seeking things of life you could do, I reckon that's right down the bottom of stupidity.
Yeah, it's pretty well up there. You know that you've obviously exhausted. You have a way to get your adrenaline out. Like if you've got to resort to swimming with sharks.
That's right. You put yourself in close proximity with another sentient creature who has a nature to eat you, and then you just literally rolling the dice that it won't. But it just as well could. It just depends which decision it makes at that moment.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that it's only really knowing is to eat you. It's not like some other type of animal where, you know, like say a dog could eat you. It might not eat you. You could go up to it and maybe it'll just go away. But a great white shark, that's all it is. It's purely a
You're
100%
literally
predator.
just putting your life on the hope that it's not hungry,
Yeah,
and
pretty much.
you've got no way of really knowing. And even if it's not hungry, maybe it's just in a shitty mood.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I guess that could be one thing. Possibly they make sure that they're well fed before they even go out there. That could be a possibility. You know, maybe they're like really give them a heck of a lot of food beforehand, and then they feel pretty confident knowing that they don't want to eat them because they're full.
Yeah,
Maybe that's how they,
wouldn't that
maybe that's how
kind
they
of
do
take
it.
some of the adrenaline thrill out of it, wouldn't it? Isn't the whole point to be in danger? Isn't that what adrenaline junkies are looking for?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you're the other guy who lives here in South Australia, aren't you?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you up to at the moment?
Just driving down Tapley's Hill Road right now.
Oh, okay.
Over the Tyre. Crossing the River Tyre.
Yeah, I just got to Grange.
Oh, did you? Bit more filming?
Yeah, I've had probably. I think I came out early yesterday, but I haven't caught the sunset for a couple of days now.
Yeah. Man, you got some beautiful weather for it. Yeah, this week and last week.
Yeah, it looks a little bit hazy right by the horizon there, which is a little bit annoying. But yeah, these kind of conditions are good for getting like totally different sort of footage of the sun.
Yeah.
What were you guys down under there? It's daytime where y'all are?
Yeah, man, it's like 4:30 or something like that. PM.
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, is it 5? Is it? Okay, there you go. 5 o'clock. The other guy who just
met you guys.
Where are you?
Do you guys get your balls busted for being from down under and being into the flat Earth a lot? Do people bust y'all's balls? You sure you've been asked that a lot?
You know, I sort of don't necessarily speak to a lot of people about it. Just sort
It's a bit
of
pointless. Most people don't care enough to overly engage in a conversation. You know, I've not come across a lot of people. In fact, I've come across very few people who want to actually have a conversation about it, like a serious one.
Yeah, man, we live in what you could call Australia. Very apathetic group of people. Hey, it's a bit windy, so I'm probably going to hot mic, so I might just turn off my mic and just mute. So if you guys are going to chat, I'll just listen. Otherwise, you're probably going to get a hell of a lot of wind.
Yeah, well, it's good at the moment. It's fine. I can't hear anything, but yeah, whatever.
I'll just leave it on then. Just let me know if it happens. If it does start hot micing, then I'll
at the
turn it
moment,
off.
yeah, it's good as gold right now.
All right, cool. All good then. I'll stay on. Sometimes I tend to forget, and I forget that I've left it on. And Gio's messaging me, "You're hot micing." I'm like, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, no, you're good.
So did you just finish work?
Yeah, just on the way home now. So.
Yeah. What do you do?
Fighting the traffic. I've got a couple of businesses in the food industry, and manufacturing and distribution.
Oh yeah.
Had enough for today on my way home. I think there's a fire up in the hills back, sort of out the back of Aberfoyle Park. There seems to be a bit of smoke Might be a controlled burn, but it definitely looks to be a fire up there.
Yeah, right. I can't, from where I am, I can't see that.
Yeah, I'm just coming down past the airport, and yeah, look, I'd say it's maybe out the back of Belair or Aberfoyle Park or something, but kind of. It doesn't look like a cloud. It's too brown. It's maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely looks like fire smoke anyway. But this time of year, they could just be burning off, winter growth.
Yeah, well, if they're doing any burning, they're a bit useless for that, aren't they? I remember, like, after the fires that we just had in 2020, I saw a. Is it getting windy yet? Because it's getting a bit windier for me. No? Oh, good. Yeah, after the fires in 2020, I saw this thing. It was like on an ABC report type thing, and they were interviewing some Aboriginal people, and it was all about the Aboriginal burning, and how some of the younger generation were starting to learn the old practices.
Yeah.
And they showed a demonstration of when the fires went through all of New South Wales and stuff. There were areas that the Aboriginals had already previously done their style of burning on, and you literally just see a ring of black around these areas. The fire just didn't even go in there.
Yeah, right.
Every plant inside there, not even touched, and the fire literally stopped. You literally see it the moment it stops, and just couldn't even go into the area. And to me, I sit back and I think, okay, well, I've known about that since I was a little kid, that the Aboriginals did the burning. Why haven't our fire department been learning the ways, or why don't we employ Aboriginal people to literally just go and burn the land? It's just gross negligence.
Yeah, you'd reckon thousands of years of land management, you might listen to what they have to say.
Exactly, It's just, it's crazy when you think about it.
Yeah.
How you've had a fire department for what, 100, 200 years, and you've never bothered to ask these guys what they do? It's, know.
How do you prevent where you live from being engulfed in a bushfire?
Yeah.
Because you guys have figured out how to do it. Could you let us know, please?
Yeah, well, maybe they don't want to teach you the ways. Well, then just pay them. Give the guys a job. You know?
Yeah, just please do it for us. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at how much did those last fires technically cost as far as loss of land, loss of life, loss of wildlife. They reckon at least 1 billion animals died.
Livestock, yeah.
Yep. And there we have this group of people who know exactly what to do, and we do not even get their advice.
Yeah. Yeah. See, the problem is if you solve the problem, then you don't need the government, do you?
Yeah.
How close are you guys to each other right now?
Oh, 5 miles probably.
Yeah.
5 miles, and you never met
Yeah.
each other. You guys should try to meet up, or you guys should meet up with who Bandsaw is. I know Effie does.
Yeah, Bansaw's about 50 miles south of us. But I don't know. Bansaw's disappeared. I don't know what's happened to him.
I know. It's too bad. I hope he's okay. He just kind of excommunicated. What about White Squirrel? Isn't White Squirrel down in that area too? Whitesworth?
Yeah, White's is about 20 miles from Bandsaw. They're just.
What area are they in?
I don't know.
Haven't heard from him.
I don't know. Plain. Do you know White's and Bandsaw or not?
I don't think he does. I wouldn't
my
guess.
time.
Yeah, they were in this hangout.
White's is he's down Victor Harbour way, and Bandy's around further on the Fleurieu, sort of down on the way to Kangaroo Island. So
Yeah, I got family down in Goolwa.
Yeah, White.
Seems
I
like
think White's somewhere down that way.
you don't hear from him at all anymore, do you, White?
White's
No.
he disappeared. Oh, maybe a year ago, I reckon.
About the same time Bandsaw did, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, he was going to do that test on the beach, and that seemed like he got a lot of flack for that. And he was going to do it just for himself, so maybe he did it and didn't tell anybody. But he got a lot of people calling on the patrol.
What was he going to do?
He was going to do like
he was going to do
force
the
line type thing.
force the line on Goolwa Beach because it's so long and the beach would have worked for him to do it, but I think he had council trouble and I think he just gave up in the end.
Yeah, people were trying to call the beach patrol on him. He had no problem with it. He said that he could, he didn't have any, buddy say he couldn't do it, but maybe they harassed him, and it seemed like a pretty good test the way he was planning it out and the accuracy he was getting with the weights and everything. And he might have gotten some personal DMs that bothered him, or maybe he just decided he knows it's flat. So I can't believe more Australians aren't on board, relative to the rest, just because you guys are supposed to be upside down, quote unquote, right? Not that it really matters if there's no up and down, but it would almost seem like more Australians would want to know if they're not actually upside down, right? Because that's how it's kind of thought of, even though the globe is purple.
Well, what you're actually missing is that we've got too much blood in our heads. So we're not really thinking straight,
But seriously, what Plain said earlier is spot on. Like, you have no idea how apathetic Australians are. We just don't give a shit about anything.
Right.
They said hand your guns back, so we just handed our guns back. Everybody, nobody cares. Everyone just thinks it'll work out all right. We don't have to worry about it. That's just the attitude of the average Aussie.
Right, life's too short.
Well, it's a classic Australian saying, "She'll be right, mate."
She'll be right.
She'll be right. Everything will be all right. Don't worry about it. It'll work out.
Well, there's an advantage to that, and there's a disadvantage as well. When something like this comes up. What about Trouble About? How near are you? You know where Trouble About is, Effie?
Who's that? Trouble About. You heard about her?
No. She used to be Flat Earther. She would hang out with us and talk about Flat Earth, and she was on board. And then all of a sudden, the Southern Stars that she was doing Southern Star Trail pictures for, she got it in her head that the FE people are saying that her stars aren't real, which some were, it became like a kind of a thing. I don't want to talk about her when she's not here, but she basically became like anti-Flat Earther all of a sudden, which is kind of sucks because I know she's not like a shill necessarily or anything like that. I think it was she got bitter about the stars. You guys need to talk some sense into her if you ever run into her. She's a great friend of mine. Actually, still kind of. Huh?
Oh, sorry, I was just saying.
Sorry, man. Go on.
No, you go. I was just saying, what happened with her and the stars?
Yeah, I don't know. I can sort of sympathize.
A lot of time elapsed.
In Flat Earth, there's some toxic, opinionated people in Flat Earth that I had an argument with a guy once who's was arguing with me that you can't fly from Australia to Africa to Johannesburg. No, you can't do it because the distance is too great. I said, bro, I've done it. I've literally flown from Perth to Johannesburg non-stop in about 10 hours, whatever it took. It was in the middle of the night, but he was just like for 20 minutes he just argued with me, and on the verge of calling me a shill and I'm lying, and these people are out there. So I feel for her if she was given a hard time by other people in this quote unquote a community. I feel for her.
I just thought of something. The Flat Earth community should embrace the bending and warping of space-time because that allowed them to justify the Flat Earth model. I just thought of that just now. Because all that arguing that I always go through and torment I go through.
Which model? Which model? Show me.
The one where time and space are bent and things follow a geodesic. That's why things can be observed to accelerate. to the ground, but yet have no forces acting on them. They could use that idea if they just accepted it. It strengthened their case about the flat Earth model, because then suddenly these distances between Australia and Cape Town, those things would make sense because you have a bending and warping of space time. They'd allow you to go these distances, and they'd be much shorter than just looking at how they look on a flat Earth map.
Oh, hey, FE, I was just about to ask you something.
Anyway.
FE, real quick. FE, I was going to ask you, did you see Model Builder, the guy that I call him the Bat, so he goes by the Beast now. He's a French guy. Did you miss him coming in
yeah,
here?
I heard him. I heard him a few days ago. Yeah.
Was he showing the southern flight routes that he mapped out with the GPS pings that he downloaded? He downloaded like 5 million flights. The GPS data. He mapped it all out, and he could see that it was actually 3 hours difference in what they were reporting that the flight took in this one southern route compared to what it actually took. So they're making up the difference in what they report, and then they cut off the data that you could check it with that he had already downloaded. So there you go.
Right.
Yep. And he said it was only a few flights that took those routes, and they were very, very, very sparse, of course, because for whatever reasons. But he mapped them all out and said that it doesn't match up. There's about 300 mile per hour difference, which is exactly what they would need. It's huge. It's kind of.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as far as, I don't know if they're sparse like that. I mean, I did this in the year 2000. Yeah, 2001. And even back then, like I think there was 4 flights a week when South African Airways took off from Sydney.
To the north, it's not that much.
Flew from Sydney to Perth, touched down in Perth for a 2-hour layover, picked up people in Perth, and then went on to Johannesburg. 3-4 flights a week. That's just one airline. So I don't know that it's overly. Yeah, to go to South America, I think that's a lot more rare. But the Australia-Africa one's fairly common.
Yeah, if you didn't see his maps, I'll try to find them and post them or send them to you. But yeah, that kind of takes care of the whole difference in what they're reporting compared to what they're actually doing. If unless he was like creating this out of nowhere, he's obviously not. He's like a really honest guy. He was the guy that we used to go to refer to the flat earthers for information about the ball that he believed in for 5 years after hearing about this, and then he actually worked for a space agency. And then decided that there's no way the interferometry could work on a ball, or flights, or anything else. And then he just woke up. He was even seeing the ISS stuff and knew it was fake, but then justified it in his head somehow. Well, they have to fake it for these reasons, and they can't go. The human body can't withstand the pressure for so long. All these different excuses he was making up to himself. And even he knew the moon landings were fake, but he's like, well, they had to do that but he's like totally on board now, realizes he was wrong. He should have a talk with Zanuck.
Yeah, Zanuck, you know that picture that you have of the aeroplane that you said it's 8 miles away? How high were you? What was the camera height?
Silence.
Zanuck's gone now. I'm thinking, Zanuck, why don't you bring all your best over the water shots, and I'll bring mine, and we'll have a debate about the horizon and boats going into the horizon, not below it. Well, technically they look like they're going below it, so let's not put that one there. But going below because of the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, they're so big that you can't see the curve, but about 4 miles away from you, a boat vanishes, but you can't see the curve because it's too big.
Yeah, man, 63 miles up, can't see the curve. 4 miles away, boat disappears.
Yeah.
You there, Zanuck?
Nothing. Come on, Zanuck, engage. Come on, mate.
He only engages when he can preach about things that he thinks people are going to listen to.
Zanuck, I want to know what that race car is, man. Will that get you back on talking to us? I'm really curious with that race car. Do you drive that thing?
Race car? Zanuck's got a race car?
Oh, his avatar's looks like a sports car. As in,
Oh,
you
right.
know,
Okay.
the class of car looks like a sports car.
Yeah,
But
Zanek's a stud, actually. Yeah, just race car driving, all kinds of stuff. He was on some kind of
jet
strongman.
fighter pilot, race car driver, astronaut, lifesaver, all those things.
Yep. No, actually, I don't think he's lying about most of the stuff he says in that area. I don't think he's lying in general, but I think that he's actually accurate when he's talking about some of his achievements.
Yeah.
Just deceived in his thoughts about the globe.
I don't know if he's deceived. I think that he probably knows better. He's one of those guys that says it with a smirk. You can hear him smiling. You know, sometimes
I
I
mean,
think
deceived in his own mind. You know, if he believes it, like everyone
maybe
else.
he maybe knows
He
we're
just
right.
believes.
He's almost admitted we're right at some points where he's like, "You might be right." You know, at least he's saying that. I give him a lot of credit for at least saying that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't really ever had any dealings with him. Only time I've ever sort of seen anything to do with Zanuck was over on Flat Earth Debate back in the day.
Oh, okay.
So that was quite a while ago. Because I haven't even really watched those guys for about 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah, me too. I disengaged a long time ago.
Yeah, me as well, man. And, you know, not that I'm not going to talk badly about them, but just, you know, I'm just not into hearing someone say, how do my balls taste? And just abusing people, you know. It's just not.
I watched the first 1,000 episodes, and then when it seemed like the drama almost seemed like on purpose, especially with Ranty not when Ranty went back to the ball in quotes, but you know when he was just going back and forth with Nathan, and the way he treated even some of his own guys was a little bit despicable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just find that show's got like a toxic energy to it that I just don't want to be immersed in that. That's just my personal position.
Well, the anti-ether thing just seemed weird. I didn't get that at all. Like, why be anti-ether? I mean, if it's something that is a part of this conversation, very intricate, very important subject matter for context, regardless of whether you think it's real or not. Just take it off the table and make it like an enemy word is weird.
Yeah, for sure. And especially when people are actually showing that, oh, hold on, you know, there's some pretty major deceptions going on there, and it looks like this is actually proving that the Earth doesn't move. Like, how do you just at least stop and pay attention to it?
How could you be a flat earther at this day and not know about the Michelson-Morley experiment and the misinterpretation about it, proving there was no ether, and that getting repeated by ballers, no matter how many times you explain to them that's not the case and show it very plainly that's not the case. It wasn't about disproving the ether. They're going to keep saying it, and you're just going to, and if you let them have that, then they get their interpretation. You know, I don't get that. If you're just like, oh, it's a parlor trick. No, it's a very precise instrument that should be at least talked about because it's a part of this discussion, big time.
Yep. No, it's 100% fair enough. And like, say, someone like Jaren has to say, you know, who do they think they are, telling people what they can and can't discuss?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know?
And threatening people if they're following Whitsitt, or you know, just treating Whitsitt like he's a peon nobody when he did like this whole tour across, like he had no idea that the significance of what he's done for the flat Earth quote unquote movement. You know, like it's just treating him like a baller, like a piece of shit. Like, what? Are you kidding me? Just because he's talking about the ether, you're going to treat him personally like a fucking piece of shit? When you have to do that, there's something wrong. It's not about the topic any longer. It's about your ego or about some other weird motive, you know?
Yeah, for sure. 100%. You know, I mean, someone like Whitsitt has just been, like, invaluable, you know?
Yeah.
He's uncovered so much stuff.
Exactly.
And some of the Globers sitting there going, Whitsitt's stupid. Like, oh my God, get over yourself. Like, the guy literally handles himself with PhDs. I mean, in the nominated field. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. His ability to just drill anybody on any argument is second to none, really.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously got a good memory, and he must be a good reader as well, you know.
Oh yeah,
and obviously just a good grasp of maybe being logical and being able to see things and put things together, you know, like.
Right.
Yeah,
I
I
was
mean, you
hearing earlier.
couldn't really say enough good things about the guy as far as, you know.
Oh yeah, he's real. He's a real
It's-
dude. Just talking with us on a regular basis here, just for
yeah, for sure. He seems like an awesome guy. But like, let's just say if someone went, oh, you know, I think he's an asshole. Like, okay, even if he was an asshole, which I don't think he is. So, you know, don't say I'm not saying that. But you know, even if he was, just the information that he's giving is just insane.
Sure.
You know.
Well, he's got to give him shit back, because you can't even be in a debate sometimes with these guys without being curt, because otherwise they're just going to trample on you and make it and straw man you to death, and you have to be able to like give a little back, and he gets more shit than anybody, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, I sort of just, what was it, about 4 weeks ago or so. It was just after I think Nathan chatted with Jaron. Oh no, it was just after Whitsett sort of jumped back on there and chatted with him, and they just, you know, Oakley just Fundy muted him the entire time. But that's not what I was watching. I was
played. It was amazing.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I was watching that. Sorry, yeah, I wasn't watching that. I was watching the one where Oakley was going over it, and there was some guy came on, and at the moment when I sort of tuned in, this guy comes on and he goes, "Oh yeah, you know, like and you weren't, you know, he wasn't muted at all. He was let to talk, blah blah blah." So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna jump off here. So I jumped off and I went and I watched 20 minutes of that show, and in the first 20 minutes, he must have got cut off and muted 15 times. So I've gone back over and I'm like, that's bullshit. I just watched 20 minutes of the show and he was constantly cut off. And then, someone.
When I said patience, I was referring to Whitsett. Like he was basically like making sure he didn't do anything that could be misconstrued as being like an asshole or whatever. Like he was basically like, okay, all right, I'm just gonna try to say it really quick. Okay, I have to say what I'm gonna say really quick, and then you can't say anything about it. And he got his words in. Finally, where they had to at least acknowledge what he was talking about, regardless if they decided to accept it or not. But there was a little bit of nugget of, like retribution to a certain extent. But just the attitude in general, like, what is that necessary? These are people that are on your side. You're all looking for the truth, supposedly, right? So why are ideas, and especially if you say it's speculation, something that shouldn't be allowed? It's just ridiculous.
You just have to believe what I believe, man. And if you don't, well, then you're an idiot.
It's not even about belief. That's the whole thing. It's like an anti-belief movement, if anything. Right?
Yeah.
But it just seems strange, especially QE. QE left him in. He was in QE's on. I don't know if you were there that day or just what was going on, but QE. He's in the actual room waiting to talk to QE. He wants to talk directly to QE for like a good half hour, 45 minutes. He's in there, and QE will not unmute him. Right, just will not. But then continues to play clips of him. Right. Little sound bits taken out of context and pretend that he's debating Whitsett with Whitsett right there available to talk. It was the most sad display of anything I've ever seen. It was just unbelievably cringe that he could not mute the guy and talk directly to him. He has to play little sound bits out of context and act like, and then start insulting him and calling him names as he's sitting in the room waiting to get unmuted. And then he never did. And then he just left the show after playing clips of Whitsett like out of context. So fucking lame. It was the lamest thing I've ever seen anybody that has any name for themselves in this whole thing. It was pathetic.
That just totally discredits the guy, like
completely.
It's so silly, like why can't they just be like, okay, you guys believe that, we don't believe that, all good, take it easy, enjoy your day, like why do you got drama over it?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's a big threat. The whole thing about whether light is a photon or not a photon to begin with, and whether light travels from A to B or if it propagates like a wave through a string of some sort, in a way. That's huge, especially for QE, because he's based a lot of his rhetoric on the photon and the double slit experiment being exactly what he thinks it is, and if his interpretation is wrong, then that kind of is a big X in his head on himself. Such an ego thing.
Yeah.
And it almost seems like somebody must have whispered in their ear and said, "Don't talk about the ether. You guys can do whatever you want." ether is off the table, because the way they treated it didn't make any sense. To say no one can talk about it or even mention it is just beyond reasonable. It makes no sense. But if they were talked to, they almost be like more credible in my mind than just to be the way they are for no reason. Because ether is the thing that it seems like ether is the biggest thing that they don't want people to tune into. It really is, for good reason, probably. I mean, not just for their own power, whatever they can, keep the power, but there's a possibility that someone could make like a weapon with this shit. If they really understood it, like Tesla supposedly, crushed a building with a certain little box and frequency. And if that is something that the ether allows people to do, whoever they want, that could be at least their justification for trying to hide it so aggressively.
Yeah, between Alan and Whitsitt, I think they've pretty well dissected it.
Yeah, did you hear earlier? Alan came on and said told Whitsitt there's a guy that broke down Wang's data and shows that it has to be a stationary Earth with Wang's data. Wang can't talk, he was saying. Wang got kind of like, suppressed, and he won't talk about it anymore.
So this Wang guy is still alive?
Yep.
Yeah,
but
right.
he will not talk flat Earth, even though all his data is kind of an absolute stationary reference frame for GPS is exactly the only thing that works.
Yeah,
that's huge. That's really big. And I guess this other guy, like real dude, real professor kind of guy or something, is going to come on Whitsitt show and do like one of his in the field episodes and talk about that Wang's data shows exactly what Alan's been saying this whole time. That's awesome.
There's a show coming up.
Yeah, he just talked. I just heard Alan came on earlier today and gave Whitsitt the heads up about him getting a response from this guy. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah,
really
I think the Globers, they've just got to come to the realization that this is coming out. It's just a matter of, I bet, they're just trying to think like, what can we do so that, we don't have to bring this out. I think that's why the big V thing over the past 3 years came out. I think that they just needed everyone to get distracted.
I think that maybe they're keeping one foot on the pedal and one foot on the brake, and eventually their plan might be to bring it out and use it. Because if they admit the flat Earth and in just the right way, they could give them like full options to do a whole bunch of other psyops with the outer ponder invasions and stuff like that. In my mind, that would be their plan B, at least if it's not their plan A.
Yeah.
Give everybody a big truth and then attach a lot of lies to it. A whole package of lies that fit the scenario that no one can prove or disprove. And they got the blue beam. Got the blue beam stuff. They already got the UFO reveal.
Yeah, I hadn't heard the term outer ponder before. You were the first one I heard say that. I was like, what the fuck is he going on about? Oh, outer ponder. It clicked to me.
It's good you heard it from me because I've kind of been attached, or they tagged me with the outer ponder. I don't know if I made it up or whatever it was, but that's what I call them. It's not a new idea, obviously, but it's just, I think that would be it's the only thing that's made sense to me since I first learned about all this. Like, why, it seems like there's people in the game that are controlled opposition possibly, and why are they allowing flat Earth? Why is flat Earth on the table now? Why didn't they just crush it like they could have with the algorithms, or do more? Or why are they faking space poorly on purpose if they really want to protect it forever? That doesn't make sense. So like all that added up makes me think maybe the long game, after they let us duke it out on the debates, just long enough so they can say, oh, okay, you're right. But now that the flat Earth has ruined everything for everybody, here's your fucking outer ponder psyop. Enjoy that. Whatever it is, right? It could do so many things. It's so much better than aliens from space.
Well, they've been planning the aliens thing for a long time.
Well, think about it. If it's a local threat surrounding us on all sides from different species, even, or whatever they want to say, like it say it's just they look just like us, but they're different, times an advancement or whatever they want to say. They could say if you have outer ponds, you could like pretend to bring people there without too much effort. You know,
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff. You know, like you could just have good outer ponds, bad outer ponds, heaven outer pond, hell outer pond. They could even have like a real life fucking judgment day. You go to the hell outer pond or the heaven outer pond or whatever. You know, they could do all kinds of shit. And if they look like us, they can just use actors. They don't have to have people in alien costumes.
Yeah. Very true.
There was a conference in 2000, right before 9/11. This guy, one of the guys that was doing a disclosure project, press club presentations with Dr. Greer, the guy. And one of the guys says there's 57 different species living amongst us as we speak. 57 different species, but they look just like us. He said that.
Yeah, as a kid, when I was younger,
real quick. My point is that he said we don't know how it is that they would look just like us and come from a planet that has a different atmosphere and isn't up here. Doesn't make any sense. So why would he stick that in there? Even back then in 2000, he's putting in the information that yes, there's aliens amongst us. They look just like us, but that doesn't seem like it would make sense. They come from outer space. Does that not say outer pounders right there?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was just going to say, like, when I was younger, I used to just think, like, is this world we live in just a big experiment? My brain was obviously aliens, and I was like, is there actually an alien planet that has Asians, an alien planet that has black people, an alien planet that has white people, and they threw us all on here as an experiment? That's what I used to think as a little kid.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But I guess now they're out of ponders, Now
it makes sense. If the races did come from different ponds rather than just different areas of the same pond, the differences in their looks would make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So that could actually be the case. And they might even say that's the case. They could have that. Whether it's actually true or not, they're going to say whatever they want once they have the outer ponders high up. Because flat Earth is the first thing I thought, like if the Earth is flat, it must be other civilizations. This can't be the only people. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's an infinite plane until proven otherwise, in a way. I'm not infinite in quotes, I mean, if there was a barrier, then what's on the other side of the barrier? Like a non-reality? There has to be like, how could it stop, right? Space isn't what is on the other side anymore necessarily, like the way we were taught. So what is on the other side even if there is a barrier somewhere?
Yeah, I'm sort of more along the lines of an infinite plane, and the stars are probably horizontal. Everything above us is probably actually horizontally above us.
Right.
And then we have our dome of vision, which is what gives us everything the way we see it.
Right. And we could be a microcosm of a bigger dome, right? That makes sense. No.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say to these people in chat, in the text chat, some of the Globers, that the picture of the sun in the clouds, and it's like, well, you have like directly right where the sun is, at only the spot where the sun is where the light is, and then it fades right out, like it's bright right where the sun is. Now, if the sun's really 93 million miles away, shining brightness over the whole section, why is it only that tiny little bit of the cloud that has the sun blaring on it, that has sunlight on it? Like that doesn't make sense.
Oh, speaking of infinite plane, have you ever heard of Infinite Plane Society? You know what IPS is, obviously, right? Heard of him?
I don't know anything about it.
Okay. Well, the reason I mention him is because there's a guy that just was on recently, or one of the videos he uploaded recently was him it was a pilot instructor, and he was talking about how he went on. Well, he's called into the show a few times, and IPS is a very articulate, very interesting person to listen to, regardless of what his ulterior motives might be himself. Who knows? But he's very, very, he might be even like the craziest Illuminati shill ever. And he'll even tell you that. But regardless, he's interesting to listen to. And this guy called in saying he was on McToon's, this flight instructor. He's got a stutter. Even had like he's in a wheelchair. He's a flight instructor, but he teaches his students Earth is flat. And he was on McToon's debating McToon's, supposedly a pilot as well. He had so many points. People got, I don't know if it was McToon or somebody that was watching. They called the FAA on him, right? So he calls into IPS talking about being somebody tried to call in and get his license revoked from the FAA, and the FAA guy that contacted him said, you have your own opinion. Whatever you want to say is, whatever you think is your own opinion, and you have a right to that, just as long as you teach out of the FAA manual. And he's like, but that's no problem because FAA manual says nothing about it being a spinning ball, and it would have to if it was a spinning ball. He's like, there's so many reasons that flight does not work over a spinning ball. You would have all kinds of problems that are not in the FAA book because obviously it's not a spinning ball. It's huge. Really is good. I'll post the interview.
Yeah, right.
And then they have a good talk, a philosophical talk about the whole flat Earth thing too afterwards.
That was with McToon.
No, actually, he called into IPS talking about being on McToon's, and then somebody called tried to get him reported the way they did to Brian Mullins.
Yeah, what a bunch of scumbags.
Right? Really shows you they're threatened. Well, they're threatened for a reason, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't need to do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Kind of really shows their cards when anything. I mean, obviously, that we all know that they're. I don't know. It's interesting to figure out maybe who's like actually just defending it because they're supposed to, or if they actually believe it. I mean, it's kind of insulting to say they believe it at this point because that kind of like is implying they have no common sense, right? Or they're just in denial to the point where it's kind of embarrassing at this point. Right, Zanuck, are you still here?
Oh, see, it's like last night. If you were to go and listen to part of last night's thing, man, I jumped on and I was a bit pissed off because there was two people. I think it's like the Quiet Riot and Caitlin Amos or whatever, and I was discussing the horizon with them, and then I said to them, "Okay, well then." You'd been completely denying, like Caitlin totally dismissed. I'm like, she's like, oh, well, what are you gathering your evidence on? Why do you think that that's the case with the horizon? And I just said, well, straight up, I've had 200 days of filming, more than 1,000 hours of actually filming ships in the land, et cetera, like just laid it all out. And I'm like, well, from that's what I'm gathering it from. And then she's like, oh, well, that's not science. I'm like, fucking hell. So then I'm like, okay, cool. Come on the show right now and let's discuss it. So come on, stop talking in chat, in the text. Let's come on the show and let's go over it. I'll go over some of my slides and you can prove to everyone here that I'm a fucking retard and then I'll shut up. No, no, you're not worth talking to. Yeah, well then shut up. It's like if you're not going to back your claim, I'm like, you just made a claim. Come on. And actually, let's talk and back your claim.
Yeah, it's always avoidance when there's anything that's going to pin them down, and then tactics if they think they can get the argument won, regardless of if what they're saying makes any sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't normally sort of do that kind of thing, but I was just annoyed at just the complete disregard, So then I'm just like, okay, well then if that's how you want to be, then no drama. You come on here right now rather than get off the text. And she's like, oh no, let's just stay on text. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to stay on text. Get off of there and let's talk. Because while you're on text, you can just sit there, and just come up with any bullshit you want to come up with. When you actually talk to someone, you can't just lie. I mean, you can, but if I'm showing you, here's the picture. Let's go over it. Okay, here's the next picture. Let's go over it. Here's the next one. Let's go over it. Sooner or later, you're going to have to come to the realization that, no, I'm not lying to you.
If they're honest with themselves or just honest in general. Yeah, but it almost seems like they're so bad that without them, this wouldn't be a thing. So it's almost like they're working for us.
Yeah. Yep. So if Zanuck's there at any time, Zanuck, you want to go over all this information? We'll go
He's got
over
a
it.
lot. He's got a lot to say. She's not
Yeah.
saying it because it's not time for him to win yet in his mind. Come on, Zanuck. You know you're listening. Scaredy
He
cat.
can bring, he can bring all of his stuff. The thing is going to be purely on the horizon, and boats over large bodies of water, and the land over large bodies of water. That is what we're going to discuss. There will be nothing else to discuss. That's the topic.
You should hear the hours of debate I went through with Zanuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, just the airplanes. We've gone back and forth many times on flights on how there's no way that there could be a south-southwest flight when the plane is going to lose, according to Zanuck, even admitted, it's going to lose its original conserved momentum just by going west. So how's it going to pick up 500 more by the time it gets to the equator if it goes south-southwest from a 500 mile per hour latitude? They have to be going backwards faster than forwards. It kills the body.
And the insanity of thinking that a plane could take off in Antarctica, fly past the equator, or even let's just say land on the equator, and they talk about conservation of momentum, and it's like, okay, well then where did it pick up the momentum? Because it was only doing like, say, 200 miles an hour, where the Earth is spinning at Antarctica, and it's got to get to 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Where did it get that? Where did it get the energy to do that?
It couldn't even be like a little bit off. It would have to be in perfect sync, like nothing happened. It has to be. The pilot has to be able to treat the Earth as if it's completely stationary and flat. That's the only way that they can fly. How could it be that it's just the same? It'd be like coming out with a video game. You're like, okay, this is an awesome video game. You're flying an airplane, and it's a spinning ball, and you're like flying through the city, dodging buildings as they come at you. The only thing is you can't land, like you're going to end up crashing every time. But the video game's awesome. But there's this other video game just came out too today, and it's just like the flight simulators. It's flat Earth, it's stationary. But you know what's weird? It's the exact same video game.
Yeah.
Like there's no way, there's no way. There'd be so many different dynamics to like that, the spinning ball thing with the plane. You can't have it two reference frames, but the same reference frame. It's like the biggest contradiction, bullshit argument that they could ever get in. It's just, it ends it. How could you still like the tactics you have to display in arguing for their side on this point is just like unbelievable. Zanuck does it well, I guess, just because he's so resilient. But yeah, Zanuck, are you going to talk or what? I'm trying to bait you right now. Can't you tell?
I don't get how they've actually got people to believe that you could kick a football and that's affected by the spin of the Earth, or even a bullet. Okay, so you shoot a bullet, it's in the air for like a few seconds, but an airplane that's in the air for 13 hours, that has no effect on it.
Exactly.
Oh, come on.
Right.
There'd
be so much more to account for. Oh no, it's lost in the winds. The Coriolis it's hidden in the winds, they like to say.
Yeah.
It's just so much weaker than winds. There would be no reason to worry about that. You have a motor.
Do you find it funny that like literally everything they do has to be an explanation of why we don't feel these things?
Mm-hmm.
So like literally every single thing they need to explain is a reason of why we don't feel it. Or maybe we don't feel it because it doesn't exist.
Well, no way. That couldn't be. There's no way.
Wouldn't we go?
Reality is like it seems. You mean reality is more like it seems? That's ridiculous. That's stupid.
I know. You must be some kind of coincidence theorist.
Yeah, or just reality perversion of sorts, and it's just gone wild. I mean, I think that it really does kind of say you don't have common sense at this point if you're not acknowledging that the ball makes absolutely no sense. I'm going to walk into my garage now, so I might be roboting. I'll mute.
Yeah. That's the literal, I was saying earlier, it's just the denial of things that they just don't need to deny. People should be able to just accept a fact and go like, okay, yep, that's true. I still don't believe we're on the Earth's flat, but yes, you make a good point. That I don't get. And that just shows the dishonesty of most of these people, because of all of the major flat earthers, like the people in the actual argument, every single one of them will admit to a certain globe point. But we all know that that also works on the flat earth as well. But at least we have the ability to say, yes, that is 100% true, but there's also this. They, on the other hand, never even get the point to go, yeah, well, that's all right. But, you know,
Here,
it never comes
I
out of
love
the
this level of integrity. I love this level of integrity. Thank you very much. That's exactly the position we're in. Perfectly executed, eloquently put. Thank you. Nice.
No worries. I'm not normally very elegant with words, but anyway. But yeah, it blows my mind on how, you know, I just use the example of, you know, and I said this earlier today as well, but I use the example of myself where when I first got into flat earth, or before that, and I made a comment on a video, why can't I see the east coast of America or the west coast of America from the east coast of Australia? And then someone commented back, well, you know, it's too small, it's 13,000 miles away, there's atmosphere in the way, there could be fog, you know, it could be raining, there's all these different things, you know, 40-foot wave could be in the way. And my instant reaction was, okay, good point. Fair enough. Well, how can I argue with that?
Yeah, you can't, because that was spot on, wasn't it? It was spot on. You didn't think of that.
Yeah.
You thought to yourself, I didn't think of that. That's what you said to yourself, probably.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you know, so what can you say? You know?
Yeah, you can't.
And if
You can't.
if you deny it, if you deny it, you're just being dishonest.
That's right. So you've got to be honest and acknowledge that. It's just like I remind them that I was a Glober for 46 years. Purely my mistake, because I didn't check the information that I received as a kid that was reinforced through my secondary education and my college and university education. I didn't check it. So that's why it took me 46 years to realize it. But in my realization, I've also learned that I must make sure that the children, that's my children first and foremost, learn it as soon as possible. My students and any other kid on the streets that I might meet whenever the opportunity arises. See, because they need to learn it so they don't spend 46 years believing in something when it's easy to know. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
And that's the honesty. You don't get many people saying that, but that's me. I always remind them, 46 years I was in error. Purely because of my laziness to go and check it. I didn't check it. That's why. It was 46 years.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess up until around the sort of 2012 mark, you know, probably the earliest in the near recent past, you know, it just who was thinking about it? No one was thinking about it until it came out. And it started to get discussed, and you're just like, oh, okay. I didn't even know that was a topic, but okay, fair enough.
If I'd had the foresight to say, okay, let me go and check the measurements they've given us, and gone out and checked it, you know, in my adult years, let's say, you know, I would have learned sooner, but I didn't do it, did I? Until it was put to me after ignoring it for like 9 months. Did you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, fair enough. But yeah, it's just one of those things. I think sooner or later, hopefully it comes out in our lifetime.
It's one of those things that sharpens your resolve and helps you to articulate it to other people with integrity, which is what you were doing just 3 minutes ago. Okay, perfect. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And you've executed it perfectly. You've learned your lesson. Now you're able to articulate it properly with integrity, and that's what I was saying. I love the integrity. I loved it. It was nice. That's what it's all about. Being honest.
But before, when you mentioned the experiment or experimentation, part of the phase we're in, I feel, whoever is behind the deception is gathering data on how we respond to it.
Perfectly executed again. Thank you to that Aussie male. Well done, mate. That is absolutely correct. You see, and that's what we must always remember when we go into these debates and discussions and that. Yeah, thank you again, Aussie, because that's exactly how I operate, Aussie. That's me.
Yeah, well, they're probably also keeping an idea on the reactions of just the normal people. They're probably just trying to keep an eye out on, okay, well, how many people are starting to favor this? Once it gets to a certain point, then they're going to be like, okay, we better release it before, too many more people come out with it, or they will just come up with another major
Doctor,
event
yeah, they
to knock
doctor
us
it.
back
They'll
into the
doctor the
Stone Age.
information. Yeah, they'll doctor the information and try and move the
Well,
globe posts. Yeah.
yeah, well, what's the plan? Cyber Polygon, where they're going to be shutting down the internet? So it wouldn't surprise me if they don't do maybe a shutdown of the internet.
Well, yeah, that's definitely on the cards, I reckon. What you just said there.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
Eric,
think about
That's
it.
on the cards. That's on the cards, isn't it? Because if it does get to the point where people are waking up at that rate, they might start doing that.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's not write that off. That is definitely a possibility, and we need to prepare for that. But guys, I'm going to go for a walk, and I'll come back. It's good. Keep up that integrity level, man. It's beautiful. That's what we want. Nice one,
Sorry,
Mel.
man.
Good to hear your voice, Mel.
Sorry, bro. What was your name? Or what's your handle?
Sorry, I'm Jin CBR1, the loudest flat earther you'll ever meet. Jin CBR1, man.
Mine's Plain Reality, man. But my name's Paul.
Nice, beautiful. What a nice name that is. Plain Reality. You see what I mean? That keeps you in integrity. Your name keeps you straight and narrow, doesn't it?
As much as I possibly can be.
Good to hear your voice, Jen. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Thanks very much, sir. I'm going out for a walk now, so I'll be back later.
All right, take care.
Enjoy yourself. Thanks.
Yeah, Jen's in Japan, if you haven't met Jen before. Jen from Japan.
It's in Japan? Oh, awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, I always wanted to go live in Japan.
Supposedly, he's from England originally, and supposedly he's got a Cockney accent, even though it doesn't sound like a Cockney accent.
Yeah. I always
But
had
he's got the biggest Cockney in Japan.
Probably. Yeah, I always had a thing for Japanese girls. I lived in Cairns for a year or so, and there are just so many beautiful Japanese girls up there. I was like, man, I got to move to Japan. This was many moons ago when I was 27.
Yeah. There's a thing for Japanese girls there. That's Jen's thing, I guess, too. He's got a couple kids. He's hiked Mount Fuji over 200 times or something ridiculous.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's a stud. Awesome dude. He's even taking his kids up there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you sent me you sent that link.
Yep.
That's for the pilot. Oh, cool, man. I'll check that out later. Sweet. Thanks for that.
You should.
Yeah, see, I have a good thing about sort of, a chat line like this. Like, all of us know little bits and pieces that the others don't know, So there's been times when I've mentioned certain channels and everyone's like, oh, no, I don't know them. So it's like, you can tell people, write it down. I'll check those people out. And then other people have done the same to me. People are talking about something and I'm like, I've never even heard of that person. I will have a look at them.
Yeah, you should definitely know who Infinite Plane Society is, just for context. He's one of those characters that is.
I've definitely heard the name, but I don't think I've ever looked at anything of theirs.
Yeah, he's an interesting character. He was a popular guy for a little while when he came in. Right when he came in, he took Mark Sargent's name and used it like in front of like a city council thing where he was talking about bubbles in space and stuff. And said his name is Mark Sargent, and then he used Matt Parlin's name when he went on the radio. He just kind of like came in and took people's names. Then Tim Osman was a major ball troll, and he went by Tim Osman, and the FBI name for Osama bin Laden, and he went by that name, Tim Osman. And so then he just came in and called himself Tim Osman with the Z instead. And he took his name. He took everybody's name. It was weird.
Yeah, right. I guess it's a way to get yourself out there sometimes, isn't it?
Well, yeah, he's an antagonizer, which is what made it fun to begin with, He had a bunch of us in there.
It's kind of like John Yeah, it's kind of like John Zerka. Just one hell of a character.
Yeah, you like
Bit
to
much
keep
for
up
me,
on
but
some of
he's a
these
hell of a
guys
character.
online, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know you keep up on a lot of what people are saying. He's actually one of the people that breaks down some of the psyops more than anyone else, and says pretty much what he wants to. Seems like, at least. He goes, look,
John Zerka.
but he'll talk. No, IPS, Infinite Plane
Okay.
Society. He goes
Yep.
by Tim Austin. It's not his real name. Yeah, just because he'll talk about he if you ever hear like even Pete Shane here will say he's an auto hoaxer. Everything's like instead of being an auto believer, he's an auto hoaxer. So auto hoaxer, get the fuck out, was like a term for a while. He really galvanized a lot of people, even though a lot of people have doubts about his like I don't know his aim at this point, but definitely he had the first flat Earth art show, and it was held
Yeah.
in Texas there where he used to live in down there San Antonio. And anyway, yeah, it was interesting art show where people were kind of still new to this topic, and it was kind of still back in the romance, the honeymoon stages a little bit. Everyone brought their art pieces and spoke, and it was really like one of those things that was kind of special about the whole thing. And for a little while, some of that group that was tuning into this when it still seemed dangerous to talk about.
Yeah, well, if you think about what they've done as far as the suppression of the information, they've slowed it down, but they haven't stopped it. I mean, there are far, since 2000, what was it, sort of 2017 is when they really started, 2017, 2018, and it's still growing exponentially. If they hadn't have suppressed it, it'd be over by now.
Oh yeah,
There'd be millions. There would be so many more millions of flat earthers because
more
all those
millions,
good.
right?
Oh
Yeah.
man, yeah, more million. That's what I mean. Like so many extra, because all
Right.
of that. Can you hear that? My
Essentially,
phone's ringing.
Oh no, can you hear me driving? Should probably be.
So is he still there, or did that cut off?
No, we can hear you. Didn't hear the phone
Oh,
ring either.
sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, someone was ringing me. I should just jump off. I'll be back in 5.
No, I'm driving, so somebody else talk for a minute. Wait, was that Merle I heard in here a minute ago? Merle, are you in here? What's up, buddy? Is Merle even out there?
Hello.
Oh, what's up?
Yo, who's that?
It's still new perspective. New perspective.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Sorry, man. I only have one of my headphones in, so I didn't hear properly. I'm driving myself.
Take your shots yet? What's up, Snack?
Snacks, how's things?
Combo what? Pretty good, man. I'm still.
Oh, you know, just chilling out, taking it easy, calm down from last night.
That's
Yeah,
that's good, man. Yeah.
I only got a few more
How
minutes.
about yourself? What's been happening? Oh, you can monologue then if you want to, bro. If you've only got a few minutes.
No, I
If you
don't
got
need a
any-
monologue.
got
I
any-
was just gonna stay with Snack. I haven't talked to him for a little bit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's about time for some mini golf, bro.
Yeah, you coming out?
Yeah, I'll be out there in the morning.
All right,
Catch a red
cool.
eye.
Snack stayed with me for a while out here. Good time. We had
You guys live near each other?
yeah, we're old friends.
Worlds apart, mate.
Yeah,
Oh, mate.
We're separated by coasts.
right.
Yeah. We need like
But actually, I came out of Hangouts first because Snack said, "Hey, have you ever tried Hangouts?" Well, I was just always in the YouTube chats up until Snack's like, "Why don't you come on here? Don't email me anymore."
It's my fault.
Yeah, it's all your fault. Yep. I have to take responsibility
plan
for
is
some of the things
complete.
that I take responsibility though for your understanding that Justin Bieber might actually be the weekend and other things like maybe Elvis and
Justin Bieber might be the weekend.
yeah.
What's this one? I haven't heard that one before.
Oh, the theory is that actually there's a guy that's actually the dude that they're saying is the weekend, but the performance stuff is mostly done by Justin Bieber in a black mask, and that's why he can't feel his face.
Is this a legitimate thing?
Well, I could post some pictures or send it to you. That makes it seem plausible. It's like once you see it, like Snack says, once you see it, you can't unsee it in a weird way. The possibility of it, at least.
That's definitely a lot of weird stuff.
Go stay with New Perspective, and he'll drill you on it every day, a few times a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the time you leave, you'll think something of the sort.
It'll almost feel natural. And then,
Well, I'm not a believer in that everyone in Hollywood is a tranny.
No,
I don't doubt that I don't doubt some of them are, but some people take it a bit far.
Actually, yeah, we have as another bond between Snack and I because there was a guy named Pancho Pete that we actually were hanging out with more than anybody else for a little while, and he went down that road to the extreme, so much so that he was calling us women. Like it was ridiculous.
I tried to say it was in Jeranism's chat last week or whatever, and then I think Jaren actually he didn't mention that it was our specific chat, but he mentioned it on his show. And this person took the thing of like, oh, everyone in Hollywood's a tranny, and I'm like, oh, well, okay, what's your evidence?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you don't believe that, you're a shoo, and I'm like, holy fuck, man, calm down.
Yeah, that's great.
Wow, just instantly you go to you're a shoo because I said I don't know about that.
Yeah, it was a bit.
Oh wow.
Now some of them are crazy, unbelievable, probably true, but not all of them for sure. And actually, if some of them are men, I'd almost rather not know. It's like I just don't care.
It's kind of like the example Jaron had. He's like, there is no way Jessica Alba is a man. And I'm saying the same thing. There is no way Jessica Alba is a man. She was one of the hottest women around at that time. You know,
Jennifer Aniston is another one they put in there a lot. A lot of them are convinced Jennifer Aniston.
What? No. Come on.
Yeah. I made a meme
man.
actually to thwart that one. Actually, I'll try to.
I mean, I'd probably turn gay for Jennifer Aniston and Jessica Alba then.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I almost turned gay for that.
I almost turned gay for that.
That's funny.
Yeah. Oh man, come on. It's like Sure, I don't doubt that some of them probably are, but let's not take it to the extreme and say all.
Well, I had to look into this because our friend seemed like he was just going nuts. Like I had to figure out why is it people are thinking. A lot of it's the bone structure, and there's a thing about the testosterone levels or estrogen levels when the baby's actually developing that could be with the mom's diet or what she was given intentionally. Maybe even like they do weird shit to women when they're pregnant sometimes. But regardless, if you have a little more estrogen or a little more testosterone at time of like early development, when the bone structure is very, influenced, you could have a very manly looking man or womanly looking man or a manly looking woman, more so.
Yeah,
From that alone.
exactly.
From that alone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is what I was trying to say in that chat, and I'm like, I personally know women that are a little bit more masculine, and I personally know men who are more feminine. Their head's too big for their shoulders, etc. And I'm like, you can't just judge it on someone's bone structure. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it was one of those cases with Pete that it was like it went so far that if for him to turn back at any point would just be like too crushing in some way, mentally for himself or personally or ego wise. I don't know what it was. But
Yeah, we were going with this idea that of couch drifting, that Pete had been on his couch, sat on his arse for 500 or 600 something days or something like that. Streaming about
Oh, guys, someone's calling me
truth
again,
and,
so
and
I'll
all this
jump off.
stuff, right? Yeah, but then it's like he was lost at sea, and the vessel PPC had to move on, and we became a pirate network after that.
Right?
Because we had like lost Pete basically to like an island of tranny harpies, digital ones, which called him away from us, and to I don't know, he became trapped there. We just had to move on, I think.
Yep. Series of unfortunate events. Merle is here, in fact. Isn't that crazy? Merle, you want to chime in at all on this, brother?
Tie me to the mast, guys. Tie me to the mast, Because he's
Right,
not
pretty
drawn
much.
by the trannies, the songs, and their songs, the songs of the trannies. Go ahead, Merle. Are you there, Merle?
I missed
Pete found his people.
Like
I don't know
his
if he
true
did.
tribe. You're saying his digital tribe? He found them for real.
Yeah, I guess he needed people that they were kind of just like, in his court to be entertained by him alone rather than be as entertaining or even try to participate on the level he does. Seems like, maybe for that reason.
For that other kind of YouTube model where you go for 6 core watchers.
Yeah. Brilliant. They just don't want to know the truth. Although Princess Di, I think, is David Furnish married to Elton John. I think that one might be actually true. Some of those aren't completely crazy, but more crazy seeming than anything.
It's what it does to your brain.
Yeah, it tweaks you, huh?
Yeah, I've had some unusual moments with that stuff where I'm just like, what the fuck?
Stuff's that, sorry?
I just
Did I
like,
miss something?
well, we've all got faces, right? We've all got bodies, but sometimes whatever's the person leaks through too. That's what I'm saying. Like because when you start looking at whether men are women or women are men, you can really dehumanize the person. That's what I don't like about it. But
there's a lot of sexual or ritual sex magic in Hollywood, and transgenderism and sex changes and all these things. These things go way back, man, like way back. And there's power in that. There's worldly power in gaining like you gain like there's spiritual currency or something like that. Like I don't know
yeah, I've
exactly
heard
how it
this.
works, but like
Yeah,
but like But the thing is, like, there's truth to this stuff, but then people take it overboard. And then they look at every Hollywood actor and they're like, oh, that's a transvestite. That's a transvestite. That's a Like, I got friends in my feed, bro. Like, they think that everybody's a tranny now. It's like, yo, like, not everybody's a tranny. Relax. Like, I understand. Like, there's definitely legitimacy to this. But then, like, I don't know, man. People go crazy with it.
Yeah, it's the
They think Justin Bieber is a. They think Justin Bieber is a tranny, or that Justin Bieber is a woman. And I mean, like, dude, like, the guy's effeminate. He's an effeminate boy. He's always been an effeminate boy. He doesn't have a beard. He doesn't have a lot of facial hair. It doesn't make him a woman. You know what I'm saying?
That's just to cover up that
He's not a tranny. He's just the clone of Miley Cyrus. They were cloned twins and separated, and then that's why he's the dual identity of the Weeknd.
All right, but seriously, he might actually be playing the part of the Weeknd when he performs as the Weeknd. That sounds crazier than the other two, but it's probably more true.
Yeah, because white people are still racist, so he's got to have his, like, the aspect, like his soul aspect. He can only express that as a black man in disguise.
Well, they would only accept, like, to be, like, really compared to Michael Jackson. You had to be black. You couldn't just be this white guy compared to Michael Jackson. You had to be black for the Weeknd, just on the weekends.
On the weekends.
And he can't feel his face. That's why he can't feel his face.
You're talking about this Weeknd guy. You think it's Justin Bieber?
The theory is that Justin Bieber, there might be actual guys that is the dude that they say is the Abdul or whatever his name is, but there's been some real indications that it's possible that he might have played the part of the Weeknd for the performing part of it mostly, yeah, or the singing part of it. It's just a little vocoding. Actually, there's an interview. Snack and I can only find one interview with the Weeknd the whole time after he's won Grammys and everything. One interview. It sounded just like Justin Bieber, exactly like him. I don't know. He just came out the first year, won Grammys. You know, he played the Super Bowl before Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber's not even hurt. Come on. Anyway, I'll put my picture comparisons in the chat for everyone if they're interested. Since the topic got raised.
I'm confused, dude. You think that the Weeknd is Justin Bieber? Like, I'm not following you.
Like, okay, so geometrically, one fits in the other, and so it doesn't violate any facial rules to me. The fact that all of the award show ceremonies he's got crazy face bandage on, his sunglasses, like, I don't know if that throws anything off to you, but okay, whatever. I just hear it. I hear it within the type of vocal styling and the type of production, and I know it's possible to do with, like, voice changing and stuff like that, and I could understand it as a creative fuck around that became something serious, that became like almost like some kind of inside network of people kind of keeping up this thing. And how that's a fun item that could be within show business, and how people might be into that. I could understand all that.
Now, here's something that is worth looking at. Now, the picture comparison I just put in the chat. First of all, you can see how the face could be. Could be right. Just I've used some. They have great ability to put masks on people, but the close up over the eye. Justin Bieber had a scar from a bottle, getting hit with a bottle supposedly, and the scar does match in the shape right there over the Weeknd's eye, the same spot. I don't know what that says to you, but that's a pretty big coincidence, I'd say.
I got to check this out.
See, like, this is the shit that I'm talking about. This sounds crazy.
Yep. Oh, you haven't
Sometimes the crazy shit's real.
It's gonna sound crazy, and it might
They
be,
both
but it definitely sounds
woman,
it.
by the way.
Can you imagine if somebody new though was like listening to about the Earth and this stuff, and then they hear this? Like, how much of just an absolute derail this would be?
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, you're not saying we shouldn't talk about it, are you?
No, I'm just saying that everyone's free to have any theory they want. I'm just saying if somebody was new to a lot of these topics, like shape of the Earth, a lot of stuff that already is kind of difficult for them to even consider, and then to have information that someone is someone else, especially if that's false information. I'm just saying that's enough to poison the well.
Could be, yeah. And so it's on the level of like saying that Kennedy wasn't killed and talking about the details of how that doesn't seem to be the case. A lot of flat earthers can't even accept that still, or even look at it.
That's not really that far out, though. That was
It
a psyop.
seems very far out for a lot of people. For a lot of
You know
flat earthers.
you know the ones that we know are true. The Challenger people did not die. The pictures of that are just insane. The teeth,
Yeah, I'm with that.
the facial marks, like that's incredible. I don't know how anyone could deny that.
No, I'm on board with that. But to say that the Justin Bieber and The Weeknd are the same guy, that they're like just changing
I'm not saying that.
uniforms or whatever.
I'm not saying that's a fact. I'm saying it's a theory.
So, yeah, but you become limited. Like the catalog of what Justin Bieber's like worth is its own fixed thing. Like he's a completed artist because of like basically growing up and stuff. I think it was just easier for in this case to develop his like a real style, like not just some pop nonsense like written by a bunch of tunesmiths in a fucking office or something. You know what I'm saying? Like his all his
It would
his
make
hits
sense on a lot of levels.
they're plastic pop hits. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing of him aside from like I'm amazing or whatever. I just
It
like
doesn't make sense at all.
if you're like a child star, you're not developing. Basically, like you're not an artist developing. So like this is like I could understand it just from the whatever the
Yo,
idea
Snacks.
that
And now keep in mind, wait a minute.
Yo,
Keep in mind, Snacks was always completely critical of any theory like this that I would ever try to tell him. Like I was telling
if you
James
look at the
Dean,
careers of like
listen to
somebody
him.
like
At this
a
point,
Donny Osmond or something like that, like it's not like he couldn't have flipped the script and been like, okay, now I'm a bad boy. You know what I mean? So like that just I don't think that was the arc that they were going for with that. Plus he's friends with like some of the top ass producers. I don't know.
I just want to caution you.
That's fine.
I just want to caution you. Be careful how you talk about Justin Bieber because that's Gio's boy.
Oh yeah, that's right. He does like the singing. His amazing voice, and you know who has an amazing voice as well? That could be Justin Bieber vocoding as The Weeknd out of nowhere, just performing like nobody's business, performing like he's been doing it his whole life. Out of nowhere, winning Grammys his first year, playing the Super Bowl before Justin Bieber, dating the same girl, never being seen in the same spot or with Justin Bieber, except for the fake couple photos that we see. There's lots of reasons to think this might be the case.
Yeah, that's the weird thing.
Nah, but on
those things start happening.
serious note, I like Justin Bieber, bro. I like there's like three or four songs that Justin Bieber. Other than that, like I really don't like his music, but he's got like 3 or 4 good songs, I'd say, for real. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, Justin Bieber's gayer than AIDS, but he has had some good stuff. He has had some good stuff, but yeah, I don't know if I'd be admitting. I don't know if I'd be admitting out loud to the public that I like Justin Bieber.
Well, if you want to be a bad boy at this point, like he's on the he's got the teenage image to protect and everything. If he wanted to step into that realm, this would be the way to do it. Not that he would be.
Bieber sings really good, dude, but he ain't fucking on the level of The Weeknd, dude.
Okay,
dude. That's what I'm saying. You guys are saying that Justin Bieber on his off time is getting dressed as a black guy. You know what I mean? And he's going around making a whole nother alter ego.
Exactly. There's so many like other clues that we haven't even told you
it's
about.
Really funny, how different this guy looks. Like from performance of
no clues.
Go pull up the Victoria's Secret like launch. The I'm a Star, the Starboy one. Pull that out. Look at him. Look, that's like as much as exposed as possible. Like
you want me to tell you the most you're gonna get? The most you're gonna get is these boys like playing on stage that they gonna do what twins used to do in school and go play switcheroo on your ass for having funsies. That's about the most you might fucking get. You don't got none of this crazy shit you talking about.
Yeah, you can see that picture. There's like some kind of slight resemblance. Could be a mask. The eyes look similar and stuff. But, you know, I mean, we were just talking earlier today about how, you know, people from all over different races, everything, you know, they can just look like other people and they can remind us of other people.
I think it comes a little bit out of the wake of some of the thinking about MJ's attachment to special effects makeup and Thriller, you know, and all that, and then you realize it's not that difficult to just like apply like
No.
some pieces.
Well, no, these are two different people, obviously. So
And then
you're gonna say that he's performing undercover forever, perpetually? No.
You might not have heard the first part I said. That there could be a guy that is the guy that's from Canada in the same area Justin Bieber's from that actually does have like
that I've seen sing, that we've all seen sing, that we have seen
but then
sing.
like another level to it where the singing part, like he was a good bars and shit, but it could be actually the real guy's the real guy, but then Justin Bieber, like you're saying, even performs for him. Maybe
collaboration.
But the voice could be a vocoded Justin Bieber voice.
Like
so Justin Bieber dresses up as a black guy and just throws the N-word like it's nothing, and he just enjoys himself as a body double, or like I don't even know. Like,
you know what? What
so
a
funny,
better
bro.
life than that? Like you're Batman. That makes you Batman. These guys that are in the club on the level Justin Bieber is, it's just nothing's out of the question. Like you could play with reality all you want. I mean, that's a totally possible thing.
It's a side project. It's like a comic book. It's like a comic book reality side project. It's just like some. And if you can imagine it like that, or if you can imagine that, you know, he's also produced, right? So he was like lifted up into being Justin Bieber from being discovered from YouTube and then from Usher, right? And then it's funny that The Weeknd wears a Usher's jacket quite a bit. In
there's all kinds of things.
releases, like as if it were like a graphic novel or a story told through music, using a range of his voice that people would be like, "You're a white boy, you cannot sing like that. That's not allowed." Right.
And his reactions to people saying it, like I've heard it, like there's been live times where he's talking to his people online, and people will question about The Weeknd, and he'll like end it and weird shit like that. And then like there's one picture I'm not gonna find right now, but it's The Weeknd, and his hand, he's on a cell phone. His hand is totally white. They didn't do the makeup on his hand.
You showed me that too, and I was like, "That's." But this just a lot of stuff stacks up, and but all the while I have the narrative, and I have at least that I can hear some of these what are just runs, right? Vocal runs, melismas, technically, whatever, and you can hear the characteristics, you know, imprint. And I've played around with audio for a long time to like switch pitches and stuff like that, and you know. And a lot of the music that we listen to today is was produced in the '60s, is pitch shifted, but it's on tape. You know what I mean? Or Madonna is pitch shifted, but you don't know it. You know, or she's faster, right? So these things kind of, I feel like I can hear some kind of fingerprints in there. So if I couldn't hear it, I wouldn't say. And if you put them in the hands of like some incredible, crazy avant-garde producers, you know, I'm sure they could. And just say like, okay, this is like a fun project. I mean, what's not fun about that?
Well, nothing would surprise me either.
Because it's fun for the producers to like turn the image of Justin Bieber upside down completely. You know, that's fun, destroying him. And I think he probably in a way might not even I don't know. It's like if you're built up around that's not him. He's not the empire of all that shit that is his songs, his catalog. You know what I mean?
Don't forget that Selena Gomez dated both of them too. So that would be a trippy Hollywood script right there. If Justin Bieber was really The Weeknd and he's, you know, Selena, either she knows or she doesn't know. Like that'd be nuts.
He's gone crazy now, right?
The black Justin Bieber was banging her and she had no idea.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, it's
That's
just hilarious. Well, who else is?
I see what you did there. That was funny.
He had a strap on. I mean, I guess he probably had to use a strap on to start with, because there's probably one out there saying that he's a girl too.
Well, some
That
of
wouldn't
these
surprise me.
theories are even way more convincing than this one. But the fact that those other ones are most likely way definitely
Hey,
true
look, you know,
means
in the
they're
discussion,
possible.
I don't really go for
so
this
in the,
stuff, and I'm just letting. So this is just the Olympic style hurdles. I have to jump to be able to like reason it as a possibility. But it's like, I mean, right? I mean, there's like we hear stories like from way back, like about like like was like two guys in a kingdom. One guy looks just like the king or the prince or whatever, and they switch places. Those kinds of things. I don't know. Like there's something true about the maybe the desire to escape the persona that's not you and be something else. I don't know. So
yeah, for sure.
I can understand some things like this must actually happen, and then a lot of them are just not hits at all. They're not working. Do you see like that much of a physical geometry difference in the Bieber and the Weekend that makes it impossible, like the eye spacing to you know what I mean, stuff like that, or
With masks these days, who would know?
like the
Masks are
head
so
shape,
good. Oh, the masks that they have now are just insane. When you see people put those masks on and then just put them underneath their clothes, they look like an old man, like a woman goes to looking like an old man. And convincing. Well, from camera anyway. I don't know about in reality actually standing next to them. But on camera they
The
look
only
convincing.
the only drawback is you can't feel your face when you're wearing a mask.
But then this whole thing, like, really, we haven't spoken on this since basically, yeah, you showed me the materials, and I was like, okay, I gotta jump through these hurdles to make this story work. The story works enough as much as I can tell it, right? But like, then have you seen the movie or the 4-part, like The Artist or whatever, or the Icon, the Icon? No, what the fuck is it? It's with The Weeknd, right? 4 episodes, Johnny Depp's daughter. What's going on there?
I haven't seen it.
It's on HBO, I think, maybe.
Okay, and the Weekend's on it.
Yeah, right. So this is like, it's just it's so
Well,
bad. It's such a bad show that I shouldn't even recommend. It's worse than anything. Like, it almost like it rivals anything Skinamax like. It's just like it's just so terrible.
Just think about this as well, right?
So bad. What?
If they know that this conspiracy exists, that the Weekend might be Justin Bieber, etc., like if they know that conspiracy exists and they both know that they're actual real people, and they're not just coming together and getting the people that they know have the conspiracy against them and saying, "Here we are together. You're now wrong." Boom, done. It's over in 5 minutes. There's obviously got to be some of the more major people that are pushing these things, right? So they could end it pretty fast if they really wanted to. Or is it benefit to keep the illusion going? If it is an illusion, whichever one is the illusion, because then you'd be going, is the illusion the two people, that there is the Weeknd and Justin Bieber, or is the illusion that the Weeknd doesn't exist and it's actually Justin Bieber?
There's a couple of pictures there's a couple of pictures that people that are questionable. One is actually a wax figure of Justin Bieber, or the other way around. Wax figure of Justin Bieber. There's also supposedly they were took a picture together at the fucking award show or something, but it's just like one picture and very questionable. But yeah, they could also do they could have them both in the same room and make it seem like they're in the same room and settle it if they really wanted to, even if they're the same person. But yeah, I'm not. This isn't one of the. I like these theories, and it's not the one that I'm like as sure about as others, to be honest. But I think that it's hard not to see once you look at it. And explain that scar. Anyone that's trying to talk shit about this idea, explain that scar. That's pretty big coincidence. And the ears. Look at the ears, and I picked that lineup that I put together. That's pretty. I mean,
some things
crazy
you can
how
alter, and some things you can't. Some things are inalterable, sort of. Yeah.
Didn't really study those group of pictures very well.
I mean, there. I guess there is some kind of way to break these things down if you're really trying to, like, I guess, have a system. But I don't know. You tried your best at this. I
Well,
think do photo comparisons, but since you have basically you need to collect photographs of people at certain angles to determine the geometry of their head, you know, like, and then you've got all
it's
these
funny
like
because
different,
most people bring, but
just all these different focal lengths, all these
sorry to cut you
cameras,
off.
you know what I mean? People look different through different setups, you know what I mean? You might have something from a film that film may be anamorphic, or maybe shot in widescreen, so you're going to get like widening of the face in certain close-up shots might reveal like somebody to have like a wider jaw than they actually do. You know, so it's like pin cushion distortions that occur. So it's just difficult to do like photo forensic, you know, photo comparisons. So, you know, even deepfake fucks it up, and that's basically, you know, computated. So whatever. Just saying. It's a murky sort of science, I think. That's all.
I got to hang up here in a minute, but it's funny because when you bring this type of stuff up, people are like, "You probably think Elvis is alive too," and Elvis is actually the one that's like more obvious than any of these others. I put a video in the chat just now. It seems like Elvis became Bob Joyce. If I had to put all my money one way or another, it seems like this guy named Bob Joyce is Elvis. He has his own
I thought of Bob Joyce
congregation,
yesterday somehow.
and he sings Elvis songs, and he talks just like Elvis, acts just like, yeah. That one's like, oh my God, that's Elvis. If there is anybody that's Elvis,
Just
that has to
because
be Elvis.
in the way that like he casts out Elvis, and he's like Elvis was about this, Elvis was about this, you know, like he's got like personal animosity against him, you know what I mean, in some kind of way, like, you know, like because he's like Elvis was about
Like this
idolatry,
former
Elvis,
stuff.
you know, like that's so weird, like
Yep.
he does really come off to me like somebody trying to hide that they were Elvis. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Whatever.
There might be another guy that is Bob Joyce too, so we're trying to have a conflating it. There's some really crazy shit when you look into it. But that one,
Girl
I
in
mean,
red
you could just
is-
tell. I mean, it's like that has to be him.
Yeah.
The girl in the picture is Scarlett Johansson, isn't it? Is that who it is? In the chat thing, is that someone's trying to say that that's a man? I don't know.
There's going to be people
Maybe.
that say every woman
like
was having, yeah, it's all upside down. But yeah, so this is like a whole subgenre of weird, non-standard type investigations.
big man's head. I know women with big heads. Like saying it's got a big man's head, that doesn't mean anything. I know women with big heads.
I think you can get lost in this sort of.
We can
parabolic
personally all
of
point
mirrors.
out X amount of women in our lives that have big heads.
Small heads sometimes too.
Well, of course.
Sometimes
Yeah.
very, very small hips. Sometimes very, very wide hips. Yeah, you got variations.
Yeah.
Notice this.
Massive variations. You know. So, how to determine? Just by pictures? You'd have to know the person, right? You'd have to actually really know the person to know the 100% truth. Like, I don't know Scarlett Johansson personally, so how am I going to know the truth?
Some women have like not broad shoulders, and some of them do. You know what I mean? But you wouldn't say that every one of them is a man. But some people would say that because they're crazy.
I know shitloads of women who have broad shoulders, because think of all the girls that you went to school with.
Yeah, sure.
You would you would have experienced, even at that younger age, up until you were 15, 16 years old, different sized women. All of those girls that you knew at school, they could be in positions right now that people would call them men. But you personally know way back then. So we have women now that we see at the age of 35, or even if it's 25, if we don't know anything about, well, people knew them when they were 5, right? It would have to be able to be cleared up relatively quickly. Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Like, many of these conspiracies could be, like these style conspiracies, could be sorted out in moments.
People see what they want to see.
Yeah. Oh,
Which
yeah.
is what the Justin Bieber thing teaches me, you know. So even though like I don't hold to either one necessarily being true. I know that the narrative that I have is at least good enough to fucking make a little movie about, probably.
Yeah.
So it's at least hold the test of being a somewhat good fiction, fan fiction even. It's just like a lot of it still doesn't make sense. You know, even I'm saying that he was in the movie or whatever four-part miniseries or something like that. It's still some things are suspect about how that all is, you know. That
Yeah,
guy's
well,
like,
sorry, guys.
he's one of the most like downloaded artists. Like, yeah, it's like a crazy claim to make for the purpose. You know, like, how could somebody fake that? You know, that's a crazy claim. I can understand why I definitely didn't like that, but I can't understand the show. I none of that makes sense, man. But do I think that's Justin Bieber acting in that show? I don't think so. Yeah.
Hey, sorry, guys. The quiet riot join the chat group in the actual text chat. Come online, dude. Does the quiet riot ever come online and talk?
So that's what I know.
Yeah.
It's just quiet.
Yeah. You should come on. We should have a chat. Yeah. They just want to be in the text. They don't want to be a part of the conversation. They just want to be able to. Come on. You got to talk.
I can understand why, you know, Gio's not a fan of this type of thing either, or whatever. But it's like,
And what type of thing, sorry, bro?
I'll just let it die. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Just move on.
What? The
No,
people
no.
are different people?
Yeah. Yeah.
What? Well, you're saying I'm not a fan of it?
Are you? Am I wrong? I don't know. I mean, for this, like, for this channel, or I don't know, just as far as like what you said, you know, like, to new perspective, like if this was somebody's first time listening to this, or if they were new to this topic, you know, there's no, it's got nothing to do with any of that. So,
No, I never said I'm not a fan of it.
okay, my bad.
I think there is some truth to some of them. There seems to be 2 Avril Lavignes.
Yeah, 2 Avril Lavignes.
Yeah, I've looked into that early.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about any of this side of things. It's not really something that I've paid that much attention to. And it's not that I ever have disregarded it. People can look at whatever they want to look at. It's just not what I'm interested in.
I was just saying earlier, I think if somebody was brand new to some of these things and then they heard some, I'm just saying it might make them question, just because if if like someone's saying that someone's someone else and that's false, then I was just saying it might kind of have the potential to like throw them off continuing to research things. Maybe if they
Yeah, a little bit of discrediting you.
possibly, yeah.
Just in that kind of moment, you know, like that makes someone question you. Well, it should technically. Like technically, it should. Unless if you get found wrong, you just go, all right, whatever, man. Okay, sorry, move on. You know, because we all make mistakes. That's just a part of life, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, in some way it like challenges like with that which we hold like do we hold like some celebrities as like sacred in some way, like or in a colloquial sense, not in a true like holy sense or whatever, but like, you know, there's that, you know, putting the
In
celebrity
a
on the
general,
pedestal and that whole thing. So
yeah,
I think it can engage these kinds of tripwires that you might have still wired in there too. So maybe it's a thing to get into. Maybe not.
yeah. People always seem to. The general society goes along those lines, celebrating them. It doesn't mean everybody does, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of people that are way too into that kind of thing. And then they get lost in the source, don't they? They're just so more interested in keeping up with what's going on with these people and having this particular image that they then think that that's what they need to do. It puts a lot of pressure on people.
I don't know how other people experience music, you know. I really don't. But
I'm not the music side.
I try to understand what other people feel about music.
I'm just talking on the personal life side of things. But music, yeah, you know, I mean, they all make good music. It just depends on whether that style of music is what you're into. It's not that they make bad music. It's just whether or not you don't like that music. You know, as far as within the genre that they're in, they make good music. But if you don't like that genre, well, then you don't think their music's that good.
I think like it's like what songs you might pick to like listen to, are they become sort of your set of really what you're. I mean, let's say like is there a song like you might want to like listen to like on a drive home from work, or like what would those songs be? You know what I mean, or whatever.
Aphex
For
Twin,
myself, I don't.
Aphex Twin, come to daddy.
Wow, that's not what I would pick, right? But wherever
No,
that
Never heard
is,
of it.
no, a friend of mine used to drive to that.
I've never heard of them.
Aphex Twin.
Who?
Yeah, it's really like, oh, I want your soul and everything. It's really intense.
Drop a link.
Oh, yeah, it's like techno music. Techno music. Yeah, that's what I say. What would you call it? I don't know what
Yeah,
kind of music genre is it?
he's
It's building
And I can
drum
go.
and bass, drum and bass.
Drum.
Yeah.
That-
When he first started, like he took it. I think Aphex Twin took electronic music in uncharted territory. After that, during that as well.
Anyway, so let's say Merle's got a connection to Aphex Twin here, and it's like if you were to suggest anything like, yeah, Aphex Twin is actually, yeah, Hillary Clinton or something. I don't know, whatever kind of whatever the craziest thing you could think of, and then build a case for it. It's just like it steps all over your connections to like personas and things like that, and it makes you like freak out. But then it makes you kind of understand like how, you know, you're reacting to these things because of how you sort of you might put somebody on a pedestal, you might worship them. That's all. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But the same way with
Idol
like sports stars and shit, same thing. Right. Or it's like, you know, watch the Super Bowl and you're like, oh yeah, Tom Brady's the greatest ever, and then someone else is like, NFL's rigged, and you're like, what? No, that guy's the greatest ever. There's nothing rigged about this. God, it's just the guy he's the greatest. Shit. But we want to have that, right? We like to sort of ride on the accomplishments of other people, or ride on the artwork, or expressive fucking works or whatever, different things.
Yeah. Hey, sorry guys, I gotta go. I got some teaching. Got some teaching to do. Take it easy. Catch you all later.
Okay.
Peace, man.
Take care, man.
Take care, dude.
So, but the Aphex Twin string compositions that they did, some of that stuff's amazing, and you would never think like that was like a drum and bass composer made like these string quartets, But
yeah,
pretty amazing. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what some of the electronic landscape is meant to do, because guitars and bass, drums, singing, it's all textures, tones. It can only go so. It creates like a landscape, all those tones and frequencies anyway. But electronic music, I think, is meant to move where those things can't. But it's, I think the secret is making you feel some kind of emotion, even though it's synthesizers and sounds. If it's just noise, it gets a bit passe after a while.
Yeah, synthesizers can really make something sound like just different. Even just like pulses or something like that, even if it was like a modular
Just
synth
subtle stuff, right?
Even if it's like boom, 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 it's going to sound different if it's being played by a cello, because you got a lot of tack and stuff. But the way all the synthesis waveforms work, it just hits your ear different.
Yeah. I'm surprised at some of my musical taste now. Like when I was first in Queensland, I was in this noise scene, and I just heard some of the stuff I heard there at this place called Real Bad Music was kind of like that. It was like the worst stuff I'd ever heard. But then I grew to kind of like it. It took time, but over time I started to appreciate it, that it didn't have a melody or a verse, and people didn't care. It wasn't formatted, had no structure. It was like wild and just noise and spontaneous, unplanned. And to me, that's quite brave to do it live. You put your balls on the line in a way doing that. It could go either way.
Like the avant-garde.
Yeah.
Not really for everybody.
Well, a lot of people these days can program their whole set, and then visually or aesthetically, the audience gets someone sort of standing in front of their computer. So, yeah, I think that's the only drawback with it. But what it can do, what computers can do musically and visually is incredible. Because even if you like the older stuff, like not the modern digital like HD, everything's millions of colors and pristine. If you like the old stuff, you could still get a projector, hook that up to a computer,